Chapter 526, Fisherman prepares for the competition. The 46th day to Kanto region, midnight. Yu Hai slept until midnight. He had given up the idea of going to the lighthouse. It's not that he couldn't go, but there was not much time left. He didn't want to bother anymore. There was still a week before the quartz conference. 1 week to see the lighthouse, and then run to the quartz plateau, across the entire Kanto continent, was too tiring. Originally, he wanted to take 2 days to go there, but ended up running. In the remaining week, he planned to rest in Lanpulkai for 2 days before setting off for the quartz plateau. I thought I had plenty of time and could have a good time in Kanto, but who knew I would be chased for 4 days, from morning till night, without any rest? Who could bear it? It would take at least 2 days for him and the elves to recover. Then they would go to the quartz plateau to adjust and they would be ready to attend the opening ceremony. It was midnight and he didn't want to hang out. After having supper, he hurried back to his room, let the elves have supper, made up for the lunch and dinner he hadn't eaten today, and then fell on the bed to continue sleeping. Until the next morning. The 47th day to Kanto, sunny. The weather was good today, and the sun was as hot as ever. After sleeping for a whole day, Yu Hai was a little energetic today. He got up and had breakfast. After the elves had breakfast, he went out for a morning run with Mosquito Frog. During his morning run, he kept hearing passers-by say that the beach here was nice and he could go there to play in the afternoon. After the morning run, he had lunch at the Pokemon Center, and then took Frog to the beach. He found a beach with few people, rented a parasol and a lounge chair, ordered a cold drink, and released all the Pokemon that could be released. Gyarados, Smurf, Giant Claw, and Tyrannosaurus, these guys saw the sea and went swimming in the sea. Tyrannosaurus even played surfing in the sea. Many people felt very novel when they saw Tyrannosaurus surfing. After all, it was a rock-type Pokemon that was not afraid of water. Everyone stood on the shore to watch Tyrannosaurus surfing. Scyther, this guy had nothing to say, and he dragged Frog to practice with him, as if his life would be boring if he didn't practice for a day. He was really a battle maniac. Yi, Ibrahimovic wore small sunglasses, lying under a parasol and drinking a cold drink, learning to bask in the sun and enjoy sunbathing like Yu Hai. Life was so comfortable. Ibrahimovic, Yu Hai stroked the little Eevee. Eevee is imitating him, gradually getting used to the life of traveling, which is a good change. Jija, Zapdos lay on Yu Hai's head. It has been used to using hair as a bird's nest. It is rarely awake during the day and sleeps most of the time. It suddenly becomes very sleepy. Woof woof, Railu saw that Frog had left and immediately chased after it, but Scyther didn't want to play with it and often threatened it with a sickle, asking it not to disturb their sparring. Too lazy to care about the activities of the elves, Yu Hai told everyone not to make trouble, and slept on the folding bed until the evening. It was really comfortable to lie down today, and it was time to have dinner. It's not that there were no trainers to challenge this afternoon, but his main elves were all senior elves, and the challengers were defeated without any surprise. Today is another happy day. He returned to the elf center, lay on the bed and hugged Eevee, and gradually fell asleep. The opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference is still a few days away. He plans to relax here, which can also be regarded as preparing for the Quartz. I don't know what happened to Miss Joy. I hope she has returned home. From the gull, he learned that Miss Joy and the other 2 survived. As long as they survived, don't mention him. He really doesn't want to be exposed. Also, although it wasn't blown up by him, it was also related to Xiaoxi's house. Xiaoxi's nerves shouldn't blame him. It was the 48th day to the Kanto region, cloudy. Today's weather was good. The sun was not as scorching as yesterday, which was very suitable for sunbathing. After the morning exercise, he took the Pokemons to the beach again. As the reputation of yesterday's undefeated spread, more and more trainers came to challenge him today. He didn't want to pay attention to these flies. He waved his hand and let Scyther and Tyrannosaurus do it by themselves. He was too lazy to command. However, even without the trainer's command, this group of challengers could not beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex, making his reputation grow, and more challengers appeared, until a familiar person appeared. Brother Hai. Who are you? Yu Hai pulled down his sunglasses and saw a man with tan skin and wearing sunflower beach pants. Xiao Shun? Why are you here? It's really you, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun shouted excitedly. He had been looking for Brother Hai for more than a month and thought he could only see him at the Quartz conference. Who would have thought that he would see Brother Hai here? Aren't you in the Liugan gym? Why are you here? Where's Koji? Koji is over there, do you want to call him over? Xiao Shun looked at the parasol on the other side of the beach, and Xiao Shun was lying under the parasol. No need, Yu Hai shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it. The second-generation trainer could come out, so he must have bodyguards around him. He didn't want to attract the attention of those bodyguards. Brother Hai, we heard from Grandpa Luhi that you came to Kanto, so you came to participate in the Quartz conference. Xiao Shun sat down next to him, and said excitedly as if he had seen a celebrity, Brother Hai, you are so strong. I can't beat Scyther without a trainer to command. Haha, fortunately, you are not bad, you can actually beat Kentaro, Yu Hai laughed. He is not good at all, he just started earlier. No, Brother Hai is the best. Xiao Shun saw with his own eyes how Frog and others defeated the challengers one by one. That kind of strong confidence is not something everyone has. You are not bad either, you got the 3 starters. Yu Hai saw a forest lizard. He no longer felt anything for the 3 starters, and just let it go. Yes, Koji helped me apply, Xiao Shun said shyly. His experience of going to the Liugan gym was like an old friend who had not seen each other for many years, sharing his life with Yu Hai. Good, work hard, and be a ranger. Rangers are a respectable profession, Yu Hai smiled and patted Xiao Shun on the shoulder, encouraging Xiao Shun. It's good to have a goal. Only with a goal can you work hard. Don't learn from him to be so lazy, just want to lie down all day, too lazy to move. Brother Hai, are you going to participate in the Quartz conference too? Yes, we will be opponents at that time, don't hold back, and I won't let you go. Yu Hai suddenly became serious. After all, it was a formal competition, and he couldn't explain to his fans if he let you go, so he also needed to be serious. It's okay to be defeated, but it would be too disgusting if he let you go, and he himself would not forgive himself. Brother Hai, you are joking. I can't beat you even if I try my best, so how can I hold back? Xiao Shun scratched his head embarrassedly. He was introduced to becoming a trainer by Yu Hai. He knew how strong Yu Hai was, and it was not so easy to defeat him, but he would not admit defeat. He would try his best to see how big the gap between the two was. Well, not bad. Yu Hai wanted to say something like come on to encourage Xiao Shun to work hard, but Darkrai suddenly reminded him that he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the mountains behind the city. In this case, this reunion had to end early. He knew that Xiao Shun still had a lot to say, but he didn't have time. Xiao Shun, I have something else to do, so I have to leave temporarily. See you at the Quartz conference. Yu Hai patted Xiao Shun's shoulder again, stood up, and asked all the elves to come back, and took them back one by one with the elf balls. Brother Hai, are you leaving? Xiao Shun was still a little reluctant. The two had just met and were about to separate. The Quartz conference is only a few days away. I also received an urgent matter suddenly. Sorry, see you at Quartz. Yu Hai smiled and rubbed Xiao Shun's hair until his hair was messy, and sighed that he was still a child after all. With Xiao Shun reluctant to let him go, he waved goodbye and left the beach. Xiao Shun, don't tell Koji about what happened to me. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun also waved goodbye. Seeing that Yu Hai was so anxious, they could only meet at the Quartz conference. Although it was a bit regretful, he finally found Brother Hai, so it was not a regret. Chapter 527, Ruins. The 49th day to the Kanto region, early morning. After leaving the beach, Yu Hai sat on a gull and found the energy fluctuations sensed by Darkrai under the perception of Darkrai, which was in the Myacha mountain near the Pallet town. If it weren't for Darkrai's reminder, he almost forgot that there was an ancient civilization ruins here, and almost missed a billion. He came here yesterday during the day, and came to the vicinity of the ruins through Darkrai's perception. He hid in the nearby mountains and forests, and did not go out to recognize Xiaoxi's trio and the archaeological team. However, today is different from the animation. Xiao Mao is also here. The animation only mentioned that Xiaoxi was preparing for the competition here and met Ziba, who captured Onyx near Mount Myacha, but Xiao Mao was not mentioned. He didn't know that Xiaoxi's house was destroyed by Banjira and he was currently staying at Xiao Mao's house. Both of them had to prepare for the Quartz Conference, so they came here to train Pokémon together. After hearing the sound of the ruins collapsing, Xiao Mao was training Pokémon nearby, so he rushed over and met the archaeological team and Xiaoxi's trio, so he appeared here, and the plot was inevitably changed. After seeing these people, Yu Hai did not disturb them, but asked Gengar and Darkrai to sneak into the ancient ruins quietly. Darkrai and Gengar went in yesterday daytime, and it was midnight now, but they had not come out yet, and they didn't know what danger they encountered. It's not that he didn't want to go up to help, but after dark, he saw the Rocket Trio, asking Arbok to dig a hole and sneak into the ruins, and took out the giant Gengar seal, the black crystal stone. Seeing these three funny guys being sucked into the seal silently by the black crystal stones connected by 3 spheres, he couldn't help but sigh that these guys were really looking for death. Witnessing all this in the telescope, how could he sneak into the unknown ruins? If he turned over in it, he would be dead. It would be useless for him to go if he went there. All he had to do now was to trust Darkrai and Gengar and wait quietly. I don't know if they are in trouble, or there are too many good things, or they are trapped. I am really worried about these two guys. Besides waiting, he had no other way. He asked the orb spider to be alert. He took out a blanket and a rope and tied himself to the tree. He would camp on the tree tonight. It was impossible to sleep in a sleeping bag or a tent. He could only sleep like this for one night. He slept until the next morning, when he heard a chirping cry from the bottom of the mountain. He didn't even have time to wipe his eye mucus, and he saw through the telescope that the archaeological team was sucked into the black crystal stone, just like the disappearance of the Rocket Trio, but now it was daytime, so he could see more clearly. Then Xiaoxi and his friends hurriedly ran away, and the black crystal stone floated in the air and chased them. There were also footprints on the ground made by Gengar, indicating that Gengar was about to break free from the seal of the ancients, and imprisoned all the archaeological team that ran slowly and sucked them into the black crystal stone. He quickly put away the blanket and rope, released Ditto and Smurf, and let Ditto turn into a mask to cover his face. He had already prepared earplugs to plug his ears. The next Jigglypuff's singing would definitely hypnotize a large number of people and elves, so he couldn't fall asleep. If Darkrai and Gengar hadn't come out by then, he could only force his way into the ruins, and that would be the best opportunity. The two giant Pokémon made such a big noise. If he didn't look for Darkrai and Gengar while everyone was asleep, the Alliance would definitely seal off the ruins after receiving the news, and he would have no chance to enter the ruins. As all the members of the archaeological team were sucked into the black crystal stone, only Xiaoxi and a few others hid in the car. Gengar also completely broke free from the seal. The giant Gengar came out of the black crystal stone, and its huge body covered the sky, which was even bigger than the mountain where it was hidden. I don't know what Gengar did, but he raised his hands high to the sky and laughed at the sky. The sky suddenly became gloomy and dark, which was very depressing. He quickly asked Zubat to take him away from the ruins to avoid being affected by the battle between the giant Gengar and the giant Alakazam. However, he still stayed on the top of the mountain, intending to appreciate the battle between the two giant Pokémon. This kind of battle is rare. Until the appearance of the giant Alakazam, the battle between the two giant elves finally began. Tisk tisk tisk, it's so huge. Yu Hai stood on the top of the mountain, watching the battle with a telescope, and recalled the legend of ancient civilization. Two forces that destroyed the world. Black darkness, blackened the sky. Golden eyes, disturbed the space. Dispute that divided the world into two. People are helpless. The door to the other world opened in the sky. The power to calm everything appeared at this time. Turned into a sphere and returned to the horizon. He finally understood that the fight between these two guys could destroy an ancient backward feudal civilization, and he was not surprised at all. It is unlikely to destroy the entire country, but it is still very simple to destroy the capital of a feudal civilization. With the backward productivity of ancient times, what can be used to stop these two beasts? Even if they finally find a way to let Jigglypuff take action, the capital has long been razed to the ground, and the country is not here it is. Seeing the two Pokémons fighting fiercely, Yu Hai silently estimated the time. Gigantamax Jigglypuff was about to come out. He had heard the singing of normal Jigglypuff, which had already weakened a lot when it came here, and the singing of normal Jigglypuff had no effect. Gigantamax, dig a hole out. Cool cough, Jigglypuff waved its big claws and dug a big hole on the ground. After seeing the gigantic Jigglypuff come out, Yu Hai jumped into the big hole dug by Jigglypuff, let Zubat and Orb Silk Spider come in, and then let Jigglypuff block the entrance of the cave and guard outside. He put on earplugs and let Zubat and Orb Silk Spider block his ears. He felt the vibration of the earth. This was not the vibration caused by the battle, but the vibration caused by the sound penetrating the mountain. Although he couldn't hear the singing, he could feel the vibration of Jigglypuff's singing with his palm on the wall of the cave. The penetrating power was too strong. As the shaking ended, he immediately let Zubat break out of the ground and take him out of the cave. He saw the sleeping giant claw crab on the ground, and he collected it with a poke ball. Then Zubat took him to the entrance of the ruins. He saw Xiaozai and his friends sleeping on the hillside, as well as the 3 members of Team Rocket who were spit out by the Black Crystal Stone, and a group of archaeological teams. Seeing that the seals were finally quiet, he didn't care about them, but looked up at the gate of the ruins, because the aftermath of the battle collapsed the mountain again, revealing the second gate of the ruins. Looking at the darkness inside the gate, he secretly swallowed his saliva and prepared to take Zubat and Orb Silk Spider in to find Darkrai and Gengar who had been missing for a whole day. But as soon as he raised his foot, he saw a black shadow emerging from the ruins and quickly rushed into his shadow. He was so scared that he quickly stepped back a few steps, fearing that he would be entangled by the dirty things. Until Darkrai's voice sounded, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up and use the poke ball to retrieve Gengar, he's in a deep sleep. What's going on? What did you encounter in there? Yu Hai saw Darkrai push the sleeping Gengar out of the shadow, and immediately used the poke ball to retrieve Gengar. We met a very scary guy in there, and we were trapped by that guy. There was a song coming from outside, and that guy was hypnotized, so Gengar and I were able to leave. Gengar ate a black stone in there, and there's another small stone here, which is bigger than the one Gengar ate. I noticed these things when I saw Gengar fainted. You take these things and go first, I still have to go to the ruins. What? Why do you have to go again? Yu Hai picked up the black things on the ground with his gloved fingers and put them in a box. He didn't have time to look at the panels of these things now, but asked Darkrai's purpose. There is an opportunity for me to be promoted to the King of Heaven inside. I must go. I am not sure how long it will take. I will find you when I come out. I can't accompany you on the next trip. Okay, I hope you can successfully break through the King of Heaven. Yu Hai knew that it was impossible, and he had already prepared for this day. There was nothing to be reluctant about, but he just needed time to adjust. Aha, I am very happy to live with you and everyone. After Darkrai said goodbye, he left from Yu Hai's shadow, and a black shadow entered the ruins again. Yu Hai watched Darkrai go in. He had already said goodbye, and immediately released the gull, used the poke ball to take back the Zubat and the Orb Spider, and sat on the gull to leave the ruins. When flying over the hillside, he saw Xiaozai and others sleeping soundly. He couldn't bear to disturb them and quietly left from above their heads. But as soon as they flew up, the gull reminded Yu Hai that someone was flying in the sky, so Yu Hai could only land in the woods. Fortunately, the visitor did not find him, they found the visitor first. Then, he saw a large-mouthed gull flying over his head. He took out the telescope and saw the large-mouthed gull landing at the entrance of the ruins, and saw a familiar face. Is it Xiaoying? And Yu Hai saw Xiaoying. He didn't expect to meet Xiaoying here, and the strong man put down by the large-mouthed gull was a strong man with a naked upper body. He saw the strong man checking the situation of the archaeological team, and then took out his mobile phone to make a call. His expression was very excited. Obviously, he had seen the 3 giant elves. After observing for a long time, he was sure who this strong man was. If he guessed correctly, this person was the fighting king, Ziba, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Xiaoying was actually with the fighting king Ziba. This luck was simply against the sky. He didn't know what to say. After knowing that Xiaoying was safe, he put away the telescope and left the hill near the ruins. There were 4 heavenly kings Ziba sitting here. The alliance would definitely send people to block this place quickly. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. Those giant elves' sealed objects will definitely be taken away by the alliance for research. If they cannot be cracked, they will be sealed. He should forget about it. It is impossible. Anyway, it is not without gain. One should be content. It is not suitable to recognize Xiaoying now. He should leave here first. It is not convenient to use the gull to hurry. He can only release the gull and let the gull take him to fly in the forest and quickly get away from the ruins. Until he is far enough away, he will fly with the gull, and the direction of the flight is Changpan City. He plans to go to Changpan City, take Route 22 of Changpan City to Quartz Plateau, go to Quartz Stadium in advance, and wait for the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. It is only 3 or 4 days away from the opening ceremony. It doesn't matter if he goes there in advance. As for I won't go to the lighthouse. There's nothing I can do if I miss it. When he finishes the Quartz Conference, he will have plenty of time to go anywhere he wants, but not now. When he arrived at the outskirts of Viridian City, he avoided the Viridian Gym and went directly to the Pokémon Center to register for accommodation. Even if he wanted to go to the Quartz Stadium, he didn't need to rush. He could leave tomorrow. He could stay at the Pokémon Center today. Even if Team Rocket was crazy, it was impossible for them to turn Miss Joy against him. The Pokémon Center was still very safe. After he came to the single room and closed the door, he took out the things Darkrai brought out from the ruins and reached out to touch them one by one. He now had time to check the panel information of these items. The black crystal stone he picked up first was the most obvious thing. He had seen this kind of stone before and guessed what it was. Dark stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, purity 93.12%. It is indeed a dark stone, and a top-grade dark stone, Yu Hai sighed. Although it is a top-grade dark stone, he is not happy at all because he has lost Darkrai. Although Darkrai will come to find him after he is promoted to the king, who can guarantee this? The danger of the ancient ruins can be seen from the 3 giant elves, not to mention that there is a terrifying existence in the ruins that can trap Darkrai. Needless to say, how dangerous it is. It is hard to say whether Darkrai can come back, let alone be promoted to the king. He can only wait silently, hoping that Darkrai can come back safely, so that he can have a king-level nightmare god. Although the lightning bird is also a divine beast, it has been particularly sleepy recently. The voltage in its body is increasing and it is very unstable. It cannot continue to train. It is unknown when it can stabilize. This lightning bird has been weak and sick since birth, all because of premature birth. It would take at least a few years for the Zapdos to play a role and help him fight. Alas, only Asai could express his current depressed mood. He put the dark stone in a box containing dark attributes to isolate the energy fluctuations of the dark stone. He picked up a piece of rag, which was obviously another prop. Spirit World Cloth, a king-level evolution prop, is the evolution prop of Wandering Night Spirit. It's a pity that he doesn't have a spirit like Wandering Night Spirit, so he can only put it aside for now and talk about it later. Then he picked up another talisman. He didn't need to look at it to know that it was a spell talisman. It seems that Jengar's king props don't have to worry about it. After Darkrai and Jengar entered the ruins, they might have mistakenly entered a palace related to the ghost system. Otherwise, why are there so many ghost-related things, and no things of other attributes are seen? There are several dark stones alone, one of the best quality, one of the advanced quality, 3 of the medium quality, and ghost gems. He took out a box and sealed all the dark stones. Then he touched Darkrai and mentioned that Jengar ate a small piece of black gravel. I don't know why Jengar couldn't control his mouth and ate a piece of inconspicuous stone that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Chapter 528, Clay Doll. Monster Slate Fragment, Ghost Attribute Slate Fragment. After carrying it, the power of Ghost Attribute moves will be enhanced. Gudong, Yu Hai swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he saw the panel information. He was scared by the information popped up on the panel. This it turned out to be Arceus Ghost Slate Fragment. Fuck, Yu Hai couldn't calm down at all. The ghost energy contained in this thing is unknown. Jengar actually dared to swallow it. It was lucky that it didn't explode. He quickly opened Jengar's proficiency panel. Gengui, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential. Level, 56.11%. Features, body of curse / 32.12%. Mastering the moves. He clearly remembered that Jengar's level was 50 last week, and now it has soared to 56. This is a jump of several levels. The digits after the decimal point of Jengar's level are still jumping, and there will be changes every minute on average. Even if it only jumps by 0.01, it will only take 100 minutes for 1%. Gengui just ate a little fragment and there was such a change. He was shocked. This gluttonous ghost ate Ghost Slate. He was numb. According to Jengar's current progress, it won't take long for him to reach the Quasi-King level, and it is only a matter of time before he breaks through the King level. What's more, there is a piece of fragment the size of a thumbnail in his hand. According to Darkrai, Jengar ate a piece smaller than this thumb. How small is that fragment that caused Jengar to change like this? We can only wait and see. He was no longer in the mood to look at the remaining characteristics and moves. Instead, he took out the box that isolated energy fluctuations and put the slate fragment in it. This is a good thing. With this slate fragment, Jengar will not have to worry about winning the championship, and he can also get a glimpse of the realm of the mythical beasts, the reverse world Giratina, the power of shadow and antimatter. After all, it is a mythical beast created by Arceus. The abilities that Giratina has, Arceus will naturally have, including the other 2 silly mythical beasts that control time and space, Dialga and Palkia. He didn't know what to say. Jengar was his luckiest Pokémon. Not only did he spend more than 600 million on it, but now he encountered a good thing like the Phantom Slate. After holding it in for a long time, he could only think of 3 words, to go to heaven. After putting the Phantom Slate fragment in place, Yu Hai found that he couldn't sleep at all. Even though it was already night when he rushed to Viridian City from the mountains and forests near Pallet Town, he couldn't sleep either. The reason was simple, because I was too excited about this fragment. It was just a relic. I just wanted to take some good things and leave. Who would have thought that I could touch such a good thing as the Ghost Slate? It would be a great help to Jengar. Jengar has a chance to win the championship. He was directly recommended. With the Ghost Slate fragment, Jengar became the king faster than he expected. I just don't know when Jengar will wake up. It is estimated that he will sleep for at least a few months. Just wait. At this time, he saw that there was an unusual stone left in the box. The reason why this stone is unusual is that this stone is green all over, and there is a pattern in the middle of the stone, which seems to be text or graffiti. Fortunately, the panel can also display it, otherwise he really doesn't know what this green stone is. Clay doll, not activated. Attributes. Gender. Potential. Level. Characteristics. Mastered moves. This. Yu-Hai was a little confused when he saw a series of question marks on the panel, except for the name of a clay doll. The rest of the attributes are question marks, gender is a question mark, potential is a question mark, level is a question mark, characteristics are a question mark, and moves are question marks. Is it because it is not activated, so all the information is question marks, but how to activate it? He knew that the elves of the clay doll were made of mud by ancient people. If you ask, it is ancient black technology, something similar to Mage Arna. God knows how these mud and metal gears move. In ancient times, they were all things tinkered with by crazy scientists, and now there is only archaeology. In fact, even if the panel shows question marks, as a senior elf fan player, he can guess the general information of the clay doll panel. The attributes are definitely ground and ghost. Yes, speaking of ghost, he remembered that the unactivated clay doll is just a piece of stone, which happens to be ground. Using ghost to activate the clay doll is just ground plus ghost. The clay doll now needs ghost energy to activate. But don't worry, he is not ready yet, and the gender of the clay doll is actually a genderless elf. The potential of the clay doll may depend on the quality of ghost energy he uses to activate the clay doll and how much ghost energy is used to activate the stone. For example, the top-grade dark stone just obtained, the ghost slate fragments in the ruins, and the materials for making the clay doll, the potential of the clay doll can be known after activation. It is impossible to activate the clay doll with ghost slate fragments. That is something left for Jengar. Before determining the effect of the slate fragments on Jengar, he cannot use the slate fragments to activate the clay doll. At most, he can use the top-grade dark stone, which is also something he took from the ruins anyway. There are also levels, which still depend on ghost energy. More energy should feed back to the level, and less energy is level 1. What else is there to see? There are also characteristics. The hidden characteristic is no defense, and the common characteristics are Iron Fist and Clumsy. No defense characteristic. Due to the no defense tactics, the moves used by both sides will definitely hit. Iron Fist characteristic. When the elves with this characteristic use fists to attack, the power of the moves will increase. Clumsy characteristic. The props held by the elves with this characteristic are invalid. These three characteristics are worse than each other. No defense means mutual harm, and clumsy is even more unbearable. Only Iron Fist is interesting. There are also the moves of the clay doll. There is nothing good to see. It is nothing more than some ground-type moves and ghost-type moves. For this stone embryo of the clay doll, he does not plan to activate it now. He will wait until he finishes the Quartz Conference and returns to Xiaogan Gym. At least we have to wait for Jengar to wake up and confirm the function of the ghost slate. If the slate fragments are mediocre, then it is obviously impossible. Even he himself does not believe it. If it is really useless, he will use it to activate the clay doll. If the slate fragments are useful and can allow Jengar to touch the realm of the mythical beast, help Jengar control the power of shadow and anti-gravity, and become a youthful version of Giratina, then the slate fragments will be left to Jengar. There is no doubt about this. Especially after Darkrai left, his sense of security was instantly lost by 80%. He must make Jengar stronger and become his last trump card, otherwise he would not feel safe when doing bad things. Only by making Jengar stronger and filling the vacancy of Darkrai can he regain his sense of security and not be afraid to walk at night. Good teeth, good appetite, strong body, delicious food, and sleep well at night with the lights off. Hi, sleep. Yu Hai sighed lightly, put the embryo of the clay doll away, lay on the bed and hugged Evie, constantly adjusting his breathing and calming his mood. By the time Jengar wakes up, he will have already returned to the Orange Islands. It will take several months to activate the embryo of the clay doll. It is too early to talk about this now. It is better to sleep first. Tomorrow, we have to travel to the Quartz Plateau to attend the opening ceremony. Gangui panel. Gangui panel. Gangui, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential. Level, 56.11%. Features, curse body /32.12%. Ghost system mastered moves, shadow ball /50.82%. Shadow fist /43.11%. Shadow claw /41.92%. Strange light /42.57%. Tongue licking /46.55%. Curse /40.15%. Misfortunes never come alone /40.23%. Same fate /45.63%. Subconscious surprise attack /47.56%. Night demon /41.13%. Resentment /36.13%. Nightmare /45.66%. Poison system, highly toxic /54.84%. Acid bomb /41.52%. Venom shock /41.21%. Poison attack /47.15%. Poison spike /46.54%. Sludge bomb /33.35%. Muddy fog /32.14%. Poison gas /27.55%. Psychic system, hypnosis /43.41%. Dream eater /40.12%. Mental strength /39.64%. Magic space /33.44%. Sleep /50.81%. General mastered moves. Black eyes /33.48%. Song of destruction /25.78%. Hold /40.87%. Destruction death light /32.32%. Evil system, tit for tat /31.26%. Provocation /33.77%. Raid /30.88%. Evil wave /36.42%. Trick /22.92%. Fire system, wisp /40.45%. Flame fist /24.98%. Unclassified, frozen fist /23.23%. Thunder fist /19.15%. Absorption fist /18.55%. Chapter 529, Participating Spirits. On the 50th day of going to the Kanto region, it was drizzling. When Yu Hai woke up in the morning, he saw the drizzle outside the window. It had been 2 days of good weather, but why was it raining again today? After having breakfast at the Pokémon Center, he was ready to set off. As for the configuration of the Pokémons for the Quartz Conference, he could just go to the players' village of the Quartz Conference and have Xiaogan Jim teleport them. There was no rush. There were still a few days before the Quartz Conference. If he teleported in advance, he would have to take care of a few more mouths. Taking care of a few more Pokémons would increase the cooking time. He would wait until he arrived at the players' village. In addition to teleporting the participating Pokémons, he also had a lot of things to do with the current main Pokémons. Giving props to the 8 main Pokémons was the most important thing. Currently, only the frog and the giant claw crab had props, and other Pokémons needed to be given props, and the props of the frog and the giant claw crab also needed to be replaced. But these were only the bonus of 1 prop when they were handled in the players' village of the Quartz Conference. The impact on the battle situation was not that great. Giving the Pokémons props in the early stage of the group stage was enough for the Pokémons to adapt to their own props. After breakfast, he put on his raincoat, released the bull, and rode the bull slowly towards the quartz plateau. It wasn't until the rain stopped that he put down his raincoat and hat, took out the trainer's manual for the quartz conference, and opened it to read the rules of the competition. In fact, it was similar to his competition in the Orange Islands. The number of participants could only be known at the quartz conference. If it was a 3-on-3 competition system, then the trainer could change Pokémon 3 times, and 6-on-6 was 6 times. The remaining rules were that Pokémon that passively avoided fighting and had no fighting will would be directly judged as lost. If the number of changes exceeded and Pokémon was forcibly changed, they would be warned once and would be judged as lost the second time. Also, the moves of exchanging Pokémons were not counted in the number of times Pokémons were changed. As long as each Pokémon had the moves of changing Pokémons could be changed infinitely and it was not considered a foul. There was also a rule that both trainers needed to release Pokémons at the same time and attack at the same time. If they were one step slower, they would be warned and lose the first-hand advantage. Also, sleeping on the battlefield and not waking up would be treated as passively avoiding fighting. In addition, you could only bring one fruit, but there was no limit on props. This is also related to the fact that Pokémon cannot do two things at the same time. It is a bit like biting off more than one bites off more than one can chew if you want to be proficient in using multiple props. There are Pokémon like this. It depends on how the trainer arranges them. There are also rules such as the age of the trainer, the number of Pokémon, and many similar rules. The most basic competition rule is that 8 badges or the qualification badge obtained from the Alliance Appraisal Center are considered to have passed the preliminaries. Next is the group stage, which will be divided into 4 subvenues for competition, namely the water field, the grass field, the ice field, and the rock field. The order of the 4 fields is determined by the trainer drawing lots, and the opponents are also determined by drawing lots. The group stage will be eliminated until only 16 people are left before entering the knockout stage. The group stage is a 3-on-3 competition system, and the 16-person knockout stage is a 6-on-6 competition system. Until the semi-finals of the top 4 and the final, the champion of the Quartz Conference will be decided. In fact, there is another semi-final, which will determine the third place between the 2 players who failed to enter the top 4, and there will be an extra game after the final. If he wanted to make it to the knockout round, he could only use the auxiliary elves to save the strength of the main elves. After all, the knockout round of 16 people would have to play 4 rounds to decide the champion. Each round has 6 games, and 4 rounds means 24 games. 8 main elves need to play 24 knockout games, which is quite stressful. He only has 2 main elves for error. Once more than 3 main elves are damaged or injured, he will have to use 5 main elves to play in the finals. 5 to 6 is his disadvantage. He doesn't know how other opponents will arrange their positions, and how many main elves will be left in the finals. His requirement for himself is to keep the main force and let the auxiliary elves play in the group stage. After entering the knockout round, let the 8 main Pokémon take turns to fight. If they are slightly injured, they must be replaced to preserve their combat power, so that everyone can accompany him to the final. Don't even think about Pokémon that have just been captured and not cultivated, such as Diglett, Magneton, Agate Jellyfish, and Mud Loach. These Pokémon have not been cultivated after being captured, and they are not considered auxiliary Pokémon, and they cannot play in the game. He has decided which auxiliary Pokémon to use. In fact, the only auxiliary Pokémon he can use for the game are Butterfree, Farfetch, Starfish, Slowpoke, and his Mount Tauren, which can barely be counted as one, that is, 5 auxiliary Pokémon. Xiaozai has more Pokémon that can participate in the battle than him. When the group stage comes, he plans to use the tactics of 1 with 2, or 2 for 1, and let the auxiliary Pokémon take the lead. The so-called 1 with 2 means that 2 auxiliary Pokémon take the lead. If the first auxiliary Pokémon wins, even if the second game is lost, the second one will also be an auxiliary Pokémon, and the third one will be the main Pokémon to hold the line. The same goes for the second generation. If the first auxiliary Pokémon loses, then the second Pokémon can only be the main Pokémon, and the third Pokémon is also the main Pokémon. The remaining two main Pokémon can make up for the disadvantage and win the group stage. This way, the strength of the main Pokémon can be preserved, allowing the main Pokémon to deal with stronger opponents in the knockout stage. There is no other way. There are no two teams of main Pokémon. He can only arrange the tactics in this way. Trainers with fewer Pokémon than him can only enter the knockout stage with 6 Pokémon at most, which is already the limit, and he is aiming for the championship. As for the champion's prize, the champion prize is a Kanto Gozama and a 3-piece set of evolution stones, choose one of the two. The runner-up prize is a Kanto Gozama and 2 evolution stones, choose one of the two. The third place prize does not have a Gozama, but an evolution stone 3-piece set, choose one of the evolution stones. The 3-piece set of evolution stones in the prize is actually Water Stone, Fire Stone, and Thunder Stone, all of which are high-level evolution stones. The prizes are still very generous. If you choose to sell the evolution stone, you can get at least 30 million. It's a pity that the 3 starters can't be sold, at least not openly, but it's okay to put them in the breeding house for breeding privately and pretend not to know. It depends on how the trainer operates. There is a lot of room for operation. If he can't win the championship this time, he can get a runner-up and get a 3-starter Squirtle. I hope that the 3 starters that the Alliance brings out are all fine. If they are inferior products left by newcomers, the sincerity of the Alliance for participating trainers is too poor. Looking forward to the arrival of the conference and the little turtle, he put down the trainer manual and looked up to see the snow on the top of the quartz plateau. The conference was held on the top of the mountain. Next, he had to climb the mountain. With only the strength of Niu Niu, he would have to walk for at least 2 days to reach the quartz sports field. It would only take half a day by car. Along the way, he had seen many trainers heading towards the quartz plateau. Some took cars, some walked, and some took flying Pokémon. It was really lively. He walked until dark, but he still hadn't reached the quartz plateau. He had just reached the foot of the mountain. He didn't plan to walk any further. He planned to camp at the foot of the mountain and climb the mountain tomorrow. Chapter 530, Props. Yu Hai found a small river to camp. There were many trainers camping nearby. He didn't like crowded places, so he chose a remote forest with no one to camp. When he set up the tent, prepared dinner and ate dinner with the elves, Toxoplasma and Swampert were all taken back into the poke ball. As they approached the quartz stadium, there were many trainers going to participate in the competition or watching the competition. For the next period of time, Toxoplasma and the others would stay in the poke ball, so they could only be wronged for the time being. The Nightmare God was not there, so he couldn't train and play in the Nightmare, and he had no choice. The competition would end in 10 days. When they returned to the Orange Islands, Toxoplasma and the others would be able to come out and move around. During this period of time, they would have dinner in the room. Watching the sunset slowly setting, he took out Storm's props. Fortunately, they were all in his backpack. He didn't know when Jengar would wake up, so he couldn't take out many things. He could only wait for Jengar to wake up before dealing with them. He first took out the Mystic Drop, a Quasi-King level Mystic Drop. He only had this one, and this Mystic Drop must be for the frog. He removed the Mystic Drop purchased from the black market on Hasa Island from the frog's arm and replaced it with the crab. The crab's Mystic Drop was still the Pokemon Hunter's Mystic Drop, which was only elite level. He would just deal with it when he had time. Then he put on the senior level Mystic Drops for the 2 water Pokemons, Osprey and Gyarados, both of which were above level 50. Osprey hung the Mystic Drop around his neck and hid it in his thick feathers. It was hard to tell from the outside that there were props. According to Gyarados' request, Yu Hai threw the mysterious water drop into Gyarados' big mouth and hid it under Gyarados' tongue. He also told Gyarados not to lose it. If swallowed, pull it out and continue swallowing. Put props on all 4 water elves, and he took out a quasi-king level hard stone and threw it to Han Han, reminding Han Han that it was not edible, and this hard stone could not be eaten, but Han Han still couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick it. He was also speechless, and Han Han also put it in his mouth in the end. I just don't know how long Han Han can bear it. It doesn't matter if he eats it, it can also turn into Han Han's power. Spy Mantis used a senior level silver powder, and the prop level was also above level 50. After so many times of cheating, he left several silver powders, which came in handy. Silver powder is different from other props. It must be applied to Spy Mantis's sickle to work and wear and tear. The rate is higher than other props, and it will be gone after a while. It is a prop that consumes very quickly. There are also Fortress and Agile Bug. Agile Bug is not going to use props because of its characteristics. Even if he uses props, he will throw them away for speed. Why bother? Just carry a fruit. When you want speed, eat the fruit to recover. If you don't want speed, keep the fruit. It's really hard to choose props for Fortress. Silver powder and metal film are unnecessary for this series of props. They are all props applied to the body. Fortress is gone after 2 turns. The wear rate is higher than that of Scythe. He plans to add Lightstone to Fortress to further increase Fortress's speed. Fortress's basic weight is about 280 kilograms. Half of the weight after adding Lightstone is 140 kilograms. Using the body lightweight move, minus 100 kilograms, only 40 kilograms are left. 40 kilograms of weight, plus the speed that is constantly superimposed, is enough as a black cannonball. Actually, there are 3 directions for Forrettos to fight. First, Iron Wall, turn into a circle, add rolling, or Gyro Ball. Second, Iron Wall plus Counter Punch, those who know it, under the same level, basically they can counter double damage, but it's a pity that Forrettos can't learn Mirror Reflection, otherwise he can also Counter Punch special attack. Third, spread spikes to interfere and clear spikes. Forrettos can use ground spikes and poison spikes, and he still lacks rock spikes, that is, he has all 3 spikes. He also can't turn into a circle. These moves are known by ground and rock Pokemon, especially Sandshrew and Guaidud. You can ask Xiaoming when the time comes. There are at least 10 days before the finals, so it's not a last-minute cram. If you can learn it, it's best. If you can't learn it, just take your time. Give Forrettos light stones to eat and hide them in his body. He has equipped all the main Pokemon with props. Forget about the auxiliary Pokemons like Butterfree, who are basically elite opponents in the group stage, and the bonus of props is not great. It's more about the tactical command of the trainer and the competition of intelligence collection. If you encounter a senior Pokemon, you can't beat it, so you can switch to other Pokemon. The main force has props. The fruit prop he prepared for the Pokemon is a fruit that can remove abnormal status, but you can only bring one at a time. He will wear it before the game. He prefers the berry fruit that can remove burning. After all, it is a bug Pokemon. Trainers who understand this attribute will basically use the fire type. If it is against the Nightmare God, they will use the zero fruit that can remove the sleep state. It is not absolute what fruit to bring to the field. If the opponent has many electric Pokemon, bring the cherry fruit that can remove paralysis. The fruit will be selected according to the opponent's lineup. In addition to the fruit, the Pokemon also needs to learn the rain-seeking move to cooperate with the moist body to remove abnormal status. There are also Yawn and Stand. One can hypnotize, and the other can release the stand to escape when it really can't escape. Both are very useful moves. However, due to time constraints, he could only use the remaining time to learn to pray for rain, and it was only enough to learn one move. Fortunately, Agile Bug often followed Scyther and Orb Spider and learned Shadow Clone and Poison, so he could have more interference and evasion moves when he went on the field. Although Agilebug was very fast, he was not naive to think that Agilebug with speed advantage could not be hit by others. There were also many moves targeting speed, such as the rock blockade he often used, the large-scale AoE moves covering the entire venue, and the speed swap moves, which could limit Agilebug's speed. So more life-saving moves meant more endurance, and more opportunities to kite and kill the opponent. Due to time constraints, Shadow Clone was almost enough, and the substitute would be learned later. During this period, he could just learn to pray for rain, and most of his elves could pray for rain. And Han Han had been eating light stones for so long, and he didn't know if it had any effect. He even asked Han Han to weigh himself. As soon as Han Han got on the scale, he found that Han Han still weighed 90 kilograms. Han Han ate 6 light stones, but he was still a fat boy. 2 light stones only reduced 10 kilograms. It seems that the effect of eating light stones and wearing light stones is too different. To achieve the effect of having, that is, to reduce to 60 kilograms, Han Han must eat at least 12 light stones. It can only be done slowly. 90 kilograms is 90 kilograms, which is enough for the battle. Chapter 531, The Favorite to Win the Championship. It was cloudy on the 51st day to the Kanto region. It finally stopped raining today, so everyone came out to have breakfast together, which was also the last outdoor breakfast. The next day, Toxoplasma and others had to spend the night in the room. After everyone had breakfast, their pokeballs were taken back. Yukai only left Eevee and Owl outside, packed up the camping equipment, and he also had to continue his journey. Today we are going up the mountain, so I won't ride Niu Niu. The game is about to start. Niu Niu is still his group match Pokemon, so let Niu Niu rest for 2 days. Today, we will go up the mountain on a gull. It takes a whole day to climb the mountain, but the gull only needs to fly over a few hills to reach the quartz stadium, which is quite fast. Bile, the gull is looking forward to the competition. I heard that there will be many trainers participating, and there will be more than 100,000 spectators watching the competition on site, and there will be even more spectators in front of the TV. The Pokemon competition is the highest-rated TV program in the Pokemon world. Let's go, gull, we will reach the top of the mountain soon. Yu-Hai patted the gull's big mouth and let the gull set off. After flying for more than an hour, they arrived at the quartz stadium on the top of the mountain. It was summer here, and there was green scenery everywhere. When he flew up, I saw many trainers like him, riding flying Pokemon up the mountain. Even if you don't ride a flying Pokemon, there is a winding mountain road to get up, and the cable car connecting the mountain and the bottom can also take you to the top of the mountain. When he arrived at the quartz stadium, he first reported to the players' village, took out the Pokemon book and badge to register his identity, and then he could enter the players' village to stay and wait for the quartz competition to start. The players' village is divided into multi-person rooms and single rooms, divided into 2 different player buildings. If you travel with a partner, you will be arranged to live in a multi-person room. If you are alone, you can only live in a single room. Of course, if you don't want to live in the players' village, you can also live in a hotel outside. Koji and his friends will definitely live in a hotel, and there is no need to look at this. The second generation of trainers with bodyguards will live in a hotel more conveniently. Xiao Ying will follow Ziba, and there will be a room dedicated to the king to rest, and she will not live in the players' village, provided that Ziba will also come. Only those who are alone, or those with partners like Xiaozai, will come to the players' village for free food and accommodation until the end of the quartz conference. After registering his identity information, he took his room key and was looking for the door when he bumped into Xiao Ming going out. He didn't expect that he came so early, and he was just looking for him. Oh, so early. Yu-Hai found that his single room was right next to Xiao Ming's single room. What a coincidence! I just arrived, and you came early too, Xiao Ming greeted Yu-Hai. He didn't expect that they would meet again so soon, and suggested to Yu-Hai, Do you want to have lunch together? Okay, Yu Hai tried the room key, and after finding that he could open the door, he closed the door and left with Xiao Ming. He didn't have anything to leave behind, and he must have left all his valuables on him. It was not safe to leave them in the single room, and he wouldn't know if they were stolen. I just happened to ask you something. Can your Pokemon turn into a round shape? Teach my Foritos. My Sand/and Radon can do it. Just find an open space after lunch to learn. They are all basic moves, Xiao Ming agreed easily. After all, the round shape move is really common. By the way, have you collected information about the contestants of this quartz conference? Give me a copy, Yu Hai planned to get it for free. It would be too tiring to collect it by himself. Yu Hai likes to get it for free. Okay, I can't beat you anyway, so it's okay to give you a copy. Xiao Ming saw that Yu Hai wanted it, so it didn't matter if he gave it to him. Compared with the temptation of the king, it was just the information of the contestants, not a valuable thing. Coming to the cafeteria for lunch, Yu Hai and Xiao Ming got lunch and sat in the corner. Xiao Ming looked up at the trainers who came to the scene for lunch and introduced the popular contestants of this competition to Yu Hai. See the short-haired guy wearing green clothes over there? His name is Kaixiang. He is a veteran from the previous session. He is a trainer who lives by the sea. Most of his Pokemon are water-type Pokemon. His trump card is a Gyarados, followed by Golduck and Nidoqueen, as well as Pokemon such. He is considered the favorite to win this Quartz Conference. He has been in the top 3 of the Quartz Conference in the past 2 years. I just don't know why he came to participate in the Quartz Conference again. The opponent's trump card in the past 2 years was a turtle. I heard that the electric monster was defeated some time ago and is no longer considered a trump card, but this person has a quasi-god Garchomp, which has emerged as a dark horse. The 8 gym badges required for the competition were all pierced by that person with a Garchomp. Garchomp? Not Garchomp. Yu Hai had this question because Lei Si's Garchomp was killed by a single punch from the frog. But now that it has evolved, Garchomp is at least a level 50 Pokemon. It's difficult to kill the opponent with a single punch. Listen, is this human talk? If Xiao Ming could hear Yu Hai's voice, he would definitely roll his eyes. That's a quasi-god. Hey, he actually wants to kill a quasi-god with a frog. I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. It just evolved some time ago. I heard that the opponent suffered a terrible defeat in the Crimson City. It was because of that terrible defeat that the sharp-toothed land shark evolved into the biting land shark, just to avenge the previous defeat in the competition. Ahem, Yu Hai almost spit out his rice when he heard this. It seems that the sharp-toothed land shark evolved for revenge. It turns out that it was all his fault. A quasi-god was defeated by the frog. I believe that the sharp-toothed land shark would not accept it. If he had known earlier, he would not have let the frog kill the sharp-toothed land shark in seconds. Let the god teach the other party a lesson. What a sin! Ya, what's wrong? Xiao Ming saw that Yu Hai didn't look at Lei Si, and his eyes evaded when he mentioned Lei Si. Did the two have any grudges? Nothing, you continue. Yu Hai waved his hand gently, letting Xiao Ming continue. He would not remind the other party that he was the culprit for Lei Si's terrible defeat in the Crimson City. The green-haired boy is called Jimu, his trump card is a Radon, and most of his Pokemon are ground and rock type. He is a potential stock among the rookies, and he is a very powerful boy. And the boy in the hat sitting with the orange-haired girl and the squinty-eyed man, his name is Zai, and he is the rookie this time. And the red-haired boy wearing a hat over there is called Ahong. There is also the brown-haired boy named Xiaomao, and the blue-haired girl named Lily. They are both rookies of this session and have the potential to enter the knockout round and the top 16 of the competition. Chapter 532, Torchbearer. The hat boy Zai has no rules in battle and likes to adapt to circumstances. He is a very casual trainer. The red-haired boy Ahong, his Pokemon are basically unevolved, so there is no need to worry about him in the group stage. The brown-haired boy Xiao Mao is the grandson of Professor Oak. He is a potential stock among these rookies. I don't need to introduce how famous Professor Oak is. You know. The blue-haired girl Lily is also a potential stock among these rookies. The ace is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is very powerful. You will know when you meet him. In addition to these trainers, there are 2 rookies. Unlike the potential stock rookies just now, they are all hot favorites to win the championship. They are: the Shen Gym leader, a disciple of the 4 heavenly kings Kikyuko, is called Xiao Qian, and her trump card is a Jengar. I really don't know why these gym leaders' disciples are competing in the quartz tournament. They come here to bully us civilian trainers. The other one is a disciple of the 4 heavenly kings Hiba. I heard that Hiba's recently accepted disciple is called Xiaoying. Her trump card is a mosquito-repellent frog. I just saw that mosquito-repellent frog yesterday. It has strong explosive power and is an explosive player. Ahem, Yu Hai heard these names. Except for Haixiang, Yusheng, Yoshiki, Lily, and Hero, the rest of the popular players are basically old acquaintances. Now there will be excitement to watch. However, Xiaoying actually became Hiba's disciple. Isn't this a big change? He remembered that he had just met Ziba and Xiaoying a few days ago. He didn't expect to become Ziba's disciple. He could ask him when he had time. Speaking of the mosquito-repellent frog, don't you also have a mosquito-repellent frog? Xiao Ming thought about it, and suddenly realized, and whispered, these popular players, veterans, rookies, and potential stocks of the Ace Elves, you seem to have every one, and they are all very strong. In this way, you, who are not well known, are the biggest dark horse of this quartz conference. Well, you can't say that, aren't you also a dark horse? There will be no problem in rushing into the knockout stage. Yu Hai was a little embarrassed when Xiao Ming stared at him. His family knows his own business. Use auxiliary elves to play in the group stage and barely squeeze into the knockout stage. It doesn't matter how dazzling it is, as long as it's not too outstanding. Hey, my trump card is Sand Slash, but it was still killed by your Crab Claw. What's more, Crab Claw is not your trump card. Maybe it will be the favorite to win the championship. Xiao Ming smiled awkwardly. He had fought a battle with Yu Hai in Yuejian Mountain. He knew how strong Yu Hai was. He had at least 8 senior-level Pokémon. He couldn't see the frog. It didn't perform well in that battle. It was basically supporting the battle. The owl should be a supporting Pokémon, but it should not be underestimated. It was also supporting the battle. Needless to say, Crab Claw is a frontline meat shield for charging. The huge crab shell and big crab claws can't break the defense at all. A random hit will shake the ground. There is also the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which has stronger defense than the crab claw. It is a large tonnage high burst Pokémon. There is also Fortos, whose defense is stronger than that of Tyrannosaurus Rex. He also wants a Fortos with different color and fire resistance. Scyther showed great speed in that battle. The scythe passed by like mowing the grass, and the harvest was not ambiguous at all. And the huge Gyarados could actually fire a continuous destructive death beam without being in a stiff state. Each one was more terrifying than the other. And the Agile Bug, a Pokémon he had never seen before. He could describe this Pokémon in one word: fast, very fast. It could leave an afterimage as soon as it started running. This was a speed that many Pokémons did not have. With so many powerful Pokémons, it would be difficult not to win the championship. It would be easy to defeat him. The reason why he wanted the other party to defeat him in the Quartz Conference was nothing more than to find a way out for his ridiculous self-esteem. It was not shameful to work under the other party even though he was not as skilled as the other party. Okay, after lunch, find a place to get some fresh air and let your Radon teach Foritos the round move. After lunch, Yu Hai left the cafeteria, and Xiao Ming followed closely behind him and left the cafeteria. Yu Hai didn't know that after he left, he looked away from him. While he was observing others, others were also observing him. Xiaozai and Xiaoxia, who were with Xiao Gang, were whispering about him during lunch. Xiaozai, your opponents this time are all very strong, especially that person. I have heard from my father that he is as strong as my father's onyx. It is difficult for you to see the hope of winning. Who cares? I don't know if the mysterious trainer that night was him, Xiaozai muttered. He didn't care, but he was under great pressure. After all, he had seen how powerful Yu Hai was. Whether it was the battle in the reservoir, where Xiao Mao was pressed without any ability to fight back, or leading Miss Joy to escape the pursuit of the king, and finally daring to attack the king directly, it can reflect the strength of Yu Hai at this stage. Haha, someone doesn't care, but he must be very nervous, Xiaoxia was a little gloating. After all, she was not facing such a strong enemy, so she didn't have any psychological pressure. Damn you, Xiaoxia, which side are you on? Xiaozai was angry. They had been traveling together for so long, how could Xiaoxia help an outsider? He was a little angry. Okay, you two should stop arguing, and pay attention to the occasion. Xiao Gang helplessly held his forehead and quickly raised his hand to push the two away. If they continued to argue, others would be in trouble. Look over here. With Xiaogang's persuasion, Xiaozai and Xiaoxia stopped fighting and returned to their seats to eat lunch. Xiaozai went back to eat quietly and glanced at Xiao Mao, who was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. He didn't look nervous at all. In fact, Xiaozai was wrong. Xiao Mao seemed to be indifferent. His attention was always on Yukai. He had been paying attention to Yukai since Yukai entered the cafeteria. He had been collecting information about Yukai and basically read all of Yukai's gym challenge records. With his grandfather's relationship, it was easy for him to collect some information about his opponents. Since he suffered two terrible defeats at the hands of Yukai, he had regarded Yukai as an imaginary enemy on the road to becoming a trainer. He didn't take other people seriously, including the favorite to win the championship, Reiji. In addition to Xiaozai and Xiao Mao, the only trainers who were still discussing Yukai were the two brothers Reiji and Shinji, who knew Yukai. Brother, he's here. Shinji glanced at the departing Yukai. This man had defeated his elder brother miserably, and he didn't know if his elder brother could defeat him in the competition. In order to defeat him, they didn't even go to the destination of this trip, the God-era Battle Pyramid, and came to the Quartz Conference to fight back against the defeat in Asakusa City. I will do my best to defeat him. Shinji saw the departing Yukai. He found that he had a ridiculous bond with the elves because of an opponent, and what was even more ridiculous was that he would actually lose to a bond that he didn't value. In fact, it wasn't that he had a bond with the elves, but that he had always had a bond with the elves, but he had never noticed it before. He thought the elves were so powerful because of his special training and orders. It was not until the last disastrous defeat that he realized that he had a bond with the Pokémons, and he would also shout at the Pokémons to hold on and cheer up, and other passionate and second-year shouts. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the fact. However, in this way, his personality in front of his younger brother Shinji could not hold up. Is the bond really that strong? He didn't believe that his powerful Pokémons would lose to such a ridiculous thing as bond again, unless they were defeated by the opponent again, which was impossible. Their strength could not lose to bond. His quasi-god Sharp-Tooth Land Shark had evolved and could not lose again. After leaving the cafeteria, Yu Hai and Xiao Ming came to the open space near the forest. It was far away from the commercial street and residential area. Basically, no one came here. Only trainers who needed to prepare for the competition would come. When he came here, Yu Hai released the Swiftworm and Forettos, and asked Forettos to learn to become round with Xiao Ming's Rumble Stone, and the Swiftworm to learn to pray for rain with the Swan. The rest of the Pokémons were busy with their own training, either practicing or training the proficiency of the moves. Xiao Ming did the same thing and released all the elves. In addition to the 6 main elves, Xiao Ming also had several elves for auxiliary training, such as Beedrill, Rattata, Pidgeot and other common elves. In Xiao Ming's words, these elves can be released at any time and have no value in cultivation. He will only give them food and will not spend much time on them. Yu Hai did not say anything about this. After all, they were not his elves. They had their own way of doing things and he could not interfere with them. After he let the elves train, he lay on the grass, with his hands on the back of his head, looking at the white clouds in the sky floating over his head. Xiao Ming lay next to him. The elves were already proficient in training and did not need their supervision. At this time, he also had time to relax. The torch relay is being carried out at the quartz stadium. I heard that it is the flame that never goes out on the flame bird. Do you want to watch it? No, Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he would not go. He had seen the torchbearers in his previous life too many times at the Olympics and they were a little boring. Even if it is the holy flame relay in the elf world, it is probably meaningless. After all, it is just a bunch of Molter's flames, not Molter's itself. What is there to see? What a pity, I haven't seen it yet. Xiao Ming wanted to see the holy flame relay. After all, it was his first time to attend the quartz conference. It's up to you. Leave the rumble stone. I'll help you watch it and return it to you at night. Yu Hai picked up the stone and threw it into the lake. As the stone fell into the lake, the ripples splashed were like his mood. Although there were ups and downs, the lake surface was generally calm and unmoved by the outside world. The two chatted awkwardly for more than an hour. Xiao Ming took back the elves and left, leaving only the rumble stone to Yu Hai to teach Fortos how to turn into a circle. Yu Hai didn't care about Xiao Ming's departure. The elves were still training. When he was bored, he would take out his little notebook and make tactical plans for the elves. What tactics to use in the battle must be planned one by one. For example, Scyther's critical strike flow, Han-Han's rock armor burst flow, Gyarados' dirty routines and other tactics. He has to know them all in his mind. For different opponents, he will use different tactics. Each Pokémon has more than one set of tactics, but several sets of tactics. Each Pokémon has at least 3 sets of tactics. He will also simulate the battle and go through the tactics in his mind. If there is anything wrong with the tactics or something needs to be improved, he will simulate it again. If there is Darkray's Nightmare World, it will be much simpler. It doesn't matter if Darkray is not here. He has many Pokémon's characteristics and moves in his mind. He has played them in games in his previous life. Even if there are some mistakes, he can make up for them at any time. While he was arranging the tactics, Xiao Ming had already arrived on the road of the Olympic Flame Relay. Zai Zai, like in the animation, forced the torchbearers and vehicles that were relaying the Olympic flame to stop. He wanted to be the torchbearer of this quartz conference and ran on the road to the quartz stadium. The road there were welcoming crowds on both sides. If nothing unexpected happens, the rocket trio will come to make trouble and stop Zai Zai on his way to the quartz stadium, trying to snatch the holy flame from Zai Zai's hand. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to go. Although the holy flame can be passed to the quartz stadium in the end, the process will definitely be messed up by the rocket trio, so he is too lazy to go. It was not until the evening that he took back the Pokémons and returned to the big cafeteria in the contestant village, where he met Xiao Ming. The two talked on the phone and will meet here. After meeting Xiao Ming, he returned the rumble stone to Xiao Ming. After dinner, they went back to their rooms. After returning to the room, he released the Pokémons to eat dinner. The frogs had already eaten by the lake, so there was no need to release them again. Let the Pokémons eat dinner by themselves, and he went to the bathroom to take a shower first. He felt much fresher after taking a shower. At this time, the sun had completely set, and he should rest. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. They need to get up at 8 o'clock to draw lots to decide their first competition venue, which branch venue, how many games, and who their first opponent will be. If tomorrow is not the first game, he still has time to send a few Butterfree over. If it is the first game, use Niunia first. Kentaro. Attribute, General. Gender, Male. Potential, 48%. Level, 36.21%. Characteristics, Intimidation/22.12%. Mastering the moves. The Elite Nyunyu at level 36 is enough to deal with the initial group stage, and it has the Intimidation characteristic, which is a good characteristic for the baby cup. Don't underestimate Nyunyu. Although Nyunyu cannot evolve, its racial value is also 490 points. This racial value is not low, and it belongs to the first echelon below 500 racial values. And I haven't learned the round transformation of Foretos and the rain-seeking of Agile Bug. I can only see if I can learn it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you haven't learned it. It's best to learn it, and you can have more means to deal with it. After closing the Nyunyu panel, Yu Hai prepared to go to bed, but he saw Xiao Ji walking on the night road through the window. Why is this kid not sleeping at night and running out? Is he too nervous? By the lake, Xiao Ji kicked the stones boredly, still thinking about tomorrow's competition, and couldn't sleep. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Ji heard footsteps, turned around and saw someone coming, and heard the other party calling him. Xiao Ji. Yu Hai also came to the lake and greeted Xiao Ji. Brother Hai? You can't sleep either. Xiao Ji thought Yu Hai couldn't sleep either, and he felt much better. It turned out that it was not just him who couldn't sleep, but everyone couldn't sleep. Haha, that's not the case. I saw you didn't sleep at night, so I came to take a look. Yu Hai laughed and laughed. How could he not sleep? The goal of becoming the champion no longer existed, and he was no longer under psychological pressure. He could leave the Xiagan gym at any time, so how could he not sleep? Oh, Xiaozai was not in a good mood. Seeing that Yu Hai was not unable to sleep, he sat alone by the lake and threw stones into the lake. Why? This is not like you. Yu Hai was quite curious about what had stimulated Xiaozai. How could a normally carefree boy become so fussy? No, nothing. Xiaozai thought of what Xiao Mao said to him today. Xiao Mao, the real battle starts with understanding the enemy. However, even if you collect intelligence about the opponent, I think it will be difficult for you to win, ha ha ha. Yu Hai didn't know what Xiaozai had encountered, but patted Xiaozai's shoulder and went back to sleep. Why think so much? The elves are your partners who work hard with you. Don't take winning or losing too seriously. You must understand your partner's intentions. They are fighting for you. Go to bed early, otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Understand your partner's intentions. Xiaozai muttered to himself. When he came to his senses, Gang opened his mouth and shouted, "Brother Hai!" Only then did he realize that Yu Hai had left, leaving only a back figure gradually disappearing in the night. Understand your partner's intentions. Xiaozai muttered this sentence in a low voice, returned to the room, and sat on the bed but still couldn't fall asleep. Xiaozai. Xiao Gang saw Xiaozai coming back and sat on the bed in a daze, and couldn't help but reach out and shake Xiaozai. Ah? What's wrong? Xiaozai was woken up and was still a little confused. Go to bed early, there is a game tomorrow. Xiao Gang rubbed his eye mucus. Xiaozai, this troublesome kid, still needs him to remind such an important thing. Nothing, I just can't figure out something. Xiaozai shook his head, still wondering what Yu Hai said just now. What can't you figure out? Xiao Gang asked Xiaozai curiously. He said that winning or losing is not important. Trainers must understand the intentions of their partners. The elves are fighting for me. This? There is a sense of vicissitudes, which is very similar to my mood of training elves. Who said this? Who is he? Snoring, snore. Xiao Gang wanted to ask Xiaozai again, but when he looked down, he found that Xiaozai actually fell asleep. This kid can finally have a good rest. Xiao Gang yawned, covered Xiaozai with a quilt, and climbed into bed to continue sleeping. It's not too late to ask tomorrow. Chapter 533, Opening Ceremony. Go to Kanto the 52nd day of the region, sunny. Bang, 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 bang. With the sound of the salute, Pidgeot was released, and the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference finally began. I don't know how many people couldn't sleep last night, anyway, the heartless Yu Hai was not one of them. With the speech of the host, the atmosphere of the opening ceremony also reached a climax. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference has officially begun. Excellent trainers and your Pokémon, please use your tricks and strength together to decide the champion of the competition at the Quartz Conference. You get not only the reputation of a trainer, but also a test that you must pass before becoming a master trainer. Now please invite the excellent trainers to enter. Each of them is a master who has obtained more than 8 badges. Please look at the torchbearer who is running over. He will pass the column composed of hundreds of contestants. The torchbearer is heading towards the holy flame. At this point in the opening ceremony, the rocket trio inevitably appeared again. I really don't know if these guys will really not go to jail for such nonsense. Or is it because there are too many lice on the body and you are not afraid of itching? Anyway, Yu Hai didn't understand, but he was shocked. The rocket trio started to fight for the holy flame again, but was finally defeated by the holy flame. The holy flame returned to the holy flame platform, and the opening ceremony continued. The host introduced President Damaranch to everyone. President Damaranch, who was sitting in the audience, came to the front of the stage and had an opening speech to give. The Quartz Conference is a place for trainers who truly love Pokémon to learn from each other and fight. The holy flame, the flame of Moltres, protects us. Dear trainers, please fight an upright battle without regrets. Hwa wah wah, hwa wah. With the deafening cheers and applause in the venue, the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference ended, and the competition was about to begin. The trainers left the venue one after another. Those who had drawn lots would go to the sub-venues to compete. Trainers who had not drawn lots would go to the draw venue to decide their venues and opponents. Yu Hai also wanted to draw lots, but he walked from the audience seats. He did not enter the venue below, but sat in the audience seats to watch the opening ceremony. This opening ceremony is not bad, Ibrahimovic. Yu Hai gently patted Ibrahimovic on his shoulder. After watching the opening ceremony with Ibrahimovic, he would draw lots to decide the venue. Are you a Hai? Xiao Gang suddenly noticed Yu Hai, who stood up and sat in the seat below them. Yo! It's Xiao Gang! Yu Hai heard someone calling him and turned around to greet Xiao Gang, who stood up. Hi? Aren't you a contestant? You didn't go to the venue below. Xiao Xia was surprised and wondered why Yu Hai, as a contestant, did not enter the venue like Xiao Ji and the others. That's just a formality. It doesn't matter whether you go or not. I prefer to watch them enter. Yu Hai didn't want to enter now. Hundreds of people were crowded together, and it was in the center of the venue. It was so sunny, it was unnecessary. The audience seats are much cooler, and you can buy cold drinks to quench your thirst. The Rockets trio will make extra money during the competition. Thank you for enlightening Zai last night, otherwise Zai would not know when he would go to bed. Xiao Gang saw that it was really Yu Hai, and hurriedly thanked Yu Hai on behalf of Zai. This morning, he asked Zai who said those words last night, and he didn't expect it to be an acquaintance. I really don't know why the other person looks like an adult when he is about the same age as me. Is it his illusion? Haha, it's all trivial. I'm going to draw lots. We'll meet again when we have time. Yu Hai waved his hand and left the audience seats. He didn't care about this matter. After all, he also watched Zai grow up since he was a child, so he just said a few more words. Xiao Gang, what did he say last night? Zioxia didn't understand what the two men were talking about, and she was very curious. It's Xiao Gang didn't have time to explain before he saw Zai coming up from the venue and shouting in the audience seats. Gang, Misty, let's go, we're going to draw lots. Let's go draw lots first, and talk while we walk. Gang looked at Misty and smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could say to Satoshi, who was impatient. In fact, sometimes Yu Hai also wanted to complain. Gang couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman, but he didn't react when he saw Misty. Could it be that he was immune to it? Misty, a flat girl, couldn't arouse Gang's admiration. Gang might only like those mature and intellectual big sisters. At the lottery venue, Yu Hai was listening to the female receptionist explaining the lottery rules of the Quartz Conference. Trainer, please show your Pokemon illustrated book and 8 badges for registration. Here, Yu Hai took out the badge and illustrated book again, and the female receptionist returned them to him after registration. Trainer Yu Hai from the Orange Islands, according to your requirements, has been entered into the system for you. You can press this button to draw your competition venue, match number, and opponent. 2 players in the same venue and match number will be opponents. Understood. Yu Hai raised his hand and pressed the red button on the counter, and then pressed the red button again. After the cursor on the screen stopped, his first group match, the first match venue, and the first opponent would appear. Beep, beep, beep. As the cursor stopped, Yu Hai also saw the group match venue to be played, which was the grass field, the 5th match, and the time was around 11 AM. The game time will be adjusted in real time on site according to the end time of the previous group match. Each branch venue will only hold 15 group matches per day, and the game will end after the game. Any group match can take half an hour at the fastest and an hour at the slowest. Trainers who are unlucky and ranked behind may have to play in the evening. After confirming the venue and the match, he looked at the headshot on the screen again. That was his opponent. EV suddenly became excited when he saw the opponent's headshot on the screen, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. EV, do you know this person? Yu Hai gently stroked EV to calm his restless emotions. But EV kept calling out to Yu Hai, and he was very excited. This. Yu Hai could only understand, but he didn't understand what meant. It was a pity that Darkrai was not there, otherwise he could ask Darkrai to translate what EV was calling. Just when Yu Hai was at a loss, the 2-legged Meowth suddenly jumped onto the counter and shook his head and said, I see, I see. Meowth, what is EV saying? Yu Hai saw the rocket Meowth as if he had seen a savior, and hurriedly asked Meowth what EV was calling. EV said that this human was the trainer who abandoned it, and it wanted to play in the game and defeat this hateful human who abandoned it. So it was him. Yu Hai remembered the rainy night in Stone Town, when the other party abandoned EV and left with a Vaporeon, but he didn't see his specific appearance clearly, and now he saw what the other party looked like. This person had no features on his face, with black hair and black eyes like him, and looked ordinary. He had no impression of this stranger, who should be an unfamiliar passerby trainer, and not a character in the animation. Eevee rubbed Yu Hai, it must go on the field to defeat this unfaithful man to prove that it is the most powerful, it is the other party who is not good, not it. Ibrahimovic, I'll let you play, let's beat him together. Yu Hai smiled and rubbed the little Ibrahimovic's head. This little guy is still easy to coax. Ibrahimovic heard that he could play, and rubbed Yu Hai excitedly, almost rubbing static electricity. Yu Hai, who was electrocuted, quickly pulled Ibrahimovic off his face and said to the rocket's Meowth, Meowth, why don't you hang out with me, I still need a Pokemon translator. Damn it, how can a person like you poach people? Don't think that just a bowl of instant noodles will make Meowth follow you. Just when Yu Hai invited Meowth, Musashi came over and took away the crying Meowth. Meowth seemed to have missed many instant noodles and was crying because she couldn't eat instant noodles. Sorry, Mr. Aha, we should go. Kojiro was still polite, not as rude as Musashi, and came to apologize, and then quickly slipped away, because there was a dog chasing them. It was Juncha's dog. After watching the three funny guys go away, Yu Hai sighed helplessly and went to the player lounge to wait for his game to start. He just arrived at the player lounge and met Xiao Ming again. What a coincidence! Are you also in the grass court? Yu Hai sat next to Xiao Ming and asked curiously about his match. Yes, I'm in the third match. Xiao Ming looked at the big screen, which showed the matches of several other venues. The matches of the grass court can be seen directly from the balcony of the lounge. I'm in the 5th match, Yu Hai looked at the match list on the screen. The 2 players who were playing the first match had their names displayed in red, the players in the second match were displayed in yellow, and the players after the third match were all in green. It was still early for him to go on the field. He looked at his opponent, the boy who abandoned EV, and asked Xiao Ming, "Do you have any information about my opponent?" "Him? I have information. I collected it casually at the beginning. He is not a powerful trainer. Most of his Pokémon are at the elite level, and they are all Pokémon evolved with evolution stones. His most famous Pokémon are 3 EVs, namely Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon." "Wait, I want to look through the notebook." Xiao Ming took out the small notebook, turned out the boy's information, and continued, "He lives in Stone Town. I heard that there are a lot of evolution stones there. No wonder the Pokémon he cultivates are all Pokémon evolved with evolution stones. Only elite level." Yu Hai heard that he was only at elite level, and he felt that this was safe, but EV was only in his 20s, and the opponent's main force was at least in his 30s. EV couldn't beat him at all. If it was just a battle, EV could barely win with all his strength. If he wanted EV to win 3 games in a row, he needed to play some dirty tricks to create favorable conditions for EV to win 3 games in a row. After making up his mind, he knew how to make EV vent his anger in this group match. This match would help him and EV to develop intimacy and evolve into a moon elf as soon as possible. As the matches went by, Yu Hai also came to the balcony to watch Xiao Ming's match. As a senior trainer, Xiao Ming easily defeated the elite trainer. In the group match, it is basically impossible for senior trainers to meet evenly matched opponents, except for the chickens fighting each other. If you say that the Quartz Conference is fair, he believes it, but if you say that there is no backdoor in the arrangement of the players, he doesn't believe it. Those who know about this kind of thing know it, and he doesn't need to say more. For the fun and excitement of the competition, the organizers also have their own little thoughts. If 2 senior players are eliminated in the group match, it will be a huge loss for the organizers, and the elimination match will lose many exciting games. So it is in the interests of the organizers to let the elite players meet each other in the group match. As Xiao Ming easily defeated his opponent, the cheers died down, and then 4 group matches, and then the 5th group match. Yu Hai is the contestant of the 5th group match in the grass field. He did not send Butterfree over. It was enough to use EV and Kentaro in the first group match. He was confident that he could win this group match. After saying hello to Xiao Ming, he went to the competition venue. This was his first time to participate in such a large-scale competition. Standing at the entrance of the player channel and taking a few deep breaths, he took EV out of the player channel. Facing the scorching sun and the cheers from the audience, he went straight to the battle stage and waited for the referee's arrangement. Since the first day was the first appearance, the audience had no impression of the trainer, and the cheers from the audience were often just for fun, and the sound was also very chaotic. When the audience has their favorite trainer in the later stage of the game, they will cheer for their favorite trainer. The group match is a warm-up match for the audience to get familiar with the players. The 5th group match of the grass field has finally begun. The contestant on the green side is Yukai from the Orange Islands, and the contestant on the red side is Kamita from Stone Town. The Pokémon used by Kamita are all Pokémon evolved from evolution stones, which is Kamita's characteristic. Yukai on the green side is a trainer from the distant southern islands. What kind of exciting game will these 2 contestants from different regions bring us? Please stay tuned. With a few words from the host, the atmosphere on the scene was completely heated up. Even Yukai felt that this host was the atmosphere group specially arranged by the organizer. He no longer cared about these things. As the referee waved the red and green flags, the game was about to begin. There are only 3 Pokémons in use, and the 5th match of the grass field officially begins. Ding ding! After 2 clang-dang sounds, Yukai and Kamita, who heard the clang-dang sounds, must release their starting Pokémons at the first opportunity and attack at the same time. Go, Vaporeon! Go, Foretos! It appears both contestants have sent out starting Pokemons, and Kamita sent out Vaporeon. Hey, did Kamita make a mistake because he was too nervous? Yukai is a trainer from the Southern Islands. Even if he wants to test Yukai's starting Pokemon, he should send out the electric Pokemon Jolteon as the starting Pokemon. However, Yukai's starting Pokemon is Foretos, and he did not send out a water Pokemon to fight as Kamita wished. No matter who Kamita sends out for the first match, he will make a mistake in prediction. How will Kamita save the unfavorable situation in the first match next? Chapter 534, Red Card Warning. Good fellow, Yu-Hai felt that the host was talking too much, he was such a big mouth, saying everything. Ahem, Kamita saw the Steel-type and Bug-type Foretos, awkwardly took out the Pokeball and took back the Vaporeon. The host was right, he did take the wrong one, this kind of low-level mistake should not have happened, he just wanted to temporarily change to Jolteon because he heard the host talking about Yu-Hai's origin, but unfortunately he remembered the wrong order of the Pokeball. In fact, even if he took it right, Jolteon would not have an advantage against Foretos. He quickly took back the Vaporeon, used the opportunity to exchange Pokemons, took out another Pokeball and threw it out. Go, Flareon! Kamita chose to change his Pokemon to reverse the unfavorable situation in the first battle. How will Yukai respond next? Fritos, Poison Spikes. Yukai didn't change his Pokemon, but chose to use Poison Spikes, using Poison Spikes in front of Flareon. The host was so excited that he even shouted out this sentence with a broken voice. After all, everyone knows that Fritos is 4 times weak to fire, but Yukai didn't change his Pokemon. The next battle can be imagined. Ha, you are very brave. You actually use Fritos to face my Flareon, Kamita sneered and shouted to Flareon, Jet Flame. Hearing Jet Flame, Flareon immediately opened his mouth and sprayed a large ball of flames, heading straight for Fritos floating in the air. But Yukai didn't let Fritos dodge, but let Fritos continue to use Poison Spikes. Fritos spun his body, and countless purple sharp spikes fell on the grass and disappeared into the grass leaves. Until 2 layers of poison spikes fall on every corner of the battlefield, the opponent's Flareon on the battlefield, or the Pokemon that is exchanged, will instantly fall into the poisonous state. In the poisonous state, the Pokemon in the poisonous state will lose 1/16 of the maximum stamina at the end of the round. The initial damage value is 1/16, and each damage caused by the poison will increase the count by 1, with a maximum of 15/16. The damage count is reset after exchanging Pokemons. In other words, 1/16 of the stamina is deducted for the first time, 2/16 for the second time, 3/16 for the third time, and so on, until 15/16. But before that step, the opponent's Pokemon will be poisoned and lose its combat ability. Hehe, what's the use of Poison Spikes? It's still burned by the Jet Flames. As long as the Jet Flames are used once, your Foretos will be out. However, something surprising happened. Flareon, after the fire was sprayed out, the black shell of Foretos turned and revealed 2 black eyes. It was not hurt at all. How is it possible? Foretos is fine? Foretos has withstood the high temperature of the Jet Flame. The 4-fold restraint of Jet Flame has no effect. The host stood up excitedly and grabbed the microphone and yelled in disbelief. The unresponsive Foretos completely overturned his cognition. Yu-Hai's Foretos is not afraid of fire. It is not afraid of fire. Did everyone see it? The shell of this Foretos is black, and its size is also unusual. It is twice as large as the ordinary Foretos. This may be the reason why it is not afraid of fire. Good guy, do you have to be so direct? This has become the focus of everyone. Yu-Hai helplessly held his forehead. He really didn't want to be famous, but the elves were too distinctive. On the contrary, Kamita's face was very ugly. If the Jet Flame was useless, how could he defeat this Foretos, and his Flareon was poisoned? If he continued to delay, his Flareon would only be poisoned more and more until he lost his ability to fight. He had to find a way to clear the poison spikes on the ground. There are many ways to remove the poison spikes, such as using poison-type Pokémon, or high-speed spin to clear the field, and you can also use fog removal or big sweep to remove the poison spikes. Go, Gemstar! Kamita took back Flareon, released Gemstar, and shouted to Gemstar, high-speed spin. Haha, Gemstar was poisoned by the poison spikes as soon as it came out, and fell into a highly poisonous state, so it used high-speed spin to keep circling on the grass and sweep away the poison spikes on the grass. But just as Gemstar swept away the poison spikes, the ground was covered with poison spikes again. It was Foritos who was spreading poison spikes. Gemstar cleared the spikes, Foritos spread the spikes, and the main strategy was that I would spread as many poison spikes as you cleared. Adding to the poisoned state of Gemstar, Gemstar could not outlast Foritos at all, and finally, due to lack of physical strength, it completely wilted. Come back, Starfish! Kamita took back Starfish, and this was also the last time he changed Pokémon. The first time he took back Vaporeon, the second time he took back Flareon, and now he took back Starfish again, which was the third time. He had lost the chance to change Pokémon, and the 3 chances to change Pokémon were all used up. At this time, on the big screen in the venue, the Pokémon icons of Kamita's 3 Pokémons were lit up, namely Vaporeon, Flareon, and Starfish. On Yukai's side, only one pattern was lit up, that was Foritos. Go, Vaporeon, use Raindrop. The third time he changed Pokémon, Kamita left the last chance to Vaporeon and directly let Vaporeon use Raindrop. The opponent should have discovered that Vaporeon would not fall into an abnormal state in the rainy day, so he let Vaporeon use Raindrop. This is Vaporeon with hidden characteristics. In fact, it is not that Vaporeon will not fall into an abnormal state, but Vaporeon's hidden characteristic, moist body. In rainy days, moist body can remove abnormal states. As long as it is still raining, Vaporeon will not fall into abnormal states. For Kamita's way of breaking poison spikes, Yukai laughed and shouted to Foritos, ground spikes. Damn, why are you so dirty? Kamita was completely broken after hearing the ground spikes. He didn't expect that the opponent would put up ground spikes again just after removing the poison spikes. Then as long as he changes the Pokémon will be damaged. 1 layer of ground spikes is 1/8 of the maximum damage, 2 layers are 1/6 of the maximum damage, and 3 layers are 1/4 of the maximum damage. The damage will also be adjusted due to the attribute restraint of the ground system. If it is double restrained by the ground system, 3 layers of ground spikes will deduct double the physical strength, that is, 2/4. In other words, as long as Kamita's Pokémon is on the field, it will be restrained by the ground system, and 2/4 of the physical strength will be deducted instantly, leaving 2/4. Break the defense, I want to help Eevee get revenge. Yuhai smiled and touched the Eevee on his shoulder. It was almost time for Eevee to go on the field to harvest. Fritos, lighten your body, hit it with the Gyro Ball. This was the first time Yuhai used an attack command, just to force the opponent to take back Vaporeon. No, Fritos is coming, Vaporeon, get out of the way. It was another universal dodge move, and Vaporeon really dodged it, but it could only dodge for a while. How could it dodge forever? Until Vaporeon was knocked to the ground, the rain stopped, and the poison spikes fell around Vaporeon again. As soon as Vaporeon got up, he stepped on the poison spikes and fell into the poisoned state again. Damn it, Vaporeon, come back! Kamita took back the Pokémon for the 4th time, and was warned by the referee without surprise. Kamita, the red team, you've taken back a Pokémon for the 4th time. You'll be given a red card warning. If you change Pokémon without permission, you'll lose your eligibility to compete. I understand, Kamita gritted his teeth. He knew the rule, and it was a loophole. In addition to the 3 stipulated opportunities to change Pokémon, a trainer could actually get a 4th chance, but he would be warned by the referee and lose the referee's impression points. However, in order to win the game, he was willing to do anything. He didn't take a warning seriously. Kamita has been given a red card warning. Facing this Foritos, he must be under a lot of pressure, but this is not a reason for a contestant to break the rules. I hope Kamita can abide by the rules of the game. After taking back Vaporeon, Kamita took out the Pokeball again, turned a deaf ear to the host's announcement of social death, and threw out the Pokemon of the Gem Starfish Ball, and shouted to the Gem Starfish, self-regeneration, high-speed rotation. As soon as the Gem Starfish came out, it was hit by 3 layers of ground spikes and 2 layers of poison spikes, and instantly fell into a state of low health. If it did not recover its physical strength, it could not move at all. Seeing that the opponent still wanted to clear the spikes, Yu-Hai shouted directly to Foritos, high-speed rotation. High-speed rotation, clear the spikes by yourself. Kamita was a little surprised when he heard this shout, but he would not be so surprised later. Buddha, Foritos closed the black shell again and rushed towards the Gem Starfish who wanted to recover his physical strength. Seeing Foritos rushing over, the Gem Starfish could only dodge, and even self-regeneration was not used. In addition, it was poisoned again after it came out, and it was hit by Foritos, and it was difficult to get up again. Gem Starfish. Kamita shouted the name of the Gem Starfish, but the Gem Starfish did not respond. The gem on its chest was flashing, and it was obviously dying. The poison in the Gem Starfish attacked again, and it twitched and lit up with a purple halo. This was the symptom of a Pokemon being poisoned, and all 3 of Kamita's Pokemon were like this. As for the props carried by these 3 Pokemon, they were of no help at all, because Kamita brought only attack props, and there was only one antidote fruit in the tree fruit, which he had already let the Pokemon use. Among the 3 Pokemon, only the characteristics of Vaporeon have some effect on detoxification, and the characteristics of the other 2 Pokemon have nothing to do with detoxification. Kamita is at the end of his rope, and now he is just waiting for how to lose and who to lose to. The opponent has completely lost the chance to turn the tables, and it is the chance for Eevee to play. Seeing this opportunity, Yu-Hai took out the Pokeball to take back Flitos, and shook his shoulder to Eevee on his shoulder. Eevee immediately understood, jumped from his shoulder to the battlefield, and prepared to start his first show. It appears Yu-Hai, with a huge advantage, removed the poison spikes and ground spikes on the field, replaced Fortos, and sent out the second Pokemon, which is Eevee. Eevee? You actually used Eevee? Kamita was delighted when he saw Eevee on the field. He was miserable with the opponent's spike routine. Since the opponent changed Pokemon and cleared the spikes himself, he shouted to Starfish, use self-regeneration. Haha, Starfish was about to use self-regeneration when a white stream of light rushed over quickly and hit Starfish's gem, directly knocking Starfish out. Yee, after Eevee knocked Starfish away, he also used sand throwing on the trainer, making Kamita's mouth full of weeds. Red card warning once, Yu-Hai, the participating Pokemons on the field cannot use moves against the participating Pokemons. Oh my, what's going on? Yu-Hai has also been given a red card warning. I hope both players can abide by the rules of the game and successfully complete this wonderful game. Eevee. Yu-Hai scratched his head awkwardly. He knew that the little Eevee was very unhappy with this man, but he didn't expect that Eevee would actually attack the trainer. It was really a miscalculation. Eevee glanced at Kamita, made a face to mock Kamita, and then shook his tail and returned to Yu-Hai, indicating that he would not cause trouble for Yu-Hai again. Damn, what's wrong with you, Eevee? Why are you attacking me? Kamita raised his hand to wipe the weeds on his face and angrily scolded Yu-Hai for breaking the rules. First, you broke the rules first. Second, this Ibrahimovic looked very cute. He raised 2 fingers and looked at the other party jokingly. He did not blame Ibrahimovic, but gave a thumbs up to praise Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic, should I remember this Ibrahimovic? Kamita stared at Ibrahimovic blankly and was also confused by the question. But as he looked at it, he gradually came to his senses and found that this Ibrahimovic looked a little familiar. Ah! I remembered, it was the useless Ibrahimovic that I abandoned. Kamita was unsure at first, but Ibrahimovic's eyes were full of anger, and he never looked at him straight, so he realized that it was the Ibrahimovic that was abandoned in Stone Town. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Kmita to have such a past, abandoning his opponent's Ibrahimovic, and after Ibrahimovic was conquered by his opponent, he met Ibrahimovic again on the field. It was really a bad fate, but abandoning Pokemon is wrong. I hope Kmita won't abandon them for the second time. Damn it, how did the host hear it? Kmita looked around and saw that there was an earphone on the referee's collar, and there were also radio equipment around the battlefield, which would collect the sound of the game and play it from the loudspeakers in the audience. Now the whole audience knew that Kmita had abandoned Eevee, and even met Eevee on the field. Starfish was defeated by Eevee's lightning flash. It was simply a large-scale social death scene for the trainer. The other party is now a celebrity. This trainer is so bad that he actually abandoned the cute Eevee. Yes, how can a trainer who abandons Pokemon participate in the Quartz Conference? The organizer should deprive him of the qualification to participate. Too much, meow, Eevee was abandoned, you humans are so annoying, meow. Meow, how can you compare us with that guy? Yes, meow, we are not the guys who abandoned our partners, we are not that bad. Chapter 535, a series of 3. As the public opinion outside the field intensified, the host had to speak again. Ahem, please be quiet, the on-site staff has already notified Miss Juncha that Kmita will be criticized and educated after the game. Please do not interfere with the on-site game, the game continues. Damn, Kamdahi's fists hardened. Losing the game was not a big deal. Hearing the condemnation and insults from the audience was a naked shame, a shame on his way to becoming a trainer. Others who met him in the future would know that he was a trainer who abandoned Pokemons. Such trainers were at the bottom of the contempt chain among trainers. After all, even villains rarely did such things, unless they were pure villains. Go, Vaporeon, defeat it for me, Kmita gritted his teeth and threw Vaporeon's Pokeball. After the Gemstar was defeated, the Gemstar icon on the big screen had turned grey, and he only had 2 Pokemons left. Wow, Vaporeon recognized Eevee as soon as he came out. When enemies met, they were particularly jealous. Eevee's fighting style was also very aggressive. Vaporeon, pray for rain. Eevee, a flash of lightning, Uhiah would not give the other party a chance to pray for rain. Vaporeon was still in a poisoned state, and the other 3 Pokemons were all in a poisoned state. Once the other party prayed for rain to remove the poisoning state, the battle would be difficult to fight. Eevee ran fast again, with hatred, in order to avenge the water gun in the rainy night of Stone Town. Eevee ran faster than before. Before Vaporeon summoned the dark cloud, Eevee rushed to Vaporeon and knocked Vaporeon away. Vaporeon hit the wall with a bang, and a purple halo flashed on its body, which was the symptom of poisoning. Before Vaporeon could react from the symptoms of poisoning, Eevee opened his mouth again and fired shining 5-pointed stars to attack Vaporeon. Vaporeon, who was already at the end of his strength, was vulnerable under the high-speed stars and was harvested by Eevee again. The little Eevee, who won 2 games in a row, was very proud. Although most of the credit went to Foretos, it did not prevent Eevee from despising Kmita who had abandoned him. After all, the power of a partner is one's own power, and the power of a trainer is also one's own power. It wasn't that I was incompetent before, but that my partners and trainers were too bad. There are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers. This is absolutely true. Hwa wah wah, hwa wah wah. As Eevee won the second game, the audience in the audience also reached a climax, applauding and supporting Eevee. It appears Yukai defeated Kmita's 2 Pokemons with 1 Eevee. Can this Eevee defeat the third one and complete the feat of a 3 in a row? Please wait and see. Damn, is it really going to be a 3 in a row? Kmita clenched Flareon's Pokeball, threw Flareon out, and shouted to Flareon, Flameon, spray flames. Eevee, dodge with a flash of lightning. Yukai saw that the opponent's Flareon was also in a listless state. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. EV could defeat the opponent as long as he delayed time. But it was obvious that Ibrahimovic could not sit and wait for death, but wanted to take the initiative to attack. He could not spoil the fun and let Ibrahimovic avoid it. Instead, he shouted to Ibrahimovic, "Ibrahimovic, high-speed star!" Ibrahimovic dodged the flames and opened his mouth to spit out the flashing 5-pointed stars again, all hitting Flareon, who had just finished spitting fire. Thanks to Kamida's strict training, Ibrahimovic's hit rate was very high, and there was almost no possibility of missing. Just one high-speed star, Flareon was hit and gasped. Then Ibrahimovic spit out high-speed stars again, hitting Flareon, who was exhausted by poisoning, and completely defeated Flareon. Flameon has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this group match is Yukai. As the referee raised the green flag and announced that Ibrahimovic won, the fifth group match officially ended. 3 in a row, EV did it, and successfully proved to the trainer who abandoned him that he is not a useless EV. With the host's shout, the game came to an end, and Yuhai successfully advanced to the second round of the group stage. EV jumped on Yuhai's face, rubbed Yuhai's cheek and acted like a spoiled child. Yuhai took it in and helped it get revenge. It was very grateful to Yuhai, and its intimacy was rising. After praising EV a few times, they also came down from the battle stage amid everyone's cheers and walked into the player channel to exit. The fifth group match of the grass field has ended. It was a hearty revenge battle. The unknown player Yukai never brought out the third Pokemon from beginning to end. I hope that in future matches, the mystery of Yukai's third Pokemon will be revealed. Miss Junsha is already waiting in the player channel to pick up player Kamita. I hope that player Kamita can treat every Pokemon well. Good guy, this host is professional in mobilizing the atmosphere. It's just a group match, but the heat of the scene has been continuously raised, and the suspense of the subsequent matches has been left, which has increased the ratings of the grass field. In order to continue to host the event at the main venue 4 days later, this host also tried his best. After all, the number of tickets and ratings will be included in the assessment. Whoever has the highest popularity at that time will continue to host the event at the main venue. After the game, Yukai left the field, but the audience was still discussing the previous game, his fireproof photos, and the nail tactics just now. This routine is really dirty. However, experienced trainers can see the disadvantage of the spike tactic at a glance, that is, Foretos is 4 times weak to fire, unless they also have a Foretos that is not afraid of fire. Otherwise, the opponent will have a fire-type Pokemon, and he will only lose if he still uses 4 times the weak fire to scatter spikes. The fire-fearing Foretos is the disadvantage of this tactic. However, Yuhai's Foretos has been specially bred. Not only is it huge in size and light in weight, but it is also not afraid of fire. It is a reasonable and legal Foretos that uses the spike tactic while spraying flames. Xiao Mao, Xiao Shun, Hao Er, Lei Si and Shinji, who were sitting in the audience and watched the whole game of Yuhai, all felt that Yuhai's routine was dirty, forcing the opponent to break the defense and commit a foul. They all regarded Yuhai as an imaginary enemy, so they came to watch Yuhai's game. After watching the game, they were thinking, if they encountered this dirty routine, how would they deal with it? Especially the Foretos that is not afraid of fire, the black shell has a very high defense, how can they defeat this Pokemon? There was also Xiaoying who saw Yuhai's game on TV. She couldn't help but sigh that she was far behind Yuhai. Although they were both Foretos, she didn't cultivate the same effect as Yuhai. She just sprayed flames and scattered spikes. I don't know how Yuhai cultivated Foretos. Also, Xiaozai and Xiaogang who saw Yuhai's game on TV were happy for Yuhai's victory. Xiaozai also used a giant crab to kill 3 opponents in a row. Only Xiaoxia felt sick. The battlefield was full of spikes. This kind of play was too despicable. Xiao Ming also saw Yuhai's spike tactics, but was not surprised. After all, he had a Foretos, and it was a similar tactic, but his Foretos was very ordinary and not a different color. At the same time, Xiao Qian, who was in the ice field, also saw Yu Hai's dirty routines through the screen. Speaking of dirty routines, her destruction song was the dirtiest. Jengar, who used the destruction song tactic, was not affected. Last time, Yu Hai almost flipped over. Xiaobo, who was far away in Honglian Island, also watched the live broadcast of the Quartz conference in real time. He asked someone to find out Yu Hai's match schedule and watched Yu Hai's first round of the game. Xiao Ai and Xiao Ai's mother watched the game with Xiaobo. They found Xiao Ai's mother. Xiao Ai's mother's excited reaction to Xiao Ai, who was lost and found, was beyond Xiaobo and Yu Hai's expectations. Xiao Ai's mother did not doubt Xiao Ai at all. She hugged Xiao Ai tightly for several hours at that time, and held her for eating and sleeping, and was unwilling to let go. She also stayed by Xiao Ai's bed all night, watching Xiao Ai fall asleep, watching Xiao Ai sleep, and always staying by her side. Brother Hai is so powerful, he defeated this bad guy, Xiao Ai heard the host's words on TV. Kamita abandoned the little Eevee, and she also had a cute little Eevee in her arms, so she cheered for Yu Hai and let Yu Hai defeat the bad guy. Xiao Ai, is this big brother the one who saved you? Xiao Ai's mother hugged Xiao Ai lovingly. She was grateful to Yu Hai on TV, and she was also grateful to her ex-husband Dr. Fuji. Xiaobo had told her all about Xiao Ai's recovery process. If Fuji hadn't preserved Xiao Ai's memory, Xiao Ai would not have been able to revive, let alone revive the beast. She was really grateful to this young man for daring to break into the rocket team base alone, find the beast, confront it, and let it revive Xiao Ai. She had only seen such things in stories and legends, but she didn't expect it to really happen, and it happened to her own daughter. How could she not be grateful for such a magical thing? For Xiao Ai, she kicked the dog. The other party was a good person, but she wanted Xiao Ai to come back more, thinking about it day and night, so she rejected the good man. Mom, it was Brother Hai who brought me back from Dad. Xiao Ai had just arrived in the nightmare world. It was a different world, and there were many lovely friends to play with her. She was very happy during that time. Xiao Ai, let's go to watch a Hai's game, okay? Xiaobo said he wanted to go to watch the game. If Xiao Ai's mother hadn't stopped them, they would have gone there long ago. Xiao Ai's mother Ame was very sensitive about Xiao Ai, who had been lost and found again. Especially when it came to Xiao Ai, Ame wanted to avoid all dangers as long as it was related to Xiao Ai. Even the duckbill baby he gave Xiao Ai, Ame didn't let Xiao Ai get close, fearing that Xiao Ai would be burned. He didn't know whether this kind of concern was right or wrong, but Ame's nerves were very sensitive now, and he couldn't say too much. He could only let Ame slowly adapt and accept Xiao Ai as a trainer, so that she would also be able to protect herself. During this period, Xiao Ai had been in contact with training Pokemon and was ready to become a trainer, but Ame's arrival stopped their arrangement. Xiao Ai had 3 Pokemons, the 3 starter Pokemons Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur. There were also Eevee and Duckbill Baby he gave Xiao Ai, Ghastly and Dratini given by Kikyuko. There were also Pikachu and Pippi given by Yukai, a total of 9 Pokemons. For a child, 9 elves are beyond the scope of what a child can deal with, but many dangerous elves are isolated by Ame, such as Pikachu, Ghastly, Charmander and other elves. So there are not many elves around Xiaoi, and there are not many elves that can get close to Xiaoi. The one in her arms is Pippi sent by Yu Hai, Dratini sent by Kikyuko, Squirtle and Eevee. This kind of thing can only be done slowly. He will also enlighten Ame. Only by becoming a trainer can Xiaoi protect herself well. I hope time can convince Ame. Xiaoi, do you want to go to the scene to watch the game? Ame looked at her daughter. This time, she did not oppose Xiaobo's proposal. After all, he was Xiaoi's lifesaver. Xiaoi wants to watch Brother Hai's game, but Mom, Xiaoi has also felt during this period, the nervousness and care of her parents made her a little suffocated. Don't think that she doesn't understand when she is less than 10 years old. 10 years old is just the physical age. There is no concept of time when staying in the spiritual world with Mutuo. Okay, let's go tomorrow to watch this Big Brother's game. Amy saw that her daughter was a little nervous. Recalling the days and nights when she met Xiaoi, she was nervous and worried that it was just a dream. She never relaxed. Xiaobo reminded herself many times, but she didn't listen. Now seeing Xiaoi's hesitation, she also reacted and reflected on whether she was too sensitive and too afraid of losing Xiaoi again, so. Okay, when are we going? Xiaoi jumped up happily when she heard her mother agreed to watch the game, but then she thought of her mother not letting her run around, so she sat back on the ground obediently. You agreed. Xiaobo let Xiaoi watch TV alone in the room, and left the living room with Amy, not understanding the sudden change of the other party. Uncle Xia, I was too sensitive before. Xiao Ai is not as lively as before. Amy raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes. At this time, she was a little worried. She was worried that Xiao Ai would be in danger, and she was afraid that Xiao Ai would lose her lively nature. If she let go, she was afraid of losing Xiao Ai again. Don't worry, let Xiao Ai become a trainer, the elves will protect Xiao Ai. Xiaobo patted Amy, letting Amy relax. With him and Kikyuko, two kings protecting her, who dares to bully Xiao Ai? Xiao Ai's bodyguards are two king-level elves. Who dares to approach Xiao Ai who is protected by the kings? As long as you don't go to dangerous places, your safety can be guaranteed. It's a pity that Kikyuko is not here. I heard that ancient ruins were discovered in Myacha Mountain near Pallet Town. Kikyuko went there to take charge as soon as possible and found many incredible cultural relics. I don't know if Kikyuko has time to go to the Quartz Conference. Kikyuko also has a granddaughter competing in the Quartz Conference. Uncle Xia, you are right. I will fully support you. Amy finally accepted this matter and let Xiao Ai become a trainer. She knew the value of a quasi-god, and she knew the weight of Kikyuko in the alliance. With Kikyuko as her teacher, Xiaoi would definitely be safe, and there was no need to worry about her growth. Have a good rest tonight, we will set off tomorrow. Xiaobo asked Amy to accompany Xiaoi, and he turned and left. He found Xiao Feng, the son of Captain Jianyi, who was training elves in the backyard of the gym. Both mother and son were in the gym. Xiao Feng, I'm going out for a while. If there are challengers during this period, you will accept the challenge of the challenger as the acting gym leader. Gym leader Xiaobo, I know, Xiao Feng responded, and continued to train elves. Before he came to Xiaogan Gym, his father told him to listen more, do more, and talk less. He also asked him to behave well in front of Xiaobo, strive to enter the Alliance for Development, get a stable job, take good care of his mother, and his father, who often sailed and passed by Honglian Island, would come to see them often. After telling Xiao Feng to be the acting gym leader, Xiaobo left with peace of mind. This young man had the strength of a senior level, which was enough to deal with ordinary challengers. Xiaobo asked the maid to pack up. They will leave tomorrow and will take a boat directly to Tokiwa City, and then take a sightseeing bus to Quartz Plateau. They should be able to catch up with Yuhai's finals. Chapter 536, The Old Man is Very Bad. At the same time, far away in the Orange Islands, Xiaogan Gym, there are also people watching the live broadcast of the Quartz Conference. Ada has been looking forward to this Quartz Conference for a long time, and even prepared 4 TVs, just because he doesn't want to miss Yuhai's group match. Ada finally saw Yuhai's game in the group match of the grass field, and also saw the dirty routine of Fortos. He was so excited that he jumped and jumped, more excited than if he won the game himself. Sister, brother Hai won, brother Hai won. I gave you face, didn't I? It was someone else who won, not you, but you made it seem like you won. Dunmi I was very upset with her. Oh you Dowdu. It was someone else who won, so why was Ada so proud? He really wanted to go to the roof again after not playing for a day. Did he finish copying the last homework? Hee, I'm happy. Ada scratched his head awkwardly and ran away with Kame Squirtle. If he stayed, his sister would definitely take it out on him, so he didn't want to take the blame. After Ada left, he found his grandfather who was fishing in the back mountain and told him about it. Really? That kid won. Dunmi's grandfather was not surprised. With Yu Hai's strength, it was impossible for him to lose in the first round. He felt that the kid could at least make it to the knockout round, which was still very easy. With the intensity of the Quartz Conference, it was possible to compete for the championship. Why don't you go to train? You were a champion when you were my age. Grandpa Dunmi glanced at his happy grandson. His family is really getting worse and worse. You're lazy again, be careful that your dad will whip you. Hey, Grandpa, I'm going. Ada hasn't seen his father for several years. He didn't know how he got home during this period, and he felt a lot more unfamiliar. However, after being whipped a few times, he knew that the familiar father was back. His father was not unfamiliar at all. He would get angry with anyone who dared to say that he was unfamiliar. After Ada left, a sturdy middle-aged man who looked 70% similar to Grandpa Dunmi came over and also took out a fishing rod and threw it into the lake. He was also followed by a slowpoke. Grandpa Dunmi has a champion-level slowpoke, and his son also has a slowpoke. Dunmi and Ada both have slowpokes, and they are likely to evolve into slowpokes in the future. They are really slowpokes of the same lineage. People are gone but the slowpokes are still there. Grandpa, I heard from Ada that that boy is the young man you like. The middle-aged man has not been home for several years, mainly because he is with Grandpa Dunmi. Grandpa has nothing to say. If it weren't for the strict education of Grandpa Dunmi when he was a child, he would not have run away from home if he was too anxious to see his son succeed. He had returned home 3 times before. The first time was to leave his eldest daughter Dunmi, the second time was to leave his son Ada, and the third time was to bring his daughter-in-law back to see Grandpa Dunmi, and then took his children away and lived outside for a long time. Alas, my family can't be relied on, and the old man can only rely on outsiders, Grandpa Dunmi pretended to sigh. He didn't want his son to leave, and wanted his son to stay and inherit the family business. But his son was grown up and had his own life. No matter how much he said, it was useless. Don't be so evasive. Your son doesn't know you well. Middle-aged people don't buy this. This old man is so mean. He suffered a lot when he was a child. Although he has a good strength and became a top trainer under the strict education of the old man, this is not the life he wants. He wants to choose the life he wants. Hey, you little brat, Grandpa Dunmi stopped acting and explained seriously, that kid has subdued Darkrai, and he's an orphan, so he's very suitable to be recruited as a son-in-law. Orphan? And he subdued Darkrai? Is he reliable? The middle-aged man was also shocked when he heard Darkrai. After all, he was a phantom elf, so he couldn't help but take him seriously. If it wasn't for his daughter's lifelong event, he wouldn't bother to sit down and talk with the old man. In his memory, the old man was so old-fashioned that it didn't make sense at all. More reliable than you, Grandpa Dunmi said indifferently that his son was even less reliable. Anyway, he had never been reliable since he became an adult. Ahem, the middle-aged man swallowed a little after being swallowed by Grandpa Dunmi, and he also knew that the old man had high hopes for him, and it was wrong for him to run away from home quietly. If he had a second chance, he would still firmly choose the life he wanted. I don't object to this matter. I want to meet that young man before making a decision. After all, it's my precious daughter Tisk. Let my daughter be a left-behind child for so many years, let the old man raise her since she was a child, and she is a child of mine. Grandpa Dunmi squeezed his son quietly again, and was still sulking because his son ran away from home. Hey, old man, it's been so many years, can't you see it more open-mindedly? The middle-aged man sighed helplessly, and didn't want to recall the past. He was wrong about what happened back then. It's been so long, why can't he get over this hurdle? Ah, Grandpa Dunmei sighed, yeah, it's all in the past. The old guy in the Napuru gym doesn't worry about family affairs as much as the old man. That guy's grandson Ziodan is in his prime and has good strength. I heard that the son of the owner of the Liugan gym, Li Yulai, has awakened superpowers. That old man must be very happy. And the grandson of the old guy in the Yuzu gym, called II, led the team to attack the base that the rocket team had just established some time ago. He is brave and resourceful. He has confronted the black ship and the rocket team across the sea and has established a three-way confrontation on the little orange island. As for our family, hey, Dunmei is still a little bit behind. Ada has just started, and he is a playful boy. If you continue to use the strict education you gave when you were a child, you will be taught another you. The old man is tired if the younger generation does not live up to expectations. I will apply to the Alliance to cancel the gym. There are only 4 gyms in the Orange Islands. Many people are waiting for the gym to be in short supply and will rush to tear it into pieces. I understand, old man, the middle-aged man also sighed. He heard that the old man was not easy, and he also knew that the old man was playing misery, but he still didn't want to inherit the gym. Even if the gym that the old man has run for a lifetime is cancelled. Hey, he couldn't say this sentence. He finally chose to escape and smiled at Grandpa Dunmei. Old man, running a citrus business is not bad. I heard that citrus has a good sales in the Kanto area. Hey, Grandpa Dunmei did not answer. He understood his son's attitude, which was still the same as before. He had been disappointed too many times and was used to it. I will stay for a few more days, and see how strong that boy is, and whether he is worthy of my precious daughter. Seeing that the old man did not answer, the middle-aged man put down the fishing rod and stood up and said, I will wait for that boy to come back. If Yu Hai knew that he had to meet his parents, he would never come back. As for whether Dunmei was willing, it was never within Dunmei's consideration. Family marriage is so helpless. Anyway, after getting married, they can play their own games. What both families want is to integrate resources, become bigger and stronger, and create more glory. The ideas of young people are shit. If Dunmei is unwilling, just arrange a hero to save the beauty. If one hero rescues the beauty, it won't work, just come to rescue the beauty a few more times. Children nowadays are so innocent, and they will fall in love with each other after a few more times. If Yu Hai knew that he not only had to meet his parents, but also that the old man did not follow martial ethics, but also arranged a script for him, and the dowry was the entire dojo, he would just say he was crazy. The top-grade water stone is nothing in front of the gym. The old man is so mean. It's not enough to give up his granddaughter, but he even wants to sacrifice the entire gym as a dowry. I'm afraid he is crazy. If Yu Hai can't stand the sugar-coated bullets one day, don't blame him. This old man really gave too much. Yu Hai, who was still eating lunch in the cafeteria of the players' village, didn't know that an old man was preparing sugar-coated bullets. While eating lunch, he opened the panel of Little Ibrahimovic. Little Ibrahimovic performed well today, and they can train together in the future. Little Ibrahimovic, who has untied his knot, is also willing to return to the field to fight again. It is a happy thing. EV. Attribute, General. Gender, Female. Potential, 54%. Level, 28.93%. Feature, Adaptability /16.23%. Hidden feature, Danger prediction /17.13%. Mastering moves. I haven't looked at EV's panel for more than 10 days. His potential is still the same, but his level has increased by 2 levels, which is not bad. It's a pity that he can't evolve because his intimacy is not enough. I don't know when he and EV will have enough intimacy for evolution. Adaptability feature, Attribute consistency bonus feature, the increase in the power of attack moves will be increased from the original 1.5 times to 2 times. EV also raised his attack because of this feature, and finally defeated Kamida's 3 Pokémons in a row, which was a big leak. When EV evolves into Moon EV, it loses its adaptability and danger perception characteristics, but EV inherits its mother Absol's danger perception and is very sensitive to danger. After EV evolves, it will have synchronization, mental power, and instinctive perception of danger, which are 3 characteristics, which are still very good. The remaining moves are nothing to see. They are still the same moves as before, and the proficiency has not increased much. There is only one more ground-type move, Sand Throw, which is the move to attack Kamita. He is very satisfied with this EV. Kamita has helped him complete the initial training, and he can start advanced training right away. But he can't be impatient now. He will wait for EV to evolve. There are no moves to train now. At most, he will continue to improve his move accuracy and run to exercise his physical strength. After closing EV's panel and having lunch, he came to the lake yesterday and released Xiao Ming's Rumble Stone to continue to let Foretos and Agile Bug learn new moves. I don't know what Xiao Ming is going to do. After giving him the Rumble Stone, he might go to watch the game. He was also happy to be free, and continued to lie on the grass with EV, enjoying this pleasant afternoon. There is nothing interesting to watch the opponent's game now. After all, no one will show their true skills in the group stage. Wait until the end of the group stage, it will be the time for the masters to show off. Then, watching the opponent's game, you can also know everything. However, tomorrow I have to teleport other little guys over, and I have to introduce everyone to each other. Just thinking about it makes me feel heavy. In this way, Yu Hai lay on the grass with EV for a whole afternoon. Except for Agile Bug and Fortos, he let other Pokemon rest and relax. There is no point in training now. The most important thing is to keep their spirits. Han Han and others did not train, and relaxed together on the grass. But Mosquito and Scyther only reduced the intensity of training, and did not stop training. Seeing these battle maniacs like this, he did not speak out to stop them. He couldn't discourage the enthusiasm of the Pokemon. Let them train if they like. It won't work in the elimination rounds in 2 days. They must maintain their prime. Lying on the grass, his thoughts scattered in disorder. As the sunset came to the horizon, Yu Hai also took back the elves and took the mosquito frog to the cafeteria to eat dinner and then go back to the contestant village to rest. After an afternoon of learning, his Fortos finally learned to become round. Congratulations, this Fortos has a good talent. Fortos, different color. Attribute, bug plus steel. Gender, male. Potential, 72%. Level, 46.12%. Features, strong /34.12% hidden feature, dust proof /27.22%. Master the moves. I haven't looked at Fortos's panel for more than half a month. Fortos's level has increased by 2 levels and reached level 46. The characteristics are still the same. The strong characteristic is of no use to Fortos. Unless you encounter a mythical beast, the sturdy trait can still help Fortos block attacks. If you encounter an opponent of the same level, you can't use this trait at all. The sturdy trait, when a Pokemon with this trait is attacked with a full HP, it will at least retain a little HP. That is to say, Fortos, who is not afraid of fire, cannot be killed in seconds by opponents of the same level. As long as Fortos is attacked, the sturdy trait can be broken, so this trait is useless. Unless you encounter a mythical beast or an opponent much stronger than Fortos, this trait will be useful, and it is a killer move. After Fortos in full state resists a blow from a mythical beast and then uses a counter punch to send it back, it is time to leave the field. Fortos, who only has a little physical strength left, is useless. If he is attacked again, he will die. There is also a hidden feature, Dust Proof, which makes one immune to powder-based moves, such as Hypnotic Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Poison Powder. It is ineffective against Fortos, which is a good feature. Sometimes powder-based moves are annoying, and it is good to have a special feature to prevent them. There is also Fortos's moves, which only has one more rounding. Next, he does not plan to let Fortos learn new moves, and also let Foretos rest for a few days to recuperate for the elimination match. The remaining invisible rock will be discussed after the competition. The other moves that Agilebug has not learned can only be discussed later. After turning off Foretos's proficiency panel and having dinner, he returned to the single room alone and gave dinner to the poisonous skull frogs. During dinner, Xiao Ming was not seen either. I don't know whose game he went to watch. Until Xiao Ming came back at night, he returned the rumble stone to Xiao Ming and said that it was no longer needed, as Foretos had learned to become round. After returning the rumble stone, he lay on the bed holding Eevee, looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, which was the opportunity for Eevee to evolve. Unfortunately, today was not a full moon. In the future, Eevee should be exposed to the moon more often, otherwise Eevee would not know that the moon could also allow him to evolve into Moon Eevee. Eevee Panel. Eevee Panel. Eevee. Attribute, General. Gender, Female. Potential, 54%. Level, 28.93%. Characteristics, Adaptability /16.23%. Hidden characteristic, Danger Prediction /17.13%. General Mastered Moves, Hold /15.34%. Impact /25.53%. Help /13.34%. Call /26.23%. Roar /15.67%. Wagtail /15.33%. Flash of Lightning /16.62%. High Speed Star /17.71%. Evil System, Bite /24.14%. Evil Wave /32.82%. Psychic System, Sleep /24.27%. Predict the Future /16.21%. Throw Sand /8.47%. Fritos Panel. Fritos Panel. Fritos, Other Color. Attribute, Bug plus Steel. Gender, Male. Potential, 72%. Level, 46.12%. Features, Strong /34.12%. Hidden features, Dustproof /27.22%. Insect System Mastered Moves. Insect Bite /39.82%. Missile Needle /20.11%. Steel System, Iron Wall /44.41%. Gyro Ball /18.12%. Light Body /36.64%. Heavy Impact /7.52%. Iron Head /17.44%. General System, Impact /20.14%. Slam /12.55%. Sacrificial Impact /7.94%. Hold /30.22%. High Speed Rotation /25.74%. Self-Destruction /13.41%. Big Explosion /21.38%. Endurance /36.32%. Mount Ties Pressure /30.62%. Dream Talk /32.12%. Become Round /2.62%. Uncategorized, Sleep /41.44%. Roll /11.54%. Spreading Water Caltrops /15.35%. Poison Water Caltrops /16.72%. Double Return /14.44%. Pray for Rain /5.12%. Electromagnetic Levitation /8.38%. Chapter 537, Xiaozai vs Koji. The 53rd day of going to the Kanto region, cloudy. A new day begins, and the second round of the group stage is about to begin. Yukai got up early, had breakfast with the elves, and came to the lottery venue again. Today, the lottery venue, match, an opponent will continue. Some people had already drawn yesterday and went to play the game early in the morning. Those who drew late must draw before 9 o'clock at the latest, and play in the later rounds. This is also a small loophole. If the contestants want to avoid the masters, they can squat at the entrance of the draw venue to see whether the masters draw in the front or in the back. If the masters draw in the front, you can choose to draw in the back, and the probability of encountering them will be smaller. If the masters draw in the back, just draw in the front quickly. Anyway, there are only a few contestants. Excluding a few favorites and veterans from the previous session, the rest are basically newcomers. Don't always think about dark horses. There are not so many civilian dark horses like him, not to mention that he is a dark horse with cheats, not an ordinary civilian dark horse, but a civilian dark horse of a time traveler. Even if it is a civilian dark horse like Xiao Ming who has been in the game for 2 months, there are not many trainers with senior level strength, not to mention that Xiao Ming is not a 2-month newcomer. It was indeed 2 months including the travel time, but before the travel, Xiao Ming was a trainer and started training Pokémons. Who knows how long it took him? Anyway, it took him more than half a year to get to this point, and he was stuck. The early stage of rapid progress has passed, and the progress will be slower and slower. He can only slowly endure the time. If you want to take shortcuts, you have to spend money. There is no other way. This is the reality, it is the same everywhere. In the previous life, you had to spend money to play games, otherwise you would be a background board, a miner for the boss. You also have to spend money in the Pokémon world, otherwise you would be a passerby trainer, a background board without even a name. Yu Hai, please draw your competition venue. Okay, Yu Hai raised his hand and pressed the red button on the counter at the prompt of the female receptionist, and the cursor on the screen stopped instantly and stopped on the ice field. Trainer Yu Hai, your second round of group matches is the ice field, the match is the 8th match, and the opponent is... I know, Yu Hai looked at the avatar on the screen. He was not unfamiliar with this avatar, and turned to leave the lottery venue. Xiao Shun, who was also at the draw site, also saw the avatar on the screen and couldn't help but murmured, I didn't expect to meet Brother Hai so soon. Xiao Shun, who is your opponent? After Haji finished drawing the venue, he came over and saw Yu Hai's avatar, and couldn't help but exclaimed, how could it be him, Xiao Shun, you will have a hard time in this group match. Haji knew Yu Hai and knew how strong Yu Hai was. Anyway, he was stronger than him. He was able to rescue them from the poaching group, which showed how strong Yu Hai was. He felt that if he faced the poaching group leader now, he was not sure he could rescue himself. You will know the gap between them and the other party. What about your opponent? Xiao Shun was in a good mood. He wanted to try how big the gap was between him and Brother Hai, the guide on the road to becoming a trainer. Since he had met him, he could take this opportunity to test his strength and see how far he had reached. He had not forgotten that Brother Hai said he was too weak now and could not help the other party at all. He had always wanted to know how strong he had to be to help the other party. My opponent. When Haji heard about his opponent, he immediately had a bitter face, because his opponent was himself. President, I found a boy who looks exactly like Master Haji. He is Master Haji's opponent today. I hope you can watch Master Haji's game today. When Haji's bodyguard followed Haji to draw lots, he saw Zai's avatar and turned to inform the owner of Li Yulai. I know, I will watch the game. Yes, yes, the bodyguard responded to the instructions of the owner of Li Yulai, hung up the phone and looked at Haji. Haji was leaving the lottery venue with Xiao Shun, and he hurriedly chased after him to protect him. No way! How could there be a trainer who looks exactly like you? Xiao Shun didn't believe Haji's words. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. These two people were not brothers. You will know when you see it later. It is really exactly like me. I even suspect that it is my father's illegitimate child outside. Haji was powerless to complain. After all, it was too similar. Ahem, the bodyguard heard Haji saying that his master had an affair, and it was not easy to warn Master Haji. He could only advise him tactfully, Master Haji, be careful with your words. Don't say such things casually. What if the president hears? I know, it's really annoying, Haji waved his hand helplessly. These bodyguards are good. Although they can ensure safety, they can also handle many trivial matters in life. But they are too annoying. Sometimes they don't let him sit here, go there, or talk. They often make him very irritable. This trip is not happy at all. Let's go, my match is the 6th one, go watch my match first, then watch your match. Koji pulled Xiao Shun straight to the rock venue, because his second round of group matches was on the rock venue, and his opponent happened to be Zai, the silly guy. The three Xiaojis who also knew their opponents were also surprised because their opponents looked too much like Zai. Zai, are you the twin brothers who have been separated for many years? Otherwise, why do you look so much like you? Zioxia poked her chin with her finger, and couldn't figure out where Zai's brother came from. How could I have a brother? Zai firmly denied that he had a brother, and even called his mother on video for this. After his mother answered the phone, Zai opened his mouth and asked, "Mom, my opponent this time looks like me, do I have another brother?" "What are you thinking about? Zai, you are my only son." Hanako's head suddenly became big, and she roared at Zai on the other side of the video call. Zai actually said that he had a brother. Isn't this slandering her? It would be so bad if others heard it. She blushed. Well, they look alike. This boy is from the Orange Islands and is the son of Li Yulai, the gym leader of the Durian Gym. Professor Oak held a notebook in his hand and retrieved the information of Zai's opponent this time. He saw Koji standing on his shoulder with Pikachu. Wow, he really looks like Zai. Hanako didn't care that Professor Oak used coughing to cover up the embarrassment. Instead, she hung up the phone and held the notebook to look at Koji's headshot of the competition. He looked too much like Zai. Add a Pikachu, the two are exactly the same. If it weren't for the different hats, Zai's hat was bought by her, he couldn't tell which of the two was Zai. Don't look at it. Zai's game is about to start. Professor Oak saw Hanako staring at the notebook blankly. She looked at it for more than an hour. Zai's game was about to start, and she was still looking at the headshot. It would be better to watch the game between the two directly. Koji vs Satoshi is still very interesting. At the Quartz conference, when Satoshi and Koji appeared, even the host was stunned. Oh my god, how can there be two identical players? Are they twins? The host quickly looked at the information in his hand, which was the basic information of the two contestants, and explained to the audience. The green contestant is Satoshi from Pallet Town, and the red contestant is Koji from the Orange Islands, Durian Gym. They are not twins, but they look exactly the same. Is this a game of surpassing oneself? What kind of exciting game will these two identical people bring us? Please everyone, let's wait and see. These two look alike, are they really twins? It feels like they are fighting against themselves. You see there is a Pikachu next to them, even the elves are exactly the same. Looks the same, elves are the same, what a weird person, how can there be such a weird person? Oh my god, meow, he really looks the same as the little devil, even the Pikachu is the same, I can't tell who is who. Meow. Musashi, even the Pikachu is the same, we can't catch the little devil's Pikachu, maybe we can. Hey hee, you've thought of it, right? Let's decide. When their game is over, find a chance to catch Pikachu. Hee x3. Three strange laughs with their mouths covered sounded in the corner of the audience. It wasn't until someone called for drinks that the three of them broke away from the sinister laughter and turned into enthusiastic salesmen, running towards the waving audience. Even if they want to catch Pikachu, they have to take this opportunity to earn extra money. Once the Quartz conference is over, they want to make extra money so easily. Soon, it's not that simple. At the same time, far away in the Orange Islands, sitting in front of the TV watching the game, the owner of Li Yulai saw Zai on TV. This boy really looked exactly like his son Koji, just as the bodyguard said. She can be sure that the other party is not her son. After all, she knows whether she has cheated or not, and how many children she has given birth to. Could it be possible to get pregnant after mentally cheating, and give birth to a child remotely? This technology is a bit too advanced, a complete black technology. This boy really looks like Xiao Hao. Grandpa Haji looked at Zai carefully. Except for the difference in his clothes, he really couldn't tell him apart from Pikachu. He couldn't help but glance at his daughter. Feeling his gaze, Li Yulai glared back fiercely. How could she doubt such a thing? I am the daughter of an old man like you, and you actually doubt your precious daughter. Cough. Grandpa Haji was so embarrassed by this scolding that he could only use dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. Hanako and Professor Oak, who were far away in Pallet Town, also saw Koji's appearance. Even the two couldn't help but sigh that the two looked so alike. However, Professor Oak did not doubt Hanako. He knew who Hanako's husband was, and he also knew that Hanako had been staying in Pallet Town all these years. Hanako was innocent. They really look alike. Hanako couldn't help but sigh. Koji and Satoshi really look alike. She knew she was innocent, but she couldn't help but wonder why this boy looked so much like Satoshi. As the match between Satoshi and Koji began, the two each sent out their own Pokémon on the rocky field. Yukai was also watching the match between the two in the big cafeteria of the players' village, where he happened to have lunch. His match was expected to be in the afternoon, and it was still early, so he was not in a hurry, so he simply watched the match in the cafeteria. As the battle between the two began, Satoshi was at a disadvantage in the first battle. Koji sent out Starfish as the first Pokémon, while Satoshi sent out Muddy as the first Pokémon. Satoshi's poison-type Muddy was twice as restrained by Koji's psychic-type Starfish. Seeing this battle, Yuhai smiled helplessly, feeling that Koji was bound to lose, because Zai, the protagonist, was a master of reverse attributes. A disadvantageous game was a game of giving away points. No matter how he played, Zai would not lose. Either a flash of inspiration or a mistake by the opponent, the battle would always be on Zai's side. It was difficult for Zai to lose in an unfavorable game, but it was difficult to win in a favorable game. The result of the battle was as expected. Zai, the iron-headed kid, did not plan to change Pokémon when Mook was restrained by the psychic type twice. Mook faced Gemstar. Gemstar's water-based moves were useless to Mook, and it was poisoned by Mook. The unpoisoned Gemstar could still fight with Mook, but the poisoned Gemstar was completely wilted, and would twitch from time to time because of the poisoning. Once Gemstar used with superpowers, Muddy can be wrapped into a ball. No matter how Star Gem plays, it can also consume Star Gem's physical strength, making Star Gem even worse. Finally, Star Gem fainted completely due to lack of physical strength, lost its ability to fight, and was taken back by Koji. After winning the first game, Ash hugged Pikachu to celebrate. He didn't expect to win the first game like this. In the next second game, Koji threw out the Pokeball of Owl, preparing to use the air advantage to defeat Muddy. But Ash saw that the situation was not good, so he took back Muddy and released his Pidgeot, intending to use the flying system to fight against Koji's Owl. Both flying Pokémons are flying Pokémons like birds of prey, that is, predators. Don't look at the cute owls in the previous life, owls are also birds of prey. After the two birds fought in the air for a few minutes, the winner was finally decided. Ash's Pidgeot was better. The reason is simple. As the name of owl suggests, it is a nocturnal bird of prey. Pidgeot is the overlord of the forest during the day, and now it is a daytime game. Pidgeot has a greater advantage than Night Owl. In addition, with Zai's protagonist Halo, it is not surprising that he can win. This battle is not a reverse attribute. The two flying-type Pokémon have the same attributes, and Zai's advantage is only the difference between day and night. If it is a night battle, who will win or lose is uncertain. Night Owl's advantage at night is undoubtedly much greater. After the second battle, Zai won 2 games in a row and still has 3 Pokémon. Koji only has 1 Pokémon left. He is also helpless. He didn't expect that this group match would be so difficult to play. There is also this trainer who looks exactly like him. He looked funny and silly before. The battle was also funny. I didn't expect him to be so strong. He underestimated him before. In the last third game, he threw out the last trump Pokemon, which was the Pokemon given to him by Yu-Hai, and it is also his well-deserved trump card at present. Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados appeared, and its size was similar to that of Xiao Shun. The average length of a Gyarados is 6.5 meters. This Gyarados is at least 7 or 8 meters long and has a very strong body. Thick and big, it looks like the food is good, and Koji takes good care of it. Is this Gyarados? Zai swallowed his saliva secretly when he saw Gyarados coming out. Gyarados, such a rough Pokemon, brings the most direct shock, even he was frightened. However, he did not retreat, but let Pidgeot go directly. Anyway, the opponent only had one Pokemon left, and he had to use the advantage of numbers to push down the opponent's last high ground and win this group match. Pidgeot fought with Gyarados for a while, but still lost. Zai replaced it with Muddy and successfully put Gyarados into a poisoned state. Even if Muddy was defeated, it was already very good. Finally, Zai and Pikachu looked at each other, and Pikachu immediately understood Zai's intentions and rushed to the battlefield with fighting spirit. With Pikachu's acting skills, he put Gyarados into a paralyzed state again, and let Pikachu climb on Gyarados' head and use thunder to completely stun Gyarados. It must be said that Koji's Gyarados is really tough. If Koji sent out Gyarados first, he might be able to replace two of Zai's Pokemon, and the last Pokemon would be easier to fight. However, Zai established an advantage in the early stage, and finally Zai used 3 Pokemon to replace Koji's Gyarados, leaving the exhausted Pikachu, who had not fallen down at last. Zai successfully won the second round of the group stage, and excitedly clapped and celebrated with Zioxia and Xiao Gang, the 2 off-field coaches. Luri, the gym leader far away in the Orange Islands, saw his son lose the game and sighed helplessly. Koji was still a little short after all. Bang, this stinky boy, he always knows how to play, and now he loses. Koji's grandfather stomped his crutches heavily, and his white beard was so angry that it stood up. Let Koji go home after the competition. Dad will take care of the rest. You must supervise Koji's training of Pokemons. This brat is embarrassing to play in a competition and will bring shame to the Liugan gym. Li Yulai decided not to be soft-hearted and must educate this brat. If he dares to play around again, he will be spanked. At the same time, Yu Hai, who was far away in the ice field, also watched the game. Seeing that Zai won the game without any danger, it seemed that Zai's luck had not run out. He smiled helplessly and retracted his gaze. Zai's reverse attribute master aura was too strong, and even he was not sure to suppress it. To deal with a protagonist like Zai, either use a power of more than one level to suppress it by force, or do not fight against people like Zai to directly eliminate the variables. After Zai's match, it was almost time for his match, Icefield, the 8th group match. Xiao Shun, are you ready? Bardolio panel. Bardolio panel. Bardolio. Attribute, bug plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.97%. Level, 42.56%. Characteristics, compound eyes /36.21%. Hidden characteristic, colored glasses /23.21%. Insect system mastered moves, silk spinning /33.15%. Insect bite /23.29%. Insect chirping /23.55%. Butterfly dance /22.26%. Flying system, wind /28.13%. Air blade /18.34%. Tailwind /22.15%. Storm /22.36%. Feather /26.23%. Grass type, paralysis powder /35.52%. Hypnotic powder /34.35%. Ultimate absorption /14.72%. Psychic type, telekinesis /38.14%. Illusionary ray /37.11%. Mental power /17.91%. General type, hardening /1.23%. Impact /11.21%. Ultrasonic wave /22.11%. Blowing away /31.34%. Holding /31.14%. Charming /21.66%. Shadow clone /23.38%. Unclassified, electric grid /32.34%. Poison powder /36.13%. Chapter 538, Butterfree. Icefield. The 8th group match is about to start. Yukai called Xiaogan Jim at the Pokemon Center and prepared to teleport a little guy over to play in today's group match. For today's group match Pokemon, he has already made a choice and remembered the information collected by Xiao Ming. Xiao Shun, the trainer of the Liugan Gym, is a partner with Koji. Most of his Pokemon are grass-type Pokemon, including Skank, Eggman, Smurf, Lil Lizard, and Lizard. Due to the lack of evolution stones, all Pokemon are unevolved and have not evolved into their final forms. In addition to these 5 grass-type Pokemon, there is also a Pidgeot and a Gyarados. Gyarados is Xiao Shun's trump card. It is very powerful, stronger than Koji's Gyarados, at least at the senior level. After knowing Xiao Shun's basic information, he teleported Butterfree over to deal with Xiao Shun, who is mainly grass-type Pokemon. Butterfree, who is both Bug-type and Flying-type, is a good player. In this first match of the group match, he will use Butterfree. He asked the maid to teleport Butterfree over. He also asked about Ada's situation and learned that Ada had gone to training. This kid was very hard-working. Who knows how much he can help him grow after he returns. He didn't know about Ada's parents coming back, and he didn't ask. The maid didn't need to tell him, so he missed the chance to know. The competition was more important. He hung up the phone after getting Butterfree, pressed the switch of the Pokeball, and released Butterfree. Mimi? Mimi, Butterfree suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment and was a little scared, but when it saw Yuhai, it jumped into Yuhai's arms and kept calling. Yuhai, I couldn't understand what Butterfree was saying, but I could roughly tell that it must be something like she missed him again. Okay, I miss you too, Butterfree, we have to work hard next time. Yuhai smiled and rubbed Butterfree's head, his red compound eyes almost teared up. Butterfree was still acting like a spoiled child, with no intention of letting go. However, Frog spoke, Yobo Yobo, Yobo Yobo, you're going too far, little green. Humph, Butterfree hid its head in Yuhai's arms and quietly made faces at Frog. The other party still had the nerve to say it was going too far. You were traveling with Yuhai, and let it take care of the little guy in the gym. It was almost annoyed. Yobo, Yobo, Frog also wanted to be touched by Yuhai, but it was a shame that it had grown up and was a proud frog, so it would not act like a spoiled child in public. Haha, stop arguing, you are all great. Butterfree is also very hard at home taking care of his brothers and sisters. Yuhai smiled and left the Pokemon Center, and Butterfree did not take back the Pokeball. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 2 months, so it was okay to let Butterfree come out to relax, and it could also compensate Butterfree. Now Butterfree is level 42, which is also considered a good player among the senior levels. He underestimated Butterfree. It was a bit unexpected that it could grow to this level even if it was left alone. Butterfree. Attribute, Bug plus Flying. Gender, Female. Potential, 69.97%. Level, 42.56%. Feature, Compound Eyes /36.21%. Hidden feature, Tinted Glasses /23.21%. Mastering the moves. Since Butterfree was relegated to the second line, he hadn't looked at Butterfree's panel for more than 4 months. Butterfree's potential remained the same, but the biggest change was its level. He didn't even know that it had reached the senior level. Letting a senior level Butterfree play in the group stage was simply bullying the baby. He still underestimated these little guys he had conquered in the early stage. Each of them had good potential and could not be underestimated when they grew up. With a senior level Butterfree, plus the compound eye feature that increased the hit rate, and the tinted glasses feature that increased the damage, he was more confident in facing the group stage. Not only did Butterfree's level go up, but its frequently used compound eye feature also has a high proficiency, which means Butterfree has a high hit rate. There are also new moves. I haven't seen Butterfree's panel for so long, but it actually has a lot of new moves. I don't know where Butterfree learned these moves. Yu-Hai didn't know that during the time Butterfree stayed in the Xiaogan gym, it often fought with other Pokémons in the gym when it had conflicts with the Pokémons in the gym. Sometimes, in order to protect other friends, it would often rush to the front line. So Yu-Hai saw Butterfree's new moves, which are quite rich. The insect type has insect chirping and butterfly dance. The flying type has tailwind, air blade, storm, and feather perch. The grass type has ultimate absorption. The general type has blow away, hold, charm, and shadow clone. There is also the psychic type's mental strength. It is indeed the right decision to let Butterfree exercise its telekinesis. If telekinesis is just an entry-level skill, then mental strength means that this Butterfree has strong telekinesis. If the telekinesis is too little, it is impossible to use the move Psycho Power. This move can be regarded as a psychic type ultimate move, plus the flying type ultimate move Storm and the bug type ultimate move Burst. It's incredible. With this Butterfree, he has the confidence to make it through the group stage. After closing Butterfree's panel, he has been quietly listening to Butterfree's chirping and telling about their life in the gym. Although he doesn't understand, he will listen carefully. Butterfree pointed at the marshmallow with its little claws. It has already smelled the fragrance and is almost dying of greed. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Yu-Hai really couldn't do anything with Butterfree. If he didn't buy it for him, he would definitely act like a spoiled child. He could only buy 3 marshmallows. After all, whoever sees it gets a share. If Butterfree has it, Frog and Eevee must also have it. He can't be partial, right? It doesn't matter if other Pokémon haven't seen it, but since he has seen it, he must have them all. Afterwards, he bought a lot of things with Butterfree and took Butterfree to a busy shopping street. The game was about to start. Even if Butterfree had a lot to say, he could only say it after the game was over. He also fed Butterfree energy cubes. Because he was suddenly teleported here, Butterfree didn't even have lunch. When he arrived at the ice venue, the broadcast was notifying him to enter. He immediately used the Pokeball to take back Frog and Butterfree, and took Eevee to enter the venue through the player channel. Seeing Yu-Hai bring Eevee to the opposite platform, the audience who watched Yu-Hai's game yesterday cheered sparsely. After all, Yu-Hai's game was very entertaining and also focused on tactics and strategies. Other contestants either bullied the weak ones, without any pressure, or the equally matched contestants were weak ones fighting each other, which was not interesting at all. They were a little fed up. It's different now. Maybe this will be a wonderful game. They are still looking forward to it. Brother Hai, we meet again. Xiao Shun silently said this in his heart. He did not say it out loud. His relationship with Yu-Hai could not be made public. Even Koji's bodyguards did not know about their affairs. It was even more impossible for him to take the initiative to go out. Instead of saying, he listened to the host's speech silently. The green contestant in this match is Yu-Hai from the Orange Islands, and the red contestant against him is Xiao Shun from the Durian Gym in the Orange Islands. Today, both contestants are from the Orange Islands. It is a match between fellow countrymen. Please look forward to it. There are only 3 elves used. The 8th game of the ice field officially begins. Please send out the first battle elves. Go, Lotus Hat Boy. Go, Butterfree. Both contestants have sent out the first battle elves. Xiao Shun is Lotus Hat Boy, and Yu Hai is Butterfree. From the perspective of attributes, the first battle is not favorable for Xiao Shun. Sure enough, I was too naive to predict in front of Brother Hai, Xiao Shun smiled helplessly. He has 5 grass-type elves, and Yu Hai also has many water-type elves that are restrained by grass-type. He plans to send out a grass-type elf as the first battle elf. Considering that the opponent still had the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he used the Lotus Hat Boy to test the opponent. He didn't expect that the opponent sent out Butterfree. He miscalculated. Butterfree, use Hypnotic Powder. As the referee's flag fell, the game began. Butterfree heard the hypnotic powder and immediately flapped its wings, blowing a breeze mixed with hypnotic powder towards the Lotus Leaf Boy on the other side of the field. Lotus Hat Boy, pray for rain. Faced with a large group of hypnotic powder that almost filled the entire battlefield, the Lotus Hat Boy had no way to avoid it. Xiao Shun could only use rain to clear the hypnotic powder, even if he was hypnotized. Tick, tick. As the Lotus Hat Boy danced and clapped his hands to summon dark clouds and rain, raindrops fell and hit the powder in the air, and fell to the ground with the powder. However, these powders had already hypnotized the Lotus Hat Boy, so it didn't matter if they were cleared by raindrops. Lotus Hat Boy, Sleep Talk. Sleep Talk, use any move from the moves you have learned, and can only be used when you are asleep. It turns out that the opponent is waiting here. Even if you are hypnotized, you just need to use Sleep Talk to survive a few rounds and wake up from your deep sleep. But the opponent thinks too simply. It's raining now. Yu Kai couldn't help laughing, raised his hand and shouted to Butterfree, Storm. Butterfree faced the Lotus Hat Boy, and before the Lotus Hat Boy used the random move of Sleep Talk, it flapped its wings quickly, creating a strong storm to attack the opponent, blowing the opponent away directly. Bang! The Lotus Hat Boy, who had not yet used Sleep Talk, was interrupted and was blown to the wall by the storm and couldn't get down. There were wounds cut by wind blades on his body. Until the storm stopped, the Lotus Hat Boy slid down from the wall. His body was already covered with scars, and his eyes turned into mosquito coil eyes and fainted. Lotus Hat Boy has lost his ability to fight. Please ask Xiao Shun to take back his Pokemon. It's gone in one storm. Brother Hai's Butterfree is so strong, Xiao Shun was secretly surprised and used the Pokeball to take back Lotus Hat Boy. His Lotus Hat Boy is only elite, how could it possibly stop the senior Butterfree, not to mention the flying type ultimate move with double restraint, Storm. Under double restraint, the senior Butterfree can kill the elite Lotus Hat Boy in one move. Go, Pidgeot! Xiao Shun learned his lesson this time and planned to use the flying type Pidgeot to fight Butterfree. The flying type can at least restrain Butterfree, unlike Lotus Hat Boy who is as passive as him. As for why he didn't change Pokemon the first time, it was the same whether he changed Pokemon or not when facing Yu Hai. Others could also change Pokemon. Whoever changed Pokemon first would be passive, just like now. Xiao Shun will attack first. The referee waved a small red flag. Since Yu Hai won the previous match, the loser got the chance to attack first, which can be considered a disadvantage in the arena, but not much. After getting the first attack, Xiao Shun immediately shouted to Pidgeot, Pidgeot, move at high speed, swallow return. Beep, beep, Pidgeot accelerated towards Butterfree, but what was waiting for Pidgeot was Hwa wah wah, hwa wah wah. Butterfree used Storm again. It was still raining and the drizzle was almost stopping. Yu Hai took advantage of the rainy weather and let Butterfree use Storm again. A strong storm blew towards Pidgeot. Before Pidgeot could rush over, it flew back and was suppressed by the storm and stuck tightly to the wall. Its wings seemed to be glued and could not get up. After the storm stopped, a large amount of powder appeared next to Pidgeot. Pidgeot was still gasping for breath on the ground. When Pidgeot noticed the powder, cold sweat broke out. It was too late. Pidgeot had been hit and fell into a deep sleep. Electric net. Butterfree opened its mouth and spit out silk into a net, which was quickly electrified and thrown out, turning into a large net that covered Pidgeot. While trapping Pidgeot on the ground, the crackling electric shock woke Pidgeot up. Then, the second and third electric nets fell, directly shocking Pidgeot. Facing the senior Butterfree, the elite Pidgeot was still a little worse. Like the Lotus Hat Kid, it was suppressed by Butterfree's storm throughout the whole process and had no power to fight back. Pidgeot, Xiao Shun saw that Pidgeot had lost its combat ability and could only use the Pokeball to take Pidgeot back. He finally realized how big the gap was between him and Brother Hai. This Butterfree was not Brother Hai's main force, but it was at least a senior-level Pokémon. His current strength was far from enough. The spirits must evolve, and only by evolving can they become stronger. However, so many spirits need evolution stones, so he can only return to the Orange Islands and ask Brother Luyan for a way to obtain high-level evolution stones. 3 of the 4 grass-type spirits need leaf stones, and the Lotus Hat Kid needs water stones. He must find a way to make money. He has learned about the price of high-level evolution stones, and they are in short supply. So he can only ask Brother Luyan for help. He doesn't plan to ask Brother Hai. Brother Hai has helped him too much, too much. Even his strongest spirit was given to him by Brother Hai. The most precious thing is the king-level dragon scale. He has always kept it in his heart and has never forgotten Brother Hai's life-saving grace. Well, he only has one Pokémon left now. He took out the Pokeball and threw out his trump card, shouting, "It's you, Gyarados." Oh my god, Xia Shun's third Pokémon is Gyarados, the same Gyarados as Koji. Facing Yu Hai, who defeated 2 Pokémons with only one Pokémon again, can Xia Shun's Gyarados turn the tables? Please wait and see. Chapter 539, Gyarados Rampage. Roar, 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 roar. As soon as Gyarados came out, he saw Yu Hai, a human who impressed him so much. It felt like he hadn't seen him for a long time, and he immediately felt that he was good again. It is no longer the stupid fish it used to be. It is the overlord of the ocean, Gyarados. How could it surrender twice to a human? Yu Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Gyarados' unscrupulous intimidation. This stupid fish is a little bit arrogant. Should he let Gyarados come out and teach his little brother how to make a fish? Butterfree's biggest trump card is its strong telekinesis, so it's easy to deal with this stupid fish. But he didn't want Butterfree to expose its telekinesis. Maybe he could defeat a master later and win a game. With Butterfree's current telekinesis, if he could control the opponent unexpectedly and output telekinesis with all his strength, he could defeat an opponent at the same level. How could such a trump card be exposed in the group stage? So, he took Butterfree back with a Pokeball. Butterfree, you should have a good rest first, and let other partners do the rest. Facing this Gyarados, Yu Hai gave up the 3-in-1 strategy and chose to change Pokemon to face Gyarados. Did Yu Hai feel pressure? Brother Hai? Xiao Shun knew clearly in his heart. He knew that the big one was coming. Yu Hai didn't feel any pressure at all. A mere Gyarados couldn't cause any pressure. Go, Gyarados! The Pokeball thrown by Yu Hai was the best response to the host's words. Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados came out, with a more powerful intimidating characteristic than before, and attacked Xiao Shun and Gyarados recklessly. Even the referee next to him was affected, and the arrogance of Xia Shun's Gyarados was suppressed instantly. Oh my god, it's Gyarados again! Doesn't it mean that every trainer in the Orange Islands has a Gyarados? And this Gyarados is even bigger than Xia Shun's Gyarados. How should Xiao Shun deal with it? Hua wah wah, hua wah wah! As Yu Hai's Gyarados appeared, there were discussions outside the venue. They were all discussing whether the trainers in the Orange Islands would subdue Gyarados, otherwise why every contestant had a Gyarados. Different from the audience's focus, the contestants stared at the huge size of Gyarados when they saw this Gyarados. If they were to face this Gyarados, it would put a lot of pressure on them. Xiao Shun attacks first. As the referee's flag fell, Xiao Shun regained his composure, recovered from the intimidation, and shouted to Gyarados to give himself courage. Gyarados, destroy the death beam. Good guy, he started with destroy the death beam, right? Yu Hai didn't expect Xiao Shun to use his ultimate move right away, so he also said, Gyarados, destroy the death beam. Then the two Gyarados began to charge in their mouths. Xia Shun's Gyarados finished charging first and shot out a destructive orange-yellow beam from his mouth. At the same time, Yu Hai's Gyarados also sprayed out a thick beam of light. The two extremely destructive beams of light collided with each other, erupting in an unprecedented explosion. Boom boom boom! As the shock wave of the explosion spread, Eevee jumped in front of Yu Hai to defend and block the aftermath of the two destroy the death beam explosions, which was extremely difficult. Xiao Shun was not prepared and could only hold on to the iron railings tightly to avoid being blown away. The referee was miserable. Apart from Yu Hai and Xiao Shun, the referee was the closest human to the explosion. He was blown away by the shock wave and hit the wall and fainted. The audience in the auditorium was relatively far away, so they were relatively better off. However, the shock wave and the hurricane generated by the explosion forced all the audience to lower their heads for defense, and their hats were gone. As the explosion slowly subsided and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the ice field had long disappeared and turned into a swimming pool. The entire ice field was instantly evaporated by the explosion and melted into water. Gyarados is a water-type Pokémon and can fight even in a swimming pool. Ahem, due to an unexpected situation at the scene, the referee has been taken away for treatment. Due to the special nature of this game, the referee will be cancelled. Please continue the game. The host came to his senses. The first thing to do is to maintain order on the scene and keep the game going. There will be no referee in the next game. Whoever's Gyarados cannot fight will lose the game. Gyarados, Destruction Ray. Hearing the game continue, Yu Hai immediately raised his hand and shouted, asking Gyarados to continue using Destruction Ray. Wow! The audience who heard his shouting were in a commotion again, because they heard Destruction Ray, which was used continuously, which was unscientific. Referee, that Gyarados is fouling. Unfortunately, the referee was carried away and there was no referee on the scene. When Yu Hai's Gyarados fired the second destruction ray from its mouth, the contestants who were watching the game stood up suddenly, because Gyarados can really fire destruction ray continuously, and the trainer is not bragging. And what is Xiao Shun doing now? Xiao Shun is now anxious. His Gyarados is in a state of stiffness and cannot move. He can only take the destruction ray this time. He had seen the power of the destruction light, and even though his Gyarados had thick skin and flesh, he could not withstand the destruction light this time. What should I do? What should I do? When Xiao Shun was extremely anxious, he suddenly thought of a move that could forcibly break the current stiff state, and immediately shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, reverse scale. Roar! Gyarados heard the word reverse scale, and his eyes instantly turned red like blood. He kept tumbling in the swimming pool, and finally, before the destruction light arrived, he opened his mouth and burst out a powerful beam of light, facing Gyarados' destruction light. A huge explosion broke out in the competition venue again, forcing everyone to defend and not dare to look up at the battlefield. The light and heat generated by the explosion filled the entire branch venue unscrupulously. But Gyarados, who was crazy with reverse scale, didn't care so much. Before the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, he opened his mouth and sprayed a column of fire at Gyarados, which was a jet flame attack. Yu Hai had no time to react, so he could only let Gyarados play freely, opening his mouth and spitting out a large stream of water to offset the jet of flames from the opposite side. The water cannon was stronger, overpowering the jet of flames, and in a large stream of water vapor, it hit Xiao Shun's Gyarados. The frantic Gyarados ignored the water cannon attack on his body and rushed towards Yu Hai with his mouth wide open. Gyarados, use the water cannon in its mouth. Roar! Gyarados saw Xiao Shun's Gyarados rushing out of the water vapor, opened his mouth again and spit out the water cannon, heading straight for Xiao Shun's Gyarados' big mouth, filling Xiao Shun's Gyarados with saliva, turning it into a fat stupid fish. Gyarados, use the iron tail, whip it away. Roar! Gyarados saw Xiao Shun's Gyarados was full and unable to move, so he quickly bullied himself, twisted his body and rushed up, his tail emerged with a metallic luster, and whipped Gyarados' head with one tail, directly making a big hole in the swimming pool. The saliva in Gyarados' stomach was also slapped out by Iron Tail, and he fainted completely from his frenzy. Just when the host was so nervous that he was about to ask for off-field assistance, Yu Hai just solved the frenzied Gyarados and calmed down the sudden accident of this game. The frenzied Gyarados was knocked unconscious, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and warned Xiao Shun, without suppressing Gyarados' strength, Gyarados' reverse scale cannot be used, and you can't control the out-of-control situation. I know, thank you. Xiao Shun apologized to Yu Hai like a child who had done something wrong. He was in a hurry at the time, so he let Gyarados use the reverse scale to break the stiffness, but he didn't expect that it would be out of control, and he couldn't control the frenzied Gyarados at all. Hi, it was really thrilling. Xia Shun's Gyarados lost control, but fortunately it was defeated by Yu Hai's Gyarados. The crisis has been resolved. Please avoid off-field assistance. In this group match, Xia Shun's Gyarados lost its combat capability first. The winner of this group match is Yu Hai. Ahem, just speaking for myself, I want to give Xiao Shun a piece of advice. As Yu Hai said, if even he can't control the chaotic Gyarados, please be cautious in using Gyarados in future matches to avoid affecting unrelated people. As the host replaced the referee and read out the results of this group match, the audience in the audience also came to their senses and burst into deafening cheers. Hwa wah wah, hwa wah wah. This group match was indeed much more thrilling and exciting than other matches. I didn't expect to see the Gyarados fighting each other. Seeing the crazy Gyarados being subdued was worth the price of the ticket. They also found a hot favorite, and a hot favorite to win the championship. The ordinary name of Yu Hai officially entered the field of vision of all the audience and became the focus of everyone's discussion. The reason is simple. People who often watch the news know how difficult it is to suppress a crazy Gyarados. Yu Hai actually remained calm when Gyarados went crazy, commanded Gyarados in an orderly manner, defeated the crazy Gyarados, and successfully resolved the crisis of Gyarados' madness, which is enough to prove that Yu Hai's command level is extraordinary. You must know that Gyarados' madness can multiply the strength of the Pokémon. Facing the crazy Gyarados, Yu Hai's Gyarados can defeat it. In the minds of the audience, Yu Hai already has the potential to win the championship. It is such a Yu Hai, who had no reputation at all before. If this is not a dark horse, what is it? The strongest dark horse among civilian trainers was added to Yu Hai by the audience and became Yu Hai's next competition label. Even the host finally came to his senses after hearing the audience's cheers and echoed them. Contestant Yu Hai just showed that he remained calm in the face of danger and was able to defeat the mad and violent Lai Long. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to Yu Kai. Just now, I heard some audience members talking about Yu Kai being the biggest dark horse of this tournament. Yu Kai's profile shows that he is an orphan. It seems that Yu Kai is still an ordinary trainer without a sponsor. Can this quartz tournament be a battle to prove Yu Kai? As an ordinary person who has come this far, how far can Yu Kai go in this quartz tournament? Can he become the biggest dark horse of this year, stand out from many masters and win the championship as everyone is talking about? Please continue to pay attention to Yu Hai's subsequent games. Let us witness the rise of Yu Hai. As the host passionately mobilized the atmosphere on the scene, Yu Hai also slowly left the stage amid the enthusiasm of the audience. In fact, he didn't want to be so famous, but his basic information was in the hands of the organizer, including the types and numbers of registered elves, which were retrieved from the Elf Center to facilitate the host to host the competition. With the host's hype, his popularity is continuing to rise. After today, he will definitely join the ranks of the favorites to win the championship and be discussed by everyone together with several other strong contenders for the championship. In addition, the host just gave his stacked buffs, civilians, dark horses, counterattacks, strong strength, calm command, and favorites to win the championship. These elements combined together are all gimmicks for ratings. He will quickly attract countless fans, especially ordinary trainers who have worked hard from the bottom step by step without any help, just like him. After all, if you want empathy, only those who have experienced it or are experiencing it will understand how difficult it is for them, the civilian trainers. Every trainer who walks on Yu-Hai's road will have the basis for empathy. Didn't you see that the host dare not mention the word civilian? In the face of the freedom and equality of the league, civilians are politically incorrect. Everyone knows that it is unfair, and the league cannot be fair. This is a consensus among adults with some knowledge. It is okay to discuss this kind of thing in private, as long as you understand it yourself, but you can't say it out loud. Saying it out loud would be a slap in the face of the league, which is not polite at all. Once the league's red line is touched, this host will no longer host the game, and will probably be banned by the entire industry and removed from the host industry. So the word ordinary was used instead. Compared with the word civilian, the word ordinary will not arouse people's disgust. After all, the class attributes of these two words are not strong and not so sensitive. If the word civilian is used instead and said out loud, it would be a big mess. You can say that his family is ordinary, and as an orphan, it is even worse than an ordinary family, or you can say that he is an ordinary trainer. But you can't say that he is a civilian trainer, which will arouse class confrontation and give the Rockets an opportunity to take advantage of it. This is the root of the existence of Team Rocket. The brainwashing education of Team Rocket is also this thing. Facing a group of unhappy teenagers, the result is predictable. They must blame everything on the league. Class is a real thing. It is very sensitive in any world. It does not mean that it does not exist if you don't see it. Team Rocket took advantage of this and disintegrated the basic education of people and nature and peaceful coexistence that the league has always promoted. As long as the league does not solve this problem, Team Rocket will always have a steady stream of new forces joining and use the league's propaganda to refute the league's values and deny the correctness and legitimacy of the league. Even if Team Rocket is wiped out, there will be new Team Rocket. This kind of thing cannot be banned, because the trainers who live well are a minority after all, and most people are still struggling. So, if Yu-Hai does not lie down, he will either join the league to become a vested interest and use the power in his hands to bully others, or lie down and fish. If Yu-Hai really wants to do something, the pressure he faces will be all aspects of the whole society. This stubborn disease is not that simple. There is a saying in the previous life that can reflect how difficult it is to change a stubborn disease. It is more difficult to touch interests than to touch the soul. It is easy to empathize with them, but it is impossible to make them empathize with the peasants. If he dares to touch the cake of this group of people will chase him with knives and chop him. Not one or two people, but a group of people, a very powerful group of people will chop him. Sometimes don't be too naive. As an adult, he naturally knows what price he needs to pay, but it is just one life, or many lives. Chapter 540, The Layout of the Alliance. Near the Quartz Plateau Stadium, in the training ground of a hotel. There are two people watching TV here, one with muscular body, and the other with a thin body and no muscles. Xiaoying, this person is from the same hometown as you, from Xiaogan Dojo. If you meet him, he will be your big enemy on the road to winning the championship. Xiaoying certainly knows that Yu-Hai is a big enemy, and there is no need for Teacher Ziba to remind him, but he has not yet confronted Teacher Ziba. The other party is his big brother, and the explosive skills of the mosquito frog are also taught by the other party. It was because of this special frog that he was noticed by King Hiba when he met him. In addition, all his Pokémon were fighting type. After passing the king's test, he successfully became King Hiba's disciple. He knew that it was his luck to become King Hiba's disciple. A trainer who was not from Kanto could become a disciple of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, which would definitely attract other people's gossip. He could only reduce the gossip by being strong enough and not losing face for teacher Hiba. Although King Hiba didn't care, as King Hiba's disciple, in the center of this whirlpool of public opinion, he must pay attention to this matter. I know, Mr. Ziba, Xiao Ying nodded seriously, surrounded by his elves, who also knew Yu Hai, and some of them had lived with Yu Hai. They all knew how strong Yu Hai was, and now seeing the fierceness of Gyarados, they all felt a lot of pressure. Everyone looked at each other, wondering who would face the Gyarados at that time. No one looked at the frog, because the frog had to face the opponent's frog. They all knew how strong the frog was, so the opponent's frog must be very strong too. After all, it was the frog taught by the opponent. Once, Electabuzz felt that he was good again, and challenged Frog's status as the big brother, wanting to become the boss of Xiao Ying's team. The result can be imagined. He was beaten up by Frog against his attributes, and he became much more honest. Facts have proved that your big brother is still your big brother. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. Electabuzz faced Frog and was beaten up by Ice Blast. After all, he was still a little worse. Are you planning to evolve the mosquito-repellent frog in the competition? Zebra retracted his gaze from the TV. Xiao Ying has stabilized at the senior level after this period of intensive training. It is hard to say whether she will win against Yu Hai. He looked at the mosquito-repellent frog next to Xiao Ying again. If this mosquito-repellent frog can evolve, the chance of winning the championship will be greater. He accepted Xiao Ying as his disciple because of the strange explosive power of this mosquito-repellent frog. Being able to cultivate the mosquito-repellent frog to this stage shows that Xiao Ying is a very malleable talent. She happened to be a trainer specializing in fighting, which met his standards for accepting disciples. She has performed very well during this period and has been very hard-working. Although she is thin, she has persisted in the training she should eat. Through food supplements, she has begun to grow muscles. He is very satisfied with this disciple. However, the only regret is that Xiao Ying does not want to become as muscular as him. He does not force Xiao Ying to train like this, but she still needs muscles. In addition to the fact that Xiao Ying and he are very compatible with this master-disciple relationship, and Xiao Ying's personal efforts, he accepted Xiao Ying as his disciple, and there is also a strategic plan for the alliance to deepen its control over the Orange Islands again. The alliance is preparing to implement the champion system of Kanto and Chengdu in the Orange Islands, so the selection of the 4 heavenly kings below the champion is particularly important. Xiao Ying was born a civilian, and is also a trainer in the Orange Islands. In addition, he is a disciple of the 4 heavenly kings, Ziba. Xiao Ying, who has 3 identities, can naturally get the support of 4 types of people. First, ordinary trainers in the Orange Islands. Second, the big families in the Orange Islands. Because of Xiao Ying's local identity, they at least don't reject it that much. Third, Xiao Ying is his disciple. With this relationship, the trainers in the Kanto area will not reject Xiao Ying's promotion. Fourth, the alliance will stand up for Xiao Ying. In order to stabilize the situation in the Orange Islands, the alliance will become Xiao Ying's biggest supporter. The alliance has compromised like this, and still uses trainers from the Orange Islands. If those big families don't know what's good for them and refuse the alliance's good intentions, then don't blame the alliance for being rude. After all, the war has stopped, and the alliance intends to use a soft policy to boil frogs in warm water. If those people don't want to be frogs at the bottom of the well, the alliance doesn't mind restarting the war and conquering the small Orange Islands again with the most violent means since ancient times. For this reason, the allocation of the champion and the 4 heavenly kings must have at least the dual identities of the Orange Islands and the alliance, and must be dual identities that the alliance can influence. At least all of them are trainers like Xiao Ying. The alliance is already looking for candidates, and there are quite a few Orange Islands trainers participating in the Quartz Conference this time. In addition to Xiao Ying, the confirmed candidate, Haji of the Liugan Gym has been included in the candidate list, and Yu Hai, who has shown outstanding strength, has also been included in the candidate list by the alliance. However, after an in-depth investigation, it was found that Yu Hai was deeply involved with the Orange Islands and had been involved in the grey area. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he debuted at the age of 15 and had such impressive strength in just half a year. Yu Hai had no sponsor. In the eyes of investigators, such a growth experience must have been a dirty life experience. He was also a trainer of the Xiaogan Gym. The league found out too late, and it is not easy to intervene now. In fact, it was not that the league found out too late, but that Yu Hai had only traveled here for half a year. Even if he wanted to recruit him earlier, there was no chance. If someone hadn't nominated Yu Hai this time, Yu Hai would not have been on the short list. Shiba didn't expect that his colleagues would nominate Yu Hai, but it was just a nomination. In his opinion, Koji of the Liugan Gym, Ai of the Yuzu Gym, Atsumai of the Xiaogan Gym, Xiao Dan of the Napuru Gym, and the chief trainer Yuji were all nominated. These people have family support behind them, and their success rate in getting promoted is higher than Yu Hai. Yuji is strong in his own right, so even without the support of his family, it is easy for him to get promoted. You know, Yuji can be the chief trainer because the alliance supports him from behind. The alliance has already reserved one place, the Orange Islands Gym has reserved 2 places, and the remaining 2 places have not been determined. One place may be given to those big families to divide those big families. It is currently under discussion. No matter how you look at it, Yu Hai has no power behind him, so it is impossible to get this place. That's why it is said that nomination is just nomination, and it is difficult to get promoted without power behind him. If Yu Hai really wants to get promoted, it depends on how much support the person who nominated Yu Hai can give Yu Hai, and whether he can let Yu Hai sit firmly on the 4 heavenly kings and not be torn down by those big families. If Yu Hai knew about this, he would have thought of the rocket team. Such a good opportunity, how could the rockets not add people? It will definitely be very lively then. Yes, teacher, the mosquito frog has not encountered pressure yet. I plan to evolve the mosquito frog only when it encounters a strong enemy. Xiaoying didn't know what Ziba was thinking. He had already prepared to face Yu Hai. If he could meet Brother Hai in the competition, he would directly evolve the mosquito frog. Even if it was the evolved mosquito frog, he was not sure that he could beat Brother Hai. The reason was that Brother Hai put a lot of pressure on him, a pressure he had never overcome. Just make your own decision. Ziba saw that his disciple had his own ideas, and he didn't ask any more questions. It was still early for the Orange Islands. There would be at least 2 or 3 years, and Xiaoying still had time to grow. He had just sweated a lot during the training. After saying goodbye to Xiaoying, he wanted to take a shower. He would go to watch his disciples' games later, and sit in the Quartz Conference to prevent anyone from disrupting the games of the Quartz Conference. For the exploration of the ruins, the ghost-type King Kikyuko is more suitable than him, the fighting king. It is said that the hard bones of the ruins have been chewed almost. In 2 days, Kikyuko will come to see the young disciple she just accepted and prepare to take him with her to teach. For this young disciple, Kikyuko also went to the Yulong clan to make a big fuss and got a mini dragon for the disciple. The mini dragon that Kikyuko personally took out is obviously not as simple as an ordinary fan. It is said that the young disciple Kikyuko just accepted has the potential to be a champion, and Kikyuko also plans to train him to be a champion. In order for the young disciple to sit firmly on the championship, Kikyuko plans to take over the championship position in Chengdu after the separation of Chengdu and Kanto, and plans to give up the position after the disciple grows up. They have no opinion on Kikyuko's approach. After all, Kikyuko is the trainer closest to the champion among the 4. The hard power is there, and no one can oppose the decision of this veteran 4 kings. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, Xiaoying is his disciple, so he will not be stingy. In addition to the support of the heavenly king in the future, he will also choose a suitable fighting Pokémon for Xiaoying. Ordinary fighting Pokemon will not be considered. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he is not good enough. Kikyuko can give Dratini, so he will give a fighting Pokemon of rare or higher. This is the role of having a good teacher. Having a good teacher will not cause you to encounter bad things, but will be a great help. If you don't meet a good teacher, sometimes your life will be in danger. If you meet a black-hearted person, you will be consumables. At the same time, Koji sat in the audience and watched Xiaoshun's group match. Xiaoshun's defeat was not unexpected to him. Facing Yuhai, their savior, it would be a miracle if they could win. Before they became trainers, Yuhai was already very strong. If they wanted to catch up with Yuhai, they could only wait until Yuhai encountered a bottleneck. The Xiaozai trio, who also sat in the audience and watched Yuhai's entire game, felt the pressure coming in their faces, especially Xiaozai, whose body was shaking a little. Xiao Gang raised his hand and patted Xiaozai, which frightened Xiaozai so much that he broke out in cold sweat. After seeing that it was Xiao Gang, Xiaozai breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be too stressed, Xiaozai, you don't have to treat him as an imaginary enemy. After all, the gap between you Xiao Gang couldn't say it in the end, because the fighting power shown by Yuhai was really terrifying, and it had already exceeded the scope of a rookie. Yesterday's fire-proof Foritos, and today's Butterfree and Gyarados, are just the tip of the iceberg of the opponent. They camped with the opponent and saw the elves around the opponent. The 3 elves sent by the opponent in the group stage were obviously not all of the opponent. The Tyrannosaurus, the Scyther, and other elves. If every elf of the opponent is so strong, Xiaozai's winning rate against the opponent. I know, I don't have pressure. Maybe I will be eliminated before I meet the opponent, Xiaozai said indifferently, but his eyes still looked at the competition venue involuntarily. The ice field was being replaced below, preparing for the next round of group matches. Because of the previous battle, the ice melted, the water in the swimming pool evaporated, and even the swimming pool was deformed. Gudong, Xiaozai swallowed his saliva secretly. He shuddered at the thought of using Bulbasaur, Pikachu, and Squirtle to fight against that Gyarados. Today, he just used 3 Pikachus to replace a Gyarados of Koji. That Gyarados was not very strong, and he had a hard time beating it, let alone this Gyarados. Tisk, someone said he didn't care, but he was sweating profusely. Xioxia covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Every time Xiaozai was stubborn, she liked to spoil it. Damn Xioxia, Xiaozai's fists hardened again. Why did this girl always pick on him? Okay, don't quarrel, the next battle is about to start. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Xiao Gang quickly pulled them apart to persuade them to stop fighting. At the same time, Xiao Mao was also watching the game on the spot. Xiao Mao watched every game of Yuhai. Seeing the fierceness of Yuhai's Gyarados, Xiao Mao also felt pressured. If he wants to defeat Yuhai, he needs tighter tactics and more trial and error opportunities. No, he feels that the opponent will not give him a chance to make a mistake. The pressure is really great. How can he defeat an opponent who is better than him in theoretical knowledge, tactical literacy, command ability, and Pokémon strength, and is not inferior to him in all aspects? Except for Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, how can he defeat him? Some people, the 2 brothers Shinji, who were also paying attention to Yukai, were also at the scene. Seeing Yukai's Gyarados, Shinji looked at his eldest brother Lei Si and said solemnly, "Brother, you also have a Gyarados." "I know," Lei Si secretly clenched his fingers. His Gyarados was not as big as the others, but the level could not be lower than the others. After all, Gyarados still competes with momentum. After all, it is a Pokémon with the intimidation characteristic. Let's see who has the better momentum at that time. At the same time, in the new town of Palette. In the living room of Professor Oak's house, Professor Oak, Hanako, and Nanami, who were sitting in front of the TV, all saw Yukai's Gyarados. "Hanako, is it him?" Professor Oak asked Hanako if the Gyarados he saw that night was this Gyarados. "Well, I can't tell, but the voice sounds like him." I remember his last shout very clearly, Hanako recalled. She still remembered Yukai who shouted them to run away at that time very clearly. When Xiaozai enters the knockout round, we will go to the scene to cheer for Xiaozai, and by the way, let Xiaozai invite him to come over for dinner and get to know each other. Professor Oak touched his stubble on his chin, thinking that he still had to get to know Yuhai. He also knew that Yuhai was an orphan when he heard the host say that he was an orphan, but he knew more, Yuhai was also a trainer of Xiaogan Gym. Considering the recent plan of the League for the Orange Islands, the other party has been preempted by others, and it is unlikely that he can support this boy now. After all, you can't poach other people's talents, which is very hateful. I have dealt with those old guys in the Orange Islands when I was young, and they are not easy to talk to. When they were young, they were as difficult to mess with as Kikyuko. They were all grumpy old men. Now they have become grumpy old men. Back then, only Old Man Long was close to the Liugan Gym over there. I don't know if they are still in contact after so many years. Nanamai looked at Yukai on TV, as if she wanted to remember him. She wondered if he was the one who saved Miss Joy that night. But Miss Joy didn't know who Yukai was yet. Should she tell Miss Joy? Ding, ding. Suddenly, a beeping sound came from her notebook. When she opened the notebook, it was a chat software similar to Penguin. There was a naughty and cute avatar flashing. It was Miss Joy's headshot. Chapter 541, The White Moonlight of Middle-Aged People. At the same time, the Liugan Gym mentioned by Professor Oak was also watching Xia Shun's game. After all, he was the trainer of the gym. After watching Xia Shun's game, the two people who were watching the game were not discussing Xiao Shun, but Yuhai. Ali, I remember you mentioned him. This boy wanted to join the Liugan Gym, but you rejected him. He turned to the old man's Xiaogan Gym. Yes, this boy is very strong and has a clean identity. With a little training, he can be independent, but he was in the Orange Islands at that time. The rockets were ready to move. The situation was unclear, so I didn't dare to accept him. When Li Yulai said this, she felt a little regretful. She actually rejected a talent and was accepted by the Xiaogan Gym. You are so stupid. With your and my methods, you can't suppress a child. What do you think? Grandpa Haji stomped his crutches heavily. Facing the rocket's eagerness, they should increase the strength of the gym instead of rejecting talents. He can pass the league's political review and participate in the Quartz Conference. After this competition, should our gym want him? Li Yulai felt a little sorry and thought of poaching him. Anyway, Hao Er is also at the scene. After the game is over, let Hao Er contact the other party and invite him to join. It is still very simple. It's impossible. The old guy in Xiaogan Gym will not let him go after seeing the performance of this child. If you miss it, you will miss it after all. Hao Er's grandfather sighed and turned his tone to Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun is not bad, but he lacks a little time. He may not be able to reach this step in the future, but it takes a little time. I understand, Lu Li nodded gently. He is just a young boy. As long as her Liugan Gym opens its doors, she can have as many young boys as she wants. There is no need to continue to worry about this matter. For Xiao Shun, the child, should the marriage be a collateral or direct line? Lu Li saw that her father valued Xiao Shun so much, and she couldn't help but consider the issue of marriage. Xiao Shun has performed well in the gym, but his family background is a bit ordinary. If his future achievements are limited, we can use collateral marriage. If his future achievements are good, we can choose a girl of the right age from the direct line and let them meet by chance. Although Hao Er's grandfather is optimistic about Xiao Shun is still too young. It will take time for Xiao Shun to grow up. Moreover, Xiao Shun's birth has been investigated on the spot. It is an ordinary family that cannot be more ordinary. The worst choice for their direct children is to marry someone of the same social status. For a teenager like Xiao Shun, it is the greatest honor to join the Liugan Gym. If you still want to ask for a marriage with a girl of the direct line, it is a bit too much. In the final analysis, everything depends on Xiao Shun's performance. If he performs well, he can marry with the direct line. If he performs averagely, he can use collateral marriage, and if he performs poorly, he is just an ordinary fighter, so there is no need to pay too much attention to him. At Xiaogan Gym, Ada's family, who were having lunch, looked at the quartz conference on TV, which was showing Yu Hai's game. So strong, Brother Hai's Gyarados is so strong. I also have a Magikarp given by Brother Hai, but I don't know when it can evolve. Ada saw Yukai's Butterfree killing everyone and Gyarados suppressing the opponent's Gyarados. If he wasn't still eating and his father and grandfather were there, he would have shouted excitedly, but 11 couldn't scream, so he could only hold it in. Dad, judging from his elf's performance, it should be easy to get into the top 3. When Dunmiai's mother said this, she looked at Dunmiai from the corner of her eye, not knowing whether her daughter liked their arranged marriage. She had heard from her husband about the old man's marriage arrangement for Dunmiai and the future plan of the gym. To be honest, she was very disgusted with the idea of marriage, but if she didn't recruit a capable son-in-law, her husband's gym would not be able to operate. As the daughter-in-law of Xiaogan Gym, although she was an outsider who didn't go home often, she had to consider issues for the gym. If Dunmiai's marriage was not sacrificed, then her husband would have to stay in Xiaogan Gym and officially become the gym owner, managing the gym that the old man had been worrying about all his life. After wasting half his life, they should also live a quiet life. This is what her husband told her: either they stayed to manage the gym, or let Dunmiai recruit a son-in-law to manage the gym. Since the last time he talked with Grandpa Dunmiai, the middle-aged man often sat in a daze alone, thinking about this matter. When he was young, he would choose himself without hesitation between his father and himself. But no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, his father was old and didn't have much time left. The gym should either be closed, thrown to Dunmiai, or run by himself. He also had to make a choice between himself and his precious daughter again, whether to sacrifice his daughter's happiness in exchange for his own freedom, or to sacrifice his own freedom in exchange for his daughter's happiness. He had evaded his responsibilities all his life, and even his precious daughter had been a left-behind child for many years. This was his dereliction of duty as a father, and he felt that he was not worthy of the word father. Now he had to sacrifice his daughter's happiness again in exchange for his own freedom. After countless self-questions, he could not say anything about this matter. So, he decided that he would not evade again, and he didn't want to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Faced with his daughter and himself, he finally compromised with freedom and chose to stay and inherit the gym, so that the old man could have a good rest. The old man's strict education did not make him compromise, nor did his busy life outside. The debt to his precious daughter finally made this middle-aged man compromise. From the moment he chose to stay, the marriage no longer existed. After he stayed to inherit the gym, the old man would not force his daughter to find a son-in-law. He would protect his daughter and strive for the greatest autonomy. Of course, this also includes Ada. He would personally teach Ada how to become an excellent trainer. Back then, when he was 17 or 18 years old, under the strict education of the old man, he had a team of 6 king-level elves. In the Orange Islands competition, he defeated all the heroes and beat the entire Orange Islands without a single opponent. I don't know what those opponents are doing, whether their strength has improved, and whether they have gained weight. Anyway, he has gained weight and his forehead is bald. I don't know if the beautiful girl Liuli back then is still as charming as she was back then. I guess she is a mother now. When he thought of the pretty red-haired girl who had become a mother, his chopstick fingers trembled. He was a little afraid to contact her. After all, he had liked her back then. He really hoped that she would always be as beautiful as in his memory. What a pity, it was all over. Time is unforgiving and makes people grow old. He also changed from a teenager to a fat middle-aged man. Alas! It is hard to tell that Liuli is still the white moonlight of Dunmiai's father. It's a pity that the child is 10 years old. And the current Orange Island's chief trainer, Yuji. He remembered very clearly that Yuji, the little guy, always clamored to be the guardian of the Orange Islands. He was robbed several times with a mini dragon, and always followed behind and called him boss. Now this little guy is amazing. It is said that he is the chief trainer of the Orange Islands and the strongest trainer. There was no title of chief trainer back then. Now with a Dragonite, this kid can beat the entire Orange Islands without a single opponent. He has finally made it. It's been so many years since I went home. Why are my peers so low-key? Or have they not made any progress in all these years? It's time to meet these old friends and announce my return. After winning the championship, he left without saying goodbye, without even taking the trophy. It's really a long ago memory. Anyway, my father was almost mad at me. I don't know what their expressions were back then. After so many years, he has become indifferent. Now there is only life left. What high-spirited and what championships are all in the past. It doesn't matter what place he gets. The gym is short of someone to do things. When he comes back, I will personally test and teach him. Dunmiai's father ate his meal and looked at Dunmiai from time to time. He will also strengthen Dunmiai's training next. As his daughter, Dunmiai can't be too bad. If she is too bad, she will be laughed at by those old opponents. Perhaps it is also related to the old man's high-pressure education. Since handing over his own rebellious son, the old man has been letting these two children and grandchildren go free, resulting in Dunmiai being 15 years old. Only the Blastoise is still good, but it is still a chicken. He has been preparing training plans for his daughter, Atsumai, and son, Ada. It is impossible for him to use the strict education of his father. He does not ask his daughter to achieve much. As long as she lives happily while improving her strength, that's enough. In the next period of time, he will do his best as a father to make up for the father missing in his daughter's childhood. He wants to be a less bad father. However, when she heard that her father was going to test Yuhai, Atsumai was not thinking about eating when she was eating with chopsticks. She had heard some rumors recently, and her parents looked at her eyes are always strange. It made her more certain of her guess that grandpa and her parents wanted to use her to form a marriage to stabilize Xiaogan Jim. After knowing this news, she no longer wanted to take revenge on Yuhai, but was thinking about how to escape from Xiaogan Jim. She was definitely unwilling to form a marriage with a stranger she had never met. She was a woman living in the new era. How could she be poisoned by such futile ideas? She wanted to be independent, autonomous, and escape. Only Ada, this fool, didn't understand the situation at the table, and was still shouting that Brother Haya was so great, Brother Haya was so great. No one paid any attention to him, which made him a little confused. He didn't understand what these people were thinking about when they didn't eat or watch TV. Quartz Sports Stadium, branch venue. After the game, Yuhai left the competition venue through the player channel, but as soon as he left, Xiao Shun followed him panting. Brother Hai, I'm sorry to trouble you, Xiao Shun panted and bent over to apologize as soon as he came up. It's okay, Xiao Shun, Yuhai didn't care about it, and smiled and reminded him again, when you have the strength to subdue Gyarados, you can be considered to have truly subdued Gyarados. Try hard. Boy, it's very hard to keep up with my pace. I will try hard, Brother Hai, Xiao Shun tried to hold back the tears in his eyes. He had never had a stranger care about him so much, even in the Liugan gym, he didn't get such care. Haha, why are you crying? Yuhai hugged Xia Shun's head, pressed Xia Shun's head against his chest and whispered, Xiao Shun, remember, the knife is in your hand, some people can die, some elves don't need to, I hope you can die. I always remember it in my heart, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun heard these words, and when he came to his senses, Yuhai had waved goodbye, leaving only a back figure walking away. Seeing Brother Hai leaving, Xiao Shun stopped crying. He lost the game, but he was not sad at all. Nothing made him happier than being recognized by his respected brother. Although they didn't spend much time together, Brother Hai was the man who changed his life and the man he would look up to for the rest of his life. Don't think that Yu Hai turned around handsomely. In fact, he was wiping his nose. It wasn't his snot, but Xiao Shun's snot on his hand. Those who understand that feeling know it, it's sticky and wet. There's nothing you can do about it. Anyway, it's disgusting. And the clothes on his body can't be kept. He hurried back to the player village to wash them. If he didn't wash them clean, he always felt a little disgusted. That was the snot of a little kid. After all, Xiao Shun and other trainers are still children after all. He himself was lying flat, so what could he ask of a group of children? When he came to the single room in the player village, Xiao Ming was just about to go out. He said hello to him and left. I don't know what Xiao Ming is doing. He has been very secretive these days. If Yu Hai knew that Xiao Ming was an intelligence dealer during the competition, or a second-hand intelligence dealer, he would sell one piece of information for several times. He would sigh that this guy is really making money all the time, earning resources for cultivating elves. He must be a man of great perseverance to get to this point. After returning to the room, he went to the room to take a shower first, washed clothes after taking a shower, let Toxic Skull Frog and others have lunch, then picked up Gyarados' Pokeball and opened Gyarados' proficiency panel. Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 42.74%. Feature, Intimidation/35.13%. Hidden feature, Overconfidence/34.23%. Mastering the moves. I haven't looked at Gyarados' panel for more than 20 days. Gyarados' level has increased by 2 levels. This level is similar to Butterfree, but its ability to withstand attacks is stronger than Butterfree's fragile skin. Gyarados at this level is not inferior to ordinary senior-level Pokémons, and can also fight against senior-level Pokémons over level 50. It is somewhat disadvantaged against Quasi-King Pokémons. When fighting against Wu Neng's Onix, he saw that his Gyarados had no advantage in a head-on fight. If Onix's tempering was not incomplete, it would be hard to say who would win. In the end, there is still some time left. If Gyarados can reach level 50, it can also fight against Quasi-King Pokémons. Fortunately, in a baby competition like the Quartz Conference, Quasi-King Pokémon are rare. He feels that the players who have Quasi-King Pokémon are probably Xiao Qian and Lei Si, and he is one of them. There are also the favorites to win the championship in Xiao Ming's intelligence, and the veterans of the previous session. These trainers have at most 1 or 2 Quasi-King Pokémon in their hands, which is not too exaggerated. He can still play with this group of people. If it is a team of 6 Quasi-King Pokémon, he is not incapable of fighting, but he must go all out to have a chance. Fortunately, the gap between Quasi-King and senior level is not as big as that between King and Quasi-King. If you meet them, you can't fight at all. Just run away. You can't fight at all. He has tried his frog. It doesn't work. Don't be stubborn. Just admit it when you should. When Jengar wakes up, he also has a king-level Pokémon. There is nothing to be afraid of. In addition to the level change of Gyarados, the characteristics of Gyarados have only increased by a few points. There is nothing to see. Recruit the style is still the same, only the proficiency has increased a little bit, not much, and there are no new moves. He closed the panel of Gyarados and released Butterfree. The little guy was suffocating, so it would be good to come out for some fresh air. Let Butterfree wander around the room, looking around, touching everywhere. He planned to take a nap, then go to the cafeteria for dinner, and watch the game in the evening. Since we are here, even if we are just playing against each other, we can still kill time. Gyarados panel. Gyarados panel. Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 42.74%. Characteristics: intimidation /35.13%, hidden characteristic, overconfidence /34.23%. Water system mastered moves, waterfall climbing /25.24%. Rain prayer /22.39%. Water tail /20.28%. Water cannon /24.53%. Surfing /21.71%. Diving /20.93%. Tidal wave /18.61%. Flying system, storm /18.33%. Bounce /20.79%. General system, destruction ray /20.55%. Slam /27.69%. Mountain pressure /22.24%. Roar /35.37%. Self-sacrifice charge /14.25%. Tight /21.33%. Jump /35.21%. Impact /35.31%. Terrible face /28.72%. Stare /30.61%. Hold /18.42%, ultimate impact /13.38%. Dragon type, reverse scale /18.11%, tornado /22.01%, dragon dance /28.41%, dragon tail /29.22%, dragon wave /24.34%, dragon fury /26.37%. Ground type, heavy stomp /17.73%, earthquake /19.63%. Ice type, frozen fang /17.51%, freezing ray /28.64%. Electric system 100,000 volts /19.58%. Thunder /27.87%. Fire system jet flame /27.37%. Large character explosion /16.56%. Steel system iron head /20.95%. Iron tail /28.61%. Evil system bite /27.77%. Tit for tooth /19.71%. Evil wave /13.65%. Provocation /12.15%. Unclassified sharp stone attack /18.25%. Sleep /31.66%. Chapter 542, versus Xiaoming. The 54th day of the trip to Kanto, sunny. Today is the third day of the Quartz Conference, and the group stage of the sub-venue has reached the third round. After getting up early and having lunch, Yu Hai came to the draw venue to draw the venue for the third group match. The venue for the third round of the group match is the rock venue. After getting the venue, match, and opponent, he first teleported his elves from Xiaogan Gym, and then came to the lounge of the rock venue branch. Xiaoming and Xiao Mao were both here. Today, the three of them were all in the rock venue. What a coincidence! Xiao Mao, you are also in the rock venue. Yu Hai looked at the big screen. Xiao Mao's match was behind his. He was in the morning match, and Xiao Mao was in the noon match. And his opponent was Xiao Ming, the unlucky kid, who finally got his wish and met him. Humph, I will beat you. Xiao Mao heard Yu Hai's greeting and proudly took the cheerleaders away. The cheerleaders staying here affected the old pervert's viewing experience too much. Everyone couldn't help but look at the cheerleaders, so how could they have the time to watch the game on the big screen? Hey, Yu Hai smiled helplessly and watched Xiao Mao leave. This kid was still so proud and didn't learn his lesson at all. It seems that only after being educated in the competition, he knew that there are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people, and he could learn to restrain his arrogance. I finally met you. Xiao Ming sat opposite Yu Hai when he saw him sitting down, and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice about this fate. Why don't you surrender directly? I can just keep the manpower for the knockout round. Yu Hai laughed and teased Xiao Ming. In fact, Xiao Ming's strength is not bad. After all, he has entered the senior level of trainer and is considered a high-level fighter. You wishful thinking, even if you can't beat him, you have to fight to know. Xiao Ming couldn't surrender. He knew there was a gap, but he had to let him know how big the gap was. Knowing Yu Hai was his biggest advantage. He had collected almost all the information about Pokémons, and many people came to him to buy information. Yu Hai's information was the most expensive. Yu Hai didn't know that his Pokémon species information had been sold out by Xiao Ming. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. Anyone who was interested could find out what Pokémons he had as long as they investigated. As for what Pokémons he was good at, Xiao Ming himself didn't know. He had gotten Xiao Ming's intelligence for free before, so he didn't care about asking Xiao Ming to sell some intelligence to get the money back. Haha, it's about to start, get ready to enter. Yu Hai and Xiao Ming laughed and joked in the lounge, and both left the lounge. This scene was seen by many players, including those who bought intelligence from Xiao Ming. Seeing that the two had such a good relationship, many people felt cheated. Xiao Ming knew Yu Hai and they seemed to have a good relationship. Yu Hai's intelligence was still the most expensive. If this wasn't being cheated, then what was it? On the competition field, the rock field. The red player in this rock field is from Hualan City. Xiao Ming from the green team, and Yu Hai from the Orange Islands. Both players have experienced 2 rounds of group matches, and are also popular players who can enter the knockout rounds. It is a bit regrettable to meet in the 3rd round of group matches. Today, only one of the 2 players is destined to go to a bigger stage to show himself. This is a pity for the players, but it is everyone's lucky day, because you will see the most exciting duel in the group stage, the confrontation between 2 senior trainers, right at this moment. Hwa wah wah. After the host heated up the atmosphere, the referee also spoke. There are only 3 Pokémon used in the rock field. The 4th game of the rock field officially begins. Please send out the first Pokémon. Go, Fordos! Roar, roar! Oh my god, Yu Hai is selected. The starting Pokémon of Xiao Ming is the Gyarados that was the strongest yesterday. Xiao Ming's starting Pokémon is still Fordos, which had a relatively high win rate in the first 2 rounds. Oh, you want to play Spikes, you have no chance, Yu Hai smiled. He knew Xiao Ming's spike routine, which was why he used Gyarados as the starting Pokémon, because Gyarados has a wide range of attack. No matter what Pokémon Xiao Ming uses as the starting Pokémon, his Gyarados can restrain Xiao Ming's starting Pokémon. In addition, with the intimidation feature, the opponent's Pokémon will lose 1 level of attack as soon as it comes out, 1 level of defense with glaring eyes, and 2 levels of speed with scary faces. Oh, I knew it would be like this, Xiao Ming laughed at himself, and took back Fordos with the Poke Ball, intending to change the Pokémon. Yu Hai's Gyarados has a fire jet, and Fordos can be killed in 1 second with just 1 fire jet. There is no way to fight. Go, Swamp King! Swamp King? Yu Hai saw Swamp King, pondered for a moment, and used the Poke Ball to take back Gyarados. It was not that Gyarados could not fight, but the 1-2 tactics remained unchanged. The group stage was not the time to consume Gyarados. Facing Swamp King, who was restrained by the grass type 4 times, he thought for a moment, took off the Poke Ball from his waist and threw it out. It's decided to be you, Farfetch'en. Quack, quack, Farfetch'en was teleported in the morning, and already knew the purpose of teleporting. As soon as it came out, it stared at Swamp King with sharp eyes. Farfetch'en? After Xiao Ming changed his Pokémon, Yu Hai also chose to change his Pokémon. Facing Farfetch'en with sharp eyes, how should Xiao Ming deal with it? Flatty duck, Xiao Ming thought to himself that he had miscalculated. He didn't know that there was another Flatty duck in Yu Hai. The information about this Flatty duck was unknown, so he could use Swamp King to test it. This Flatty duck was the one that the elf hunter used as food. Since the death of the great brown duck, he had not paid attention to the Flatty duck's panel, and it has been almost 4 or 5 months. Flatty duck. Attributes: general plus flying. Gender: male. Potential: 46.73%. Level: 45.99%. Features: sharp eyes /41.55%. Mastering moves. The potential of Flatty Duck is stuck at 46, and the level is also stuck at 45. If you want to improve the potential of Flatty Duck, you can only wear gems and slowly grind time, like a turtle crawling. It's not that he doesn't want to give gems, but Farfetch'd can't absorb them quickly, so he can only wear gems to slowly change his potential. Farfetch'd has a flying gem on him. After wearing it for several months, he only increased his potential by 0.7. According to the increase of more than 1 point a year, it will take at least more than 10 years to increase his potential to 59. After more than 10 years, he will be in his 20s, almost 30 years old. When Farfetch'd is promoted to the king, he will probably be an old man in his 30s. Such Farfetch'd can only help him limitedly. However, it is still good to use it in the group stage. After all, the level is higher than Butterfree, and he is really working hard. But the limited potential is the biggest flaw, and he is also helpless. During this period, Farfetch'd has learned a lot of new moves, even grass-type moves, which is why he chose Farfetch'd. The purpose of hitting Swamp King. Swamp King, yawn. Swamp King stretched his body, yawned at Farfetch'd, blew a big blue bubble from his mouth, and flew towards Farfetch'd. Once Farfetch'd was hit by the bubble, Farfetch'd would fall into a sleeping state. But the speed of this blue bubble was really too slow, it was impossible to hit Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, move at high speed to avoid it, used chi condensation. Quack! Farfetch'd saw that the blue bubble was so slow, and the duck feet quickly turbocharged, ran out of the afterimage, dodged the blue bubble, and ran around Swamp King at high speed, using chi condensation. Farfetch'd, Leaf Blade. Farfetch'd took the opportunity to go behind Swamp King, and the green onions on its wings emitted a green light, turning into a long curved blade / the Swamp King. Leaf Blade, manipulate the blades like a sword to cut the opponent to attack, and the chance of hitting the vital point is 1 level higher than most moves. No, Swamp King, hold on. Xiao Ming heard the word Leaf Blade, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Once Swamp King was hit by the Leaf Blade, he would be gone. Bang bang bang! At the critical moment, Swamp King turned around and raised his hand to use the light blue guard shield to block the Leaf Blade of Farfetch'd. Xiao Ming saw that this was not a solution, and when the guard was about to fail, he shouted to Swamp King, return double. Quack! Onion Duck heard double payback, and Yu Hai's command was too late. It reacted quickly, biting the onion with its mouth, flapping its wings quickly to get away from the Swamp King, and at the same time, several wind blades flew out from its wings, cutting towards the Swamp King. Double payback, the damage received from the opponent's physical attack will be returned to the same opponent twice. Air Blade, a special attack, has a 30% chance of causing the target that has not yet acted to fall into a state of fear. The Swamp King's counter-punch against the Air Blade is not able to counter-punch. Not only can it not with a counter-punch, Swamp King was also knocked back by the Wind Blade and fell into a cowering state. In the cowering state, Pokémon that have not used any moves yet cannot use any moves during the round in which they are cowering. The cowering state will be lifted after the round ends. Now, Farfetch'd, Leaf Blade, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief when Farfetch'd changed his moves temporarily. He was about to say stop, but he hadn't said it yet, and he didn't have the chance to say it. While Swamp King was in a cowering state and couldn't use any moves, Farfetch'd had a good opportunity to attack. Quack! Farfetch'd just after he retreated, and then stepped forward holding the scallion. The scallion once again showed a green glow, and he was ready to kill the Swamp King with a single blow. Dig a hole, Swamp King, dig a hole quickly. Xiao Ming was very anxious when he saw that Swamp King was at a disadvantage. But it was useless to be anxious. Swamp King was in a state of fear. Onion Duck held the scallion and slashed at Swamp King. Swamp King had no chance to react. After being stiff for a moment, he screamed in pain and slowly fell to the ground. Swamp King has lost his ability to fight. Please ask Xiao Ming to take back Swamp King and send out the second Pokemon. As the Swamp King icon on the big screen turned grey, the referee ruled that Swamp King was out, and the first match ended. The second match was next. Swamp King, take a good rest, Xiao Ming comforted Swamp King. After all, it was a fourfold restraint, and it was a 100% critical strike after gathering energy. It was reasonable that Swamp King could not block it. After taking back Swamp King, he took off the Pokeball just now and threw it out again. Fritos, I leave it to you. However, after seeing Fritos, Yu Hai also used the Pokeball to take back Farfetch'd and threw Gyarados out again. Roar, roar, roar. Again. Xiao Ming was also drunk. Every time he wanted to use Fritos, the opponent would not give him any chance. Seeing this, he took back Fritos again. This was the second time he took back Fritos, and the opportunity to exchange Pokemons was also used up twice. Then, he took off the Pokeball from his waist again and threw out a new Pokeball, which was also his ace Pokemon, Sandslash. Sandslash? Yu Hai smiled and took back Gyarados. He had too many Pokemons to deal with this Sandslash, so he took out a new Pokeball and threw it out. Starfish, it's you. Starfish? Not the crab. Xiao Ming was relieved when he saw Starfish. As long as it wasn't the crab, it would be fine. If the opponent used the crab, he wouldn't have to struggle, because he would definitely lose. Sandslash, turn into a circle and roll. This trick again? Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. Xiao Ming seemed to like using this move to fight. Then he said, Hai Xing Xing, jump onto the stone pillar and use gravity. Buzz. Hey, the moment Hai Xing Xing jumped onto the stone pillar, a gravity field was generated around her body. Sandslash, which had just rolled into the gravity field, was directly pressed to the ground, with only half of its round body exposed, and the other half was pressed underground. Xiao Ming should be thankful that Sandslash is a ground-type Pokemon. If it were a flying Pokemon or a floating Pokemon, all of them would be pressed to the ground and would not be able to get up. The influence of gravity is two-way. While suppressing Sandslash, Hai Xing Xing was also suppressed, and even moving was difficult. Kyuga, Sandslash climbed out of the pit with difficulty. Facing the gravity released by Hai Xing Xing, he could barely walk, but he could not run. We have to thank Xiao Ming for his weight training, otherwise Sandslash would not be able to move, let alone walk. The Sand Shrew can walk, which means that it has been well cultivated. It can move in the face of gravity and its strength should not be underestimated. Good job, Sand Shrew, just walk over and defeat it. You still want to come over? Are you thinking too simply? Yu Hai smiled and shouted to Hai Xing Xing, salt water. Hey, it's true that Hai Xing Xing can't move, but it can still spray water. Although this water is not aggressive, as long as it can flow to the feet of Sand Shrew, it will be fine. As water flows out of Hai Xing Xing's tentacles and flows to the feet of Sand Shrew, Yu Hai shouted to Hai Xing Xing again, freezing ray. Hey, the tentacles on the top of Hai Xing Xing's head stopped spraying water, and then used freezing ray on the ground under the stone pillar to freeze the Sand Shrew in the water, and spread to the entire body of Sand Shrew before stopping the freezing ray. The Sand Shrew is frozen. How should Xiao Ming break this situation? The host saw the intense battle scene and immediately spoke up to raise the heat of the game. Although there was no battle scene in this match, it was a competition of hard power. Crossland King, dig a hole. Xiao Ming knew that the Sandsland King could not get to the front of Hai Xing Xing. Even if the ice was broken, the Sandsland King, which had difficulty moving under gravity, would be frozen again. The only way to break the situation was to dig a hole. The longer the Sandsland King was frozen, the more physical energy it consumed. Low temperature is a very scary killer. He must let the Sandsland King leave the gravity field and the frozen field, otherwise the Sans Land King's strength will not be brought into play at all. Hwalala! Kyuga, Sans Land King heard digging a hole and immediately that is, breaking the ice, raising its sharp claws to dig through the glacier and going deep into the rock layer underground. Chapter 543, Admitting Defeat. Haixingxing, hot water, Yu Hai was waiting for the hole to be dug. Once Chuan Shanwang dug a hole, he would use hot water to make soup. Hey, cha! Haixingxing saw Chuan Shanwang digging a hole and disappeared, and immediately released the gravity field, sprayed hot water from the tentacles on his head, and fell into the hole that Chuan Shanwang had just dug. No, Chuan Shanwang, come out quickly! Xiao Ming heard the hot water and thought that the situation was not good, and immediately shouted for Chuan Shanwang to come out. But it was too late, Chuan Shanwang had just broken out of the ground, and Yu Hai asked Haixingxing to continue using gravity to suppress Chuan Shanwang at the entrance of the cave. Hot water continued to flow to the entrance of the cave until the entrance was filled, and Chuan Shanwang's whole body was soaked in hot water, and he fainted directly. Because Haixingxing was standing on a stone pillar, except for the influence of gravity, it was not affected by the ice and hot water. In a normal game, Chuan Shanwang could only attack at close range except that he could not move. Unfortunately, Sand Shrew didn't have this opportunity. Sand Shrew, which was downstream, was not only flooded and frozen, but also scalded by hot water. How could it have a chance to get close? Hot water, spray boiling water at the opponent to attack. There is a 30% chance of causing the target to fall into a burning state. The temperature of hot water that can cause the opponent to fall into a burning state can be imagined. It is not easy to make Sand Shrew faint, not to mention that Sand Shrew is also restrained by the water system twice. Sand Shrew was scalded, Xiao Ming lost his second Pokemon, and only one Flatos was left. Can Xiao Ming, who is Xiao Ming, use three forces to turn the tide? Seeing Sand Shrew fall into a coma, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth secretly. Sand Shrew's defeat was too aggrieved. He was eliminated without even touching the opponent's edge. He was unwilling to accept it. No matter how unwilling he was defeated. No matter how the process was, the result on the field was important. Even if they were to fight head-on, his Sandslash couldn't beat the opponent's Tyrannosaurus. He couldn't beat them with his strength, and he couldn't beat them with his tactics, so what was the point of fighting? For the third match, he didn't release Foretos, but admitted defeat to the referee. As he raised his hand to admit defeat, so as not to let Foretos get burned, the group match was over. One Foretos faced Gyarados, Farfetch, and Starfish. Sorry, he couldn't beat them. Foretos was originally a support Pokemon. Letting one Foretos kill 3 in a row was too much of a compliment to him. If it was Yu Hai's Foretos, maybe there was a chance, but his ordinary Foretos couldn't. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming chose to give up in the third match. The winner of this group match is Yu Hai. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the third match. Let's congratulate Yu Hai on his successful promotion. I hope Yu Hai can bring us more exciting games in the next match. With Xiao Ming giving up, Yu Hai's third round of group matches ended so dramatically. He thought it would be a tough battle. Even Gyarados was useless. He only used Farfetch'd and Starfish to end the battle. He didn't expect that Starfish alone could defeat Sandslash. The Sandslash looked quite strong before, but he didn't expect it to be exhausted by Starfish. Starfish. Attribute, water. Gender, none. Potential, 48.54%. Level, 44.15%. Features, natural recovery /26.66%. Mastering the moves. It seems that Starfish has not been lazy during this period. Even the lazy Butterfree has level 42. Starfish, this honest child, must only know how to exercise. After the Quartz Conference, he will also let Starfish evolve, at least using the high-level Water Stone to evolve into Gem Starfish. Wait for Starfish to grow a little more potential, and then use the high-level Water Stone to impact the potential of the King, and the potential will be enough. It is originally an auxiliary elf, and it only takes time to cultivate the potential to the king level. He does not expect Gem Starfish to be the main elf. A stronger superpower can also assist the training of Mosquito Frog and others. Haixingxing has been training on telekinesis for so long, otherwise he would not fight with gravity. His proficiency in supernatural moves is the highest, followed by water moves, and the rest are some moves of other attributes. I don't know where Haixingxing learned these moves from. As long as he doesn't forget the gravity moves, other moves don't matter. Standing in the player channel, he closed Haixingxing's panel. Today's group match of Farfetch and Haixingxing performed well. He will give them extra meals later to celebrate. To be honest, the performance of Farfetch and Haixingxing was really unexpected. He didn't expect that these elves captured in the early stage have all reached the senior level, which is higher than the level of Gyarados. It seems that Gyarados is the lowest level among these little guys. The last elf he captured was Foretos, but Foretos started from a high point, so Gyarados was still the last one, but Gyarados' combat power is undoubtedly stronger than the others. Secretly calculating the levels of the little guys and adding food to them later, he brought Frog and Eevee to the cafeteria, took 3 portions of food, 1 for humans and 2 for elves, and found a seat to sit down and eat lunch. The cafeteria in the contestant village also provides elf food, but the contestants only bring 1 or 2 elves with them, and will not bring more than 10 elves to eat. Unless the contestants are very poor, no contestant will do so. After all, everyone is young, and they are young people who care about their reputation. Naturally, they will not make a fool of themselves in such a public place, and it will spread in an instant. Yang went out. During lunch, Xiao Ibrahimovic jumped onto the table to eat. Mosquito Frog ate like him, sitting on the seat. He also prepared a spoon for Mosquito Frog, because Mosquito Frog's boxing gloves could only be used with a spoon. The big screen in the cafeteria was still showing the competition of the 4 branch venues. He was eating lunch and looking at the Rock Venue branch venue. The host was hosting a new group match. Unfortunately, the player in the competition was still his old acquaintance, Xiao Mao. He remembered that Xiao Mao's 3rd round of group matches was the Rock Venue, and he ranked far behind him. As Xiao Mao's match began, the camera was also given to Xiao Mao's cheerleading team. The host did not expect that Xiao Mao, a contestant, brought his own cheerleading team, but the competition still depends on strength, and no matter how fierce the cheerleading team shouted, it would be useless. Xiao Mao's opponent was Jimu, and Yu Hai found that Xiao Mao could not escape his fate after all, and lost in the 3-on-3 match with Jimu. The result of the game did not change much. Xiao Mao's first Pokemon lost, and Jimu's first Pokemon soon lost, followed by the second Pokemon. Until the end, Xiao Mao only had Nidoking left, and Jimu only had Radon left. In the end, it was Jimu's Radon who won by grabbing Nidoking's horn with the earth throw and falling from the sky. Xiao Mao eventually lost the qualification to participate in the Quartz Conference in the group stage. How can I repair it? Xiao Mao said in the scorching sun, gritting his teeth, staring at the battlefield. Nidoking, who was in a coma, was defeated by Radon. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he could only stop at the group stage of the Quartz Conference, and didn't even enter the knockout stage, let alone defeat the strongman Yu Hai. He didn't even have the qualifications to compete with the opponent, and he still regarded the opponent as an imaginary enemy. Did he think too highly of himself? After all, he was far inferior to the opponent. As the camera gave the winner Jimu, Yu Hai sighed slightly. If he could meet Xiao Mao in the knockout round, he would not suggest to hit Xiao Mao once, and do a 6 in a row. However, Xiao Mao couldn't even enter the knockout round. He had no choice but to teach this proud boy a lesson. It was a bit regrettable. However, Xiao Mao had already realized that the next Silver Conference of the Chengdu League was a good stage. Xiao Mao would appear as Xiaoxi's strongest enemy and end this competition that started since birth. Forget about him. He didn't plan to participate in the Silver Conference. After his Pokémons finished the Quartz Conference, they would be close to the level of Quasi-Kings breaking through to Kings. He would let all the Pokémons break through to Kings, and then they could prepare for Sinnoh. If the timeline had not changed, he would have gone for the legendary Beastman. The opponent's Pokémon were at least the King level. If he wanted to defeat the opponent, his little guys had to be at the King level. To win the Lily of the Valley tournament of the Sinnoh League, the King level was the minimum requirement. In order to prepare for the Sinnoh competition, he did not even plan to participate in the Hone region competition. He would spend the time that Xiaozai participated in 2 regional competitions to prepare for the Lily of the Valley tournament in Sinnoh. At least 1 year was enough for these little guys. With a lot of resources invested, he did not believe that he could not reach the King level. Planning the development of the next year, after lunch, he brought Frog and Eevee to the lake and released more than 10 Pokémon including Butterfree, Farfetch'd, and Starfish. Only Zapdos was not released. The voltage of this bird was unstable, and it was easy to electrocute him if he released it. It was better for him to stay in the Pokeball. He also asked Miss Joy to check it. Miss Joy said that she did not find any problems. It seemed that the voltage increased too fast and Zapdos could not control it. When Miss Joy asked why the Grey Spearow had voltage, he just evaded her, saying that it was normal for the different colored Pokémon to be a little special. Since then, he never asked Zapdos to check its body again. If he continued to ask, he would be exposed. How could he dare to continue to check? He could only let Zapdos sleep in the Pokeball to stabilize the voltage on its body. After everyone was released, he first praised Farfetch and Starfish. Farfetch, Starfish, you performed very well just now. You need to keep working hard next time. Quack, Farfetch nodded. It stayed in the Xiagan gym, protecting the orchard and picking fruits. It would not slack off. While guarding the orchard, it could also practice its swordsmanship. The leaf blade was a move that he learned while picking fruits. With one cut, the citrus fruits fell down. Every time, Dunmei praised him for his ability, which saved Dunmei a lot of trouble. Dunmei also treated Farfetch. Hey, Starfish just responded softly. She was still the shy Starfish who didn't like to talk. Okay, go play. Relax this afternoon. No training. Yu Hai waved his hand, held Eevee and sat on the grass, took out the last Pokeball, and released Riolu. This puppy still didn't want to pay attention to him, and he had no choice but to keep it like this for now and go back to the Xiagan gym. He really couldn't communicate and couldn't be influenced, so he had to give up. Not every Pokémon is like Farfetch'd, who can be influenced by the trainer and no longer hate humans. But this puppy refused to communicate, and he had no choice. During this period, because of Scyther, Riolu couldn't communicate with Frog and became more closed. This kind of thing is up to fate. A Riolu with psychological problems, is too difficult to be influenced. Quack, Farfetch'd saw Yu Hai release Riolu, could it be another new partner, but this new partner ignored the trainer. After coming out, he sat alone by the lake, holding a weed in his mouth and throwing stones into the lake. Quack! Quack! Farfetch'd looked back at Yu Hai, raised his wings and pointed to the lake, and asked Yu Hai what was going on with a cry. Riolu. Yu Hai smiled and touched Farfetch'd's head, explaining, that kid hates humans just like you did before. Quack! Farfetch'd's face blushed when he heard this. It was not so embarrassed when Yu Hai touched its head. Thinking back then, it wanted to kill Yu Hai, but it just didn't succeed. Let it go, he refuses to communicate, just like you did back then, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. He couldn't convince Farfetch'd back then either. He originally planned to let Farfetch'd go, but Farfetch'd let go of the past and followed him, so he accepted Farfetch'd. Quack! Quack! Farfetch'd asked Yu Hai again, how would he deal with it? No way, I'll give it back its freedom after a while, it can go wherever it wants. Yu Hai waved his hand and fell weakly on the grass. He just wanted to enjoy this pleasant afternoon under the shade of the tree, and he was too lazy to think about other things. The problem of Rilo was too much for the trainer. Ga. When Farfetch'd saw Yu-Hai fall down, it was obviously ready to give up Rilo, just like it did at the beginning. Ga. You won't help. Farfetch'd called to Evie, as if no one cared about Rilo, but there was a slow poke to help it at the beginning. Evie lay on the grass next to Yu-Hai and shook his head, indicating that it was not familiar with the dog and did not communicate with it usually. It saw that the dog was close to Frog. Ga. Farfetch'd had never seen Evie before, it should be a Pokemon that the trainer captured later. Evie pushed Yu-Hai's arm, let Yu-Hai touch it, and then took a nap under Yu-Hai's palm, no longer responding to Farfetch'd. The onion duck, who didn't get an answer, flew to the river to find the frog and called to it, Ga. Yobo, the frog shook his head and sighed, Yobo, that child's problem is more serious than yours. Scyther took out his sickle before the frog finished speaking, warning the onion duck not to meddle in other people's business. Ga. Of course, the onion duck was not afraid of the Scyther. It was also a stubborn duck, but it was embarrassed by what the frog said. Seeing that the Scyther was eager to fight, the onion duck didn't want to have a conflict, so it had no choice but to give up asking questions, turned around and flew to the lake, landed next to Rilo, and pretended to whistle to attract Rilo's attention. But it thought too much. No matter what it did, Rilo didn't react, and didn't even raise his eyelids. Even if the onion duck's onion was dangling in front of him, Rilo didn't react. The wave in his heart was calm, like a pool of stagnant water. Chapter 544, Farewell. Ga. Farfetch'd tried his best, but seeing that Rilo was still expressionless, it finally realized how stubborn it was at the beginning. It was simply an irritable duck, who would not listen to anything others said. Now Rilo is not irritable, but it just closes itself off and does not allow anyone to come in. No matter what it tries, Rilo just stares at the lake and throws stones at the lake. Yu-Hai also noticed the movement here, and let Farfetch'd do whatever it wants. Anyway, there is no worse result than now, so it's up to Farfetch'd. After all, only Farfetch'd understands Rilo and can empathize with Rilo. Farfetch'd and Rilo are both elves who have been hurt by human evil, and have a basis for empathy. Lying like this until the evening, he took back the elves and prepared to go back to the cafeteria for dinner. From now until tomorrow morning, the elves need to rest well, and tomorrow is the 4th round of the group stage. After dinner in the cafeteria, he came to the single room and let the poisonous frogs out for dinner, preparing to watch the sunset on the balcony. When the sunset was about to set, he had just put away the poisonous frogs and was about to take a shower and go to bed, but his door was knocked. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Who? Yu-Hai brought the mosquito frog to the door. He was not worried about bad guys, but he still had to be on guard. It's me, Xiao Ming said outside the door. If Yu-Hai didn't speak, he would have continued to knock on the door. It's so late, what else? Yu-Hai opened the door and saw Xiao Ming holding a white plastic bag. He could already smell the aroma of barbecue. This kid came without any gifts. Is it convenient to go in? Xiao Ming looked up and looked inside the room. There was only the mosquito frog next to Yu-Hai, and Ibrahimovic was playing with a ball of wool on the bed. Yu-Hai was the only one here, and he didn't see any female fans. Come in, Yu-Hai made way for Xiao Ming, who walked into the room, put down the plastic bag in his hand on the balcony, took out various barbecues and ice beer, arranged them and threw him a bottle of ice beer. Come and have a drink. Xiao Ming seemed to be familiar with people, sitting on the balcony, eating barbecue and watching the sunset. Are you ready to leave? Yu-Hai saw Xiao Ming like this, as if he thought of something, closed the door and sat on the other side of the balcony, opening a can of ice beer. Yes, I lost, and I will follow you in the future. Big brother, you have to protect me in the future. Xiao Ming raised the corner of his mouth and laughed at himself, coming to fulfill the agreement. You are so naughty, how could Yu Hai not hear that the other party was joking? During their time together, they were more friends than superiors. Haha, I'm serious. Xiao Ming raised his beer and clinked it with Yu Hai's beer, saying seriously, I know the difficulties of trainers. It's already the limit to get to this point. There is an organization with less constraints to help me, it's good. It's good that you can figure it out, Yu Hai nodded, accepting the other party into the spider and becoming a member of the spider. By the way, are there any taboos in the organization? I don't want to make mistakes because of ignorance and be hunted by the organization. Xiao Ming felt uneasy when he thought about joining this inexplicable organization and meeting in the Orange Islands. It just so happened that there was an internal member, actually the boss, here, just to ask clearly. There are no taboos in the organization. If you have to say, don't sell wild elves, don't eat wild elves. The organization doesn't like to do evil, but to fight evil with evil. I understand, black eats black, right? Xiao Ming finally understood that Yu Hai's previous words about earning cultivation resources and black eats black, turned out to be this meaning. It seems that this organization is not a terrorist organization. If the alliance is lawful good, the organization he joined is lawful evil. These people will abide by the rules of the alliance, but not many of them abide by them. They are not so pedantic. They should eat black. If you are a black marketer, you will be the black marketer. Trainers who are in the black market are not clean. They are all the same. Since they are all black marketers, let the fittest survive. Sooner or later, a Gu King will be raised. When are you going to leave? Yu Hai glanced at Xiao Ming. The organization has no constraints on internal members. If the other party hears that wild Pokémon cannot be sold, but still wants to sell wild Pokémon, it is best not to be discovered. Otherwise, they will be eaten by black marketers and be quietly dealt with by this hidden boss. I will leave tomorrow. I will go to the Orange Islands first. I don't have a place to stay yet. Xiao Ming plans to go to the Orange Islands first to see what the other party mentioned before is like, and then make the next decision. You can go to the Golden Orange Island to wait. After I finish the Quartz Conference, I will meet him at the Golden Orange Island. Yu Hai thought that Luoyan was on Jinggan Island, and he didn't know if Luoyan was still there. He would contact Luoyan when he returned and introduce them to each other. Okay, let's go to Jinggan Island first. Xiao Ming wrote down the address, and then he had a goal and would not fall into a dilemma of having no way out. After the two of them agreed, they exchanged phone numbers to keep in touch. Then they ate and drank, and talked about some trivial topics such as the moon was bright and the stars were pretty good. As the night deepened, Xiao Ming should say goodbye and go back to rest, because he had to travel tomorrow. After Xiao Ming got up, Yu Hai looked at the lights of the athletes' village and reminded him again, remember the taboos of the organization. The organization is whitewashing. Once you touch the taboos of the organization, you will be wanted by the alliance. By then, you will be too tempting. Haha, remember, Xiao Ming waved his hand to indicate that he had made a note of it, and then he opened the door and left Yu Hai's single room. As soon as he left the single room, Xiao Ming could no longer laugh, and cold sweat kept oozing from his back. He felt the murderous intent at that moment, and it was the kind that really would kill people. It seems that this organization is very terrifying. The members of the organization have basically seen blood. There is also the taboo of the organization. You need to grasp how far you can go. The most important thing is not to be wanted by the alliance. Poaching is the easiest way to be wanted by the alliance. It seems that you should restrain yourself in the future. At least the elves that are not within the protection of the alliance are the elves that can be bought and sold. Elves under the protection of the alliance should be touched less in the future. Elves such as Beedrill, Magikarp, Gas Bomb, Stinky Mud, and Ricefield Pest Mudloach are not within the protection of the alliance. These elves can be captured at will, and Stinky Mud can be sold to garbage disposal plants. Garbage disposal is a place where Stinky Mud is needed. After Xiao Ming left, Yu Hai was also ready to sleep. After being eliminated, he was left with nothing to do, and he could only watch the game to pass the time. He is in trouble. There is still a game tomorrow, which is also the last group match. He doesn't know who his opponent will be. No one should snipe him. The Quartz Conference is still fair. There should be no shady dealings in this matter. If there is a shady deal like the one on Hassa Island, he will not play. Whatever he wants. Chapter 545, The Last Group Match. The 55th day to the Kanto region, light rain. Today's weather is not beautiful at all. The continuous drizzle makes the entire quartz plateau foggy. Visibility becomes very low. The viewing experience is not good at all. It is wet everywhere. As usual, the contestants still have to go to the draw venue. Today is his last group match, the water venue, so he draws the match and opponent, not the venue. He got the match and opponent of the water venue, got the draw result, and went to the water venue. After playing today's group match, he can enter the knockout stage. It is the real tense moment of the Quartz Conference. The knockout rounds also lasted 4 days, with 1 knockout round per person per day. If you win, you advance, and if you lose, you are eliminated. The intensity was much stronger than the group stage, with 6-on-6 matches, and each match took at least an hour. Fortunately, there were only 16 contestants in the knockout rounds. The further the competition progressed, the fewer matches there would be, until the final. When they came to the lounge of the water venue, everyone looked at Yu Hai at the same time. Yu Hai had been very popular recently and was considered a little celebrity. When they saw Yu Hai coming in, the trainers in the lounge couldn't help but become serious. They all looked at the big screen of the game and Yu Hai's opponent. Who was the unlucky guy? When they saw Jimmu, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't them, otherwise they would definitely not be able to beat this terrifying guy. After all, Yu Hai was famous, and every battle was basically a series of 3 or 2. He was obviously a master among the senior trainers. Elite trainers shouldn't come to touch him. This guy named Jimmu was pitiful. They had this according to the information of Jimmu, most of his Pokémons are rock-type and ground-type Pokémons. I didn't expect to meet Yu Hai, who likes to use water-type Pokémons, in the water venue. It seems that Jimmu is in trouble this time. Before they sat down for a while, the players watched Yu Hai leave and prepared to enter the venue for the game. Jimmu was not in the lounge here, but in the lounge on the other side of the venue. There are 2-player passages in the branch venue, so there are naturally 2-player lounges. Many players are looking forward to going to the lounge of the main venue after the game. I heard that the lounge of the main venue is very large, the service is also very good, and there are fruit drinks available at will, which is still very good. Ignoring the eyes of the people around him, Yu Hai came to the player platform of the water venue and asked Evie to be quiet because the game was about to start. Just after Yu Hai entered the venue, many people also paid attention to Yu Hai's game, including Xiao Ying, Zai, the 3 members of the Rocket Team, the 2 brothers of Rei, and Xiao Mao. Among these people, Xiao Mao paid the most attention to Yu Hai, because the opponent who defeated it yesterday was Yu Hai's current opponent, Jimmu. Facing the opponent who defeated him yesterday, Xiao Mao clenched his chopsticks while eating breakfast in the cafeteria, wondering how Yu Hai would respond. If Grandpa hadn't said he would come over today to watch Zai's game, he would have gone home early. How could he still stay here? When he thought about how he lost, didn't even make it to the knockout round, and was even worse than Zai, he didn't know how to face Grandpa. Nanamiya would definitely laugh at him and suppress his arrogance. When he thought about everything that happened after Grandpa came, he sighed helplessly. Being preached, being laughed at, it didn't matter. Who told him to lose? The red player of this water field is Jimmu from Deep Grey City, and the green player is Yukai from Orange Islands. Both players have passed 3 rounds of group matches. Judging from Yukai's game record, Yukai has more water-type Pokémons, while Jimmu has more rock-type Pokémons. Facing this water field, it is also a crucial battle to enter the knockout round. How should Jimmu deal with it? There are only 3 Pokémons used in this water field. The third game of the water field has officially begun. Please send out the first Pokémons. Go, Magneto! Roar, roar, roar! Did you hear the cry of Gyarados? In fact, it was not Gyarados, but Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! Tyrannosaurus Rex stood on the floating platform of the water field and roared at Magneto. Although it was not a threatening feature, it also scared Magneto. It's Metal Tyrannosaurus. Yukai didn't use Gyarados, but Metal Tyrannosaurus. Metal Tyrannosaurus. Jimmu's mouth curled up. The opponent might have forgotten that this is the water field. Magneton, Gyro Ball. Metal Tyrannosaurus, Flame Fist. Seeing Magneto rolling over, Metal Tyrannosaurus's fists ignited with flames, and he actually wanted to borrow Magneto's Gyro Ball, just like the gym battle in Stone Town. Boom! Magneton hit Metal Tyrannosaurus. When Metal Tyrannosaurus was hit, his feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the floating circular platform. Because of the light stone, Han, who didn't wear rock armor, lost a lot of weight. In addition, the floating platform on the water was unstable, so he felt a little strenuous when catching Magneto. But Metal Tyrannosaurus finally caught it. With his hands burning with flames, he held Magneto tightly and fell backwards with Magneto. Roar! Before the Tyrannosaurus Rex fell, it spurted out a 110 power fire move from its mouth, hitting Magneto, instantly igniting a raging fire. Plop! When Magneto was hit by the blast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex loosened its hands and fell into the water to cool down quickly, and was not affected by the blast. Magneto was miserable, and was directly hit into the sky by the blast. When Magneto landed on the floating platform, it was already burned unconscious. After all, it was double restrained by the fire type, and it was such a close-range blast that it was burned through. Magneto. Jimmu didn't expect that Magneto would lose its combat ability after just one blast. This was too terrifying. What kind of monster was the Tyrannosaurus Rex that could catch Magneto's Gyro Ball? It was beyond his expectation that it could catch it. The battle has to continue. After taking back Magneto, he took out a new Pokeball and threw out the second Pokemon, Stinger, use Water Gun. Seeing Jimmu release the second Pokemon, he didn't expect it to be a water Pokemon. This guy is hiding deep enough. After hearing Jimmu shouting Water Gun, Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take back Tyrannosaurus, took out the Pokeball and threw Gyarados, Thunder. Roar, roar! Gyarados saw the Stinger in the water and roared to the sky. Lightning appeared on the blue horns above his head and struck the Stinger in the pool. Oh no, Stinger, jump to the platform quickly, Jimmu shouted in panic. If he was struck by thunder, his Stinger would be dead. Chapter 546, Xiaoying vs Shinji. The Stinger, feeling the might of the sky, did not need the trainer to remind him. He had already jumped to the platform to avoid it. The lightning followed closely and struck on the platform. He directly split the platform in half and sank it into the water. With no place to stand, the jellyfish fell into the water again. The thunder happened to strike next to it. Because water can conduct electricity, the jellyfish was instantly electrocuted and twitched all over. When Gyarados stopped thundering, the jellyfish had foamed at the head, rolled its eyes and fell into the pool, losing its ability to fight. The jellyfish has lost its ability to fight. Please ask Jimmu to take back the jellyfish and send out the third combat Pokemon. Damn it! Jimmu gritted his teeth and took back the jellyfish with the Pokeball. He didn't expect that Magneto was like this, and the jellyfish was also like this. They were defeated so easily. Was it because the opponent was too strong, or was he too weak? He was the trainer who defeated Professor Oak's grandson. How could he be so weak? How could he be so weak? It shouldn't be. Hasn't Jimmu figured out that the Pokemons who defeated him were all attribute restraints, and they were all ultimate moves? They can't even hold up under the same level, not to mention that these two Pokemons are not yet at the senior level. Being close to the senior level is not the senior level, the difference is too big. It's not that easy to cultivate a baby to the senior level in 2 months. It takes more than 2 months to go from the elite level to the senior level. Yuhai's Gyarados evolved 2 months ago. It was level 31 when it evolved. Now it is only level 42, just stepping into the threshold of the senior level. These newcomers want to be senior in 2 months. Isn't it too simple? It will take at least 3 months to half a year, not counting the consumption. There is only one Pokemon left. Jimmu is very unwilling. He knows he will lose, but he still throws the Pokeball out. Radon, it's up to you. Jimmu's last Pokemon is the Ace Radon. In the unfavorable water field, can Radon turn the tide? Yukai was too lazy to change Pokemon for Radon, who was 4 times weak to water, and shouted directly to Gyarados, "Gyarados, attack the platform under Radon, water cannon." Roar! Gyarados aimed at the white floating platform under Radon and spit out water cannon at that platform. The water cannon bombarded the platform, making the originally unstable platform like a small boat in a storm. After it finally flipped over, Radon also fell into the water. Gurgle, gurgle, Radon was afraid of water, and now he was soaking in water and had symptoms of drowning. I give up, Jimmu saw Radon drowning and hurriedly admitted his defeat to the referee. Gyarados, rescue it. Yuhai also heard the surrender, so he asked Gyarados to rescue Radon from the water. Roar! Gyarados dived into the water, whipped Radon with his tail, knocked Radon out of the water, and fell outside the water field, spitting water in big mouthfuls, choked by the water. In fact, it's not that Radon can't swim, but that he had a stress reaction after falling into the water, and he was afraid that Gyarados would continue to attack, so he drowned. This group match is over. Jimmu admits defeat. The winner is Yuhai. Congratulations to Yuhai for advancing to the knockout round. The knockout round will be held at the main venue. As the host spoke, the group match of the water field also ended. Yuhai took back Gyarados, and took EV back to the player channel to leave. This game used Han and Silly Fish, which was easier than the previous few games, and he didn't feel any pressure at all, but he didn't know that his opponents felt more pressure instead, that is, who he would meet in the first knockout round. Meow, this guy is so strong, he won again. Fortunately, I didn't steal his Pokemon back then, I definitely can't beat him. Meow, he was the kind man who treated us to mushroom instant noodles when we were at our lowest point. Hey, are you still selling the cold drinks over there? Meow, here we come, please wait. The Rocket Trio ran past Xiaozai, but Xiaozai and the other two didn't recognize them. They were still discussing the previous game. These 3 didn't miss any of Yuhai's games. So strong, the opponent is the player who defeated Xiaomao, but he was easily defeated by him. Xiaozai, it's not the first day you know he's strong. He didn't use his full strength in the group stage. I didn't use my full strength either. Xiaozai heard Xioxia look down on him, and immediately clenched his fist to show that he still had Charizard. Ha ha ha, that big fire-breathing lizard is disobedient again, you can't command it at all, there's no hope. Xioxia pouted and waved her hands, not optimistic about Xiaozai at all. Damn Xioxia, Xiaozai said this, which meant that he couldn't argue with Xioxia and could only grit his teeth. Okay, don't quarrel, drink 2 cups of cold drinks to calm down. Xiao Gang called the Rocket Trio and prepared to buy drinks for the 3 of them, but when he saw Musashi, he found that he was not moved at all, as if he had seen Musashi somewhere. Hi, your drinks, meow. I remember, you are fire. Before Xiao Gang finished speaking, he saw Meow Meow being covered by the mouth and carried away, and in the blink of an eye, the Rocket Trio ran away. At least the drinks were left, and the 3 of them each had a cup and continued to watch the next game. Xiaozai's game was later, in the afternoon, so he could go after lunch. At the same time, Xiaomao came to the shadow of the audience corridor, watched Yuhai's game, clenched and unclenched his fists, and finally left the water field with a sigh. After seeing with his own eyes that the powerful enemy who defeated him was completely powerless in front of the imaginary enemy, he finally realized the gap. The gap was really huge. At the same time, Xiao Qian, who was at the Rockfield branch, watched Yu Hai's match through the screen and felt that Yu Hai was getting stronger and stronger. During the gym battle, that silly fish was not that fierce. In fact, it was normal. At that time, silly fish was only at the elite level, and Venusaur was at the senior level. In the end, he lost and was chased and scolded by a group of people. Alas, sometimes it is too easy to win, and it is impossible to lose 2 games. Either he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, or he is a big licked dog. He is also enough. Yu swore that he would never be a licked dog. He just wanted to lie down and fish. He could realize his ideal immediately. Why didn't anyone believe him? Also at the Rockfield branch, Xiao Ying also watched Yu Hai's match through the big screen, secretly sighing that Brother Hai was still as steady as ever, and didn't give his opponent any chance. After watching Brother Hai's match, his match was about to start. His opponent was Shinji. It was really a fateful duel. He didn't lose in the previous 3-on-3 match, and he won't lose in the current 3-on-3 match. How could he lose to a trainer who treats elves as fighting tools? With Xiao Ying's entry, the audience cheered for Xiao Ying. After the competitions in the past few days, Xiao Ying's popularity was no less than Yu Hai's. After all, she is the disciple of King Shiba, so it is normal for her to be paid attention to by interested people. In addition, as a civilian trainer, she also attracts countless fans. Many viewers are optimistic about Xiao Ying. Compared with Xiao Ying's popularity, Shinji's popularity is much worse, because from the previous competitions, Shinji has always been a trainer who doesn't care about the feelings of elves. The audience who believe in the league's propaganda are very repulsive to trainers like Shinji. Shinji didn't care when he heard the boos from the audience. He always believed that elves only need to be strong, and don't need ridiculous things like emotions. The red player of this rock field is Shinji from Sinnoh, and the green player is Xiao Ying from the Orange Islands. I heard that Xiao Ying is the disciple of King Hiba and the favorite to win the Quartz Conference. Let's enjoy what kind of exciting game the disciple of King Hiba can bring us. The disciples of the king are noticed because of their reputation, but also burdened by their reputation. Once they fail, people will question the king's vision. Go, Gyarados! Go, Parasaurolophus! It appears. Shinji's first battle Pokémon is Gyarados, and Xiao Ying's first battle Pokémon is Parasaurolophus. Do you want to change Pokémon? Shinji quickly compared the pros and cons of the Pokémons of both sides, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled at Xiao Ying. No, Xiao Ying also felt the disadvantage in attributes, but did not intend to change the Pokémon, because changing the Pokémon could not reverse the disadvantage. This was the price of misjudgment. She shouted to Parasaurolophus, Parasitophus, cheer up, don't be scared. No, no. Parasaurolophus nodded to the trainer, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed down. It couldn't embarrass the trainer. Gyarados, pray for rain. Since it was a rainy day, Gyarados' prayer for rain was very effective, and it rained heavily directly. Parasitophus, parasitic seeds. No, Parasaurolophus just spit out the parasitic seeds, and heard the other side shouting storm. Hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. The storm blew. It was a large-scale AoE move, and Parasaurolophus's parasitic seeds were blown away directly, and Parasaurolophus was almost blown away. Fortunately, Parasaurolophus immediately crouched down and grabbed the rocks on the ground tightly. But the storm was aimed at Parasaurolophus. If he didn't find a way to solve it, he would be blown away sooner or later. Dig a hole, Parasaurolophus, dig a hole quickly. Boom boom. When Parasaurolophus heard Xiao Ying's shout, he quickly dug a hole and crawled in, and only then he could escape the storm. Otherwise, he would be unable to bear the fourfold restraint. As Parasaurolophus dug a hole to avoid the storm, Shinji immediately changed his tactics and asked Gyarados to use water cannon on the hole, followed by the freezing ray, to freeze the entire hole. No, Parasaurolophus, come out quickly. Puff. As a hole appeared on the ground, Parasaurolophus broke out of the ground, followed by a column of water spraying out, and a rapidly frozen column of water, which just froze Parasaurolophus's feet. Parasite, break the ice. I'll help you, Shinji smiled, raised his hand and shouted, storm. This time, Parasite had no foothold and was blown away by the storm. It was caught on the stone pillar and could only hold on to the stone pillar tightly and float with the wind. It also wanted to hide behind the stone pillar to survive the storm. But Shinji couldn't give Parasite this opportunity. Shinji's fighting style was so decisive that he changed his tactics in an instant. Frozen Wind. Frozen Wind, an ice attribute move, is twice as effective against Parasite. As the cold wind blew and the rain fell, Parasite was quickly frozen. Parasol, break the ice. Dying struggle, Shinji waved his hand again and shouted confidently to Gyarados, spray the flames and give it the final blow. Parasol Xiaoying felt powerless and could only shout Parasol. Seeing the ice of Parasol quickly melted and evaporated in the fire, Parasol fell to the ground and was burned black. After experiencing the double restraint of ice and fire, Parasol could no longer hold on and lost its ability to fight. Parasol lost its ability to fight, please ask Xiaoying to take back Parasol. Xiaoying took back Parasol with the poke ball under the urging of the referee and comforted Parasol. The mushroom did a good job, and then took out the second poke ball and threw it out. Electric Beast, Thunder. Facing the electric beast thrown by Xiaoying, Shinji continued his style of not retreating. He also held back a force to prove that emotions are useless things. Powerful Pokemon don't need emotions. Emotions are useless things. Finally, Gyarados thundered in the rain, but it didn't last long. It spit out black smoke and fainted under the thunder. Using the poke ball to take back Gyarados, Shinji gritted his teeth secretly. It seems that it is still too difficult to reverse the attribute, so he threw, Onyx. Onyx? Should I take back Electric Beast? Xiaoying looked up at the audience and the big screen at the venue. The rain had stopped, and his Parasaurolophus head portrait turned grey, and then he saw Shinji's playful smile again. He knew what that smile meant, it was nothing more than a mockery. Change it, your bond with the elves is just so, you dare not even face the reverse attribute, what a ridiculous thing. Gritting his teeth secretly, Xiaoying clenched his fists, he absolutely could not change the elves, even if the attributes of Electabuzz against Onyx were very disadvantageous. He could not change the elves. At this moment, Brother Hai must be watching him somewhere, and Teacher Zeba is also watching him, he must not embarrass them. Electabuzz, rush over with a flash of lightning, frozen fist. Very good, Onyx, earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. As Onyx slapped its tail on the ground, a seismic wave hit Electabuzz, and before Electabuzz rushed over, it directly shook Electabuzz away. Earthquake. As the continuous earthquakes came, the ground under Electabuzz's feet cracked into several large cracks, and Electabuzz could not stand firm due to the vibration and fell into the cracks. If it was underground, the earthquake would be twice as powerful. With double restraint, Electabuzz had fainted when it was rescued. Electabuzz Xiaoying held the pokeball tightly with trembling hands. The Electabuzz was in the ball. He was at a disadvantage because of the misjudgment in the first battle. Onyx was not injured at all. It was just physically exhausted. He defeated Electabuzz. What can he do to turn the tables? If Yu Hai was here, he would definitely sigh secretly. This kid has too strong self-esteem. And his self-esteem had long been worn out in the big vat of his previous life. He had no personal qualities and only a bad life. Chapter 547, Fast Swim Frog. Hey, this kid, Zeba was sitting on the balcony. Seeing Xiaoying's performance, he sighed helplessly. He still lacked training. Zeba, I didn't expect this kid to become your disciple. Du was sitting next to him. He just arrived today and heard that Zeba's disciples were in the competition. Unfortunately, he knew this kid. When he was investigating Yu Hai, he noticed Xiaoying on Hasa Island. He didn't expect that she became Sheba's disciple. You know him? Sheba looked at Du in surprise. Du would pay attention to these kids? I went to Hassa Island to do something. I happened to see him fighting on the island. Du didn't reveal that he was bribed by the mayor of Hassa City. Who told him to give too much? It wasn't Du who nominated Yu Hai. Because of his family, it was not convenient for him to come forward to do this. Kona, who was born in the academic school and often went to the Orange Islands for vacation, nominated Yu Hai from the Orange Islands. How is it recently? Have you caught the main culprit who hunted down the rising star of the Joey family and attacked the Oak Research Institute? Sheba was also very curious. The heavy criminal that Du needed to hunt down personally should not fail. Evaporated, Du shook his head gently. They only caught some minor characters. After interrogation, they learned that it was Team Rocket. When asked where the leader went, everyone was clueless. After Miss Joy's narration, they also knew that the leader was Bixias, but they couldn't find him no matter what. Even a carpet search couldn't find him. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Tisk. The top coder of Team Rocket is probably playing tricks on others. He didn't leave Kanto at all, but was hiding in an underground base. Sheba thought about it, touching his chin, and finally got a guess. Maybe. Several Team Rocket bases were destroyed some time ago. The person in charge didn't know Bixias's whereabouts at all. It is estimated that only the leader of Team Rocket knows. It's really haunting, Sheba sighed softly. He also dealt with Team Rocket a lot. He just caught the 3 members of Team Rocket some time ago. He heard that they escaped due to poor supervision. They were not important members, so he didn't care. Forget it, let's not talk about these bad things. Your disciple only has 1 Pokemon left. With such a big disadvantage, how can he turn the tables? Du looked at the rock field again. He hadn't forgotten the mosquito frog. It left a deep impression on him. This kid has just been accepted for a short time. After this conference, he needs more experience. Zibo was not worried that Xiao Ying would lose, because Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog had not yet been used. On the rocky field, Xiao Ying sighed and quickly cheered up. He originally wanted to use it to deal with Brother Hai's trump card, but he didn't expect to use it now. He was a little unwilling. If he didn't use it now, let alone Brother Hai, he couldn't even enter the elimination round, let alone defeat Brother Hai, and he didn't even have the opportunity to compete on the same stage. Even if he couldn't evolve in front of Brother Hai, in order to be able to compete with Brother Hai on the same stage, why not let the mosquito-repellent frog evolve now? It's not that he couldn't bear it, but he was not sure that he could defeat 2 large tonnage opponents with frog. He had collected information about the 2 brothers of Shinji. The elves they used were all large tonnage elves, and they liked the talk of size and strength. In order to win the last group match, he threw Frog's poke ball. Frog, this time it's up to you, catch the evolution stone. Yobo, Frog just landed, raised his hand to catch the evolution stone thrown by Xiao Ying, turned around and saw Xiao Ying with a firm look, as if asking, Yobo, are you sure you want to use it now, not leave it for your respected Brother Hai? Use it. Xiao Ying bit her lip, looked at Frog and nodded heavily. He had no choice. Yobo, Yobo, Frog shouted, holding up the high-level water stone to stimulate the light of evolution. Oh my god, Xiao Ying's frog is going to evolve. It seems that Xiao Ying trusts Frog very much. Can the evolved frog help Xiao Ying turn the unfavorable situation around? Evolve. Shinji sneered and waited for Frog to evolve without interfering. The rules of the competition stipulate that contestants' Pokémons cannot be disturbed when they are evolving, and forceful attacks will directly disqualify them. He doesn't care about Frog's evolution. Even if it evolves, he can still defeat this blue tadpole. Yo, the white light on Frog faded, and it turned into a frog that was stronger than Frog. The body of Frog is blue, it has strong arms, 3 fingers on its hands, wears white gloves, and has no toes on its feet. Its eyes protrude from its head, often half open and half closed. There are black vortex patterns on its white belly. Its body fat rate is basically 0%. Frog is good at swimming, breaststroke, freestyle and butterfly stroke. Because it is full of muscles and very heavy, it has a very developed swimming ability. With its strong and well-developed muscles, it will not feel tired no matter how it exercises. It is a swimming expert who can easily cross the Pacific Ocean with just its feet. Even in the cold sea, it can use its strong arms to break the floating ice and move forward bravely. If it is only for a moment, it can use its well-developed limbs to run on the water. In addition to swimming, it is also good at fighting skills. It can use its trained arms to perform heroic and powerful boxing. A straight punch can even break huge rocks. Seeing the muscular fast-swimming frog, Xiaoying instantly gained confidence. Before he evolved, he didn't think he would lose. After the evolution, he was more confident. Fast-swimming frog, don't hold back, climb the waterfall. Yo, the fast-swimming frog heard that there was no need to hold back, and moved his hands and feet. Suddenly, his feet exploded, and he stepped directly on the ground, stepping out a big pit, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the big rock snake. Even Onyx didn't react. The huge white fist hit Onyx's head in slow motion in front of Onyx's horrified eyes, and directly knocked Onyx out. So fast, what speed is this? Shinji couldn't believe his eyes. This burst speed was faster than a flash of lightning. It just disappeared from the spot and was on Onyx's face in the blink of an eye. What could he use to hit it? Boom boom! When Shinji reacted, Onyx had just landed and hit the wall of the audience. Its entire stone body was embedded in the wall and couldn't be pulled off. Shinji, don't be careless, it's that move. What? Shinji hadn't reacted yet, and didn't know what the big brother outside the field was saying. The move to defeat the sharp-toothed land shark, Lei Si looked solemn. He didn't expect that Xiaoying would also know that move, which seemed to be stronger than that guy's mosquito frog. No, it's not stronger, it should be related to evolution. After evolution, the strength of frog doubled in all aspects, plus the original strong explosive power, it eliminated Onyx with one punch. Waterfall is a water-based move, and it restrains Onyx 4 times. In addition, the attribute is consistent and there is a prop bonus, Onyx can't take it at all. Gudong, Shinji was reminded again, and finally remembered what the move was. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. If it was that move, he used the poke ball to take back Onyx, and suddenly he had no idea about the next battle. Wow! What happened just now? Why did Frog disappear in the blink of an eye? Onyx flew away in the blink of an eye, and was defeated in the blink of an eye. What did I miss? The host's scream finally broke the silence of the venue. The mutation just now happened too fast, so fast that all the audience dared not breathe. They didn't understand what happened. It was just evolution, why did Frog have such a big change? Although no one understood what happened, it did not prevent everyone from cheering together, cheering for Xiaoying's fast-swimming frog. Fast-swimming frog, fast-swimming frog, fast-swimming frog. It's incredible. You got a great bargain by receiving such a disciple. Du saw the fast-swimming frog suddenly disappear, and his pupils shrank, and soon returned to normal, and he teased Ziba next to him. Haha, accident, all accident. Ziba scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I met this kid when I was practicing in the mountains, or the other party recognized me as Ziba, and challenged me with this mosquito-repellent frog. I was also surprised at the time. The full burst could hurt my elf. Du laughed with Ziba. He teased and took advantage, not joking at all, because he knew who taught Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog, and there was a guy whose mosquito-repellent frog was more terrifying than this kid's. Before, in the backyard of Kona Villa in the Orange Islands, he had already experienced the opponent's strength, and he didn't know if the opponent's mosquito-repellent frog had improved after so long. I think it's even better than that time. I really look forward to the performance of that boy. This is why he nominated Yukai after discussing with Kona. It's a pity that the boy is a little old and has his own ideas. Otherwise, he can find a king to take him as a disciple, and then go back to the Orange Islands in 2 years to become the tentacles of the Alliance to deepen the control of the Orange Islands. It will be perfect. However, there is nothing to regret. Even if you can't use the master-disciple relationship to influence, making friends with the other party and influencing the other party as a friend is the same. The premise is that the other party can become a king. If the king's strength is not even there, making friends is a waste. As the other party said, if the strength is not up to the level, contacting certain things is troublesome, not helpful. Fast swim frog, fast swim frog, fast swim frog. As Shinji released the third Pokémon, the call of Fast Swim Frog also stopped, and the third battle began. Dotai, it's very fast, be careful, use Leaf Storm. Quick Swim, Freezing Wind. As Frog evolves, Xiaoying is more confident when calling out the names of the moves. When Quick Swim saw the green light coming out of Dotai, the green leaves on its body fell off and turned into a tornado and attacked it. It immediately took a deep breath and blew a large ball of cold air to hit the tornado, freezing all the green leaves in the tornado and turning them into ice slag and falling to the ground. Quick Swim, Freezing Fist. Damn it, I must not be hit by the freezing fist. Shinji saw Quick Swim disappear again, and his heart was immediately alarmed, and he shouted to Dotai, hold on. He didn't dare to gamble, his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of Quick Swim, so he could only let Dotai use hold on. Boom! Just as the Tutai turtle raised its light green shield, a huge fist covered with frost hit the shield of the Tutai turtle, and many tiny cracks spread from the center of the fist. How is it possible? Xiaozu almost didn't block it. Shinji was shocked, thinking that this explosive power was too terrifying. As a senior-level elf, Xiaozu could take any attack steadily. However, in front of the frozen fist of the fast-swimming frog, the Tutai turtle's Xiaozu almost couldn't take it. As the ground in front of the Tutai turtle exploded, the fast-swimming frog disappeared again. Shinji observed the movement, and the ground on the side of the Tutai turtle exploded again. He hurriedly shouted, "Tutai turtle, get out of the way!" Just as the Tutai turtle got out of the way, a big pit appeared in the place where it was before, and the ground was quickly covered with frost, cracking in all directions like a spider web, and the cracks spread all the way to the Tutai turtle's feet. The Tutai turtle was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The frozen fist has a fourfold restraint on the Tutai turtle. If it is hit by one punch, the Tutai turtle will be finished. Before the Tutai turtle can breathe a sigh of relief, the fast swim frog flashes and disappears again. The Tutai turtle has already issued a warning in his heart and quickly left the place. A big pit appears on the ground again. After avoiding the attack twice by chance, the Tutai turtle still wants to dodge, but the fast swim frog, which has almost adapted to the sudden surge of power in its body and combined with the force-generating skills, is getting faster and faster. Finally, after the third flash, a frozen fist hits the Tutai turtle and knocks it out. The Tutai turtle hit the wall and was directly embedded in the wall. Its body was slowly covered by ice and turned into an ice ball. It also fainted. This is the mosquito frog and the fast swim frog. They constantly compress the attack power of the waterfall burst limit. The whole body strength is concentrated in the single point burst of the inch force. Under the same level, they can compete with the quasi-gods, and ordinary elves can't beat them at all. Yu Hai's goal is to compete with the divine beasts. Quasi-gods are nothing. If he can't beat the legendary beast, he can't beat the legendary beast man. What's the point of being a trainer? He should just lie down as soon as possible. Now he is only on par with the quasi-gods, which is still a little bit behind. When Darkrai comes back, he will let Darkrai be his sparring partner. Only when he can defeat Darkrai can he be considered on par with the legendary beasts. At the same level, Darkrai can't beat Frog. He doesn't believe that Frogger can't beat Darkrai at the same level. Wow, 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 wow! It won! Xiao Ying's Frogger was so powerful that he defeated Shinji's 2 Pokémons in a row. As Xiao Ying won, the audience was excited and cheered and talked. Too strong, this frog is too strong. I thought we were going to lose, but I didn't expect the frog to turn defeat into victory. Meow, this frog is so strong, can the instant noodles beat it? Can the little devil beat it? Yes, it's very strong. Boss Sakeka should like this powerful Pokemon. How about us? Musashi, let's not do it. I'm afraid of being beaten to death. Look at how big the frog's fist is. It must hurt to hit the face. Meow, yes, Musashi, let's not think about the frog. It can't be beaten at all, meow. Is there something strange? He is a my Mulunjiang. Did he tell you why the frog's burst is so strong? Du touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He knew that the frog's burst was strange, but he had no time to study it. He said that he used the burst of waterfall climbing, but he didn't know the principle. Only the fast-swimming frog knew how to burst. If Ziba knew, he would have learned it long ago. However, he was asking Xiao Ying's fast-swimming frog to teach his fast-swimming frog to learn this burst technique. Who would have thought that waterfall climbing could be used in this way? In fact, Yu Hai only had a partial understanding. He knew how to burst the inch force, but he didn't know who the mosquito-scented frog learned it from. He was also confused whether the mosquito-scented frog's inch force technique of concentrating the whole body's strength was taught by the armored Tyrannosaurus on the deserted island. It seems that this time when I go back, I have to let Han Han ask his father for advice. Look at Han Han's bursting skills, have they gone wild? Let Han Han's father correct them. Waterfall climbing. Du simulated in his mind, but he couldn't sort out the logic. After all, waterfall climbing is just an ordinary move. The power of the quick-swimming frog is a bit foul. This is the bursting skill of inch power. The quick-swimming frog is a waterfall climbing that bursts within 3 meters. It must be painful to hit Onyx and Tutai Turtle on the face. With the end of the group stage, the audience who watched this group stage are talking about the performance of the quick-swimming frog. It is really wonderful. The same is true for Yu Hai. He watched the game in the cafeteria. He didn't expect that the explosive power of the mosquito-repellent frog would be so strong after the evolution. Even if his mosquito-repellent frog does not evolve, it has this kind of explosive power, because it has beaten Gyarados and also knocked Gyarados away. The average weight of Onyx is 200 kilograms, and the average weight of Gyarados is also 200 kilograms. Even if his Gyarados is heavier, it was beaten by the mosquito-repellent frog. It seems that after the competition, it is time to start evolving the frog. The unevolved frog has this kind of explosive power. He dare not imagine how strong the explosive power of the evolved frog will be. Thanks to the words and deeds of the ancestors, the ultimate move has been turned into a flat attack, so that he can also use it to train Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Chapter 548, Electric Beast regains its glory. The 56th day of heading to the Kanto region, sunny. Today is the first day of the knockout round of the Quartz Conference. The next step is the competition of the top 16, which is still a 6-on-6 competition system. The tolerance rate has doubled, and the difficulty has increased by more than double. The trainers who can reach this step are at least senior trainers. Of course, Zai, the stupid thing, does not count. This stupid boy is really lucky. He has made it all the way to the top 16 and entered the knockout round. He will soon meet a strong opponent. In the draw venue, the only remaining 16 contestants are divided into Group A and Group B. Each group is divided into 8 people, and they will face off in pairs. Until there is only one person left in Group A and Group B, competing for the final championship. There is also a big screen here. He saw that many people have drawn lots. Zai is in Group A, Zai's rival Ahong is also in Group A, and Lei Si has also come to the elimination round and is also in Group A. Xiao Ying defeated Shinji yesterday and was drawn in Group B today. Xiao Qian, whom he knows, is also in Group B. If he is drawn to Group A, he will have to face Lei Si. If he is drawn to Group B, he will have to face Xiao Ying and others. It is really difficult to play anywhere. As the final circle narrows, he will always meet these old acquaintances. He has no choice but to draw lots with his eyes closed. This time the draw is fishing. There are Magikarp in the swimming pool. Magikarp has numbers on its body, such as A1, A2, and so on. Until Group A number 4 and Group B number 4, the two contestants who catch the same number will become opponents. Fishing, he is so good at it, he is a fisherman. As soon as he throws the bait, there will be a stupid fish biting the hook. As soon as he pulls it up, he sees the number B1 on the Magikarp. And the number 1 opponent of Group B is. Haha, we finally meet, Xiao Ying. Yu Hai saw the opponent's avatar on the screen. He and Xiao Ying's avatars were facing each other from a distance. He didn't expect that the first game of the elimination match would be Xiao Ying. He didn't suspect any shady dealings, because he caught the Magikarp himself, and there were water stains on the bait. Obviously it was used by someone before. There was no possibility of shady dealings. There were a total of 8 Magikarps in the two groups A and B in the swimming pool, but he had to catch the number 1 Magikarp in Group B. This is the fate of a fisherman. Knockout match. It seems that Xiao Ying can only be eliminated. He knows this kid too well, he can't let her go, he can only meet her on the court. On the other hand, Xiao Ying was reminded by her teacher, King Ziba, and she also knew that her opponent had appeared. When Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai's avatar, he was startled and muttered to himself, "Brother Hai, we finally met." Xiao Ying looked at Yu Hai's avatar on the screen, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The powerful frog gave him the confidence to defeat Yu Hai, and he believed in his frog. When Yu Hai came here, the main venue was already full of spectators, and everyone was enthusiastic, because the avatars of the two contestants appeared on the screen, and below were 6 Pokémon avatars. When the trainer releases the Pokémon avatar on the big screen can be lit up. Once the Pokémon loses its combat ability, the avatar will turn grey. He came to the competition site, ready to watch the opponent's game, and the first game today was Lei Si's game. Lei Si, Lei Si, Lei Si. Hai Xiong, Hai Xiong, Hai Xiong. As the two players entered the venue, the audience shouted loudly, making everyone in the audience excited. Yu Hai was not infected by such emotions. He sat next to Zai Zai's trio, but the three of them were quite excited. "What a coincidence, you are here too." Yukai smiled and greeted Satoshi and his group. There were not only Satoshi and his group, but also Professor Oak, Hanako, Nanami, and Shigeki. "Oh, Shigeki is here too, and so is Sister Hanako. This should be the knowledgeable Professor Oak. I often watch your lectures. I just wanted to meet you." Yu Hai actually hadn't watched Professor Oak's lecture, but he had seen pigs run. "Ah? You should be the one," Zai said. Professor Oak pretended to be thoughtful, but he didn't want to be exposed. He had already checked the other party thoroughly. "I'm Aha. It's my first time in Kanto, so I stayed at Sister Hanako's house. I've always been grateful for Sister Hanako's shelter." Yu Hai smiled shyly and scratched his head awkwardly. It was too difficult for an old man in his 30s to act young. He couldn't act. Xiao Hai is too polite. "I heard that Zai met you and you took good care of him." Hanako covered her mouth and chuckled, pulling her silly son and asking him to say hello. "Brother Hai, you're here to watch the game too?" Zai smiled awkwardly and asked a very stupid question. "Stupid Zai, why are you here if you don't come to watch the game?" Zioxia pouted and looked down on Zai. How did he get into the knockout round if he was so stupid? Damn Zioxia! Zai's fist hardened again, but he was caught by his mother and didn't dare to attack. "Zai, how can you bully a girl?" Hanako preached to Zai, "Don't quarrel with Zioxia, and give in to Zioxia." "I know, Mom," Zai responded sullenly, thinking, "Who is your son?" "Zai, you are worthy of it." Xiao Mao glanced at Zai, and only Zai would ask such an idiotic question. "Xiao Mao, Xiaozai has made it to the knockout round, and he has no choice but to help Xiaozai. Nanamai couldn't stand Xiao Mao's arrogance the most, and hurriedly spoke up to help Xiaozai. Yes, Xiao Mao, Xiaozai smiled proudly. He had never beaten Xiao Mao in his life, and this time he finally let out his anger. Humph, Xiao Mao knew that he was not right and his strength was not good, so he had to shut up and stop talking. Humph, Nanamai saw that Xiao Mao dared to sneer, and immediately raised her hand and hit Xiao Mao on the top of his head, hit a big red bump. Then she saw Xiaozai laughing. Nanamai raised her hand again and gave Xiaozai a big red bump. This time it was Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia who laughed. In addition to them, the 3 members of Team Rocket stood at the back of the audience. Seeing the big bump on Xiaozai's head, they also covered their mouths and laughed, secretly sighing that this little brat was finally beaten. Seeing that this family was full of live treasures, Yu Hai forced himself to hold back his laughter, looked at the game below, and shouted to everyone, "The game has begun. The long-awaited elimination match is about to begin. The red player is Lazy from Sinnoh, and the green player is Kaixiang from Kanto. Both players are the most popular candidates to win the championship. They are also veterans from the last session and the session before that. Who will win between the 2 veterans? Please wait and see. This is the first elimination match of Group A. The normal battlefield will be used. There are 6 Pokémons. Please take your positions and release your first Pokémons together. Bang bang! With 2 sounds of Pokeballs opening, Lei Si and Kaixiang threw Pokeballs together. Go, Gyarados! Go, Electabuzz! It's Electabuzz, an evolved form found in the Sinnoh region. I heard that it has a very powerful lightning attack, and the power is enough to support the operation of a city. Electabuzz? Kaixiang saw the electric beast and gritted his teeth secretly. Most of his Pokémon were water-type, and only one Nidoqueen could defend against the electric beast, so he decided to recall Gyarados. Come back, Gyarados, go, Nidoqueen! It's Nidoqueen! Kaixiang chose to change the first Pokémon to deal with the unfavorable opening attribute situation. Lei Si did not take back the idea of the electric beast. Could it be that he wanted to use the electric beast to fight against the ground-type Nidoqueen? As the host's voice fell, the battle on the battlefield began. Nidoqueen, Earthquake. Electric Beast, we also use Earthquake. Boom, boom. As the ground began to shake and reached the audience, the host screamed again, it's Earthquake. Lei Si used a non-class Earthquake to counter Nidoqueen's class move Earthquake, and it was evenly matched. Electric Beast, use Thunder on the ground. Roar, Electric Beast lay on the ground, with 2 detonator tentacles behind it inserted into the ground, and used Thunder on the ground, which immediately raised a lot of gravel and rushed towards Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, hold on! Ha! Lei Si sneered and said to Fang Xiaozu used it too early, and immediately shouted to the Electric Shock Monster, Electric Shock Monster, Freezing Fist. Roar! The Electric Shock Monster took back the detonator and put it behind him, and instantly launched himself. Came in front of Nidoqueen, raised his fist high and punched Nidoqueen hard, knocking Nidoqueen out. Nidoqueen, Kaixiang saw Nidoqueen being knocked out and hit the wall of the audience. He hurried over to check Nidoqueen's injuries, but before he could touch Nidoqueen, Nidoqueen was instantly frozen. Crack, crack! After being frozen for a few breaths, as Nidoqueen struggled, the ice broke, and Nidoqueen broke free frozen. He propped himself up on one knee, struggling to support his body, unable to get up. Nidoqueen, Kaixiang saw Nidoqueen like this, he could only use the Pokeball to take Nidoqueen back, and turned around to throw the Pokeball of Gyarados. Nidoqueen was seriously injured, and next he could only use 5 water Pokémon to face Lei Si's Electric Shock Beast. Tisk, he's going to lose. Yu Hai saw Kaixiang take back Nidoqueen, and there was no need to watch anymore. He found that Lei Si actually used the tail of the Electric Shock Beast to increase the explosive power of the Electric Shock Beast, and a double restrained ice punch seriously injured Nidoqueen. Next, Hi, the 5 water-type Pokemon of Syong, Gyarados, Golduck, Poliwag, Vaporeon, and Sea Spider, will all be harvested by the Electric Beast one by one, and a string of 6 will be achieved. The Electric Beast that has not encountered the iron-headed and stupid one is so terrifying. Lei Si should have learned the lesson of the defeat of the sharp-toothed land shark and developed a tactic. It seems that the opponent also knows that the burst of the Poliwag is strange, and it is not too stupid. Brother Hai, how do you know he is going to lose? Zai saw Yu Hai say this, and couldn't help but ask Yu Hai curiously, wanting to hear how Yu Hai knew that Hai Xiong would lose after watching the first battle. Because the electric beast is very strong, because of the attribute restraint, Yu Hai didn't know how to explain to Zai, because Zai is a master of reverse attributes and doesn't know how great the advantage of attribute restraint is. What's more, the non-type earthquake of the electric beast can actually be comparable to the type of earthquake of Nidoqueen, which is enough to prove the power of the electric beast. The reverse attribute can suppress Nido, and the following is the normal attribute. Isn't it bullying a child? Very strong. Zai only saw that the electric shock monster beat Kaixiang to take back Nido, but did not defeat Nido. Does this also show that the electric shock monster is very strong? Stupid Zai, being able to reverse the attribute to force the opponent to take back the Pokemon is enough to prove the power of the reverse attribute Pokemon. How did you make it to the knockout round? Don't you even understand this? Xiao Mao saw that Zai still didn't understand, and couldn't help but explain. Doesn't Kaixiang still have 5 Pokemon? Can't 5 Pokemon beat an electric shock monster? Zai didn't understand. His 3 Pokemon could replace Koji's Gyarados, can't the opponent's 5 Pokemon replace an electric shock monster? Hey, Xiao Mao raised his hand to cover his face. How could he know such a stupid guy? He just remembered now that Zai didn't collect the opponent's information, so he didn't know that the next battle would be a normal attribute battle. Zai, that Electabuzz can use thunder to knock rocks off the ground, which is enough to show that Electabuzz has strong electricity. If there are only water-type Pokemon next, that player Kaixiang will have no chance to turn the tables. Professor Oak saw that Zai was still confused and had to explain. He did not tell Zai that he had to do a good job of intelligence work, which was a compulsory course for trainers. Who knew that Zai had rushed all the way? Zai, except for that Nidoqueen, the rest of the players Kaixiang are all water-type Pokemon. Xiao Gang sat next to Zai and couldn't help but move his butt, fearing that he would be infected. But he was pulled by Zai, so he could only explain to Zai the reason. Oh, I understand, it's better to defeat Electabuzz with reverse attributes. Zai seemed to have a sudden enlightenment, one hand clenched into a fist, hammered on the other palm, and the expression on his face instantly brightened. He knew how to defeat Reiji. Ahem, Yu Hai saw that everyone around him was shocked by Zai's unique ideas. He almost couldn't hold it back and could only cover his mouth tightly to prevent himself from doing anything impolite and hurting Zai's young heart. In fact, Zai's understanding was correct. If Zai played in the game, he would definitely win under the same level. The reverse attribute aura cannot be refuted. But Kaixiang is not Zai. Facing Lei Si's Electabuzz, he can only end up regretfully. As Gyarados fell, Golduck, Venomous Tide, Vaporeon, and Seaspird followed, until Kaixiang threw out Nidoqueen again. 1 through 5, Lei Si's Electabuzz completed the feat of 1 through 5. There is only one Nidoqueen left. Can Lei Si create a miracle and win 6 in a row in the first elimination match? Electabuzz. Roar! Ding ding! As the sound of clang ding rang out, the first elimination match ended. Kaixiang knelt on the ground in despair, sweating profusely, his eyes blurred, and he could no longer see the fallen Nidoqueen. This was an unprecedented defeat, which shattered his confidence. As a veteran of the previous session, he was beaten by the veteran of the session before him with a 6-in-a-row bloodbath. The opponent used only one electric shock monster to beat him without any chance to fight back. He looked at the elves falling one by one, and it was broadcast live around the world. He was strong inside because he didn't collapse on the spot. As Nidoqueen fell, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. He saw Miss Joy coming anxiously from the corner of his eye. He could only hear the clamor and the sound of rollers. He was carried away on a stretcher and fainted. Chapter 549, Old Spray. Emergency, emergency, Haixiang fainted due to heat stroke. Miss Joy has entered the venue. Haixiang was carried away and will receive treatment at the Elf Center. 10 minutes of halftime break, the performance group will enter, and in 10 minutes, the second elimination match of Group A will begin. Then, the audience watched 10 minutes of underwater ballet. The competition venue split in the middle, and a swimming pool as big as the competition venue appeared. The three Hualin sisters wore swimsuits, stood in the middle of the swimming pool and slowly rose up, waving to the audience, instantly attracting cheers from the audience. Zioxia, are they your sisters? Xiaozai saw the three Hualin sisters and quickly pulled Zioxia's clothes, feeling quite novel. Ah, I haven't seen three beauties for a long time, sniff, sniff. Xiao Gang held his face with both hands and sighed, the three sisters have changed their perfume. Hey, are you a dog? How did you smell it from such a distance? Zioxia felt that Xiao Gang was disgusting, and immediately raised her hand and hit Xiao Gang violently, knocking him down. Hey, Pikachu, where are you going? Xiaozai saw Xiao Gang being beaten, and could only laugh awkwardly. Suddenly, the Pikachu in his arms jumped to the ground, and he quickly got up and chased after it. Xiaozai, your game is about to start, don't run around. Hanako saw Xiaozai running away, and even he stood up and shouted. I know, Xiaozai replied, and then he left the audience and entered the audience passage to leave the venue. The rocket trio outside the venue was running away, and Meowth was pretending to be a fake Pikachu to seduce Pikachu. Meowth, have you chased them out? Hurry up and catch Pikachu and run away. We must catch Pikachu before Boss Sakeka comes over. Come out, let's hide quickly. Oh no, the little devil followed me out too. Never mind, Meowth, catch Pikachu first. Stop, who are you? Xiaozai saw someone running away and immediately shouted to stop the rocket trio. Since you asked sincerely, we will be merciful and tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Then came the old opening remarks, which immediately reminded Xiaozai that these three people were Team Rocket. When Xiaozai reacted, the opening remarks ended, and Team Rocket caught Pikachu with an anti-electric cage and drove away. For Team Rocket's disruption, Xiaozai could only release Pidgeot to chase, and Team Rocket's three people ran away, and they chased and chased. When the car was knocked down, they changed to a cable car, and when the cable car was knocked down, they changed to a hot air balloon. I don't know how long they chased and fled. Xiaozai finally caught up with Pikachu and knocked Team Rocket away, but the game time was up. Ahong had already entered the field, and Xiaozai, the unlucky child, had not yet arrived. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiaozai had not yet entered the field, and the referee was about to rule Xiaozai absent, and Ahong advanced to the next round. Hero asked for a wait. Facing Hero's request and feeling Hero's sincerity, the referee and the organizer agreed to wait for another 10 minutes. I can't believe it. It's so surprising. Hero is asking the referee to wait for Xiaozai. Xiaozai has a very good opponent. Xiao Gang heard the hosts shout and couldn't help but sigh that Xiaozai is a very good friend. Really, what is Xiaozai doing? Zioxia muttered about Xiaozai. Although she usually likes to quarrel, she is still very worried about Xiaozai at critical moments. Xiaozai has a very good friend. Professor Oak also heard the request for overtime waiting, and was happy that Xiaozai had such a good friend. Saurus, go find Xiaozai. Yu Hai released the Saurus. He knew where Xiaozai was. He must have been held back by the rocket team. He hoped that the Saurus could catch up. Thank you for your help. Xiao Gang saw Yu Hai release the goal, and he also took out the poke ball to release Zubat, shouting, Zubat, please, help me find Xiaozai. As the two Pokémon left, 10 minutes passed in a tense moment, until 10 minutes were about to end. Yu Hai heard a loud cry from the sky. Bile, Bile! It's Gull! Yu Hai saw Gull holding Xiaozai and Pikachu under its claws, and put Xiaozai and Pikachu on the competition field before returning to Yu Hai. It was already noon, the sun was shining, and he didn't know how Gull found Xiaozai. He fed Gull a few energy cubes and let Gull have a good rest, because Xiaozai's elimination match was over, and the next one was his elimination match. It was definitely impossible to let Gull play today, and he would not let Gull, which had consumed a lot of energy, continue to fight. Fortunately, he had enough backup Pokémon, so it was okay to let Gull rest for a day. Xiao Hai, thank you so much. Hanako saw that Otoko brought Xiaozai back, and hurriedly stood up to thank Yu Hai, and worriedly said, Xiao Hai, I think Otoko looks very tired, will it delay your game? No, I have a lot of alternative Pokémon, I can use Otoko in the game tomorrow. Yu Hai smiled and told Hanako not to worry, he has 8 main Pokémon, 1 or 2 less will not be a problem. What's more, Butterfree and the others are all senior Pokémon, enough for the knockout rounds. The tactics of 2 with 1, 1 with 2, also apply to the knockout rounds, that is, expand the Pokémon pairing to 6. Xiao Hai, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? Xiaozai, that kid will only cause you trouble. Hanako still felt a little sorry, and immediately invited Yu Hai to dinner. Okay, Sister Hanako, watch the game first. Xiaozai's game has started. Yu Hai smiled and accepted the invitation, looking back at the competition venue. Even if Xiaozai can catch up with the game, the elves must have consumed a lot in the battle with Team Rocket. Pikachu, who is always generating electricity, Pidgeot, who is always chasing, and other elves who defeated Team Rocket are not in their prime. Facing Hero in this state, Xiaozai can only advance to the next round unless his old spray is obedient, but he knows better than anyone what old spray is like. Xiao Gang and Xioxia also began to worry about Xiaozai. They also knew what old spray was like. This elimination match was not going to be a good one. In addition to the worries of several people, Professor Oak secretly looked at Yu Hai thoughtfully, and nodded from time to time, with admiration in his eyes. Also secretly observing Yu Hai, Nanami next to Professor Oak saw that Yu Hai was willing to help Xiaozai at the cost of affecting the game, and he had already typed a line of text on the keyboard and pressed enter to send it out. As the game started, Xiaozai and Ahong each threw out their first battle Pokémon, which were Ahong's Butterfree and Xiaozai's Squirtle. The two sides started a fierce battle. Fighting, both of them were holding back their energy, until Squirtle was hypnotized by Butterfree. In the first generation, being hypnotized would cause him to fall asleep for 2 to 5 rounds, but the production team directly ruled that Squirtle lost after he fell asleep. So, the production team knows nothing about fighting, but this is not the production team, so they naturally took this situation into consideration, just like the sleep talk that Xiao Shun used before. After Squirtle fell asleep, since Squirtle can't sleep talk, Xiaozai only needs to hold on for 5 rounds. Obviously, it's impossible. Ahong won't give Squirtle this opportunity. Under Butterfree's electric net, Squirtle didn't hold on for 5 rounds and was stunned by the electric net, and Xiaozai also lost a Pokémon. Next, Xiaozai was thinking about who to send to the field, and Pikachu rushed to the battlefield on his own initiative and launched a sudden attack on Butterfree, hitting Butterfree and pressing it under him. Butterfree struggled to get up and fly into the air, but Pikachu grabbed Butterfree's feet and used 100,000 volts on Butterfree, stunning it. Hero also lost a Pokémon. But after using a collision and 100,000 volts, Pikachu was exhausted and panting. It seemed that Pikachu had consumed a lot of energy after being caught and began to act like an emperor again. Facing the tired Pikachu, Hero sent Charmander, but Pikachu was defeated by a collision, and Xiaozai lost his second Pokémon. After losing 2 Pokémon in a row, Xiaozai pondered for a moment and sent out his most powerful Pokémon, Charizard, Old Spray. Charizard just came out and saw the tiny Charizard, and immediately lost interest. He didn't want to bully Charizard at all. Facing Charizard's soft flames, its counter-attack was a raging flame. The difference in size made Hero take back Charizard and send out the third Pokémon, Pikachu. Facing Hong's Pikachu, Charizard just stamped his feet and flapped his wings to create a hurricane, which Pikachu could not resist and was blown away. When Pikachu regrouped and rushed up again, Charizard lay directly on the ground, without any fighting spirit. "Hey, what are you doing? We are here to watch the Pokémon fight, not to watch them sleep. Yeah, be serious, okay." The referee saw that Zai could not command Charizard, which is very common among new trainers. He immediately raised a small flag and shouted, "Charizard has lost the will to fight, please ask Zai to take back Charizard." "Ah? Why is this happening?" Zai begged Charizard to get up and fight, but Charizard just ignored him, resulting in Zai's Charizard being directly judged as the loser. Zai could only take back Charizard, and the third Charizard head on the big screen also turned grey. At this point, Zai still has 3 Pokémon left, and Ahong has 5 Pokémon left, and the game continues. Zai faces Ahong's Pikachu, and the 4th Pokémon throws out Mud, and finally it is Mud that saves the situation. Relying on Mud's ability to withstand attacks, it defeated Ahong's Pikachu with a move of Taishan pressure. Ahong threw out Charmander again, and Mud was burned by Charmander's flames again. Seeing Mud defeated, Zai took back Mud and threw out the 5th Pokémon, Krabbit, to deal with Hong's Charmander. In the end, Ahong's Charmander was defeated. Ahong still didn't have the fate of reverse attributes, and Charmander couldn't reverse the attributes of Krabbit. Then, Ahong threw out the 4th Pokémon, Lotus Hat Kid. Facing Lotus Hat Kid, Krabbit's water-based moves were useless, and its actions were also limited. It was trapped by the parasitic seed and finally defeated by the ultimate absorption. For Lotus Hat Kid, Zai finally sent Bulbasaur. Since both Pokémon are grass-type Pokémon, Bulbasaur's poison-type moves restrain Lotus Hat, and Lotus Hat can use Freeze Punch, which restrains Bulbasaur. In the end, Lotus Hat was poisoned and was eliminated by Bulbasaur. Zai only had 1 Bulbasaur left, and Hero sent out a flying-type Spearow, letting Spearow release wind blades in the air to bombard Bulbasaur. Due to the consumption in the previous game, Bulbasaur was defeated because it could not dodge in time. This elimination match ended with Hero's victory. Hero only used 5 Pokémon, while Zai used 6 Pokémon. The Pokémon used by Hero are Butterfree, Charmander, Pikachu, Lotus Hat, Spearow. The Pokémon used by Ash are Squirtle, Pikachu, Charizard, Muddy, Crabgrass, Bulbasaur. Hey, judging from the lineup, Charizard can be 6 in a row, but it's a pity that Charizard is disobedient, Yokai sighed helplessly. Ash finally stopped in the top 16 of the Quartz Conference, just like the performance in the previous animation. Ash, Misty, and Brock have already run to the competition venue to comfort Ash who lost. Although they don't say it, Misty is the most worried about this stupid Ash. Hey, this kid, Hanako sighed helplessly when she saw that Ash lost. This failure should be a big blow to Ash. Group A elimination round is over. Please prepare Xiaoying and Yu Hai, the number 1 players in Group B, and enter the venue in 10 minutes. It's my turn. Yu Hai took a final glance at the audience seats in the main venue. After hearing his name and Xiaoying's name, everyone was obviously agitated. After all, one is a civilian dark horse and the other is a disciple of the 4 heavenly kings, Shiba. Everyone is very interested in the match between these two. Xiao Hai, it's your turn. You must perform well. Hanako clenched her fist to cheer Yu Hai. She felt that Yu Hai was a good kid and hoped that Yu Hai could win the game. I will. Yu Hai nodded gently and stood up to enter the venue. Zai and the other 2 just came up and saw Yu Hai who was about to enter. Brother Hai, that trainer's fast-swimming frog has a strong explosive power. We watched his game yesterday. You have to be careful. Zai lost the game, but he still had a smile on his face and reminded Yu Hai to be careful. Although Zai didn't say it, everyone could see that Zai was forcing a smile. I will win back your share as well. Yu Hai smiled and waved his hand, leaving only his back, leaving the audience and coming to the player channel to prepare to enter. Ding dang! As the clang of the game sounded, he entered the field with Ev standing on his shoulder. Hua hua hua! Seeing him and when Xiaoying entered the venue, many spectators stood up. When they stood on the opposite platform, the noise in their ears disappeared. They filtered out all the sounds from the outside world, and only the opponent was in front of them. Brother Hai, we finally meet again, Xiaoying thought silently, but did not say it out loud. Unless Teacher Ziba asked, he did not want to disclose his relationship with Brother Hai. Xiaoying, you have become a disciple of the king, and you have changed a lot. Yu Hai had a faint smile on his face, and he was happy for Xiaoying. After all, she was a disciple of the king, and she would be a golden thigh if she walked the league in the future. Chapter 550, Broken. The red player in this elimination match is Xiaoying from the Orange Islands, a disciple of Ziba, and the green player is Yu Hai from the Orange Islands. Both players are the most popular candidates for the championship. Xiaoying showed her outstanding strength yesterday, and Yu Hai is also the most popular dark horse in this session. Who will win the championship among the two senior trainers? Please wait and see. The first elimination match of Group B will use the normal battlefield. There are 6 available Pokémons. Please take your positions and release your first Pokémons together. Go, Frog! Go, Frog! It appears. Xiaoying sent out her trump card in the first battle, Frog. Yu Hai sent out Frog, which has never played before. Frog versus Frog is not good for Yu Hai. Yo, little brother, you've evolved. The frog saw the frog and Xiaoying, raised his hand and greeted them. Yo, long time no see, big brother, the frog smiled awkwardly. When he was learning waterfall climbing with the other party, he was beaten a lot, and he was still a little afraid of this big brother. Yo, your muscles have grown a lot after evolution. The frog looked at the frog's strong muscles. It should have such muscles after evolution. Yo, big brother, I just evolved yesterday, and I haven't adapted to this body yet. The frog clenched his fists to show off his muscles, which really made the frog envious. The scene of the 2 blue tadpoles reminiscing about the past stunned the audience. They didn't expect that this frog actually knew each other. Outside the court, in the king's lounge, seeing Yu Hai sent out the frog, Du couldn't help but sigh. It still appeared. I didn't expect it to be the frog. The other party didn't think about evolving? Kona is here too. Actually, he arrived yesterday, but he was watching the game at the ice stadium, so he didn't meet with Hiba and Du. It's probably because there are no good evolution stones, Hiba guessed. If Xiaoying didn't already have a high-level water stone, he would have prepared a high-level water stone for Xiaoying. High-level water stones are still easy for the king, but there is no need for top-quality water stones. It's troublesome to apply for them within the alliance, but it's not impossible to get them. Even he used high-level evolution stones, and Xiaoying hasn't shown her value yet, so top-quality evolution stones are impossible. It doesn't look like there are no evolution stones. Maybe there are other reasons, Du pondered for a moment and explained for Yu Hai. From your tone? It seems that you have seen this boy? Shiba felt that Du and Kona seemed to know Yu Hai. Where did they meet? We met once on Little Orange Island, Du would not say. He also used his eyes to warn Kona not to tell about the beating of Mini Dragon. It was too embarrassing. Seeing the two of them flirting with each other, Shiba seemed to understand something, but did not continue to investigate. It was enough to know in his heart. Anyway, there was no prohibition on romantic relationships between the 4 heavenly kings, but he thought wrongly. Next to the heavenly king's lounge, this place was occupied by gym owners such as Xiao Bo. Xiao Ai was also here, and Xiao Ai's mother. They all came last night. Afraid of disturbing Yu Hai's rest at night and affecting the next day's game, he did not disturb Yu Hai and prepared to watch Yu Hai's game today. Come on, brother Hai, Xiao Ai hugged Pikachu. She was finally able to hug Pikachu. She lay on the balcony with Pikachu, and Evie was lying beside her, cheering for Yu Hai together. Uncle Xia, Xiao Ai, Hai is quite strong, he can even enter the knockout round. Xiao Ai's mother Amei looked at Yu Hai below. It was the first time she saw Yu Hai so close, Yu Hai's savior who saved her daughter. This kid didn't even use his full strength. His previous opponent was too weak, so he was too lazy to use his full strength. Xiaobo saw that Yu Hai was confident, and it seemed that he was very sure of this knockout round. Xiao Ai, wait until Brother Hai's game is over, let's ask Brother Hai to come up, okay. Amei gently stroked Xiao Ai's hair, preparing to invite Yu Hai to come up and sit down, and thank Yu Hai, the savior. Okay, Xiao Ai hadn't seen Yu Hai for a long time, and last time she cried and looked for Yu Hai for a long time. This child, Xiaobo gently pulled Xiao Ai's little hand, and liked him more and more. He was also very grateful to that stinky boy for letting him see Xiao Ai, who was so lively and cute, again. In the audience, the three Hualan sisters also came here, dancing water ballet for so long the three of them were almost exhausted. They planned to watch the game in the afternoon to relax. The organizer had more than one performance team, so there was no need to work too hard. After seeing Yu Hai enter the venue, the three sisters shouted beside Xiao Xia, brother, keep going. Sisters? Do you know Hai? Xiao Xia didn't expect the sisters to be so proactive. Did they know this guy? When did they know him? Xiao Xia, when you were not at home, we invited brother Hai to serve as the acting gym leader of Hualan Gym. The second sister's words were meaningful, secretly poking at Xiao Xia for not caring about her family. Humph, I can be a gym leader too, Xiao Xia was not convinced. The three sisters had her elves, but they actually asked for substitutes. It was really embarrassing. Xiao Xia, you can't be a gym leader. The inspector asked the gym to close, the third sister gloated, looking at Xiao Xia's complacency. What? How could this happen? Xioxia suddenly heard the bad news and was still a little unbelievable. She hadn't been home for just a few months, so why was the gym forced to close? By the way, Miss Inspector is here too. The third sister looked up at Miss Joy, who was sitting next to Nanamai and wearing a hat covering her red hair, and greeted Miss Joy, hello, Miss Inspector. Haha, hello, Miss Joy was so embarrassed. The gym was closed in front of others, and the owner was here. In short, it was very embarrassing. If Nanamai hadn't asked her to watch the inexplicable game, she wouldn't have come to the quartz conference. Her Latia's injury hadn't healed yet, and she wanted to stay to take care of Latia's. There were also scratches on her body, but they were almost healed. Miss Inspector. Xioxia looked at Miss Joy, who was wrapped tightly, and stared at her so hard that others felt embarrassed. Hello, Master Xioxia, Miss Joy pulled Nanamai, but Nanamai still didn't tell her why she was called here. Oh, don't pull me, hurry up and watch the game. Nanamai still hasn't told Miss Joy that Yu Hai, who saved the opponent, will play below. After all, this matter is still uncertain. On the other side, Shinji and Lei Si, who were also sitting in the audience watching the game, saw that Yu Hai and Xiaoying both released frogs, and they all secretly thought it was interesting. From the moves of these two frogs, it is obvious that they all have the same burst moves. These two people may have the same master, and now they are actually facing each other, but it's a good show, but I don't know who will win. On the competition field, Xiaoying looked at Yu Hai and sighed that he was worthy of being Brother Hai. He probably guessed his little thoughts a long time ago. They thought of the same thing when using the mosquito-scented frog as the first battle spirit. He didn't dare to be careless about Brother Hai's mosquito-scented frog, even if the opponent was still a mosquito-scented frog, not a fast-swimming frog. As the referee's flag fell, Yu Hai and Xiaoying immediately spoke up and shouted in unison. Mosquito frog, belly drum, full burst, million-ton punch. Fast swim frog, belly drum, full burst, we also use million-ton punch. Yobo, Mosquito Frog heard the belly drum and immediately took a deep breath, with a terrifying aura rising from his body, and used the belly drum move of the 12th level enhancement. Yolu, Fast Swim Frog did the same action and quickly completed the enhancement with the belly drum. In fact, the limit of the elves is only the 6th level enhancement, and there is no 12th level enhancement, but the move is introduced like this, and the belly drum wastes the 6th level enhancement. The two elves consumed half of their physical strength to increase their attack power. After the two blue frogs looked at each other, they burst out with unprecedented speed and rushed towards each other at high speed. Boom! As the two fists shining with white light collided with each other, a loud noise erupted in the middle of the battlefield. The light and heat generated instantly, as well as the huge mushroom cloud rising in the middle, surprised all the audience on the scene and made them speechless. At the moment of the explosion, the air wave spread throughout the venue, and the audience who stood up were blown down. The searchlights around the audience seats all exploded one after another, and even the large screen used to display the game records flashed sparks and went off the screen instantly. After the mosquito frog punched with all its strength, it flew back from the center of the explosion, wrapped in water balls, and hit the wall of the audience seats. The water balls shattered, and the mosquito frog landed steadily, gasping for breath. This punch had consumed all its physical strength. This punch consumed a lot of energy. First, half of the physical strength was used to strengthen the attack, and then the last strength was burst out to punch. The remaining strength squeezed out was used to defend against the impact of the explosion and the water balls to avoid counter-injury. The same was true for Xiaoying. The fast-swimming frog also used defense against the explosion and the water balls on its body. It thought the same as Yu Hai. It should be an unintentional discussion that made Xiaoying remember it in her heart and learn the water-playing moves specifically to defend against the counter-injury of this move. As the explosion subsided and the smoke and dust dissipated, the audience was still confused. They couldn't help but ask what just happened. Is this still a Pokemon battle? Or is it the Quartz Conference Baby Cup? Isn't it a battlefield? Why can two blue tadpoles burst out such a powerful attack? Is it that they don't understand the Pokemon world, or that they don't understand Pokemon like blue tadpoles? It feels that the Pokemon world that they are familiar with has suddenly become so strange. Fast Swim Frog, Xiaoying shouted the Fast Swim Frog, and quickly ran down the contestant platform, followed by Howley, who was used to defend against the explosion just now. The same is true for the elves and Yu Hai. The two of them are very experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. He helped the exhausted frog to rise up. Frog fought hard with Frog, and Frog flew backwards far away. Frog was almost unable to stand up due to excessive consumption. It was unknown how Frog was doing. Frog was in a better situation and could still stand up, but not much better. Just like the last time in the Red Lotus Gym, it was impossible to continue the battle. With the full force of that move, this attack could only be used once. Oh my god, what happened just now? The host gently touched the cracked French window. As soon as his fingers touched it, he heard a click. The French window instantly shattered and fell down, scaring the host. Ah, it's broken, the host couldn't control his screams. His arm holding the microphone was shaking, but as a senior host, he quickly adjusted his emotions and looked at the competition venue below. After Pidgeot cleared the field, the big deep pit in the middle of the competition venue came into view. What kind of explosion is this? The terrain of the competition venue has been changed, and a big deep pit has appeared. Is that really an attack from the mosquito-scented frog? Gudong, big brother, this, Shinji was so scared that he was incoherent. That was really an attack that the mosquito-scented frog could explode. He saw that the big screen in the venue was off, and the floor-to-ceiling windows in the host's room were broken. You must not be hit by this move, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. Lei Si clenched his fists, thinking of the memory of the sharp-toothed land shark being killed in seconds. He also repeatedly studied the video of that day, as well as the traces on the scene, and eliminated all impossibilities before getting the result. That is the explosion. For some reason, the mosquito-scented frog had a strong explosive power. For this reason, he also subdued a mosquito-scented frog, but after research, he found that the mosquito-scented frog was mediocre. I don't know how that explosive power was used. However, when it came to the electric shock monster, he reproduced the explosion of the mosquito-scented frog on the electric shock monster, that is, using the detonator behind the electric shock monster, bending it into two springs, thereby increasing the explosive power of the electric shock monster. But compared with this thing, the explosive power of the electric shock monster is just a child's play. His electric shock monster can't play such a high explosive attack unless it is stimulated by electric current to increase the explosive power of the electric shock monster's muscles. But all these need follow-up research. Hearing the host speak again, he looked down at the competition venue below again. The two blue tadpoles that just burst out that kind of attack are back on the battlefield again. Can they continue to fight? It's incredible. Yo, little brother, not bad, the mosquito frog greeted the fast-swimming frog on the opposite side. The opponent has really grown up. If it hadn't compressed the waterfall climbing to the extreme, it would not be able to maintain a situation of equal strength. It is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and I don't know how the little brother on the opposite side is. Once the fight starts again, it will soon be exposed and won't last long. Yo, I can't compare to Big Brother. I still have a lot to learn from Big Brother. The fast-swimming frog clasped his fists to the mosquito frog and was very humble. After all, it was an evolved type, and it was really embarrassing that it couldn't beat its predecessor. It seems that it has not yet mastered the strength of its newly evolved body, and it needs to continue to work hard. Yobo! Come back, mosquito frog. Yu-Hai didn't know what the two frogs were talking about, and he took the mosquito frog back with the poke ball. After the battle just now, if he didn't want to get hurt, he had to take the mosquito frog back. If he let the mosquito frog continue to fight, if the mosquito frog was injured, he would miss the next game with the mosquito frog. He didn't want to lose his main Pokémon. The current situation is just right. As long as he rests until tomorrow morning, he can recover and continue the next elimination round. Although it is only one punch, the mosquito frog can replace an opponent's Pokémon with a full burst at one time without getting hurt. This exchange ratio is still very cost-effective. Chapter 551, The game is in progress. Yu-Hai chose to replace Frog. It's a pity that we can't see the battle just now, the host sighed softly. After all, the shock brought to the audience by the two frogs just now was incredible. It is estimated that after the Quartz Conference, many people will discuss today's game and discuss how these two frogs did it. Take it back? Brother Hai took back Frog. Xiaoying thought Yu-Hai was going to continue fighting, but who would have thought that Frog was taken back? This was something he didn't expect. He didn't expect that Frog, which performed very well, would be taken back by Yu-Hai. Then, he also used the poke ball to target Frog, and a beam of red light fell on Frog. Come back, Frog! Oh my god, Xiaoying chose to take back Frog. It seems that both tadpoles have reached their limits. Such a burst may only be used once. After hearing the guess that it can only be used once, the host didn't know that many potential trainers were relieved. If the burst just now could be used at will, who could stand it? Although the full-strength burst can only be used once, the burst of the 4th or 6th level of power can still be burst many times. As Yu-Hai and Xiaoying took back the poke ball, they both took out new poke balls and threw them towards the battlefield. Go, Electabuzz! Go, Farfetch! The large screen used to display the information of the trainers in the competition was under repair, and the referee returned to the battlefield to preside over the competition. Because of the referee's coma in the last branch venue, the referees are now equipped with bodyguards who can be released at any time to protect the referee, so they were not injured in the explosion just now. Seeing Electabuzz, Yu-Hai secretly thought that he had miscalculated. It doesn't matter. There is no need to use those dirty tricks to deal with Xiaoying. He will defeat Xiaoying in an upright manner. There is no need to use those dirty tricks. Despicable is the pass of the despicable, and noble is the epitaph of the noble. His moral bottom line is very flexible. He uses different tricks to deal with different people. There is no need to be so dirty to deal with Xiaoying, his little brother, otherwise he would have used Foritos long ago. This battle is between Electabuzz and Farfetch'd. The attributes are very unfavorable to Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, fly up and gather energy. Electabuzz, 100,000 volts. It is very simple to deal with Farfetch'd. You just need to use electric shock. Farfetch'd has to consider more, after all, it is restrained by double electric system. Farfetch'd, pay attention to dodge electric shock, and use Air Blade to attack in the sky. Yu-Hai took a fancy to the shrinking effect of Air Blade, but Farfetch'd did not have the Tianan characteristic, otherwise the shrinking effect with a 60% probability would be disgusting. Even if it is not 60%, the shrinking effect of the move itself is 30%, which is enough to use. Now, Yu-Hai saw that Electabuzz was either passively defending or running and dodging under Xiaoying's command, until it was hit by the air blade and fell into a shrinking state, and then he shouted to Farfetch, "Farfetch, split!" Split is a general move with a power of 70. It is easy to hit the vital point, and it is a critical hit if it hits. In the shrinking state, Farfetch, which has gathered energy, will definitely deal critical damage. Electabuzz, get out of the way. Hey, Electabuzz can't use moves, it can only run and dodge, but how can running on the ground escape from flying in the sky? It has long been locked by sharp eyes. Farfetch quickly caught up with Electabuzz, waving the onion in its hand, and splitting at Electabuzz, hitting Electabuzz on the head. After the attack, Farfetch'd raised its altitude again to avoid the electric shock of Electabuzz. Electric attacks are not so easy to control, and it is not so easy to hit Farfetch'd flying in the air. Farfetch'd continued to repeat the previous operation, hitting Electabuzz again and then taking the opportunity to hit a critical hit. Seeing that Electabuzz was hit again, and it was a critical hit, Xiaoying was immediately anxious. Since the electric shock could not hit the flexible Farfetch'd, she used thunder to cover the entire field. Electabuzz, thunder! Boom, boom! The thunder triggered by Electabuzz fell all over the competition venue, and there were orange-yellow arcs everywhere, which did cause a lot of interference to Farfetch'd, but it did not prevent Farfetch'd from attacking Electabuzz again while it was shrinking. However, there was a little accident this time. After Farfetch'd attacked Electabuzz, it had just raised its flying altitude. In the process of rising, it suddenly made a strange cry, and fell down with its body stiff. What's going on? Yu-Hai saw Farfetch'd lying on the ground unable to move and twitching, and immediately thought of the static electricity characteristic of elective ice. Static electricity characteristic: when contact-type moves are used to attack Pokémon with this characteristic, there is a 30% chance of paralysis. Split happens to be a contact-type move. Farfetch'd was lucky the first 2 times, and was paralyzed the 3rd time. Farfetch, it's over. Yu-Hai knew that Farfetch'd, who was paralyzed, would definitely not be as flexible as before, and it was only a matter of time before he was electrocuted. Now he had to either give up Farfetch'd, or Farfetch'd, who was paralyzed and injured, could still participate in the next game. If he had to continue fighting and let Farfetch'd be hit by an electric move, Farfetch'd would miss the rest of the game and could only recover. But there was a third option, and he chose the third one. Farfetch, use sleep. Yu-Hai saw Farfetch'd use sleep, and the paralysis on his body was weakening, so he immediately used the Pokeball to take Farfetch'd back, letting Farfetch'd spend 2 to 5 rounds of sleep in the Pokeball. The sleep move can restore physical strength and cure all abnormal conditions on the body. It is just right for Farfetch'd to use this move now. Yu-Hai's Farfetch'd was paralyzed, and Yu-Hai chose to take back Farfetch'd. Yu-Hai was still as cautious as ever, not giving his opponent any chance to take advantage of it. Take back the Pokémon again. Xiaoying saw Yu-Hai take back Farfetch'd, so he let Electabuzz come back. The battle ended with Farfetched's exit, and he barely had some advantages. Go, Flitos, Yu-Hai really didn't have a good way to deal with the Electabuzz. He didn't want to use Iron Man, because Iron Man could easily defeat Xiao Ying who lost the frog, and he didn't want to be too shocking. The performance of Frog just now was enough. He believed that no one would dare to underestimate him next time. What he had to do now was to fight reluctantly so as not to let everyone's attention be focused on him. He wanted to let his opponents know that he was only stronger than Frog, and the other Pokémon were mediocre, giving other opponents a little hope of defeating him. Fritos? Electabuzz, are you okay? Xiao Ying had seen that Fritos, and it no longer had the weakness of being afraid of fire. It no longer had any weaknesses, so it could only fight with consumption. Fritos, lighten your body, turn into a circle and roll. Electabuzz, get out of the way. Xiao Ying had no intention of taking it head-on, and she had to interrupt Fritos's rolling. Otherwise, if it kept rolling, the rolling would have a power of 480, plus the power of turning into a circle would double, which would be 960, and his Electabuzz would not be able to catch it. As Fritos turned into a giant black ball and rolled, Electabuzz could only run away, because Fritos was too fast, faster than Electabuzz, and Electabuzz could not outrun Fritos at all. Even if Electabuzz the Beast used 100,000 volts to attack, but it had no effect on the black shell of Fritos, so it could only run away desperately. The basic speed of Electabuzz is 105. The basic speed of Fritos is 40, and the speed after strengthening by 2 levels is 80, which is a little worse than Electabuzz. But considering that Fritos is only 40 kilograms now, the increase in speed is the same when the weight is halved, so isn't it normal to be faster than Electabuzz? A 2-meter giant ball is chasing him, and Electabuzz is heartbroken. Even if he wants to stop and fight back, no matter how he electrocutes Fritos, it is useless. Xiao Ying can't think of a good way for a while. Until Electabuzz was knocked over, Xiao Ying didn't think of a way. No matter what attack it was, it either didn't break the defense, was useless, or couldn't be blocked. Fritos was still rolling, with no intention of stopping. After rolling for so many rounds, when it hit the electric monster, the rock-type move rolled, and the third collision knocked the electric monster unconscious. The first Pokémon eliminated in this elimination match appeared, and it was none other than Electabuzz. Electabuzz, you've worked hard, take a good rest first. Xiao Ying used the Pokeball to retrieve Electabuzz, comforted Electabuzz, and threw out a new Pokeball. It's decided to be you, Infernape. He figured it out, no matter what, he still had to rely on the fire system to fight against Fritos. Even if Fritos mutated and was not restrained by the fire system, the steel shell had a limit after all, and he wanted to see where this limit was. Infernape? Just let me see where Fritos' limit was. Yu-Hai waved his hand, and let Fritos use the iron wall to strengthen the defense to level 6 first, and he didn't have to worry about Infernape's jet flames. In this way, Fritos strengthened the iron wall 3 times on the spot, and Infernape's jet flames just stopped. Fritos just had some white gas rising from his body, and his body turned and his eyes popped out again. It appears Fritos is not afraid of fire. The flame spray did not cause any damage. It's good that nothing happened. Fritos, keep turning into a circle and rolling. Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to have one trick to conquer the world. The trick is not about whether it is good or not, but whether it works or not. As long as the trick works, just keep using it. What's the problem? The enemy can't crack it anyway. Again, Xiao Ying asked Flame Monkey to try it. One flame spray had no effect at all, so she sprayed it several times. Flame Monkey, spray flame. Whoa! Flame Monkey took a deep breath again, sprayed a large stream of hot high-temperature flames, and rushed straight to Fritos who was rolling. Fritos did not dodge the surging flames, but ran straight to the fire. Sparks and lightning all the way, broke through the fire of Flame Monkey, hit Flame Monkey's big face, and directly knocked Flame Monkey out. Mount Tai is pressing down on me. Yu Hai saw a good opportunity, and since Flame couldn't get up for a while, he asked Foretos to press on. Flame, dig a hole. Wu, Flame saw the shadow in the sky, and the oppressive feeling scared it so much that it quickly dug a hole to escape, otherwise it might be crushed into a biscuit. For the Flame digging a hole, Yu Hai opened Foretos's panel and thought about it. He found that there seemed to be no way to force Flame out except to scatter nails, and he didn't want to scatter nails. Come back, Foretos. Yu Hai could only use the poke ball to take Foretos back, and took out the poke ball of the crab and threw it out, but it still didn't work. Coo cough, crab just came out and faced the chaotic battlefield, quietly waiting for Yu Hai's instructions. To deal with Infernape, just use crab. He has many water-type Pokemon, so it's time to let crab show up. Crab, Stomp. Stomp, a ground-type move, is very effective against Pokemon underground. Infernape, come out quickly. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and sighed that Brother Hai was really letting her down. Infernape was hiding in a hole, which was a good opportunity to set up a trap. However, Brother Hai not only did not set up a trap, but also changed the Pokemon to fight. He couldn't let Infernape hide all the time, because not coming out all the time was passive avoidance, and the referee would directly judge it as a loss. Hey, come back, Infernape. Xiaoying knew that Infernape could not defeat Foretos. Judging from Foretos's fire resistance, he would be knocked out before Infernape defeated Foretos. Facing this giant crab, his electric beast has been defeated, so he can only say, Parasitsu, it's you. Parasitsu has recovered from yesterday's battle. After all, the medical team of the king is no joke. As the disciple of the king, a little bit of the medical benefits of the king can make Parasitsu recover quickly and continue to participate in today's game. It's Parasitsu. After Yu Hai changed his elves, Xiaoying also chose to change his elves. Facing Parasitsu, which restrains the giant crab in attributes, what will Yu Hai do? Parasitsu. Yu Hai feels more and more interesting. Most of Xiaoying's elves are at the senior level. This battle will be very interesting. At present, the status of the two elves has been exposed for more than half. After the big screen is repaired, they are all displayed. There are still two unknown elves left, which are not displayed. Yu Hai player, Xiaoying player. Mosquito frog retract, swim frog retract. Frog onion retract, Electabuzard eliminated. Flatos take it back, Infernape take it back. Greek fight, Parasol fight. Based on the current situation, Xiaoying is obviously at a disadvantage, with one Electabuzard eliminated, while Yukai has no Pokemon eliminated yet. Once Farfetch wakes up in the Poke Ball, they can continue to fight. As for Frog and Swampert, in fact, the two frogs are already unable to fight by default. It is not impossible to force a fight, but it will only be a death. From the scene of the game, Greek is at a disadvantage against Parasol, and Yukai is at a disadvantage again. This game is really interesting. But Yukai will not take back Greek. Greek is twice as strong against Parasol by grass-type moves, and ice-type moves can also twice as strong against Parasol, so it is not impossible to fight. It would be fine if Farfetch'd faced Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus is 4 times restrained by flying-type Pokemon. Unfortunately, he doesn't have flying-type Pokemon like Raptor. He can only use Farfetch'd and Sable-build Pokemon. Chapter 552, Halftime. At the referee's signal, Yu Hai shouted directly to the crab, Crab, freezing ray. Parasaurolophus, get out of the way, seed machine gun. Crab, continuous iron wall. Coo cough, the crab saw the crab avoid the freezing ray, and immediately stopped the freezing ray, blocking the big claws in front of it. The surface of its body and the big claws flashed with metallic luster, blocking the harassment of the seed machine gun, which hit the crab shell with a crisp clang 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 sound. Strong defense. Xiaoying was secretly shocked, thinking that Brother Hai's Pokemon were all abnormal. Why was each Pokemon's defense so strong? The giant crab strengthened the 6th level defense. He could only change tactics, Parasitia, paralysis powder, parasitic seeds. Cool cough, the giant crab saw the paralysis powder, dug a hole and hid directly, and blocked the hole. The paralysis powder just came out and was blown away by the wind without a target, and the parasitic seeds also fell to the ground and lost their target. Come out, block the rock. Yu-Hai saw the parasitic mushroom looking around, and immediately asked the giant crab to come out and block it with rocks. Boom boom boom. Cool cough, the giant crab broke out of the ground, raised its feet and stomped on the ground, and several huge stone pillars quickly rose on the ground, trying to surround the parasitic mushroom in the middle. No, parasitic mushroom, jump out, thunder and lightning fist. The long-range attack can't hit, and the long-range interference can also dig a hole to avoid, so the only way is to fight in close combat. Giant crab, block it with foam. Ku-K, giant crab immediately opened its mouth and spit out a lot of bubbles, instantly drowning the Parasaurolophus that wanted to rush out. Parasaurolophus, dig a hole. Xiaoying had no choice but to let Parasaurolophus withdraw the thunder fist and use digging to escape from the encirclement of stone pillars and foam. Giant crab, stomp your feet. Well, back to the starting point again. Although it's not against the flame monkey, it can be used to shock the Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus, come out quickly. Boom boom. As the vibration sound spread, the Parasaurolophus also sensed the danger of landslide and immediately broke out of the ground, but the giant crab, who had been waiting for a long time, raised its big claws and fired a beam of cold light, hitting the bullseye. Hey, when the Parasaurolophus saw the beam had already hit him, and he had no time to dodge. He could only stare with wide eyes and watch himself being frozen and unable to move. Giant crab, move at high speed to hit it. Parasite, break the ice. While busy coming over to deliver the final blow, he was also busy breaking free from the ice. In the time it took to break free from the ice, the giant crab had already rushed to Parasite, and before Parasite broke free from the ice, it swung its claws over. Boom! Parasite flew backwards and hit the wall of the audience. Although the giant crab did not use any moves, with the giant crab's strange strength, it didn't matter whether this attack used any moves or not. Pure power output could seriously injure Parasite. Hey, Parasite fainted after hitting the wall. This little guy was also unlucky. Because of his size, he was taught a lesson by Gyarados' ultimate move yesterday, and now he was beaten by the giant crab again. He lost twice in strength. If you have the power of a large tonnage Pokémon, it is not difficult to break free from the ice. If you break free from the ice quickly, you won't have the sequelae of stiff limbs and difficulty in moving after being frozen, and thus be defeated by the giant crab. After taking back the fainted Parasaurolophus, Xiaoying secretly calculated his own Pokémon. He still had Otoko, Heracross, and Horiki, only these three were left. The Pokémon that had not been eliminated were Frog and Infernape. Whether it was Frog or Infernape, it was impossible to fight against Gigantic, and Otoko had no need to play, unless it was against Farfetch. Alas, the key to breaking the game was still Electabuzz, but it was unfortunately eliminated by Fortos. With only Heracross and Horiki left, he could only choose one of them to play. Heracross, I'll leave it to you this time. The reason why Heracross was chosen was because Heracross was stronger than Horiki. In his arm wrestling competition, Heracross always won first place. Heracross could easily lift things that were 100 times heavier than his own weight. The average weight of Heracross was 54 kilograms, and 100 times was 5,400 kilograms. This description was a bit exaggerated. But Yu-Hai has seen the animation. Xiaoxi's Heracross lifted up the Rocket Team's Diglett Unit 2, which was a crawler burrowing machine, and was thrown out, which shows that Heracross is also a Pokémon with extraordinary strength. Heracross, Super Horn Attack. Hey, Heracross heard the Super Horn attack and his head. The horn on its head emits white light, and the carapace behind it opens, revealing the thin wings inside, which flap and rush towards the giant crab. Giant crab, use the guard to block it and grab its horn. Yu-Hai also wants to see whether Heracross is more powerful or the giant crab is more powerful. Both of these elves are arthropods, and they can burst out the maximum power of elves, which is much stronger than muscle power. Boom! Heracross is very fast and soon hits the guard of the giant crab, making a loud bang and blowing up a lot of smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the guard of the giant crab steadily took the super horn attack, raised its big claws and grabbed the big horn on Heracross's head, and the two elves began to wrestle, turning an elf battle into a sumo match, both competing for who is stronger. After the two elves wrestled for several minutes, the final result was that the giant crab lost and was knocked out by Heracross's horn. Because Heracross burst out with the strength of his whole body and a pair of flexible hands, the giant crab only has big claws and can't use the small claws. The strength of the giant crab is reflected in the big claws, that is, the clamping force, to put it simply, the grip strength, not the whole body strength. If the giant crab and Heracross were asked to open a coconut, the giant crab would definitely be more agile. There is nothing you can do about it. If you lose, you lose. After the two elves were in a stalemate for several minutes, the giant crab lost, and Heracross had the upper hand in strength. How will the next battle unfold? The giant crab lost the wrestling match and was a little unconvinced. He wanted to come again, but was stopped by Yuhai. Giant crab, continue the rock blockade and foam attack. Heracross, fly to the sky. Damn, I forgot that this thing can fly. Yuhai immediately changed tactics, use mud shooting and water guns to shoot it down. Heracross, use the seed machine gun to fight back. The battle eventually turned into an anti-aircraft gun against an attack aircraft. The two little guys had a lot of fun on the field. With the cover of the Stonehenge, the two little guys had more and more fun. However, the seed machine gun only made a clanging sound when it hit the crab shell of the giant crab, which was useless. After all, it is a level 6 enhanced defense. The basic defense of the giant crab is 115, and the defense enhancement level 6 is 460. Xiaoying likes to grind slowly, anyway, he is not in a hurry. However, if Heracross is hit by mud shooting, his movement speed will be reduced. If he is hit more, the fighter will become a transport plane. As Heracross's speed is getting slower and slower, and the number of times he is hit is increasing, Xiaoying has to let Heracross come down and continue to grind slowly with the seed machine gun. The giant crab is gradually getting annoyed by the beating, and he doesn't care about the seeds of the seed machine gun at all. He rushes up against the attack and hits Heracross with 2 sticks, knocking him unconscious. Heracross was immediately furious, flew up and accelerated to attack the crab with his horns, but was knocked away by the crab again. Heracross flew up and rammed again, but was knocked away by the crab again. The two Pokémons fought back and forth, hurting each other, and were exhausted and panting. Yuhai helplessly held his forehead when he saw such a battle. He was no longer able to watch, and he no longer had the idea of commanding. There was no need to command. These two Pokémons were so angry that they would not listen to the trainer. Just let them fight until the winner was decided. Under the scorching sun, the crab finally couldn't hold on, and fell down with foam on its head. This was the bad thing about the amphibious Pokémon crab. It was easy to get heatstroke if it consumed too much water, and it couldn't compete with Heracross in terms of consumption. However, Heracross was not much better, and also fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In the end, Yuhai and Xiaoying took back the Pokémon together. After the difficult bladder game, they took out the Pokeballs and continued the game. Go, Infernape! Go, Slowpoke! It was a really tough game, Crab vs Heracross, and it ended with Crab fainting due to lack of water. The two players sent out Pokémons, Xiaoying's Infernape and Yuhai's Slowpoke. Yuhai didn't know what to use, so he just threw out a Pokémon at random. He had more water Pokémons, so the ones he threw out were naturally water Pokémons, so the first choice was a few water auxiliary Pokémons. Xiaoying wanted to throw out the 6th Pokémon, but Yuhai only showed 4 Pokémons. If he threw out the 6th Pokémon, it would be like a famous brand playing against Yuhai. It was so difficult to play without a famous brand, and he couldn't beat Yu-Hai with a famous brand, so he chose to keep the last Pokemon. Strider consumed too much energy to fight, and Heracross just finished the battle and couldn't fight either. Only Monkey was in good condition, so that's it. Monkey was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes when facing Slowpoke, and was restrained by Slowpoke's dual attributes in all directions. As for the disadvantage in speed, it didn't exist. Slowpoke, Trick Space. Adong. Slowpoke was on stage for the first time, and was a little unaccustomed to the lively atmosphere and the dry environment on the scene, so he didn't use his moves immediately according to the trainer's instructions. It's not that Slowpoke is slow, but Monkey hasn't launched an attack yet, so it doesn't need to generate Trick Space. Infernape, Thunder Punch. To deal with this slow-moving Slowpoke, Xiaoying directly let Infernape move and charge at high speed, using Thunder Punch to restrain Slowpoke. It only takes one punch to deal with Slowpoke, but he thought it was too simple. Ong! Just as Infernape rushed over quickly, the superpower fluctuations instantly spread all over. The blue magic space was instantly generated, covering the entire battlefield, which scared the inexperienced Flammeman, who didn't understand what was going on. Just when Flammeman was stunned, Slowpoke disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Flammeman, spitting out a water ball, which hit Flameman's back. Whoa! Flammeman was caught off guard by this blow, and the water cannon poured on his body, making him feel cold. Flammeman, Thunder Fist! Whoa! Flammeman heard Xiaoying's order, and the water stains on his body had evaporated when he stood up, and he rushed towards Slowpoke with Thunder Fist in his hand again. Adong! Slowpoke yawned loudly and ran straight towards Flammeman. Flammeman dodged the slow bubbles. The magic space only allowed the slow Pokemon to act first, and it did not increase the speed of the moves. It was not surprising that he could dodge. But Infernape rushed over and was about to throw a lightning punch at Slowpoke, but Slowpoke had already quietly left, and Infernape only hit the afterimage of Slowpoke. How is it possible? Xiaoying didn't quite understand. Slowpoke's basic speed was only 15, so why was it faster than Infernape, whose basic speed was over 100? Trick Space. In Trick Space, the slow Pokemon will move first. How can Xiaoying break this space? Trick Space, is this Trick Space? Xiaoying looked at the blue shield around the competition venue, and the doubts in his heart were finally answered. He had never encountered such an unpopular tactic before, but this time he saw it. Since the slow one moved first, there was a way to break it, which was to exchange Infernape with a Pokemon slower than Slowpoke. But he didn't seem to have a Pokemon slower than Infernape, and the remaining Pokemon's speed was over 20. In addition to this method, there is another way to break the Trick Space, which is to use more violent power, such as Bug, Ghost, and Dark, which can break through this space. To put it bluntly, the magic space is just a venue. You can either destroy the venue, rob the venue, or cancel the venue. It's that simple. Boom boom boom. Faced with Slowpoke, which is faster than it, and the falling water bombs, Flame can only try its best to dodge, but it can't catch up with Slowpoke. Once it catches up with Slowpoke, Slowpoke will leave at a faster speed than it, and it will never catch up with Slowpoke. What should I do? What should I do? Can I only wait for the magic space to end? Xiaoying squeezed the armrest of the stage. He couldn't change the elves to crack the magic space. He didn't have a good way to solve this troublesome space. He could only watch Flame passively being beaten. One moment it was a water bombardment, and the next moment it was yawn bubbles filling the whole venue. Even if he dug a hole to avoid it, it wouldn't work. Once Flame didn't hide and didn't come out, Slowpoke would pour water into the hole and then freeze the hole. Flame didn't want to be frozen, so he could only roll out quickly. But as soon as Infernape came out, it was hit by the blue bubbles that filled the whole venue and fell into a sleeping state. Then it was frozen by Slowpoke's freezing light, and the freezing was constantly strengthened, so there was no possibility of waking up. As for Fierce Fire, it was impossible. The frozen Infernape was rushed into the two large puddles blown up by Frog by the water gun. The water had already turned into an ocean. If you want to explode, just go to the puddle. Taken back by the poke ball, Infernape was out. The trick space was still there, and Slowpoke didn't even use the double restraint telekinesis to defeat Infernape. With Infernape out, Xiao Ying had 3 Pokémon out. This game entered the halftime break. The game will continue in 5 minutes. Chapter 553, Dark Horse. Leaving the contestants' stage and retreating to the edge of the venue, there was a sunshade and cold drinks here, which were prepared for the contestants. The contestants could take them by themselves. The halftime break is a break for the players, not for the Pokémons. They cannot release Pokémons or feed Pokémons. They can only stay in the poke ball. The current game situation is displayed on the big screen, and Yu Hai still has the advantage. Yu Hai player Xiao Ying. Mosquito retract, Swampert retract. Flat Duck retract, Electabuzz out. Flatos retract, Infernape retract, out. Greek out, Parasaurolophus out. Slowpoke fight, Heracross retract. From the information displayed on the big screen, Yu Hai only has 1 Pokémon out, and he has retracted Pokémons 3 times. The Slowpoke retracted during the halftime break does not count, and he will still release Slowpoke after the break. Xiao Ying eliminated 3 Pokémon, namely, Electabuzz, Infernape, and Parasaurolophus. She took back the Pokémon 3 times. Infernape was eliminated during the halftime break, so Xiao Ying had to send out Pokémon after the break and had the first attack right. Each side on the big screen had 5 Pokémon, and the last Pokémon was not sent out. As long as Xiao Ying's Frog and Heracross were eliminated, and the last unknown Pokémon was eliminated, Yu Hai would win this elimination match. So the previous worries were not exaggerated at all. In the 4 rounds from the elimination match to the final, each round had such opponents. If there were only 6 Pokémon in one team, it would be difficult to reach the final. I didn't see his Crab, which was still the main force he had high hopes for, was eliminated in the first elimination match. Although the injury was not serious, he fainted due to lack of water and excessive physical exhaustion. On the contrary, the giant claw crab will definitely not be able to participate in the next game, and it must rest until the 3rd round at least. Without 2 teams of 12 elves, one team is the main attack, and the other team is the backup, it is difficult to rush to the finals and win the championship. Your disciple is going to lose. Du glanced at the big screen in the venue. Xiao Ying only had 3 elves left. I don't know how much combat power the fast swimmer had left after the explosion, but it is obvious that it can no longer play a role, otherwise why would it be taken back? Including that Yu Hai, they all took back the frog, which means that the frog is exhausted and should not continue to fight. There is still an overconsumed Heracross and an unknown elf left. Even if it is in its prime, how can it deal with Farfetch, Foritos, Slowpoke, and an unknown elf in its prime? Yes, that kid met a master, Sheba sighed. He had seen Xiao Ying's battle, which injured his fast puncher and lost his combat ability afterwards. It is a move that can only be exploded once. What's the relationship between this kid and him? Why do they have the same moves? Kona looked at Du. She knew that Du had investigated Yu Hai. Du also mentioned Xiao Ying from Hasa Island, which meant that Du had seen her. Du should know something. Wait until he comes back and ask him. Du was reluctant to say more. He found out that the 2 were brothers, not real brothers. Yu Hai was adopted and both were registered under the same old man. Yu Hai was indeed the eldest brother in name. Facing Du's silence, Ziba looked at Kona. Obviously, he was hiding something. He didn't know it himself. He was really itching in his heart. He must ask Xiao Ying when she comes back. He thought that only Xiao Ying would have that kind of explosion, but who would have thought that this person would also have it, and was obviously much better than Xiao Ying. Next to the Tianwang lounge, Xiaobo, who saw Xiao Ying's performance, also fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that this boy who suddenly appeared was not only a disciple of Tian Wang, but also had some relationship with Yu Hai. He could ask that stinky boy later what their relationship was. Brother Hai is so powerful, Zai was watching from the audience, and his blood was boiling. This was the confrontation between two senior trainers. He and Hero were just lucky to be in the knockout rounds. Zai's Pokemon that participated in this kind of battle, Pikachu barely counted as one, Sprayblade counted as one, and Muddy Smelly counted as one. There were only these three Pokemon, and Crawl was a little bit worse. After all, it was a Pokemon that evolved in the competition. But among these three Pokemon, Pikachu consumed too much, Sprayblade was disobedient, and Muddy Smelly was no match for four hands. They fought all the way from the group stage to now, and they made great contributions. Is this a senior trainer? Although Xiaomao didn't say it, Yu Hai was still his imaginary enemy. He was able to suppress Xiaoying, the disciple of the king, and gain an advantage. The strength of this imaginary enemy was once again raised. Especially the two blue tadpoles, they should be the ace Pokemon of these two people. After all, only the ace can fight against the ace. It was only a tie, which shows how powerful Frog is. If he wants to defeat such an opponent, he still has a long way to go. According to public information, the opponent has been a trainer for half a year. The earliest place of debut is Hasa Island. You can catch up with him. Professor Oak saw the unwillingness in his grandson's eyes, raised his hand and gently patted Xiaomao on the shoulder, comforting Xiaomao not to be impatient and take it step by step. I understand, Grandpa. Xiaomao loosened his fist. He had decided to start special training after the Quartz Conference. His Pokemons have basically evolved, and the only thing missing is strength. Hey, what exactly did you ask me to see? With such a big sun, your face will be tanned. Miss Joy stretched out her finger and poked Nanami beside her, and then quickly retracted it. The sun was too scorching, and she was afraid that her finger would also be tanned. What didn't you see? What didn't you hear? Nanami was speechless, thinking that you have been with the other party for so long, what kind of Pokemon the other party uses, what kind of voice he speaks, you can't hear it after listening for so long. What did you hear? Should I hear it? Miss Joy was also very puzzled. She always felt that this best friend was hiding something from her, and she didn't tell her. She would just keep making her guess. What could she guess? Forget it, continue watching the game. Nanami held her forehead helplessly. Since Miss Joy couldn't see it, she was too lazy to remind her. This kind of thing was just a guess, and she was not sure, and she was embarrassed to confront the other party face to face. With the end of the 5-minute halftime break, Yu Hai and Xiaoying returned to the battlefield again. Yu Hai threw out the Slowpoke in the Pokeball and waited for Xiaoying to release the battle Pokemon. Please release the battle Pokemon, Xiaoying. The game continues. Xiaoying attacks first. The referee's flag fell, and Xiaoying threw out the Pokeball that had been prepared in her hand. Go, sorry. Xiaoying only had sorry and Goli. Facing Goli, who was restrained by Psychic twice, he could only choose sorry. After all, there were too few backup Pokemon, and most of them were fighting type, which were restrained by Psychic type. Sorry, bomb it with Air Blade. Xiaoying planned to use the air advantage to slowly wear down the Pokemon Slowpoke. Even if Slowpoke used Trick Space, it didn't matter. Anyway, there was no attribute restraint relationship between the two. However, how could Yu Hai let Xiaoying do this? Instead, he used the Pokeball to take back Slowpoke and threw out Farfetch'd, who had woken up long ago. Quack! Farfetch'd used sleep to remove the paralysis on his body and restore the physical strength consumed in the battle. He looked up and saw Farfetch'd in the sky, and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Farfetch, move at high-speed steel wings. Quack! The sharp eyes of the Farfetch'd were locked on the Great Toucan. This was an air battle. After the Great Toucan accelerated at high speed, its wings glowed bright silver, and it dived towards the Great Toucan. Great Toucan, move quickly to avoid it. Be it, the Great Toucan's basic speed was 5 points faster than the Great Toucan, and it was still faster than the Great Toucan in general. The two flying elves chased each other in the air, fighting and attacking each other, which was dazzling to everyone. For such a chaotic air battle, Yu Hai had no way to command, everything could only be left to the Great Toucan to decide, he just had to trust the Great Toucan. The Great Toucan, who could not bear the harassment, turned around and flapped its wings quickly, trying to stop the Great Toucan with a hurricane. But a stream of golden light came out of the Great Toucan, covering its entire body, and it bounced with a shake of its wings. The surrounding wind pressure was cut off and the gulls, the source of the hurricane, were rushed directly. Its brave bird attack. Xiao Ying saw Farfetch using brave bird attack and immediately shouted to Farfetch, "We will also use brave bird attack." Brave bird attack is a flying physical attack skill with a power of 120. The user will bear 1/3 of the damage caused to the target. As the two flying Pokémons charged, they rushed towards each other quickly, and the collision caused a huge explosion, raising smoke and dust to cover the competition venue. The clearing Pidgeot blew away the smoke and dust, and Farfetch both fell on the battlefield, fell into a coma and were eliminated together. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying silently took back the two flying Pokémons. Who would have thought that the brave bird attack of the two Pokémons would end in mutual destruction? Yu Hai found that it was a bit difficult to let Farfetch in the air, and it was only large birds of prey like Pidgeot that could do it. Okay, this reminded him of the cub of the deserted island overlord, Pidgeot, but unfortunately the other party's mother would not let him go out, so he had no choice. If he has time, he can go back to the deserted island and see if he can trick the little bird out. It would be great if he could subdue the Pidgeot. Withdrawing his thoughts, the game continued. The two who took back the elves took out the elf balls and threw them to the competition venue together. Go, Heracross! Go, Slowpoke! Yukai threw Slowpoke out again, and it was easy to deal with Heracross. Although Heracross also rested for half an hour, he was still out of breath when he came out. For such a Heracross, he directly shouted to Slowpoke, "Slowpoke, illusion beam! Heracross, insect buzz!" A colorful energy beam came from Slowpoke. It spurted out of the beast's mouth and headed straight for Heracross. If it hit, it would deal double damage. Heracross's response was to unfold the carapace on its back and make a harsh chirping sound, just like the chirping of insects. It was so noisy that Slowpoke held its head with its short hands, and even the illusion beam could not be maintained. But the illusion beam had already attacked Heracross, and Heracross was knocked out and knocked unconscious, with no chance of getting up. Heracross has lost its combat ability. Please ask Xiao Ying to take back Heracross. Heracross had no choice but to take back. Xiao Ying only had the last elf left. Go, Frog! Frog, mud shot! Slowpoke, trick space! Ah dong, Slowpoke used trick space to avoid the mud shot before it arrived. The next thing was easy. Facing the panting Frog, Slowpoke came behind Frog and sprayed illusion light on Frog's back again, knocking Frog to the ground. Frog wanted to get up and fight back, but it was not as fast as Slowpoke. Slowpoke's eyes lit up with blue light, and superpowers began to surge. A large amount of telekinesis rushed towards Frog, and Frog fainted directly. Facing the double restraint of superpowers, Frog could not avoid the mental power and was knocked out by Slowpoke. So far, this 6-on-6 elimination match officially ended. The Frog avatar on Xiao Ying's side on the big screen went out, and the 6 elf avatars all turned grey. In this elimination match, Xiao Ying used 6 elves, and Yu Hai used 5 elves. Yu Hai won this elimination match. Yukai Xiao Ying. Duckling take it back, swimmer take it back, out. Flatty duck out, Electabuzzard out. Flatos take it back, Infernape take it back, out. Greek out, Parasaurolophus out. Slowpoke take it back, Heracross take it back, out. Yu Hai was able to defeat Xiao Ying, especially the fast-swimming Frog, which was beyond many people's expectations. Yu Hai also had such a mosquito-repellent frog, which was even more beyond everyone's expectations. His performance in the elimination round also exceeded everyone's expectations. Yu Hai was the biggest dark horse in this competition. The attention to Yu Hai has reached an unprecedented level, and even to some extent, it has surpassed the veterans, gym trainers, and even the king disciples of the previous session. After all, the king disciple has lost, and another king disciple is about to compete. The audience really wants to know where Yu Hai can go next. Can he continue to move forward and enter the semi-finals and finals? Eventuate the championship trophy of this session? The drama of common people defeating geniuses, defeating local tyrants, and challenging the powerful is what this group of people like to see the most. They want to know how Yu Hai, a rising star of common people trainer, will develop, or will he be recruited by the league? But this match lasted for more than 2 hours, especially the bladder game between the giant crab and Heracross. He didn't have time to deal with the enthusiasm of the audience. He took the little EV and left the player channel quickly and went to the public toilet outside the venue. He drained the water here and washed his face well, finally lowering his body temperature. He almost got heat stroke after standing in the hot sun for 2 hours and commanding the elves to fight. If Haixiang hadn't fainted on the field, there would be no sunshade for the players to rest at the venue, and there would be cold drinks for free. We have to thank Haixiang for his efforts. Since there were reporters outside the toilet, someone saw him enter the toilet, and the news spread from 1 person to 10, and then to 100, and everyone knew about it. He was also afraid of being surrounded by the group of reporters. When he left the toilet, he had changed his clothes and even put away his EV. The reporters didn't recognize him at all. He let Ditto change his face and went to the Pokémon Center, and didn't go to the scene to watch the game. His next opponent was the winner of the second contestant in Group B. It was the same to watch the game at the Pokémon Center. There was no need to go there again. As he left, the second elimination match of Group B started soon. One of the 2 players on the field was still an old acquaintance of Yu Hai, Kikyuko's granddaughter Xiao Qian, and the other was a pure passerby. There was no impression at all. In the animation, she was a passerby trainer who didn't even have a name. Facing Xiao Qian, this pure passerby is in danger. Chapter 554, Dirty. Xiao Qian? It sounds familiar. I remember that she is Kikyuko's granddaughter. Kono looked at the game and recalled that there was such a girl next to Kikyuko. Well, she should also know Kikyuko's routine. Du smiled awkwardly. He was abused by Kikyuko's dirty routine. Not to mention Shiba, as the king of fighters, he is naturally restrained by the ghost type. Even with moves such as see-through and smell detection, he can see through the ghost type's invisibility and camouflage, allowing other attributes to hit the ghost type. Being able to see through is one thing, but whether he can beat it is another. As the elder among the 4 heavenly kings, his strength is unquestionable, especially the old Jengar, who is estimated to be able to compete with Professor Oak's Fat. When the 3 heard Xiao Qian shout out the song of destruction, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, thinking that it was indeed the case. Thinking back to the beginning, they had studied Kikyuko's routines in order to crack this move. Sometimes, if you are a little careless, 1 or 2 Pokémon will be taken away by the Song of Destruction. This move is based on the direct forced elimination, which is unreasonable, so it is called a dirty routine. Xiao Ying did not pay attention to Xiao Qian's game. After all, she lost the qualification to continue participating in the competition. Now she is not in the mood to pay attention to this game. When he came to the door of the king's lounge, he didn't know how to face the king, Ziba. As the king's disciple, he lost the game. He always wanted to defeat Brother Hai, but he still lost. He didn't know what Brother Hai thought of him. He disappointed Brother Hai. Ziba, Kono was watching Xiaoqian's game, and was suddenly pulled by Slowpoke. It was Slowpoke that sensed someone outside the door, and she immediately thought of Xiaoying who had lost. I'll go out for a while, Ziba sighed. After all, she was his disciple. He got up from the stool, pushed the door and went outside. He saw Xiaoying, who was bowing her head and silent. Xiaoying. Teacher Ziba. Xiaoying looked up at Ziba, and quickly lowered her head. Raise your head, just one failure, and you were defeated. Ziba shouted loudly. He was not angry about Xiaoying's loss, but her state after the loss. Could it be that she couldn't even bear a failure? Her mental quality was too fragile. I didn't. Xiaoying looked up at Ziba, pretending to be strong, and tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. You can eliminate 2 of his Pokémons, you did a good job, now can you tell me who he is? Ziba turned his back, he was afraid to continue staring at Xiaoying, afraid that Xiaoying would cry. After Ziba turned around, Xiaoying raised her hand and quickly wiped away the tears on her face. He couldn't hold it back, not because of Ziba, he and Ziba didn't have so much master-disciple relationship, he couldn't hold it back because he was ashamed to face Brother Hai, afraid that Brother Hai would be disappointed in him. He also knew who Ziba asked him about, he didn't intend to hide it, he is the big brother I met in the orphanage, he and I are both orphans in the orphanage, grew up together, became trainers together. After I became a trainer, my grandfather took me away, and took in Brother Hai. Xiaoying knew that this was not the case at all, but he would help Yu Hai conceal this matter, live with Yu Hai, train together, travel together, and experience life and death together. Yu Hai had saved his life, and he had long regarded Yu Hai as his own brother. This was also the reason why he performed poorly and was afraid of disappointing Brother Hai. I understand. Go meet your brother. Come back to me later and introduce some friends to you. There will be special training next, so you must be prepared. Ziba patted Xiaoying on the shoulder, turned around and opened the door to return to the king's lounge. He decided to let Xiaoying take it easy and adjust her current state. Xiaoying watched Ziba close the door. Teacher Ziba didn't care about his win or loss. He was over with Teacher Ziba. Now only Yu Hai was left. It was time to go see Brother Hai. He left. Kona asked Hiba when he saw him coming back. I asked him to find that Yu Hai. Hiba waved his hand and sat back on the chair. The notebook on the table contained Xiaoying's basic information. It was the same as what Xiaoying said. Xiaoying did not lie to him. She did live in an orphanage when she was a child. In addition to this information, Yu Hai's information was also retrieved. There was no problem with his identity. He was now a trainer at the Xiagan gym. However, what concerned him was Xiaoying's identity. She was actually the descendant of a martyr. Her father was a hero who sacrificed his life in fighting against pirates. She was a legitimate member of the alliance. Why was she in such a miserable state? Infernape was also exchanged for his military exploits. You already knew about it. I met them on Hassa Island and investigated them. I didn't investigate them in depth. I planned to wait until they grew up before introducing them to the alliance. Did not hide anything at this time. He told the story of his going to Hassa Island because of the mini dragon, and then sighed, this is also because you nominated Xiaoying. We did not object, but supported her. Who would have known that the children I met in the mountains would have such an experience? If it weren't for today, I would have known it for a while. Ziba sighed and closed the notebook. It is not difficult for Tianwang to retrieve these personal information, but Xiaoying is too miserable, and is indeed far worse than Zai. You have accepted a disciple, so you should teach this child well. Even if you don't accept a disciple, Xiaoying will be noticed by the alliance. Instead of being taken away by others, it is better to keep her by your side, so that we can rest assured. I will train Xiaoying before the alliance plan starts. Ziba nodded gently, and asked Du and Kona, then the Pokemon eggs and super stones I applied for from the alliance, should they also be issued? I will support you in this matter. Du knew that Ziba was seeking support. As long as the three kings agreed, the application for super evolution stones would hardly be blocked. For the Orange Islands plan, those old guys should not block you anymore. Kona's attitude was also very clear. If they still block and don't give it, and still want them to charge, then forget it. With your words, I feel relieved. Zeba saw that his 2 colleagues supported him, and the readaloud Pokemon eggs he applied for from the Alliance should also be issued. These are not ordinary Pokemon eggs, but Pokemon eggs of 2 King-level fighting Pokemons, and the matching Lucario Super Evolution Stones. His Readaloud is still being cultivated. When Readaloud evolves into Lucario, this Mega Evolution Stone can be used. However, this Mega Evolution Stone will eventually be given to Xiaoying, because the chaotic situation in the Orange Islands requires a master who can calm the situation. The Mega Evolution Stone that can evolve again will undoubtedly increase the combat power of the King Trainer. But it's still early. It won't be too late to give it to Xiaoying after Xiaoying grows up. As one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, it's not easy for him to get a Mega Stone. That's all for later. On the other side, Yu Hai, who left the main venue, asked Ditto to remove his disguise before coming to the Pokemon Center, but he put on a mask on his face to prevent others from recognizing him. He came to the counter and put the Pokemon illustrated book and the 5 Pokemon participating in this competition, which are the overconsumed frog, the far-fetched who died with the swan, the burned Flittos, the crab that was eliminated due to lack of water, and the last Slowpoke. All 5 Pokemons were given to Miss Joy for treatment, and he sat in the rest area waiting for the treatment to end. Mosquito Frog must rest well until tomorrow before continuing tomorrow's elimination match, and the intensity of the battle will only be greater than today's. Duckling missed the next elimination match. Duckling suffered serious damage from the last Brave Bird's fierce attack move, and its wings were also injured during the air battle. It will not appear again in the future. Greek Crab also missed tomorrow's elimination match due to heatstroke due to lack of water, but Greek Crab has thick skin and flesh, so it will drink more water later and can play in the 3rd round of elimination match. Fritos has no big problem. Facts have proved that fire-type moves at the same level cannot do anything to Fritos, so it can continue tomorrow's game. The last Slowpoke eliminated Xiaoying's Pokemons in succession, and the consumption must have been quite a lot. Fortunately, it was not injured. Let's see what happens tomorrow. This elimination match was played quite well. Only Duckling withdrew, and the main force was well preserved. It is likely that the next battle against Xiao Qian will not be so easy. He looked at the big screen in the Pokemon Center and saw Xiao Qian using the Song of Destruction to trick 3 of the opponent's Pokemons. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed silently that it was really dirty. After confirming that Xiao Qian could win the elimination match and advance to the next round, he no longer paid attention to Xiao Qian's game. After all, the Song of Destruction of an old ghost was used 6 times in a routine. What else is there to study? He can only evade it by leaving the venue. Retracting his gaze from the big screen, he turned his sight to the Pokemon panel. He hadn't looked at the panel of the frog for a long time. In fact, it doesn't make much sense to look at it or not, because the level has been stuck for a long time. Mosquito Frog. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 52.73%. Level, 52.52%. Features, Moisture/48.53%. Hidden features, Free and Easy /46.13%. Mastering the moves. The potential of the Mosquito Frog has only increased by 0.5 due to the Water Gem, which is better than nothing. The level has reached 52nd level, and the level is very stable. He is really in no mood to watch it. He can only wait for the Quartz Conference to end and go back to use the top Water Stone to evolve. The Quartz Conference is only a few days away, and today is the 16th to 8th, the first round of eliminations. Tomorrow is the second round of 8 to 4 eliminations. The day after tomorrow is the third round of 4 to 2 semifinals. The last day is the fourth round of the championship finals. There is also a third place match, which is the last extra match. You can watch it or not. So 1 round of eliminations a day, plus the closing ceremony, the game will be over in a week, and you can return to the Orange Islands. It's almost there, it's been several months, and it's not that I can't wait a few more days. I can't afford to say it out. The remaining moves and characteristics of the mosquito frog are not good looking. Because the level is stuck, the moves and characteristics are also stuck. If you want to continue to improve, you need to work harder. It is necessary to mention that in order to avoid the embarrassing situation of having no moves to use against the ghost system, he let each elf learn the moves that restrain the ghost system. As long as the elf can learn, basically 1 or 2 moves will be learned. Unfortunately, the dark type moves that frog can learn now are only throw and thief. One is a move to steal items, and the other is a move to throw items. They are not very useful in actual combat. After all, 1 damage is useless. Gengui's items are usually in his stomach. How can I steal Jengar's items from his pocket? It's better to wait until Frog evolves. Only then will the dark type moves that can be learned have practical value. Now it's better to create an opportunity for Jengar to land, and then kill him with Earthquake. After looking at the panel of the frog, he opened the panel of the crab. Crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 72.33%. Level, 50.36%. Feature, Super Strength Claw /42.22%. Hidden Feature, Force /36.53%. Master the move. I haven't looked at the panel of the crab for a month, and its potential has jumped by 0.1. It's too hard to expect these guys to become champions. It's better to look at the Pokemon that evolve in combination. It's not that these guys are not good, but their potential is climbing too slowly. Who knows when it will take? After not looking at it for a month, the crab's level has finally reached level 50, and it is about to catch up with the crab. The status of the big brother is in jeopardy. If the crab wants to catch up with the frog, it still has at least half a month, which is enough for him to get the top-grade water stone to evolve the frog. However, today's bladder game really made him speechless. The giant crab with such high defense actually played a bladder game with Heracross. It seems that after the defense reaches the extreme, it is necessary to add some powerful moves to the giant crab to avoid the bladder game like today. After all, the body is already strong enough, so it doesn't matter if it is only restrained by 1 time, even if there is a stiff state, the opponent can't hit it anyway. There are also water cannons and guillotines, especially the guillotines, which are very suitable for the giant crab with full double resistance. Let the giant crab go up and clamp it directly. If it is clamped, it will be killed instantly, and it will be profitable. Alas, it is also the first time that he has played a bladder game. In the past life, bladder games only appeared in games. Who knew that there was also a bladder game here? The giant crab and Heracross do not restrain each other, so it is like this. Now is the game time. There is no time to learn new moves, so I can only wait for the game to end and use them next time after learning. I haven't looked at the panel of the crab for a month. The characteristics and moves have increased a lot, but unfortunately there are no new moves. After closing the panel of the crab and the panel of Slowpoke, he recalled it carefully. Wow, I only saw the panel of Slowpoke once on the deserted island, and I haven't seen it for 4 or 5 months. Slowpoke. Attribute, water plus psychic. Gender, female. Potential, 41.25%. Level, 41.13%. Characteristics, slow /28.15%. Hidden characteristic, regeneration /12.16%. Mastering moves. The potential of Slowpoke was not even 40 before. During this period, he held the water gem and the psychic gem, and his potential increased a little. Even if the potential increased, there is no need to look at it. The potential of 41 is too low. He is too lazy to capture such a Pokemon, but he has been using it as a pillow for so long that he has developed feelings for it. Fortunately, Slowpoke has dual characteristics, and he only needs to use Shelter to increase his potential next. The inertness trait is a pretty good trait, and it won't be affected by provocation. There is also the regeneration trait, which doesn't need much introduction. Those who have played the game know that it's for the regeneration. In addition, Xiaozai has another aura, that is, Xiaozai likes to take back Pokémon, and is often jokingly called by players for the regeneration. Mosquito Frog Panel. Mosquito Frog Panel. Mosquito Frog. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 52.73%. Level, 52.52%. Characteristics, Moisture /48.53%. Hidden characteristic, Free and Easy /46.13%. Water System Mastered Moves, Water Gun /51.14%. Playing with Water /42.21%. Climbing Waterfall /50.22%. Praying for Rain /19.11%. Bubble /12.31%. Bubble Ray /13.21%. Fighting System, Absorbing Punch /42.84%. Key Fist /22.54%. General, Eye of the Heart /46.21%. Refresh /48.11%. Million Ton Punch /39.82%. Million Ton Kick /36.45%. Hold /49.31%. Slap /22.91%. Slap /28.12%. Belly Drum /31.72%. Ground, Mud Shot /47.82%. Stomp /21.42%. Earthquake /16.42%. Ice System, Ice Ball /33.31%. Frozen Punch /48.22%. Freezing Ray /28.34%. Unclassified, Hypnosis /10.82%. Giant Claw Crab Panel. Giant Claw Crab Panel. Giant Claw Crab. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 72.33%. Level, 50.36%. Feature, Superpower Claw /42.22%. Hidden feature, Forced /36.53%. Water System Mastery Moves. Water Gun /45.35%. Pray for Rain /16.04%. Crab Claw Hammer /36.55%. Bubble /27.14%. Bubble Ray /20.53%. Ground System, Dig Hole /40.54%. Mud Shot /41.24%. 100,000 horsepower /24.34%. Stomp /18.54%. General, Defense /42.44%. Sword Dance /35.25%. Stare /40.43%. Harden /36.14%. Steel Type Metal Claw /33.34%. Iron Wall /42.64%. Psychic Type High Speed Movement /45.15%. Instant Amnesia /33.18%. Unclassified Arm Hammer /33.22%. Freezing Ray /18.36%. Rock Blockade /19.64%. Cross Scissors /14.91%. Moves that can trigger forced characteristics: Metal Claw, Mud Shooting, Bubble, Bubble Ray, Freezing Ray, Rock Blockade. Chapter 555, One Person Gets the Tao. Orange Islands, Hassa Island. When Xiaoying came to the elimination match and faced Yu Hai, there were many spectators on Hassa Island watching the game. Walking through the grass orphanage, the old dean saw Yu Hai for the first time in a long time, but he didn't expect it to be at the Quartz conference. "Your grandson is pretty good, he made it to the knockout round." The old dean and the old drunkard were drinking tea, looking at the old black and white TV in the orphanage. Since there was only tea and no wine here, the old drunkard had despised him for a long time. "It's a pity that Xiaoying met that brat, she's going to lose," the old drunkard saw the halftime break. The camera turned to the big screen in the venue, on which were the elves of the two people. Xiao Ying was obviously at a disadvantage, and the grandson's trump card was the fast-swimming frog. After losing the fast-swimming frog, it was difficult to make up for the disadvantage. "Hey, you're still the same, am I talking about the game?" The old dean glanced at the old drunkard. This guy really knows how to change the subject. Well, this is not a good thing. The Orange Islands have been in turmoil recently. You know that Xiao Ying has become the disciple of the four heavenly kings, and at this critical moment, Xiao Ying will become the tentacles of the alliance reaching out to the Orange Islands. Anyway, Xiao Ying is also the most amazing trainer who has walked out of our orphanage, the old dean said with relief, finally seeing the feeling of the child growing up. Recently, there are many more businessmen who have funded the orphanage, all because the identity of the Heavenly King's disciple has been passed here, and the children in the orphanage have more security. You should be happy. You are happy, but that's my grandson. I don't want Xiao Ying to be involved in the vortex of struggle, the old drunkard sighed, worried about Xiao Ying's future. I didn't expect that just participating in the quartz conference would involve so many things. Yesterday the mayor invited me to dinner and asked me what I needed for retirement in Hassa City. Don't be polite. If you have any needs, just tell me. As long as it does not violate the alliance principles, we will arrange the best. The electric club also found me. I heard that Xiao Ying has an electric beast. They can unconditionally provide Xiao Ying with the evolution of the electric beast. There is also a water club that wants to invite Xiao Ying to be the head coach. There is also a fighting club. They have been very busy these days. The old drunkard is not used to drinking tea, but it also depends on who you drink with and what to drink with. Well, if you drink with old friends, the side dishes are also old friends, even bitter gall can be swallowed. Tisk, you drunkard, just show off. The old dean can't stand the old friends show off the most. The old friend was like this when he was young. He was showy when he got married when he was young, and he was showy when his son was born. He was showy when his son got married, and he was showy when he held his grandson. You know, for a single dog, every time this is not a critical hit. Old brother, you don't understand that free is the most expensive, right? The old drunkard looked very solemn, and said what he was thinking, we are all retired, but the mayor has come to win over an old man like me. I suspect that the mayor has received some unusual news. Xiao Ying is not just an ordinary disciple. Oh? Your sense of smell is always very sharp, old fox. If it weren't for the old drunkard, I wouldn't have been able to escape death many times in my sailor career when I was young. They have a life and death friendship. First, the signal of the four kings of Kanto to recruit disciples is unusual. If these kings want to recruit disciples, Kanto, which is full of talents, is the best choice. There is no need to choose a trainer from a remote island in the south. Second, you forgot that a few months ago, Du hosted a large-scale competition held by the mayor on Hassa Island. The mayor's attitude towards the alliance or the Yulong clan is very problematic. The old drunkard did not say what kind of shameful pie deal the mayor reached with Du, otherwise the breeding houses behind the clubs would not have suffered heavy losses. Third, you have also heard the rumor that Yulong Du will become the champion. I think the mayor will not choose the Rockets who frequently appear if he bets on Du, the champion. From these unusual rumors, it is very intriguing that Ziba Tianwang accepted Xiao Ying as his apprentice, the old drunkard said with a dry mouth. After drinking a cup of bitter tea, he sighed, if Xiao Ying is really regarded as the tentacles of the alliance to influence the situation in the Orange Islands, the signal sent by the mayor to me is it's obvious, it's a signal of actively moving closer to the alliance. And those clubs with many trainers, since they were beaten by the alliance last time, are now leaning towards the alliance. The four heavenly kings Ziba accepted Xiao Ying as a disciple. First, Xiao Ying is a trainer from the Orange Islands, and second, the alliance has rectified Hassa Island. Then what the alliance wants to do is obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiao Ying has become the spokesperson for the 4 heavenly kings Ziba on Hassa Island in the Orange Islands. Those people frequently contact me, an old man. Xiao Ying's only direct relatives are those people who are showing goodwill to the alliance, including the mayor. This. The old dean touched his beard and was shocked by the old drunkard's analysis. After careful thinking, it was quite reasonable. If this is true, Xiao Ying is in the center of the vortex, and the entire Hassa Island is tied to Xiao Ying. For other islands without spokespersons, Xiao Ying is the focus of everyone. That's right, Xiao Ying is just a child. Facing the hunting of those old guys, do you think Xiao Ying can escape? The old drunkard sighed and said to the old dean, there are already people in the city helping Xiao Ying to get married. All of them are the apple of the eye of major families. I am afraid that Xiao Ying will fall into the land of tenderness and cannot extricate herself. In fact, this is a very euphemistic statement. To be frank, beauty is just the lowest level sugar-coated bullet of those people, and it is the bullet that the major families have carefully cultivated for more than 10 years. Who can resist the pillow wind? The old dean heard this and his mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to go up and slap this old friend in the face. Damn, he was still talking about various conspiracy theories, and in the blink of an eye he became arrogant again. Is it because he feels uncomfortable and itchy if he doesn't arrogant? Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm really worried. The old drunkard noticed the strange look in his old friend's eyes, and couldn't help coughing dryly, holding up the teacup to drink tea tactfully to ease the awkward atmosphere. What? Worried about which one to choose? The old dean snorted coldly, his beard curled up. If this is considered distress, this old dog cannot agree with it. It's not a marriage issue, the old drunk shook his head. His old friend misunderstood him. What? One is not enough. The old dean was so angry that he blew his beard and glared when he saw that the old drunk was still not satisfied. You know, the alliance law stipulates monogamy, and this old drunk wants his grandson to have a harem. Hey, what are you thinking? The old drunkard knew that if he didn't explain and continued to play dumb, the misunderstanding between him and his old friend would only deepen. I don't want Xiao Ying to get married, it will affect Xiao Ying's career. This matter depends on Xiao Ying's wishes. I can't help Xiao Ying arrange a marriage. Xiao Ying will hate me, an old man. When Xiao Ying has enough strength, it won't be too late to let Xiao Ying decide for herself. The old dean was hit hard again and again, and he began to breathe heavily. He secretly blamed the old drunkard, asking if he could stop breathing heavily when talking. He almost reported it. The old drunkard was going to play a serious game. Marriage crime. Think about this matter yourself. He's not my grandson. Keep watching the game. Xiao Hai is not bad. You old drunkard got a great bargain. Forget about that stinky boy. If Junsha hadn't found me during the population survey, I wouldn't have known that stinky boy was registered in my household. The old drunkard was talking about the time when Du asked Junsha to make a secret visit, but he didn't get anything out of the old drunkard. The old drunkard's ass was not clean. How could he possibly shake Yu Hai out? What if Yu Hai, if it is exposed, the old drunkard will be miserable. At the same time, in the massage parlor near the Elf Center, after Huizi received the pension from her boyfriend Aaron, she left the alley and opened a larger massage parlor on the well-lit street. Because Huizi and her boyfriend Aaron are both orphans, that is, their only relatives, the pension will be given to Huizi. They can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, which is quite similar to Xiao Ying and Ziona. Since Xiao Ying ruled out Huizi's involvement in the hunt, she often brought mosquito-repellent frogs to the massage parlor, and sometimes even Ziona introduced several girls to help out, especially Huizi, who opened a bigger massage shop, and helped a lot. Ziona and the older girls and boys in the orphanage all became employees of Huizi's shop. They became skilled workers and had wages. They learned elf massage and could make a living when they grow up. Today they gathered together and saw the match between Xiao Ying and Yuhei. Wow, Brother Hai is so strong. Brother Yingzi is also so strong, but he still can't beat Brother Hai. So amazing, will he win the championship? Ziona looked at the two most important men in her life on TV, one is Brother Hai who helps the orphanage improve their lives, and the other is Xiaoying who helps take care of the orphanage and is busy running around. For these two people, she doesn't want them to lose the game. The match was held, but there was nothing that could be done about the two of them. For these two people, she was more inclined to Xiaoying's victory. After Yu Hai left, she grew up with Xiaoying, took care of the orphanage together, and worked together to subsidize the orphanage. They were real childhood sweethearts, and many interesting things happened, which led to them getting closer and closer. Now she felt so sorry to see Xiaoying lose the game, but it was Brother Hai who won Xiaoying, so it was not so sorry, who said Brother Hai was also a good person. They were both big brothers in the orphanage, no matter who won the game, she was very happy. Aha won, and Xiaoying's brother was also very good. Huizi propped up her chin on the counter and looked at the familiar faces on the TV screen. She was very familiar with these two teenagers. During the time in the massage shop in the alley, it was the massage orders from these two people that kept her going for a long time, otherwise the massage shop in that small place would almost not be able to operate. Xiao Hui, I'm here to see you. When everyone in the massage parlor was watching TV with great interest, a cheerful young man suddenly walked in from the door. Wow, Big Brother bought a lot of snacks again. A little girl heard the sound, turned around and saw the young man, immediately jumped off the stool, and took the plastic bag from the young man, which was full of snacks, drinks, and jellies. Why did you bring so many things again? Huizi's face was a little cold. Seeing that the children were already familiar with each other and started to share the things as soon as they got them, she didn't know what to say. It's just a little thing to make the children happy, the young man scratched his head awkwardly. He was an employee of the water club and came from the same orphanage as Huizi. They were childhood sweethearts, but he was the kind of person who had a crush on her and now he came to poach her. At that time in the orphanage, I don't know what kind of shit luck Aren had, he captured an electric elf. He conquered the water spirits, and was often suppressed by Aren's electric spirits, which led to Aren's suppression. He had fewer opportunities to contact Huizi, so he was naturally kicked out of the love triangle, so everyone understands. After hearing that Aren and Huizi were living together, he was ready to give up Huizi, say goodbye to the past, and start his new life. After all, everyone is an adult, and it is impossible to be as stubborn as when they were young. Bai Yueguang is someone else's bedmate after all, so just keep the good memories. But who would have thought that Aren, the unlucky guy, was killed? This good news came too suddenly, so suddenly that he was not prepared at all, and was hit by a pie in the sky. Bai Yueguang, who originally planned to keep his memories, now has the opportunity. He really wants to thank the good man who killed Aren. If Aren had not been killed, the two would have been ready to get married, and he would have to give money as a gift. Just thinking about it makes his heart hurt. But now everything has changed. He no longer has to pay for the gift, and Huizi has become a small rich woman. It is now him who has to collect the gift from others. He is so happy. This big pie is so delicious that he is worried that someone will get there first. One day, he took a leave to create a chance encounter with Huizi and re-enter Huizi's sight. The next thing is much simpler. He spent money to find a few gangsters to make trouble and collect protection fees. Anyway, Huizi's massage shop is not safe in that place. After he rescued Huizi, he had dealt with the gangsters who could leak secrets. Only dead people can keep secrets. Then he became familiar with Huizi. Worried that the gangsters would come to make trouble again, he asked Huizi to move out. After Huizi agreed, he pretended to look for a store. In fact, he had already found one. After all, he was the coach of the club, and he found a good location with some connections. Then, as we all know, they were busy helping with the move. Not only the massage shop had to move, but even Huizi had to move. The two lived next door. In name, it was protection, and of course it was protection behind the scenes. How could it be called poaching if they didn't live next door? Bah, Huizi is single now, so it's not poaching. It should be called a widow. Isn't it more exciting, he he he. After all, they were friends since childhood, and the previous competition was also fair and square. After the withdrawal, there was no stumbling, and there was no interruption in the lives of the two. After all, there was still money to give as a gift. The relationship was not bad before, so there were still impression points. Chapter 556, Chickens and Dogs Rise to Heaven. In this way, his relationship with Huizi deepened a lot, but he noticed that Huizi still had resistance in her heart. If the favorability could not be improved, the last window paper could not be broken. Then he changed his offensive and began to win over the children in Huizi's shop. It was said that they were all orphans. He brought some snacks and gifts to them and got the good guy card of these children. Until now, he felt that it was almost done. Whether it was the children's favorability or Huizi's favorability, it was almost at the limit. The next step was to go one step further. This step was also very simple. Didn't the two live together? Wait for a stormy night, quietly cut off the power supply in Huizi's room, cut off the water, electricity and network, and then make some weird knocks on the door. He, it's normal for girls to be afraid, and he is next door. When the time comes, he will take advantage of the opportunity to enter, put some photos that can recall the memories, and add the heavy rain and the power outage on his side, just let it go. When I thought of the old friend's portrait still in Huizi's room, I would go to burn incense and paper for my good friend after I was done, and I had to promise in front of my good friend. After you die, I will take care of your wife and children myself, and you don't have to. Then he can collect the money, and the baby can call him daddy. It's really easy to get it. He finally got promoted to coach. He must not be too wild and must not go out to sea. He should just go to work and go home honestly. If there is another wave of pirates, his wife will become someone else's wife, and the child and wife will have to call someone else daddy. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. I don't know how my good brother feels. Ahem, dead people have no heartbeat, so they naturally don't feel heartache. He thinks too much. Hiss, my good brother died for a good reason. I will definitely follow your teachings. The young man's inner drama is very rich. He is already thinking about he things, and even the name of the baby has been thought of. He happily talked to Huizi about daily life, and said that they would go out for dinner together in the evening. After Huizi agreed, he happily went to tease the children. Big brother, do you like sister Huizi? Ah, this? The young man was exposed, and he was embarrassed to look at Huizi. He scratched his head awkwardly when he looked at Huizi secretly. For the little girl's assist, he quietly gave a thumbs up. If you can talk, you should say more. Food is not eaten for free. Now is the time for everyone to contribute. As an adult, Huizi can see the little thoughts of her good friend. It's just that Aren has been gone for a few months, not even half a year, and she has a new love. She always feels sorry for Aren. Ha ha ha, big brother is shy. Ah? Sister Huizi is shy too. Being exposed by a child, the two adults looked at each other and turned their heads away. Hassa Island noon news, there will be thunderstorms tonight, residents of Hassa Island remember to collect clothes. At the same time, in the Electric Club, the three Krypton brothers were also watching the game, which was the game between Yu Hai and Xiaoying. Brother, these two are so strong, we didn't offend them before, right? Krypton Gold Fatty, the third brother Jiro was a little nervous, because there was an order from home that when Xiaoying came back, he should spend more time with Xiaoying. Of course not, we didn't do anything dirty, we will invite the other party and see if they are willing to show up. Taro didn't care, that battle was just a child's anger, it has been so long. When the time comes, use the evolution of Electric Beast to invite the other party, find a chance to test it. If the other party still cares about the original battle, apologize to the other party. Anyway, it is the third brother Jiro who apologizes. Hi, that's good, Jiro finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that everything was fine. Who would have thought that the poor boy from the orphanage who was looked down upon at the beginning is now a disciple of the four heavenly kings Shiba? He is a little afraid of the other party's revenge. No way, the level is different. Before, we were still in Hasa Island, and we were still playing in the same mud pit. Now you tell me that he has become a disciple of the king. In an instant, he has become so high that he can't stand his identity as the third son of the Hasa Island Club. Remember the way your followers try to please you. When the time comes, learn from them. If you make them unhappy, you will be grounded. At that time, the compensation will be deducted from your pocket money. No, big brother, the Krypton Gold fat man wanted to cry but had no tears. He was shot even when he was lying down. If the capital chain was broken, how should he face his followers? Who would follow him without money? Who would flatter him without money? Big brother, shouldn't the focus be on that guy? Has he become stronger again? Ji Lang raised his hand and pointed at Yu Hai. The frustration Yu Hai gave him was much more impressive than Xiao Ying. Don't worry about this person. Don't act on your own without clear instructions. Tai Lang didn't know what the higher UPS were thinking. Why didn't Yu Hai, who was obviously stronger than Xiao Ying, be taken seriously by the alliance? When that guy heard about the shady deal and chose to give up the game, he was so angry that his teeth itched, but it was all over. It was just a small game. If the other party didn't bring it up, he wouldn't make trouble for himself. What's more, the other party's brother became a disciple of the king, so he couldn't do anything to the other party. But it was strange that the other party was not paid attention to by the alliance. However, he also received family intelligence. The other party is now a trainer of Xiaogan Gym. He actually got the relationship with the gym. These two brothers are incredible. Although he is also a gym trainer, he used his family relationship to register a name in the gym, and these two are orphans who joined the gym on their own. This is incomparable. One is a disciple of the king, and the other is a gym trainer. They will both be trainers in the alliance in the future. At least they are more credible than their family trainers. Second brother, third brother, go more often when you have time. Go to the orphanage. Xiao Ying came from the orphanage and must have deep feelings for the orphanage. Bring some donations to show your face and let those children remember you. Especially those orphans who have a good relationship with Xiao Ying and can talk to Xiao Ying can be trained in the club. Remember, Lao San, speak politely. You can wash your hands if they are dirty. Don't be disgusted in front of the children. Those children are orphans and are very sensitive. Even if you are just pretending, you have to bear it. I know, big brother. Jiro was too tired to complain. It was against the rules to be friendly with a group of little brats. It's hard to resist your own arrogant nature. Second brother, remember to choose a smart child. It's okay for the child to go to school with you. The family will arrange all the living needs and let him become a trainer. Second brother, remember that we are sponsors. Don't interfere with him or restrict him. Let him contact the orphanage more. He will be influenced by the family unconsciously. Then we can use marriage to restrain him. We don't have to worry about him escaping the control of the family. This is just a casual move. Who knows when it will be used? If it is used. I remember, big brother. Jilin nodded silently. Big brother has been involved in family business. He will also enter the family business after graduation, and at most he will be big brother's deputy. As for the status of big brother, he dare not think about it, and cannot think about it. Don't have such ridiculous ideas. He can only be a tool to perform tasks. Otherwise, why is it that the third child is in contact with Xiao Ying, and he is going to take a newcomer instead, just because the third child is spoiled and has no achievements? And if he dares to have bad ideas, the second young master will be removed, and the status of big brother cannot be shaken. Unless I dare not think about it. Orange Islands, Xiaogan Gym. Seeing Yu Hai's first win in the knockout match, Atsumi's father and Atsumi's grandfather are paying attention to Yuhai's game. "Grandpa, where did you find the trainer? He is quite strong." The middle-aged man and Atsumi's grandfather were fishing by the lake, with a TV next to them, and both of them were watching Yuhai's game. "I didn't find him, he came to me on his own." Grandpa Dunmei was amazed at the performance of the mosquito frog. Who would have thought that this kid had such strength? Based on his strength, he only needs a little training to become a king-level talent. Are talents so abundant now that they can be picked up at will? The middle-aged man touched his chin. His mind was not on the fishing rod at all, but on Yuhai on TV. From the beginning of the Phantom Pokemon trainer, to the marriage partner mentioned by the old man, he has begun to be a little interested in this kid. After all, it is not easy for an orphan to get to this point. Hey, you don't know yet, when this kid came to the gym, he was not even a certified trainer of the league. The purpose of this kid joining the gym is to apply for the certification of the league trainer, and the guarantor is Xiaomei. Grandpa Dunmei smiled helplessly. When he heard the purpose of Yuhai joining the gym, he almost laughed. A trainer with good strength, he was still a wild trainer at the age of 15, and joined the gym just to apply for the certification of the league. I just checked a few days ago. This kid is an orphan. It's not surprising that it's difficult for him to pass the certification in the league. And that Xiao Ying is also an orphan. He has become a disciple of the King Ziba. These two brothers are incredible. Are you afraid that you can't keep him? Grandpa Dunmei has already read Xiao Ying's information. After all, the fact that the two are brothers cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Aren't you going to give him the best water stone? I feel that it's not enough. Once this person becomes a king trainer, the best water stone will not be a problem for him at all. The middle-aged man shook his head gently. As Yuhai's performance in the arena became stronger and stronger, he was also adjusting his attitude towards Yuhai. At first, he just didn't want his daughter to become a tool for marriage. Then he decided to test whether Yuhai could be used and whether it was worth the gym to invest resources to cultivate her, so that Yuhai could represent Xiaogan Gym to participate in the Orange Islands tournament that was being prepared. The organizer of this competition is the League, supplemented by the 4 major gyms. The competition system is similar to that of the Quartz Conference. Trainers who have collected 4 badges can participate in the Orange Islands tournament. He originally wanted to give special training to Atsumi and Ada, but he found that these 2 rookies were too weak. Even if he gave them intensive special training, Atsumi would only be at the senior level at most, and was still a little short of the quasi-king level. With such strength, if he participated in the competition, he would be beaten by the other heirs of the gym, which would be a disgrace to the gym. Now, he saw Yuhai who performed well. Yuhai only needed to be trained a little, and he didn't need any intensive training. He could be directly pulled to participate in the Orange Islands competition. The quasi-king level was enough to compete for the championship. Some time ago, he collected information about several other gyms so that he could know each other well when he was ready to visit. After collecting the information, he found that Xiao Dan of the Napuru gym was the strongest among the younger generation, followed by Ai of the Yuzu gym, followed by his beloved daughter Atsumi, and finally Koji, who didn't even make it to the knockout round. For now, Xiaogan Gym is not at the bottom. My dear daughter has trained Blastoise well, but it is just good. Haji, who has awakened superpowers, will soon catch up. He knows the value of superpowers. Oh? What do you think? Do you really want to recruit a son-in-law? Grandpa Dunmei looked at his son with anger and amusement. Who was so righteous to stop the old man and refused to let his dear daughter marry? Now it's good. His son is willing to stay and manage the gym. He also gave up the idea of using his granddaughter to recruit a son-in-law. Now it's his son who has the idea of recruiting a son-in-law. Well, after all, he is a rare talent and an orphan. Dad Dunmei felt that Yuhai's identity was simply invincible. Without the burden of the family, there was no need to consider the issue of in-laws in marriage. After the two got married, Xiao Ganjim would definitely be the leader. They could both support their precious daughter and get the fighting power of a king for free. Why not? Where can you find such a young, handsome, and powerful orphan trainer? It's hard to find one even with a lantern. Isn't this because you said that the situation in the Orange Islands is tense, and the Alliance is preparing to strengthen its control over the Orange Islands? Our Xiao Ganjim also needs to increase its manpower. The middle-aged man became less and less confident as he spoke, and in the end he didn't dare to look at Grandpa Dunmei. He found that his way of thinking gradually changed to that of an old man, and finally became the person he hated. You arrange it yourself, you're not my daughter, Grandpa Dunmei didn't buy it. He was happy to be free now, so he directly blamed his son and let his son attract hatred. Okay, wait until he comes back, then give him the top-grade water stone, let him represent the Xiao Ganjim to compete, and strive to get a good result. We can let Dunmei go with him, and we can also cultivate feelings. As for the eldest cousin who has been courting Dunmei, I'm sorry, this person has been ignored by them, because Xiao Gan Dojo wants a son-in-law, not to marry Dunmei, so the eldest cousin has no hope. If the eldest cousin knew that courting was useless and a waste of energy, he would definitely cry in the toilet. Now the eldest cousin went to Xiao Gan Island to pull oranges and invited Dunmei to go shopping. Dunmei also deliberately hinted to the eldest cousin during this period, because if she wanted to escape, she would need the eldest cousin's help, and she could take the eldest cousin's cargo ship to escape quietly. The eldest cousin got the hint, but misunderstood it as Dunmei's intention to elope, and was immediately excited, thinking that he had finally made it. In addition, the undercover cousin who stayed in the gym knew that the gym wanted to use Dunmei for marriage. He immediately shared the same hatred with Dunmei, despised this ancient feudal arranged marriage, and had secretly prepared for their honeymoon. When they went out to play, when they came back, the rice had already been cooked. It was too late for Dunmei's family to object. They already had a child, and Dunmei had become a mother. The two elders couldn't help but hold their grandchildren, he. Only Ada didn't feel it. The atmosphere in the gym was getting weirder and weirder. He was also tortured to death by his father's strict training. He also said that if he didn't get a good ranking in the competition, the training would be doubled, which was stricter than his sister's requirements. The strict training once made him want to give up the idea of becoming a trainer. It was too difficult to be a trainer under his father. Chapter 557, Xiao Ai. Quartz Conference. At the Pokémon Center near the Quartz Sports Field, Yu Hai, who was healing Pokémons, welcomed an acquaintance. Brother Hai, Xiao Ying came to the Pokémon Center to heal Pokémons and to find Yu Hai. The first time she arrived at the Pokémon Center, she saw the masked Yu Hai. This outfit was too familiar. Hey! Xiao Ying, you're here too, Yu Hai raised his hand to greet her. Xiao Ying's Pokémons were even worse than his, so it was not surprising that she could come here. Brother Hai, Xiao Ying lowered her head, ashamed to face Brother Hai. What's the matter? Yu Hai saw Xiao Ying hesitating. When did Xiao Ying become so fussy? Brother Hai, you are still so awesome. Xiao Ying was silent for a long time before she said this. So that's it. I became a trainer earlier than you, so it's normal for me to be stronger. Yu Hai smiled and touched Xiao Ying's hair. This kid just lost a game, it's not a big deal. It's just a loss. I'll win it back next time. I'll win your share too. Come on, cheer for me. Yu Hai saw that this little guy was under too much psychological burden. Sure enough, he was still carefree and relaxed. He would continue to maintain it. Brother Hai won't lose. Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai's peace. He comforted himself and cried again. He embarrassed Brother Hai. Ha ha ha, I'm just an ordinary person. I also make mistakes sometimes. It's normal to win or lose. Yu Hai smiled, pulled Xiao Ying to sit down, and said with a smile, but you, kid, quietly became the disciple of the four heavenly kings Ziba, and you are doing much better than me. Brother Hai Xiao Ying cried and laughed again. When he was with Brother Hai, he was the most relaxed. He let go of everything. No matter what happened, Brother Hai would stand in front of him, making him feel at ease and safe, and he didn't have to bear everything alone. Okay, you're so old, you still stop crying, go and treat the elves quickly, and have dinner another day, and we can talk while eating. Yu Hai tidied Xiao Ying's clothes, kicked Xiao Ying on the butt, and urged Xiao Ying to treat the elves. Okay, I'll go now. Xiao Ying wiped her tears, went to the counter to hand the elves to Miss Joy, and followed Miss Joy to the treatment room. Because there are many elves, some of them are seriously injured, Miss Joy needs Xiao Ying to comfort the elves. Before Xiao Ying left, she looked back at Yu Hai, and seeing the affirmative look Yu Hai gave her, she left with Miss Joy. Watching Xiao Ying disappear, Yu Hai was in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. After all, he is a disciple of the king, and he also feels sorry for this little old man. The younger brother was happy and sat back on the stool to wait. After a while, Miss Joy informed him to take away the Pokemon and asked him to let Farfetch'd rest more. Farfetch'd couldn't fly and needed to rest. Writing down Miss Joy's instructions, he left the Pokemon Center with Frog and happened to run into Xiaobo, who came here to find him. He didn't notice a little girl with short blue hair and ran over to hug him. Brother Hai, Xiao Ai misses you so much. Xiao Ai, Yu Hai looked down at the little girl hugging his thigh, and saw Xiaobo and a strange woman coming, and realized that the little girl was Xiao Ai, otherwise Xiaobo would not be here, and immediately picked up Xiao Ai and pinched her face. Xiao Ai, brother misses you too. Where is Brother Hai? Xiao Ai can't find Brother Hai. Xiao Ai pouted, angry because she couldn't find Yu Hai, and there was no enthusiasm just now. Brother has to collect badges to participate in the competition. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai. Yu Hai coaxed Xiao Ai, and asked, did Xiao Ai receive the Pippi and Pikachu that brother caught? Xiao Ai got it. Pippi and Pikachu are friends with Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai took out the poke ball, which contained Pippi, and Pikachu squatted on the ground, a little afraid of Yu Hai. Stinky boy, long time no see, you have grown a lot taller. Xiaobo patted Yu Hai's shoulder when he saw Yu Hai for the first time, and felt that Yu Hai's body was stronger. Not bad. Yu Hai held Xiao Ai and looked at the strange woman next to Xiaobo. Xiaobo also followed his gaze to look at Xiao Ai's mother and introduced her to Yu Hai. She is the mother of Xiao Ai I told you about, Mei. Xiao Hai is the trainer who saved Xiao Ai. Nice to meet you, sister is so beautiful. Yu Hai held Xiao Ai and couldn't free his hands, so he could only nod and say hello. He said it was really beautiful and he was not talking nonsense. After all, she is Dr. Fuji's wife. Dr. Fuji in the animation is not very old. After all, his daughter is only 7 or 8 years old. When Dr. Fuji met Xiaobo, he was probably in his 20s. Now she is no more than 30 years old, so Xiao Ai's mother is naturally very young, otherwise how could there be a rich brother who likes this married woman? Xiao Hai is so sweet, can I call Xiao Hai like Uncle Xia? Mei heard Yu Hai call her sister, and immediately had a good impression of Yu Hai. After all, who doesn't want others to call him younger? All right, Yu Hai nodded gently, not caring about the name. Xiao Ai called him brother, and he called Xiao Ai's mother sister, just like Xiao Zhi's mother called sister. They talked about their own things. Don't stand here anymore, find a cool place to drink a cup of tea, sit down and talk slowly. Xiaobo looked at the shadow under his feet. The sun was really scorching now, and it would be cooler to find a cold drink shop. Okay, Yu Hai looked back at the Pokemon Center. Xiao Ying was still treating Pokemons, and it was unknown when the treatment would be finished. It didn't matter if they met again later, anyway, they all had to go back to the Orange Islands. He didn't know yet that Xiao Ying would not go back to the Orange Islands, but would stay with Shiba for special training. Brother Hai, where is Xiao Hai in your shadow? Xiao Ai hadn't told anyone this secret yet, and was held by Yu Hai, and whispered in Yu Hai's ear where Dark Ray had gone. Xiao Hai. Yu Hai thought about Xiao He in the shadow, and realized that it was Dark Ray. He smiled helplessly and said, Xiao He is not at home. He went out to play. When will Xiao He come back? Xiao Ai asked again in a low voice. Brother doesn't know when Xiao He will come back. Yu Hai made a bitter face. Who knows when Dark Ray will come back, and I don't know how Dark Ray is doing in the ruins. I hope Dark Ray is safe. Yu Hai and Xiao Ai talked in a low voice, which also aroused the curiosity of Xiao Ai's mother. She didn't expect that this stranger had such a good relationship with her daughter, and her daughter didn't reject him at all. Soon, the four found a coffee shop and ordered a glass of milk for Xiao Ai. Yu Hai asked for a cold drink, Xiaobo asked for some hot water for tea, and Amei ordered a cup of coffee. The four ordered their favorite drinks and sat under the parasol to chat. Seeing that Yu Hai was a little inconvenient, Xiaobo wanted to hold Xiao Ai down, but Xiao Ai couldn't come down, and even stuck out her tongue at Xiaobo, which made Yu Hai hold her tighter. Hey, this kid! Xiaobo was turned away, his whole old face darkened. Did he not want his grandpa anymore because he had a brother? This scene made Amei cover her mouth and laugh secretly, and she realized that she hadn't laughed for a long time since she saw Xiao Ai. Always tense, worried about Xiao Ai's safety, this scene is so good, relax when you should, don't be tense all the time. Stinky boy, do you have the confidence to win the championship? Xiaobo made tea, put Xiao Ai's dislike behind his mind, and asked Yu Hai about the competition. My next opponent is Xiao Qian from the Shen Gym. That Jengar is very difficult to deal with, I'm not sure. Yu Hai said the truth, that Jengar's Song of Destruction is getting more and more proficient, unless you launch a strong attack at the beginning, it will be difficult to take down Jengar. That Jengar is really hard to deal with. Xiaobo and Kikyuko are trainers of the same generation. Who would have thought that young people of Yu Hai's generation would also encounter such a Jengar, and Xiao Ai would also have such a Jengar in the future? It's really... Has Xiao Hai thought of a way to deal with it? Amei also knows a little about Pokemon battles, and is curious about how Yu Hai will crack the opponent's tactics. I'm thinking about it. Yu Hai hugged Xiao Ai, looked at the people coming and going on the street, and fell into deep thought. He cracked the Song of Destruction once. The key points of that dirty routine are nothing more than those few points, not listening to the song, and killing Jengar within the time limit. As long as he doesn't let the Pokemon hear the song, or kills Jengar within the time limit, even if he is replaced by Jengar. It's not easy to not hear the song, just dig a hole and leave the competition venue, block the Pokemon's ears, and use different sound waves to interfere, so that the Pokemon can't hear the Song of Destruction, and can't hear the trainer's orders. It seems that we still have to rely on Scyther. Once Scyther blocks his ears and completely isolates himself from the sound, he will not be able to command Scyther. Everything depends on Scyther's own decision. You can use Iron Man as a backup. Once Scyther can't kill Jengar, Iron Man can only be used. He must kill Jengar. In order to defeat Jengar, even if you lose a Scyther that can command, it is still a good deal. Scyther. Attribute, Bug plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 54.87%. Level, 51.22%. Features, Premonition of Bugs /44.23%. Hidden Feature, Unyielding Heart /41.33%. Master the moves. I haven't looked at Scyther's panel for more than a month. Level 51 is enough to deal with Jengar. It must be done when the opponent realizes that the Song of Destruction is invalid. Before, eliminate that Jengar. In addition to the fact that Scyther's level has increased a lot, its potential is also worth paying attention to. Scyther's level is almost at the top. If it does not evolve, its potential will be stuck, which is similar to the state of Frog. After Frog evolves, he also has to arrange the evolution of Scyther, otherwise it will be difficult to enter the King level. After not looking at the panel for more than a month, Scyther's characteristics and move proficiency have increased to varying degrees. In the next elimination match, he mainly focuses on the characteristics of bug premonition, as well as high-speed movement, tailwind, sword dance, gathering energy, and sneak attack. Tonight, we must arrange the tactics to deal with Jengar, and let Scyther remember the tactics, and let Ditto turn into Jengar for actual combat training. If Jengar is not asleep, it won't be so troublesome. We must also find the best soundproof earplugs so that Scyther can't hear any sound. That battle can only rely on vision and bug premonition. When Scythe fights Jengar, only one Pokémon can stand on the field. This is his requirement for Scythe. Either defeat Jengar or be defeated by Jengar. Scythe can only rely on itself and will not get any help. This task is very difficult for Scythe, but Scythe is not afraid of challenges. This is Scythe's strong fighting spirit after blocking its hearing. Xiaobo and the other two didn't know about his arrangement for Scythe. They sat in the coffee shop until the evening and chatted all afternoon. Talking about interesting things about travel, or Xiaobo's research, and Xiao Ai and Amei's life. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Xiaobo prepared to arrange dinner and go to a restaurant nearby, but Zai, who had been looking for Yu Hai, finally found Yu Hai before the sunset. "Brother Hai, you are here. I have been looking for you. My mother wants to treat you to dinner." "Thank you for letting the seagull rescue me today." Zai, the silly boy, was already exhausted and panting after finding Yu Hai. Yu Hai heard Xiao Ji talking about dinner. He seemed to have promised Hanako that he would go for dinner during the day. He looked at Xiaobo helplessly. Xiaobo said to go to a restaurant. Where should he go? "Huh? You are Xiaobo." Xiao Ji saw Xiaobo wearing a wig and a strange red costume. "Isn't this Xiaobo from Honglian Island?" "Ah! I remember you, Xiao Ji, right? Where are your two companions?" Xiaobo also remembered Xiao Ji when he saw Xiao Ji. After all, he was a trainer who came to challenge the gym. "It's really Xiaobo. Why don't you two have a meal together?" Xiao Ji was taken care of by Xiaobo on Honglian Island. Seeing Yu Hai and Xiaobo together, he wanted to invite Xiaobo to go together. He also knew how to repay his kindness. "Okay," Xiaobo looked at Amei and asked, "How about going together? I haven't seen Professor Oak for a long time. This time is a good time to chat." "All up to you, Uncle Xia." Amei held Xiao Ai in her arms. After the initial excitement, the child began to doze off and fell asleep in her arms. "Great, Xiaobo also knows Professor Oak." Zai was so happy when he saw Xiaobo agreed to go. Who knew that Xiaobo also knew Professor Oak? It was really an unexpected surprise. "Of course, we are all scholars who study elves, how could we not know each other?" Xiaobo smiled and explained the reason. The main reason was that the child was too innocent, and he was embarrassed to hide it. Then Yu Hai and the other four followed Zai and went to the lakeside grass in the contestant village. Because the competition entered the knockout stage, many contestants left the contestant village, leaving a lot of rooms and space in the contestant village. Zai and his group set up a dining table and barbecue grill for camping by the scenic lake in the contestant village. There were also many people camping this time, including Yu Hai, Xiaobo, Amei, and Xiao Ai, Xiao Ji, Xiao Xia, Xiao Gang, Hanako, Professor Oak, Xiao Mao, Nanamai, Supervisor Joy, and the three sisters of Hualan. The rocket trio was also there, and they were the kitchen helpers invited by Hanako. While the dinner was going on here, a party was also being held in a hotel in the Quartz Sports Field. The organizer was the owner of the hotel, and many trainers were invited to attend the party. The organizer also invited Yu Hai, but Yu Hai refused the invitation when he was reminiscing with Xiaobo. There were two parties in the hotel, one in the lobby and one on the top floor. The top floor was the gathering place of the four heavenly kings. Xiao Ying and Xiao Qian were also here. The trainers in the lobby below could not enter this party without the guidance of the participants of some status. Scythe panel. Scythe panel. Scythe. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 54.87%. Level, 51.22%. Feature, Insect Premonition /44.23%. Hidden Feature, Unyielding Heart /41.33%. Insect System Mastered Moves, Cross Scissors /42.82%. Continuous /44.45%. Insect Chirp /23.35%. Clearing Thick Fog /25.33%. Insect Bite /43.16%. Flying, Acrobatics /41.22%. Tailwind /46.35%. Wing Attack /39.25%. Airblade /38.61%. Airblade /25.61%. General, Sword Dance /42.88%. Gathering Energy /43.95%. Shadow Clone /40.24%. Hold /44.83%. Staring /28.11%. Takeover /26.65%. Cleave /38.84%. Lightning Flash /44.91%. Double Attack /23.24%. Whirlwind Blade /25.58%. Fighting System, Brick Splitting /36.68%. Close Combat /18.24%. Unclassified, High Speed Movement /44.73%. Steel Wing /40.81%. Dark Attack /36.64%. Cross Poison Blade /22.74%. Moves that increase critical hit rate: Split, Dark Attack, Cross Poison Blade, Whirlwind Blade, Air Blade. Chapter 558, Defeating the Old Spray. Player's Village. Lakeside. Hey, you old turtle are here too. Professor Oak saw Zai coming with a familiar old man. As a doctor in Pokemon research, he recognized the wig on Xiaobo's head at a glance. Hey, who are you talking about, old turtle? Do you want to ask Kikyuko to come over and reminisce with you, wooden head? Xiaobo heard the old turtle, and his fake beard stood up. He was not the only one with a nickname back then. Hey, I have a new discovery here. Do you want to see it? Professor Oak coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment. He was afraid that Xiaobo would talk more and more, so he immediately used the new discovery to seduce Xiaobo and left the campsite with Xiaobo arm in arm. Watching the two old men leave, everyone was wondering what the old turtle and wooden head were. It was estimated that only the elders and Yu-Hai knew the grievances and entanglements of the older generation. Before Xiaobo left, he released the Wind Speed Dog and asked the Wind Speed Dog to take care of the sleeping Xiao Ai. Aimei put Xiao Ai on the blanket to sleep, whispered to Pikachu to take good care of Xiao Ai, and with Xiaobo's Wind Speed Dog next to her, she could feel a lot more at ease. Then she saw Hanako busying around, preparing dinner for everyone. Even with 3 kitchen helpers, she couldn't handle it. She immediately stood up and went to help Hanako prepare dinner as soon as possible. Mom, is dinner ready yet? Zai didn't care what the two old men said. He had been looking for Yu-Hai for so long that he was already starving. He wanted the meat on the grill to cook quickly. Go and sit down. Hanako saw Zai reaching out to grab the meat, and immediately raised her hand and slapped Zai on the head. Didn't this stupid son know that the meat was hot? He actually grabbed it with his hands. Zai was beaten by his mother, so he could only sit down next to Xiao Gang. Opposite him was Zioxia. Nanamai, who was next to Zioxia, saw Yu-Hai coming and focused her eyes on Yu-Hai. The inspector was so bored that she was counting beans on the table. Yu-Hai also noticed the most eye-catching Miss Joy. It was hard not to see that red hair. He only took a glance and turned his head away. It would be bad if he was recognized. When he was about to find a seat to sit down, the 3 Hualan sisters waved at him. Little brother, sit here, sit here. Ahem, no, thank you. Yu-Hai coughed dryly and refused the 3 sisters. He couldn't stand the three sisters and didn't go over. Instead, he sat next to Xiao Gang and saw Xiao Gang, who had turned into a grey background and looked ashen. Seeing Xiao Gang like this, he was speechless. Who hit this passionate little prince and why was he so desperate? When he came to his senses, Xiao Gang had come to his feet, hugged his thighs, and asked with tears, "Wu, ahai, please tell me, why are they so enthusiastic about you?" Yu Hai couldn't answer Xiao Gang's words, he chose to remain silent. God knows why those beauties are so enthusiastic. They are simply a disaster. He dare not touch them. "Hey, Xiao Gang, why are you hugging their thighs?" Xiao Ji's stomach growled with hunger, and he glanced at Xiao Gang weakly. If he had time to care about women, he might as well care about when the meal would be served. "I was hit by someone." Xioxia is most familiar with Xiao Gang. Seeing Xiao Gang in this state, she immediately curled her lips and was no longer able to complain. Ahem, Xiao Gang was exposed by Xioxia, and immediately got up from the ground and changed the subject seriously. "Xi, Aha is a very powerful trainer, and he has captured many powerful elves. You can't tame Charizard, can you ask Aha? Now is a good opportunity." "Yes, because I was hungry, I almost forgot about it." Xi immediately took out Charizard's poke ball, pushed Xiao Gang away with his butt, and asked Yu Hai how to capture Charizard. "Brother Hai, how did you capture so many powerful elves? Please teach me how to capture Charizard." This. Yu Hai saw Xi's tears. "You know, Xi lost the quartz conference because of his old fire, and his thoughts are definitely not clear. Xiao Ying's growth trajectory has changed. Xi continues to go to the Orange Islands. If he doesn't meet Xiao Ying, it is still unknown when Xi's old fire will be obedient. Then it's not impossible for him to help Xi, but it depends on whether Xi has the ability to do so." "Okay, Brother Hai." Xi thought Yu Hai was unwilling to speak when he saw that Yu Hai didn't speak. In fact, it was not that Yu Hai was unwilling, but Yu Hai was thinking about how to subdue the old spit. "Well, I have a way to subdue Charizard, do you want to listen?" "Yet." Xi nodded frantically, he must listen. Seeing that the conversation here was heated, everyone at the table quieted down and listened quietly to Yu Hai's explanation of how to subdue the disobedient old spit. "The reason why Charizard is disobedient is because you are too green." "Ah!" Xi fell to the ground instantly after hearing this, and it turned out to be because he was too green. Yu Hai saw a large group of people lying around the table, and then he realized that everyone was eavesdropping. "What else? How can I make Charizard obedient?" Xi quickly got up and asked. "Use other obedient Pokémon to defeat Charizard. This is Yu Hai's method. Beat it until it becomes obedient. This is how he conquered the silly fish. Now it has become an obedient fish. Beat it." Xi didn't know what to say when he heard this method. He had never thought that he could only subdue Charizard by defeating it. He always thought that his trainer level was too low, or maybe it was because he couldn't defeat Charizard. His current Pokémons are Pikachu, Pidgeot, Butterfree, released, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Crawl, Infernape, released, Muddy, Kentaro. With such a lineup, how can he defeat Charizard? "I'm afraid it won't be Charizard that defeats the trainer." "Pfft, your strongest Pokémon is Charizard." Xioxia thought of Xi who couldn't defeat Charizard and was burned by the fire. Forgive her for not holding back her laughter. "Xi, your strongest Pokémon seems to be Charizard. This method is too difficult." Xiao Gang heard about the defeat, touched his chin and fell into deep thought. This method is not impossible, but it is too difficult for Xi. How can you subdue a Pokémon this way? You should use your heart to influence the Pokémon, let the Pokémon recognize the trainer from the bottom of its heart, and then subdue the Pokémon. Miss Supervisor couldn't listen anymore. As Miss Joy, she didn't agree with this way of subduing. Yu Hai ignored Miss Joy. He was afraid of being recognized because he would make more mistakes if he said more to Miss Joy. He turned to look at Xiaozai and said, "If you can influence Charizard, you can also subdue Charizard, but you need to act a little." He approached Xiaozai, abused Charizard in Xiaozai's ear, and then asked Xiaozai to take good care of Charizard and let Charizard understand the trainer's intentions. With this and that routine, he should be able to capture Charizard's heart. It depends on whether Xiaozai can do it. Physically subduing Charizard, so that he can get Charizard's body, and using sincerity to influence Charizard, so that he can get Charizard's heart, can do both. Brother Hai, is this okay? Xiaozai was very excited at first, but when he heard that Lao Peng was going to be beaten up, and it was a very miserable kind, he couldn't help but worry. What else? Either you beat him up yourself and become the bad guy, or I beat him up for you and I will be the bad guy, the effect is the same. Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly, and saw Xiaozai whispering to Xiao Gang to decide whether to play this drama. Xiao Gang, how about it? Xiaozai told Xiao Gang the routine of persuading Lao Peng, and it always felt unreliable. Do you have any choice? He is right about one thing. Either you have the strength to defeat Charizard, or someone else helps you defeat Charizard and you become the good guy. Okay, I'll do it. Xiaozai pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and decided to do it. He didn't want Old Spray to still be disobedient and fail at the critical moment, especially in such a critical occasion as the Quartz Conference knockout round. Old Spray actually gave him a bad performance. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel angry. If Old Spray could be obedient, he might be able to move up in the ranking of the Quartz Conference, and it is possible to enter the top 8 or top 4. Brother Hai, please help me defeat Charizard. I can help you defeat it, but when you take care of Charizard, you must sincerely influence Charizard, so that you have a greater chance of conquering Charizard. Hey, Xiaozai, you don't really want to do this. Xiaoxia has been paying attention to the discussion of the three people. She always feels that this is unreliable. It's ridiculous to want to conquer Old Spray again. Unexpectedly, Xiaozai, this stupid thing, really believed it. Of course, let's try it first. Xiaozai decided that even 30 Kentaros couldn't pull him back. Damn it, he actually ignored me. The inspector saw that Yu Hai and Xiao Ji continued to talk, but ignored her. Her little pink fist was already hard. She had only felt this kind of disregard from that man, how could she correct it? Okay, don't be angry, don't argue with such a stinky man, Nanamai hurriedly comforted her best friend. She didn't know Yu Hai, didn't know what kind of person Yu Hai was, and didn't know how her best friend got along with him. However, judging from the fact that the other party rejected the invitation of the three Hualin sisters, he must be a trainer who was not moved by beauty, unlike Xiao Gang, the amorous man. I always feel that I have seen him somewhere, and it feels a little familiar. The inspector was comforted by Nanamai, sat down again and asked her good friend Nanamai, who had been acting strange since a few days ago. Athes? It's an illusion. Nanamai knew what familiarity was, but she couldn't tell her best friend the reason, so uncomfortable. Do you have a problem? Seeing her best friend change the subject, the inspector looked at Nanamai with a suspicious look, until Nanamai felt uneasy, and her guess was more certain. Is that so? Nanamai's eyes were erratic, and she didn't dare to look at her best friend at all, feeling uneasy. When the two women had a chain of suspicion, Yu Hai started the routine of conquering Old Spray. Xiaozai came to the open space and released Charizard, and Yu Hai also threw out Frog. Frog, fight far away, teach Charizard a lesson, and then freeze it. This? Brother Hai, you don't command Frog. Xiaozai saw that Yu Hai just waved his hand and told him to let Frog fight Charizard. Isn't it too much to take Charizard seriously? No need, Frog can handle it. Yu Hai didn't bother to care about how Old Spray was abused. Anyway, Old Spray couldn't beat Frog, so just teach it a lesson. However, Yu Hai's contemptuous attitude, in the Old Spray it seemed that he looked down on him. He immediately blew 2 streams of white air from his nostrils and walked towards Yu Hai. Old Pen wanted to fight Yu Hai in a duel. But before Old Pen could get close to Yu Hai, he faced the freezing fist of the mosquito-scented frog under the waterfall climbing burst, which directly knocked Old Pen away. Roar! Old Pen was hit on the lake surface. Because of its fast speed, it skipped on the lake surface. When it stabilized its body, it immediately flapped its wings and roared at the mosquito-scented frog on the lake surface, scolding the mosquito-scented frog for sneak attack. Yobo! The mosquito-scented frog waved at Old Pen away from the campsite, full of provocation. This? Isn't it a bit too much? Xiao Gang saw the mosquito-scented frog's burst, even trampled a piece of grass, obviously using the same move in the daytime, but it was much weaker. If it was a full-strength burst like in the daytime, Old Pen would definitely not be able to take this punch and would be knocked out. Don't worry, Frog knows the limits. To help you conquer Charizard, I won't let Frog play tomorrow. I'll take a good rest for 2 days before continuing the game. Yu Hai smiled and waved his hand, telling Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji not to worry. He turned around and opened the bottle of wine and poured a glass for Xiao Gang. Come on, brother Gang, have a drink. This isn't good. Xiao Gang looked at the others with a guilty conscience. He still remembered the last time he got drunk. Now in front of so many people, he was afraid of getting drunk again, which would be embarrassing. Hey, it's so hot, what's wrong with drinking some cold beer? It's very low in alcohol. Yu Hai was already arm in arm with Xiao Gang, and they were good brothers when they clinked their glasses. It's time to eat. Everyone, come and serve the dishes. Hanako just called everyone to serve the dishes, and saw that Yu Hai had already drunk some. She immediately came over and slapped them twice, scolding them, "You are all minors. Why learn to drink instead of learning something else?" Puff! Yu Hai's ice beer just drank sprayed out directly, just spraying on the inspector lady, and Xiao Gang sprayed on Xiao Xia. We know we are wrong. Sorry, we stained your clothes. Yu Hai apologized while picking up a plate of skewers and ran away, and took a bottle of ice beer. Seeing Yu Hai admit his mistake so quickly, Xiao Gang also admitted his mistake immediately, took the barbecue and ice beer and left. The two of them left the campsite and came to the lake to light another fire, ready to have a drink here. But as soon as they sat down, Xiao Gang asked curiously, "You did it on purpose?" "Brother Gang has a keen eye, and I can't help it. I don't want that person to pay attention to me, and it's better to hate me." Yu Hai was talking about Miss Joy. Miss Joy, who has Latias, must be the apple of the eye of the Joy family, and a direct descendant of the family. The gap between them is too big. He doesn't want the other party to have any unrealistic ideas, and he won't have any unrealistic ideas, because it's impossible, and he doesn't want to make mistakes in the end, leaving both of them bruised and battered. At the beginning, he did want to be the son-in-law of the Joy family, but that was just talk, don't take it seriously. Once he becomes the son-in-law of the Joy family or the Juncha family, there will definitely be a lot of constraints. After all, it is a big family with a lot of rules, and he can't stand it. Talk is talk, but if he puts the happiness of the fisherman's life into it, his old friend will not forgive him. After all, the old friend is the true love of the fisherman. As for free love? Don't talk nonsense. Only ordinary people have the freedom to love, and marriage will depend on parents in the end. He is too lazy to say how many marriages are ruined by parents. Regardless of the past and present lives, if the children of a big family want to fall in love freely, just think about it. After all, they can play with each other after marriage. If you take it seriously, you will lose. Did you save Miss Joy? Although Xiaogang's question was a question, it was confirmed that it was Yu Hai who saved Miss Joy. Yes, Yu Hai did not hide it and admitted it generously. After all, how could such a poor disguise be hidden from Hanako and Professor Oak? Come, let me toast you. You are really amazing to be able to save Miss Joy from a superstar like Bixias. Xiao Gang used the computer of the Oak Research Institute that night to learn about Bixias. He is a top master among the superstar trainers. It is not comparable to the 3 members of the rocket team. They are superstar trainers with quasi-gods. It is hard to imagine how they escaped with a burden. Fortunately, I played a time difference at that time. Yu Hai smiled and raised his glass to meet Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang is a good person, which is why he looks down on Team Rocket from the bottom of his heart. It is much easier to drink with the lawful people in the elf world than to play tricks with the people in the chaotic evil camp. Chapter 559, Dratini. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Yu Hai raised an index finger to his mouth and smiled helplessly at Xiao Gang. I won't tell you, don't worry. Xiao Gang smiled and drank the cold beer. He felt that Yu Hai was a good person. Even if it affected the game, he would help Xiaoji to subdue the old fire dragon. Dong! When the two were drinking, the mosquito-repellent frog dragged the frozen Charizard to the fire and made a sound. Yu Hai and Xiao Gang turned their heads and saw that Charizard was frozen into a lump of ice. Xiaoji looked at the frozen Charizard worriedly. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog sat beside Yu Hai and panted. It was not easy to subdue this angry Charizard. Frog, eat the energy block to restore your strength first. Yu Hai took out the energy block and let Frog have a good rest. Then he looked at Xiaozai and reminded him, Xiaozai, once the flame on Charizard's tail goes out, Charizard will die. You know what to do. I know. Xiaozai looked at the small flame on Charizard's tail, pushing Charizard closer to the fire, using a stone to break Charizard's ice. But Charizard, who was severely frostbitten, was stiff on the ground and couldn't move. What came out of his mouth was black smoke, not blazing high-temperature flames. It was obviously seriously injured. Charizard, don't be stubborn, let's warm up first. Xiaozai touched Charizard with his hand, and his palm was instantly frozen, but he endured the low temperature and rubbed Charizard's body with his palm to warm it up. Really, I told you not to do this a long time ago. Xiaoxia brought barbecue and Charizard's food, as well as a blanket, and threw it on Xiaozai's head. This stubborn kid is really worrying, but she still spoke so ruthlessly. Your mother asked me to bring it here, eat the meal first, and then use a towel to keep Charizard warm. Thank you. Xiaozai smiled awkwardly, and did not continue to be angry, and accepted Xiaoxia's things. Bang! Before leaving, Misty gave Brock a slap in the face, in revenge for the beer that Brock had spit on her. Then Misty snorted coldly, left the lake, returned to the campsite, and continued to eat dinner. Hey, Brock sighed, turned his head and saw Yu Hai was about to clink glasses, and immediately felt less uncomfortable, and happily drank with Yu Hai again. At the campsite, there were a group of girls having dinner, and Xiao Mao couldn't stand the chattering of a group of women, so he ran to the lakeside to have a barbecue with Yu Hai and the others. Team Rocket originally wanted to steal Ash's Pikachu, but they were exhausted from helping to cook just now, and now they had no energy to steal Pikachu. However, everyone watched the battle where Frog beat Charizard. After watching it, everyone was talking about how strong Frog was. Xiaoxia, why don't you also capture a frog? I feel that Frog is very strong, the eldest sister Sakura asked Xiaoxia in a low voice. After all, they are a water gym, and it is reasonable to capture a frog. I know, where can I find Frog now? Xiaoxia looked at the scene of Frog's explosion, which was the same as the explosion in the daytime, but the power this time was much smaller, and Charizard could not catch it, and it was directly kicked like a ball. Xiaoxia captured a frog in the animation, which was captured in the Orange Islands, and it was still early. Hey, that frog is so powerful, did you see anything? Nanami pulled the angry Miss Joy and directed Miss Joy's attention to Yukai. Who cares about that bastard's Pokemon? He sprayed beer all over me, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. That kind of bastard is so annoying. Miss Joy didn't want to watch the Battle of Frog. Beer sprayed all over him, that kind of jerk elf must be a jerk, nothing to look at. Nanami saw Miss Joy so repulsive, like a stubborn cow, she couldn't be pulled, she also gave up the idea of continuing to hint. I don't know what's wrong with Yu Hai, he can win Miss Joy's favor by being honest, but now he has changed from stranger to hostile, and his favorability has dropped precipitously, directly into negative numbers. It is impossible to recognize each other again, and honesty can't go back. With a helpless sigh, Nanamai looked at Xiao Ai sitting between Hanako and Xiao Ai's mother. These two mothers really like children and feed them all delicious food. I don't know where Grandpa and the others went, just let Hanako bring some food to pass, it's really boring, I don't know what to do, so just eat. The Rocket Trio were also having dinner, looking at the lake from time to time. Zai and Pikachu were by the lake. I don't know what the trio were planning. At the same time, Professor Oak, who Nanamai mentioned, was not too far away. In fact, he was on the balcony of the players' dormitory. Below was the camping grass, and Yu Hai and Xiao Gang, who were drinking by the lake, were not far away. There was also the battle between Mosquito Frog and Charizard, all of which were seen by Professor Oak and his friends. I didn't expect you to come here. Professor Oak looked at the old lady next to him. She was a trainer of the same period as them and knew them when they were young. This person was also Miss Joy's grandmother. Just came from the Quartz Hotel, and Kikyuko and others were having a party at the hotel. Miss Joy's grandmother looked at the inspector below. That was her precious granddaughter, how could she not come? I heard that her granddaughter was going to see some Quartz conference, and she hadn't been out for a long time, so she came together. Kikyuko. The corners of Professor Oak's mouth twitched slightly. Why did these old friends mention Kikyuko in the first sentence they saw him? This hurdle was unbearable, right? Puff, Xiaobo was drinking water tactically and almost spit it out. It was very funny, wasn't it? That kid? The trainer who saved my precious granddaughter. Miss Joy's grandmother turned her eyes to Yu Hai below, and saw that Yu Hai was driven away by Hanako because of drinking, and he also vomited the wine all over Miss Joy. She immediately snorted coldly, stomped her cane heavily, and glanced at Professor Oak unkindly. If the trainer who saved her precious granddaughter had this kind of quality, what was the difference between him and a street bad trainer? Well, it should be that child, I'm not sure. Professor Oak coughed twice. Who could have expected that this would happen, and Miss Joy's grandmother happened to see it? If you are not sure, call him up to ask. Underage drinking, it's good, Miss Joy's grandmother said in a bad tone, and she did not hide her attitude towards Yu Hai. If Yu Hai hadn't saved her granddaughter, she would not even bother to look at this kind of trainer, let alone talk. No need. Professor Oak felt that the other party was too imposing, and it was not good to call Yu Hai up at this time, and it didn't seem like he was going to give him any reward. Thinking, it seems like she is going to charge someone with a crime. If something unpleasant happens, it will be troublesome. What's the problem? Miss Joy's grandmother's words were obviously questioning Dr. Oak. If you have something to say, just say it. Why call a child up here? Xiaobo saw that the old woman's words were getting more and more unkind, and immediately spoke up to support Dr. Oak. He only now knew that Yu Hai had done such a big thing. Bringing the rising star of the Joy family, escaping from the hands of the Rocket Team's top coder Bixias, and seeking help from Dr. Oak, and finally being hunted down by the Rocket Team, that stinky boy is still as brave as ever. When he heard Dr. Oak talk about this, he could immediately determine that it was indeed something that the stinky boy could do. However, listening to the old woman's words, even if Yu Hai saved the other party's granddaughter, she would not say anything good, so he naturally had to speak for Yu Hai. Oh? The old turtle is related to him. Miss Joy's grandmother turned her head to look at Xiaobo, and saw Xiaobo sipping tea leisurely, and stomped her cane again. It's not a relationship, I am very optimistic about this child. Xiaobo's attitude was already very clear, saving people is not a priority. You old woman want to do anything, first pass this level, the child is also protected. Humph, Miss Joy's grandmother sat in the middle, both on the left and right to help Yu Hai speak. She did not ask Yu Hai to come up, just snorted coldly, expressing dissatisfaction with the two old men. If you want to talk about business, then talk about it properly. The child doesn't owe anything, and he did good things without leaving a name. There are not many such simple young people. Xiaobo heard the other party snort, and said to the other party lightly, really think this is an alliance, and put on airs everywhere. Since you don't want to accept this favor, then treat it as a business deal. The child saved the rising star of the Joy family and Alatias, and this account should be settled. Then we have to make sure it's him? Just a random wild boy wants benefits. The old lady was said to be talking about business by Xiaobo, and her face was naturally not good. If this word spread out, the Joey family couldn't afford to lose face and couldn't let it be talked about this matter. This is simple. Xiaobo took out his mobile phone and called Yu Hai. After Yu Hai answered the call, he put the phone on the table. In this quiet night, even without the loudspeaker, it was enough for the three people to hear clearly. He immediately asked, "Stinky boy, did you save Miss Joey?" "This? You know it? Who told you? Stop talking nonsense, did you save her?" Xiaobo was too lazy to talk to Yu Hai. It's not easy to say this kind of thing. I hope Yu Hai can understand his hint. Yes. Very good, you did a good job, how do you prove it? Xiaobo first praised Yu Hai for doing a good job, and then asked Yu Hai to show the proof. They couldn't believe Yu Hai's one-sided words just because they heard a yes. She has Latias, Venusaur, and Jigglypuff on her. When I saw her, Latias's wings were broken. She told me her name was Yuko. Broken wings? Yuko. Xiaobo looked up at Professor Oak and Miss Joy's grandmother. The two should know this. Then he saw Professor Oak nodded, and Miss Joy's grandmother didn't say anything. Anyway, her face was very ugly, obviously acquiescing to this. Very good, what quasi-god do you want? After confirming that Yu Hai saved the treasure of the Joy family, Xiaobo's next words directly confused Yu Hai, forcing Yu Hai to leave the lake and find a quiet place to think quietly. Then there was a long silence. After about half a minute, the voice came from the phone. Are you kidding? Nonsense, you are already old, who has time to tease you? Mini Dratini. When Xiaobo and the other two heard the name, they hung up the phone, but they didn't know that Yu Hai was at the lake, and his heart was already in turmoil. Yu Hai didn't know what happened, and the phone call was inexplicable. When Xiaobo asked him what quasi-god he wanted, he understood the value of saving Miss Joy, which was at least worth a dragon-type quasi-god. The Pokémon egg of Dragonite could be auctioned for 800 million, so the value of Dratini could be imagined. But he didn't want a quasi-god, but other Pokémon resources. After all, there was still a funding gap of 1 billion. But since Xiaobo said so, what could he do? He had to report the quasi-god he wanted. As for why he didn't want other quasi-gods, but chose Dratini, a quasi-god that couldn't super-evolve. The reason was simple, because he liked Fatso, that simple. He didn't lack quasi-god combat power. After all, he had all the divine beasts, and 2 of them, so he could just choose the quasi-god he liked. Anyway, Dragonite, and Garchomp were all restrained by the Ice-type quadruple. And he liked Fatso more. When he saw Du take out Dratini, he had been envious for a long time. As for the flying Banjuras, he didn't consider it. There is a wild Metagross in Sinnoh with a different color. We will tame it when the time comes. The 3-headed dragon is too ugly, so we will not consider it. The quasi-gods after Nianmealong are not considered. They are too far away. He is in Kanto now, so it is more reasonable to choose a quasi-god near Kanto. It is not bad to save the other party from death and get a fat one in exchange. From now on, everyone is a stranger. He returned to the campfire, glanced at the back of the inspector lady, and said silently muttered, "This is good for everyone. What do you think?" Xiaobo looked at Miss Joy's grandmother and asked her if she was satisfied with the result. He chose to be a quasi-god all the time, and he also had his own considerations. For a trainer, the elves are the most important, followed by external objects such as props. He originally wanted a super stone, but this thing is too precious and has great research value. It is more valuable than a quasi-god. At least a quasi-god can be cultivated to expand the tribe, while a super stone can only be used to excavate ancient ruins. In this comparison, the value of these two things is reflected. For now, a super stone is more valuable than a quasi-god. It's not that the super stone can't be obtained, but the quasi-god is more cost-effective for Yu Hai now. Humph! Miss Joy's grandmother heard what happened, stood up with a cane and took 2 steps, and then the voice came, "Tomorrow you will receive the mini dragon." After the words fell, the footsteps gradually faded away. Xiaobo and Dr. Oak saw Miss Joy's grandmother downstairs and waved to Miss Joy, "Yuko, it's getting late, help Grandma go back to rest." "I'm here, Grandma." Miss Joy heard her grandmother calling her, said goodbye to her bestie, and immediately came to help her grandmother leave the contestant village. When Miss Joy faced Miss Joy, this Miss Joy's grandmother no longer had the arrogance just now, and had become a kind and amiable old lady who needed her granddaughter to help her walk. Watching the grandparents leave, Xiaobo and Dr. Oak looked at each other, and they sighed at the same time, got up and left the balcony at the same time, and came to the camping site below. Professor Oak came downstairs and called Nanamai away. He warned Nanamai about her little behavior in the past 2 days. "From now on, don't mention Ahai in front of Miss Joy, remember." "Grandpa, what happened?" Nanamai asked Dr. Oak when she saw him so serious. "This matter ends here." Dr. Oak did not say the reason. After a sigh, he left the contestant village. Since Miss Joy's parents did not want the two to continue to contact, they would not pierce this relationship. Except Nanamai, those who knew about it that night had to keep it secret. Fortunately, they did not have much contact with Miss Joy. They just needed to tell them not to tell anyone in 2 days. It's a pity for that boy. Just think of it as fate playing a joke on him. Boy, if you take it seriously, you will lose. Chapter 560, Mini Dragon Scarf. The 57th day to the Kanto region, cloudy. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. A big hand covered the alarm clock. After turning off the alarm clock, Yu Hai got up and washed up. Last night, Yu Hai drank with Xiao Gang for a long time by the river. Xiao Gang was drunk anyway, so he fell by the fire and slept with Xiao Ji and Charizard. After Charizard recovered, it happened to encounter the rocket team stealing Pikachu. Charizard, who was touched by Xiao Ji, beat the rocket team trio under Xiao Ji's command, leaving only a feeling of disgust. Xiao Ji got an obedient Charizard. He was okay last night, not completely drunk. After arranging the tactics of Scyther, he went back to the room to sleep and rest. Today is the second round of eliminations. He stimulated his cheeks with cold water to make himself sober. Today he has to play against Xiao Qian, and the tolerance rate is much lower than Xiao Ying. When he meets Xiao Ying, he can be absent. When he meets a girl like Xiao Qian who knows dirty tricks, he must cheer up and fight back with dirty tricks if necessary. There was also the mini dragon from last night. He looked up at himself in the mirror, water drops falling from his face. It seemed that he was not drunk. The mini dragon that Xiaobo said was real, but he didn't know if he could get it. He chose to believe Xiaobo. Since Xiaobo said so, he should try his best to fight for it. If he didn't get the mini dragon, he wouldn't blame Xiaobo. If he wanted to use this favor, he might not be able to get the mini dragon. After all, he didn't have as much face as Xiaobo, let alone the qualifications to talk to that group of people. After all, when have you ever seen an adult care about what a child said? In most cases, he would ignore it. He couldn't even figure out this little thing. How did he grow up so big? As for the life-saving grace? Isn't that the mini dragon? It was a reward for saving his life after a narrow escape. After washing his face, he fed breakfast to the poisonous skull frogs and went to the cafeteria. After all, it was a Group B competition, and he would definitely be ranked last. There are 2 more matches in Group A, and they have already started. They are Lei Si's matches, and the next one is a Hong's match, and then it will be Group B's match. While eating breakfast, he looked at Lei Si on the big screen. This guy is still as strong as ever. Most of his Pokemon are above level 50, and even Quasi King level. Facing these potential stocks, it is simply bullying children. Lei Si's opponent this time is also a veteran from the previous session, Yu Sheng. The ace is Venusaur, Pidgeot is also very strong, and there are Scyther, Sand Slash, Flying Legs, and Rhino. They are all very strong common Pokemon, but they still can't withstand Lei Si's fierce attack and are quickly defeated. Griffin showed the fierce power of being a quasi-god, suppressing the opponent's Pokemon so that he couldn't raise his head. It's really amazing. It's a pity that his Dratini, if he could get Dratini when he was stranded on a deserted island, he might have become Dragonite now, and he could also use Dragonite to compete with the opponent's Garchomp to see whose quasi-god is better. After watching the game for a while and having breakfast, he went to the main venue. He did not go to the audience seats with Xiaozai and others, but waited in the players' lounge for the game to start. Today was the knockout round of the top 8, which meant there were only 4 games, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. His game was in the afternoon, so he was enjoying his leisure time, eating fruit and watching the game in the lounge. However, this morning he was waiting for an unexpected acquaintance. Xiaobo. Yu Hai saw Xiaobo, who came to the lounge and threw him a poke ball. Stinky boy, I'm here to give you something. Xiaobo threw the poke ball over, and seeing that Yu Hai was still a little confused, he smiled helplessly. What? Are you still thinking about the beauty? I wasn't, don't talk nonsense, Yu Hai denied 3 times directly. He had been watching the game just now. Why do these old guys like to make such jokes? You did it on purpose last night. Xiaobo was deceiving Yu Hai. He was quite curious why Yu Hai did that. Did he want to distance himself from him and never see him again? This? You saw it again. Yu Hai smiled awkwardly, neither saying yes nor no. You can guess anyway. Hey, brat, well done. I've been annoyed with that old woman for a long time. Xiaobo smiled and patted Yu Hai. This was not a joke. Anyway, he helped Yu Hai get benefits last night and offended the old woman. Old woman? Yu Hai was even more confused. Who is the old woman? What does she have to do with Dratini? Did he ask the old woman for this Dratini? It's okay, don't worry, this matter is over. Xiaobo smiled meaningfully, hoping that Yu Hai could understand his hint. After all, this kid has always been very smart, otherwise he wouldn't have done such a thing as breaking into the rocket team alone. It's over. Yu Hai naturally knew what Xiaobo was talking about. Who else could it be except Miss Inspector? Otherwise, who could be worth a quasi-god? Yes, it's over. Xiaobo sighed slightly, turned around and told Yu Hai, put away the Dratini, and have a meal together after the game. Okay, Yu Hai watched Xiaobo leave, secretly sighing that it was good to be over, and it wasn't a waste of work before, and getting a Dratini was not bad. As for going to the other party again, he would not make himself look bad and stick to the cold, but, after all, the deal was over. The adult world is so simple, business is business, feelings are feelings, treat business as feelings, or feelings as business, you lose. Mini dragon. Attribute, dragon. Gender, male. Potential, 48%. Level, 28.12%. Features, shedding /4.23% hidden feature, magical scales /4.33%. Dragon system mastered moves, tornado /5.82%. Dragon tail /8.45%. Dragon's rage /6.35%. General, super speed /22.88%. Tightening /13.95%. Staring /4.24%. Holding /14.83%. Psychic, sleeping /23.68%. High-speed movement /24.24%. Unclassified, electromagnetic wave /7.73%. Praying for rain /6.64%. This mini dragon has good potential. The potential of 48 is barely enough. It is acceptable to lower the requirements for the quasi-god to capture it. After all, the deal has been concluded. He doesn't expect to get a dragon baby of the Uranus dragon. As long as it is a quasi-god mini dragon, it will be fine. Fortunately, it has dual characteristics and is already at a high level. The mini dragon evolves at level 30, and there are 2 more levels to evolve into a Hakron. It will take about a week to cultivate it well, and it will take more than half a month to adapt to the new environment. It will almost evolve when it returns to the Orange Islands. Also, this mini dragon's moves are not very outstanding, only the speed is good, the rest are what? They are basically ordinary moves. The 3 dragon-type moves are very ordinary, and the other 3 general-type moves are also very ordinary. The rest are sleeping, high-speed movement, electromagnetic waves, and rain-seeking. Among these moves, only the speed and high-speed movement have higher proficiency. It seems that the potential of this mini dragon lies in speed. Good guy, what can I say about this mini dragon? It seems that the Joey family is suspected of dealing with waste. Even if it is not dealing with waste, it is dealing with defective products among quasi-gods, so Yu-Hai has a bad guess in his heart. I hope nothing goes wrong, because most of the defective products thrown out have psychological problems. Bang! The poke ball opens and releases the mini dragon in the poke ball. The first time the mini dragon sees Yu-Hai, it quickly hides under the table. Sure enough, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly. It's okay that the potential is not as expected. The mini dragon hides as soon as it comes out. It is obviously very shy. This is not like a well-cared Pokémon. The 3 starter Pokémons that the League gives to new trainers are basically carefully nurtured Pokémon cubs, and they are unlikely to be afraid of strangers. Only some Pokémons with withdrawn personalities, psychological problems, and fear of humans will have this situation. They are also the most difficult Pokémons to subdue, and will not be given to new trainers as their initial Pokémons. Eevee. Seeing that the little blue snake was so scared, Eevee curiously jumped under the table and sniffed the Dratini. Dratini called timidly, and seeing Eevee's big nose getting closer and closer, he ran from under the table to under the stool and hid under the stool and shivered. Very timid, Yu-Hai took out a crystal-clear dragon energy cube, which was the spoils of the previous robbery, but there were not many dragon energy cubes. After all, the poor group of people who were robbed didn't have many dragon Pokémons, and most of them were pseudo-dragons. The mini dragon sniffed the fragrance in the air, but it still didn't dare to eat the stranger's food. Even though its stomach was growling with hunger, it still didn't dare to come out from under the stool. Ibrahimovic felt very interesting. Seeing that the little guy didn't come out, he continued to jump to the little guy and played hide-and-seek with Dratini. Then the 2 elves chased each other and ran in the lounge. Fortunately, there was no one in the lounge in the morning, so the 2 little guys ran around freely. Until Dratini was tired and couldn't run anymore, Yu-Hai came forward and picked up the exhausted Dratini. The petite blue body of Dratini was icy and cool, and the blue scales on its body felt good to the touch. Its big eyes were tearful and cute. Picked up Dratini and put it on his thigh, he took out the energy cube and put it next to Dratini's mouth, and whispered, "Dratini, don't be afraid, there are delicious things here." Dratini was almost scared to death when he was caught by humans. He was so timid that big tears fell down and didn't dare to eat Yu-Hai's food at all. Huh? What's wrong with this Dratini? It's a miracle that it has grown so big without starving to death. Yu-Hai was afraid that the mini dragon would be hungry, so he handed the energy cube to its mouth. Then the mini dragon rolled his eyes and fell down. This? Fainted from fear. Yu-Hai scratched his head awkwardly, put away the energy cube, took out a tape measure to measure the length of the mini dragon, and found that it was only 1.5 meters. Fuck, are you kidding me? Yu Hai was shocked. No wonder the mini dragon looked so small. It turned out to be malnourished. The average body length of a mini dragon is 1.8 meters, which can be used as a scarf. This mini dragon is only 1.5 meters, which has shrunk a lot. It turned out that the mini dragon had problems. Not only was it afraid of humans, but it was also scared and fainted. It was also severely malnourished and shrunk by 30 centimeters. It was far from a healthy mini dragon baby. Ah, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. He felt that what he got was not a quasi-god, but a weak and sick quasi-god. It was really troublesome. Why were there all these troublesome elves? XXXX. He could only pry open the mini dragon's mouth, pour the moo milk into it little by little, and then divide the energy cube into small pieces and feed it to the mini dragon little by little. When feeding, the mini dragon woke up, but the mini dragon did not dare to open his eyes, but his mouth did not stop chewing, which is why he was sure that the mini dragon had woken up. At this time, the mini dragon was like an ostrich, really thinking that if it buried its head in the sand, its natural enemies would not see it. This mini dragon is the same, really thinking that if it can't see, humans will not know that it is awake, and it chews happily in its mouth. Is this a drama mini dragon? Hey, I scared the Dratini to death. Evie, how about we stew the Dratini? Yu Hai was ready to bluff the Dratini. If the Dratini was just timid, malnourished, and a bit of a drama queen, then it wouldn't be a big problem and he could accept it. Timidity can be trained, malnutrition can be supplemented, and drama queens are very interesting. It should be very interesting. Evie heard that it was stewed, and immediately covered his mouth and laughed, pretending to lick his tongue, and shouted with Yu Hai, the little snake should be delicious. Woo, the Dratini heard that it was going to be stewed and eaten by Evie, and its body began to tremble again. It was afraid of being stewed, and didn't hear that it was bluffed, so it immediately jumped off Yu Hai's thigh and quickly hid under the table. Evie again transformed into parkour cloth, chasing Dratini. The two Pokemons chased each other in the lounge again. Yu Hai smiled helplessly, let them go, let Dratini move more. In order to make up for the lack of nutrition for Dratini, other Pokemons have to chase Dratini and help Dratini exercise. This morning, when the two Pokemons were chasing and escaping, Eevee caught up with them. Dratini was too tired to move on the ground, as if he was broken. He didn't react when Eevee picked up his tail, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, and fell to the ground. Seeing that Eevee didn't move no matter how he played, Yu Hai used the healing ball to take back Dratini and let Dratini rest in the poke ball. Now is not the time to deal with Dratini's problem. After lunch in the lounge, the Pokemons also had lunch here. There were more than 10 Pokemons in total, which was really a big family. After lunch, I watched the water ballet performance for a while, and then it was time for his game. He used the poke ball to retrieve the Pokemons, and only took Eevee out of the lounge, slowly heading to the player channel. When he walked down, the host was about to call him in. I don't know how many people will be killed in this battle. This battle is different from Xiaoying. After all, the opponent is a senior gym leader. Last time, he almost lost. He can't be careless. When he came to the player channel, the host's voice was notifying them to enter. There was also a loudspeaker in the player channel. Next, please welcome Xiao Qian from Ziwan Town, Ziwan Gym, and Yu Hai, the biggest dark horse of this year, from Orange Islands. Hua wah wah. Hearing the names of the two players, the crowd in the audience became excited. Xiao Qian only used a Jengar to defeat the enemy, and coupled with her serious and cold fighting performance, she attracted countless fans, especially a group of otaku fans, and attracted the support of many otakus. Her popularity is higher than Yu Hai. Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian. Yu Hai, Yu Hai. Listening to the cheers from outside the venue, it was obvious that there were more cheers than Yu Hai's. After all, these old perverted keyboard warriors knew everything. This was also the reason why Pretty Girls could quickly attract fans when they started live streaming Chapter 561, Scyther vs Jengar. After raising his hand to greet the enthusiastic audience, Yu Hai brought Eevee to the contestant stage and waited for the referee to call the start of the game. This elimination match uses the normal battlefield, and there are 6 Pokémons available. Please take your positions and release the first Pokémons together. When the small flag in the referee's hand fell, Yu Hai and Xiao Qian on the opposite side threw out the Pokeballs they had prepared in their hands. Go, Jengar! Go, Scyther! Hey, I knew it would be like this. Yu Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Jengar, because Xiao Qian had been using Jengar to lead the charge during this period. No one has been able to crack Jengar's Song of Destruction, and the opponent wants to use Jengar to surprise and establish an early advantage. Even if you dig a hole, you can't avoid the Song of Destruction, because Jengar is very sneaky and drills underground and continues to sing to the victim. The first Pokémons of the 2 players have appeared. It's Scythe vs Jengar. Can Yu Hai's first Scythe defeat Xiao Qian's undefeated Jengar? Very good, it's Scythe again. Xiao Qian remembered this Scythe. At that time, in the Shen Gym, Scythe almost eliminated Jengar. It should not be underestimated. Gengui Xiao Qian heard the referee shout start. Just when she was about to shout Jengar to use a move, she saw Scythe emit a blue light and stare at Jengar intently. It was using Qi to lock Jengar. What's going on? The opponent didn't issue any instructions at all. Xiao Qian was still confused when she saw Scythe dancing. It was using sword dance. This was the tactic that Yu Hai told Scythe. First strengthen the attack, then strengthen the speed, and then use a sneak attack to cut Jengar. Something's wrong. The opponent didn't say anything, and Scythe moved on its own. Xiao Qian was still confused, but Scythe was not confused. It had already moved at high speed and rushed towards Jengar. No, Jengar, fly up and avoid it, the Song of Destruction. Cower he, seeing Scythe coming fiercely, Jengar immediately floated up, and a black energy wave was generated from his mouth, forming red and black energy on the opponent to attack. Facing Jengar's singing, Scythe still turned a deaf ear even if it was hit. After all, Scythe couldn't hear anything. Cower he. Jengar saw that Scythe was not affected at all and still rushed straight towards him. Because he was releasing a move just now, he missed the time to dodge. When Scythe's sickle hit him, Jengar screamed in pain and fell from the sky. Gengui, quickly turn invisible. Xiao Qian was anxious, because that knife was a critical damage, and it also restrained Jengar's evil attribute attack. As Jengar screamed in pain, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from everyone's sight. That was the unique racial talent of ghost-type elves, that is, invisibility. Facing the invisible Jengar, Scythe already had a way to deal with it. With its arms and sickles crossed in front of its body, it used sword dance to strengthen its attack power while creating a tornado, sweeping up the sandstorm on the ground to brush out Jengar. Facing Scythe, whose attack was strengthened by level 4 and speed by level 2, as long as Jengar was exposed, a lightning-fast knife would follow. What's going on? Xiao Qian couldn't understand why Yu Hai didn't say anything from beginning to end, and Scythe moved on its own. And facing the Song of Destruction, Scythe and Yu Hai were not in a hurry at all. What was going on? It was very wrong. Cower he, Jengar was blown out again with a mouthful of sand, spitting sand and gravel. Although the general system, fighting system, and ground system are immune to the floating Jengar, the rock system attack is double the damage. Jengar is not immune, and the water system is also double the damage, which is why Jengar was brushed out by the water jet. Scythe saw Jengar in the sky, his eyes focused instantly, and he quickly flapped his wings and took off. The sickle shining with a cold light was already ready to go, and chopped down at Jengar. Will-o'-the-wisp. Kauji, Jengar had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his hand to release a circle of light purple will-o'-the-wisp, and attacked the charging Scythe. Swish, swish, swish. All the will-o'-the-wisp that came in front of Scythe were chopped off by Scythe, and only a small amount of will-o'-the-wisp fell on Scythe. Squeak! Another hidden attack hit Jengar's vitals, and Jengar fell to the ground in pain, rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, with big beads of sweat on his forehead. After being hit by 2 hidden attacks on his vitals, Jengar would be dead if he was hit a few more times. Gengui, sneak attack. Xiao Qian planned to let Jengar take it slow. If he was hit a few more times, Jengar would be out. Kaoji, Jengar pulled out a black hole from under his feet, and his whole chubby body went into it. Seeing Jengar enter the different space to hide, Scyther fell from the sky, and the sandstorm blown by Jianwu also stopped. Scyther was also panting, and flames came out of his body, obviously in an abnormal state. Burn state: every time you act, you will be hurt by burns, and you will lose 1/16 of your physical strength each time. For Pokémon in the burn state, the damage of non-fixed damage physical moves will be halved. Burn state. Yu Hai looked at the Scyther facing him, nodded to Scyther, and asked Scyther to calm down. Seeing him nod, Scyther also nodded gently. Thousands of words are unspoken, the bond between them can withstand the test of the game. Wait for Jengar to hide for a round before attacking. What's going on? Why didn't Yukai speak the whole time? Is this some kind of silence tactic? Yes, why didn't he speak? How should he command the Pokémon to fight? That Scyther seems to have severely damaged Jengar without any command. Didn't you notice? Scyther is burned, and they don't seem to be in a hurry. Meow, what is Scyther talking about? Meow, that guy is still holding on, his will is really strong, that's the state of burning. Meow. What's going on? He cracked the Song of Destruction. The 4 kings sitting on the balcony of the King's Lounge were also puzzled by Yukai's performance. Scyther was not affected by the Song of Destruction at all. Kikyuko was old and experienced, and she saw through this pantomime-like battle at a glance. Is it a sound? Kona also noticed that the only abnormal thing from the beginning of the battle to now is the sound. Could it be that Scyther has blocked its ears? Zeba secretly said in astonishment. It's not that they haven't thought about breaking the Song of Destruction in this way, but the loss of strength of the Pokémon that can't be commanded is not a little bit. From the performance of Scyther, even without command, it is also very good. Du nodded silently, praising Scyther's performance. After all, there is no command from the trainer. Scyther felt the body being burned again, obviously after a round. This is the second time of burning, then Jengar should come out. Since it can't hear any sound, it can only be careful to guard around to prevent Jengar from suddenly appearing and attacking. Where is Jengar? The host's voice was telling Xiao Qian that if Jengar didn't come out for a long time, he would be judged as losing. Xiao Qian also knew this and sighed helplessly. She still didn't understand why Scyther didn't command and why Scyther didn't seem to be affected by the Song of Destruction. Gengui, Thunder Fist. Kaoji, Jengar suddenly emerged from the black hole behind Scyther, holding crackling thunder and lightning in his chubby fist, attacking Scyther's back. But Scyther, who had already raised his vigilance to the highest level, felt like a thorn in his back when the thunder fist appeared. Sensing the danger behind him, he quickly turned around and raised his arms to release a protective shield to protect the move. How is it possible? Xiao Qian looked at Scythe's quick reaction in disbelief. Yu Hai didn't say anything, so how did Scythe know that Jengar was behind him? This was thanks to Scythe's perception training. These sentient elves took perception as a daily routine, and it was too easy to dodge Jengar's attacks. Just when Jengar was surprised at Scythe's quick reaction and defending his lightning fist, he suddenly saw Scythe's eyes narrowed, and his soul was suddenly flying, sensing danger. Swish! Scythe swung a knife at Jengar at the moment when the defense failed, and Jengar was chopped and flew away. Then Scythe chased after him and swung his sickle at Jengar. Jengui was chopped again and could only dodge with all his strength, not daring to take Scythe head on the blade of the mantis. If you defend for too long, you will lose. Moreover, Jengar is not as fast as Scythe, so it is only a matter of time before he is hit. However, now Scythe can only hit Jengar twice, which is equivalent to one hit before. Because of the burning state on his body, the damage of the move is halved. When Scythe was chasing Jengar, it suddenly became burned. It was unable to continue chasing Jengar. It stopped and knelt on one knee, supporting its body with its sickle, silently enduring the burning sensation all over its body, waiting for the abnormal state to pass. Kauji, Jengar also got a chance to breathe, standing on the ground and breathing heavily. Scythe's attack was too fierce, and it didn't even have time to think. It just wanted to have a good rest now. Gengui, Xiao Qian looked at Jengar with knife marks all over his body worriedly. She found that time had passed. After being gone for so long, Scythe is completely unaffected by the Song of Doom, which means that the Song of Doom has become ineffective. Regardless of how the Song of Doom is ineffective, Jengar is obviously no match for Scythe. If they continue to fight like this, Jengar will be defeated soon. She must think of a way as soon as possible, because time is running out. While she was thinking, Scythe waited for the burning to pass, stood up again, and sharpened the sickle on Jengar. Yu Hai told Scythe last night not to give Jengar a chance to breathe, and to do her best to compress Jengar's space for movement. But when Scythe just stood up and raised the sickle to prepare for the attack, she found that she could not use the sneak attack move. But Scythe did not panic. Yu Hai had expected this situation, because Jengar's characteristic is the body of Curse. Curse body. When a Pokemon with this trait is attacked, there is a 30% chance that the target will be immobilized. Immobilization, status. The immobilization state lasts for 4 rounds. Pokemon in the immobilization state cannot use the last move used before entering the immobilization state. That is to say, after the power of physical attack moves in the burn state was halved, Scyther had one arm chopped off again, and the sneak attack was no longer useful. To be honest, it was now immobilized, which was beyond Yu Hai's expectations. The critical damage from those few knives almost cut off half of Jengar's physical strength. Jengar is now at the end of his strength, and he will definitely win if he stabilizes. Scyther flapped his wings quickly again, using high-speed movement to increase his speed, wanting to end this battle as soon as possible. The burn made it a little bit vulnerable. Kauji, come again! Jengar was like a startled bird when he saw Scythe rushing towards him, and instantly entered the invisible state. Facing Jengar's second invisibility, Scythe did not use sword dance this time, but crossed his arms with sickles in front of his chest, slashed the sickles towards the competition venue, and released a tornado on the competition venue. It was a whirlwind knife move, and the purpose was to swipe Jengar. Before the tornado swipes Jengar, Scythe knelt on one knee, and flames appeared on his body again. It was burned again and deducted Scythe's physical strength. It could only grit its teeth and endure. This kind of damage will only get faster and faster until it can't bear it anymore. Gengui was quickly swiped out by the sandstorm blown by the tornado. Scythe could only choose its own moves to attack Jengar. Flying moves double the damage to Jengar. Gengui, hold on! Kauji, Jengar propped up the shield in the air to block Scythe's acrobatic attack. Since Scyther carried props, it could not enjoy the double damage effect of acrobatics, but the double damage was enough. After all, it was a self-type attack. Facing Scyther's all-around attack, Jengar's defense was quickly broken, and he was kicked like a ball by the accelerated Scyther in the air. Kauji, Jengar was no longer able to fight back, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Now it depends on who can't hold on first. Gengui, same fate. Kauji, Jengar heard the same fate, and saw Scyther's momentum, as if he had added some buff, and was even more ferocious than before. Oh no, it's the bug's premonition that broke out, and the power of the bug-type moves will increase, Xiao Qian thought to herself. Oh no, can't even the same fate be used? Kauji, seeing Scythe ready to kill him, Jengar immediately split into 8 clones, each of which emitted purple energy and hit Scythe in the middle. Scythe ignored it and looked down at the shadow below. Only the entity has a shadow. It immediately identified Jengar's body and rushed to it, performing the last acrobatic blow, and the sickle chopped Jengar. Boom! There was an explosion in the air, billowing black smoke, and Jengar and Scythe fell from the air and fell into a coma together. It's the same fate. Scyther and Jengar are both out. It's really a wonderful game. Scyther can tie with Jengar without the command of the trainer. How many unknown tactics does Yuhai, the biggest dark horse of this tournament, have? Let's look forward to the next battle together. Chapter 562, Song of Destruction is now. How can I repair it? Xiao Qian clenched her fists. That's Jengar. Her strongest trump card was replaced by Scyther. How should I play next? Come back, Scyther. Yuhai used the healing ball to take back Scyther, first suppressing the burns on Scyther's body, and then go to the Pokémon Center for treatment after the game. However, after this battle, Scyther will also withdraw from the competition. The whole body burns for so long cannot be recovered in just 2 days. He is also helpless to lose a general before the final round. Please send out your Pokémons for the second battle. Go, Venusaur! Go, Butterfree! It's Butterfree and Venusaur. What kind of exciting battle will these two Pokémons bring us? Butterfree! Xiao Qian gritted her teeth secretly. She didn't expect it to be Butterfree. She used Venusaur because Yuhai had many Water-type Pokémons, which was just right to test Yuhai's next Pokémon. But who knew that Yuhai actually sent out Butterfree? That Butterfree had a Flying-type ultimate move, Storm, which just restrained her Venusaur. How could I repair it? It was predicted. In fact, it was not a prediction. Yuhai was mentally prepared for Scyther's withdrawal. It was enough to replace Jengar. Next, he would definitely use auxiliary Pokémons. He still had 3 auxiliary Pokémons left, Butterfree, Starfish, and Slowpoke. Throwing Butterfree out was also a way to test the waters. After all, Xiao Qian already had 2 Grass-type Pokémons. Considering that she had many Water-type Pokémons, she sent out the Flying-type Butterfree, which just happened to predict the opponent. Bulbasaur, Leaf Blade. Butterfree, Storm. Yuhai spoke for the first time to command Pokémons. When the audience heard Yuhai speak, they immediately realized that Scyther had indeed used some unknown tactics against Jengar. Whoosh, whoosh. As the two Pokémons launched their attacks, Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade was blown away by the strong wind created by Butterfree before it could fly over. Leaf Blade doesn't work, so use the whip. Da-na, Venusaur held the ground firmly with its limbs against the strong wind that could blow itself away, stretched out a long whip from under the flower, and whipped Butterfree. Pa! The slap was very loud, and it directly stopped Butterfree's storm, and even Butterfree's face was swollen. Venusaur was in danger. Good fellow, you are really daring. Yuhai heard the loud slap, and couldn't help sweating. Butterfree was going to get mad. Butterfree was so angry that her eyes turned red, and her red compound eyes became even redder, and a blue light flashed. Butterfree used a powerful telekinesis. No, Bulbasaur, take root quickly. Xiao Qian saw that the vine whip hit Butterfree, but Butterfree's eyes suddenly flashed blue, which made her alarmed, and she immediately asked Bulbasaur to hold on to the ground. Da-na, da-hey, Venusaur felt its body begin to float, and the thick roots under its feet dug into the ground to resist this powerful telekinesis, but the powerful telekinesis made the ground begin to tremble. What a strong telekinesis! Xiao Qian never thought that a Butterfree's telekinesis would be so strong. Isn't it a bit unfair? Telekinesis is not Butterfree's main move. Boom boom boom, splash splash splash. As the powerful telekinesis acted crazily on Venusaur, the ground where Venusaur stood collapsed inch by inch, until Venusaur and the rocks under its feet were controlled by Butterfree's telekinesis and rose into the sky. Vulpecula, use seed bombs to interrupt the telekinesis. Da-na, Venusaur stood in the air and swayed. It was difficult to aim at Butterfree below, but it still sprayed out glowing seed bombs from the glowing flowers, which would explode as soon as they landed. But before these seed bombs landed, they were all wrapped in blue light and returned to Venusaur, hitting Venusaur and exploding. Boom boom boom! As the explosion sounded, Venusaur and the rocks that lost their telekinetic control shattered in the air, emitting black smoke, and fell straight to the ground with a loud bang. Oh my god, what an amazing telekinesis! Is this really the telekinesis of a Butterfree? Even the host was surprised. It is rare to see Butterfree with such a talent for telekinesis. Whoosh, whoosh! Butterfree used the storm again to blow away the smoke and dust after the explosion. Seeing Venusaur lying on the ground, he was ready to use telekinesis again to make another meteorite fall from the sky. Venusaur saw the telekinesis coming again and immediately used rooting. The flower on its back lit up. It was the sun and flames. Butterfree, hold on! Butterfree also felt the danger and immediately withdrew the telekinesis in his eyes to hold the shield that had just risen in front of him. The huge beam of light has arrived and hit the guard who was releasing it at full power. Boom boom boom! The sunlight and flames quickly dissipated, and Butterfree was intact because of the guard. No, this is not a solution. Either change the Pokémon or control Butterfree, Xiao Qian thought for a moment and shouted to Venusaur, tie it up with the vine whip. Dana, Venusaur pulled out the vine whip and quickly stretched it towards Butterfree, trying to tie it up. But when the vine whip came in front of Butterfree, it hit an invisible barrier, and all the vine whips piled up in front of Butterfree, and it could no longer move. Is it telekinesis? Xiao Qian felt that this Butterfree was really invulnerable. Storm could restrain Venusaur, and with such a strong telekinesis, it could also restrain Venusaur. There was no way to defeat it. She immediately shouted to Venusaur, roar! Roar! Venusaur saw Butterfree's telekinesis surge again, and it couldn't bear it anymore, so it immediately roared and asked Butterfree to return to the poke ball. What? Yu-Hai had a great advantage, but then he saw Bulbasaur roar, the poke ball opened automatically, Butterfree returned to the poke ball, and another poke ball opened by itself, releasing the third Pokémon on his waist, Starfish. Hi, I can finally take a breath. Xiao Qian saw that the third Pokémon was Starfish, took out the poke ball to take back Bulbasaur, and also threw out her third Pokémon, Windy Dog. Roar! Windy Dog just came out, its majestic hair fluttering in the wind, opened its mouth and roared at Starfish. It was a roar. Butterfree forced Xiao Qian to use roar to force Butterfree to leave the field. Xiao Qian replaced Windy Dog again, and Starfish was intimidated by Windy Dog scared. Interesting, Yu-Hai touched his chin and smiled helplessly. The opponent released the Wind Speed Dog, which was telling him that he had a truce in the last game, and he would let you take advantage in this game. In this case, he shouted directly to Hai Xing Xing, gravity. Ong! A gravity field was instantly generated on the competition field, forcing the Wind Speed Dog to crawl on the ground and unable to stand up. Wind Speed Dog, crawl slowly over. Woo! The Wind Speed Dog was very uncomfortable, but he could only listen to the trainer's words and crawl slowly towards Hai Xing Xing in the middle of the gravity field. Electromagnetic wave. Yu-Hai still used the gravity tactics from last time, preparing to slowly grind down this fire dog. After all, the gravity field doesn't work with water guns. Hey, cha! The tentacles on both sides of Hai Xing Xing's body released two pale yellow electric arcs, which circled half a circle from both sides and hit the Wind Speed Dog, instantly paralyzing the Wind Speed Dog. Whoa! The Wind Speed Dog was electrocuted and numb all over, and his limbs were weak. Coupled with the gravity field, crawling became more difficult, but he still insisted on moving forward. Hai Xing Xing, strange light, Yu-Hai asked Hai Xing Xing to apply abnormal status again. Hey, cha! The tentacles on the top of Hai Xing Xing's head emitted a dazzling light wave, hitting the Wind Speed Dog, making the Wind Speed Dog even more uncomfortable. Strange light will cause the target to fall into a state of confusion. Wind Speed Dog, calm down, you must calm down. Xiao Qian saw that the Wind Speed Dog's eyes were red, and had to speak to stabilize the wind speed dog's emotions to prevent the wind speed dog from running wild in the gravity field. Seeing that the wind speed dog could actually recover from the chaos, Yu Hai was only surprised for a moment, and shouted to Hai Xing again, "Freezing Ray." Water-based moves cannot be used, but these moves that attack in the form of light are not affected by gravity and can still be used. Kaka, Kaka. The paralyzed wind speed dog was slowly frozen by the freezing ray, and soon because of the high temperature on its body, the ice melted again, only slowing down the wind speed dog a little, which seemed to be useless. Haixingxing, 100,000,100,000 volts, Yu Hai saw that the freezing ray was not effective, so he continued to use electric shock. Crackle! Ah! The wind speed dog was shocked and howled, sticking out its big tongue and completely wilting. But the wind speed dog quickly got up and continued to crawl towards Hai Xing, who was still served with 100,000 volts. After using 100,000 volts several times, Hai Xing couldn't hold on any longer, and the gravity field was weakened a lot. The wind speed dog seized the opportunity and swooped in front of Hai Xing, biting down with the lightning in its mouth. "It's the lightning tooth." Yu Hai saw Hai Xing was bitten unconscious, and the wind speed dog was also exhausted and panting. "Come back, Hai Xing, you did a good job." Yu Hai sighed secretly, took back Hai Xing, and through the fourth Pokemon came out, intending to harvest this windy dog. There was no way to prevent the defeat of Starfish. Starfish, which used gravity, could no longer use the mental power. If gravity was not used, Starfish would only lose faster, and the purpose of consuming Windy Dog would not be achieved. Because Windy Dog has a super speed move, a second level move first, and high speed movement, and its basic speed is faster than Starfish, so why run? It can't run away at all. When the lightning tooth bit Starfish, the gem in the middle of Starfish was cracked. Starfish could not continue to participate in the competition. After treatment, it could only withdraw from the competition. Withdrawing another Pokemon, it's really... Yu Hai took back Starfish, and Windy Dog seemed to be tired. What Pokemon will Yu Hai send to fight next? Slowpoke, Trick Space. Wang. Ah Dong. When Slowpoke saw the big dog gasping for breath due to exhaustion, it immediately released the magic space, otherwise it would not be able to escape at all. Xiao Qian did not take back the Arcanine, and planned to use it to replace Slowpoke. Even if it could not replace Slowpoke, it would at least consume Slowpoke's physical strength. After all, it was meaningless to continue to take back the Pokeball for the paralyzed Arcanine, so it continued to let Arcanine exert its last remaining heat. Arcanine, Flame Vortex! Flame Vortex? Do you think you can't catch up and want to test it? Yu Hai didn't understand what the other party was thinking. After all, the fire type is a resistance to Slowpoke. Slowpoke, Water Cannon Bombardment. Ah Dong! Slowpoke left the coverage of the flame vortex first to avoid being trapped by the flame. After coming to the side of Windy Dog, it spit out water cannons at Windy Dog. Windy Dog, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Awoo! Windy Dog summoned the Will-o'-the-Wisp. It had no strength to run now, so it could only dodge slowly and attack Slowpoke with the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Facing the incoming Will-o'-the-Wisp, Slowpoke had to move its position, firing one shot each time it moved, and the two elves greeted each other back and forth. In general, Windy Dog suffered a loss. Because of the existence of the magic space, Windy Dog has not hit Slowpoke so far, but the water cannons have hit Windy Dog several times. The battle ended only when Windy Dog ran out of energy and was completely knocked unconscious by the water cannon. Windy Dog was taken back by Xiao Qian, and the fourth elf was immediately thrown out. Meng Monster. Hee hee, Dream Monster smiled on the playing field as soon as he came out, and no one knew what he was laughing at. Dream Monster, Black Eyes. As Dream Monster fired two black beams from his eyes, the Slowpoke that was irradiated could not be retracted. Yu Hai thought to himself that it was bad, the opponent's next move must be the Song of Destruction, but he didn't expect that the opponent had a trick up his sleeve. and he miscalculated. Slowpoke, continue the trick space, fight quickly, Shadow Ball. Dream Monster, Song of Destruction. Ah dong, Slowpoke looked at himself being enveloped by a red and black energy wave, and knew that he had limited time and could not defeat Dream Monster, and he would be out. Facing the Dream Monster that was gradually becoming transparent and about to become invisible, Slowpoke's eyes shone with blue light, directly locked the invisible Dream Demon with telekinesis, and a shadow energy ball flies towards the Dream Demon when he opens his mouth. The Dream Demon suddenly shows up, and sees a shadow energy ball flying by, and is frightened into a cold sweat. Before the Dream Demon can react, the second shadow ball comes again. Next, the Dream Demon keeps running away, and the shadow ball is chasing behind him. Because of the magic space, the Dream Demon can only run away, and the speed is on the side of the slow beast. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. In the end, the Dream Demon was hit down by a shadow ball and fell on the competition field. The attack of the slow beast has not stopped. The sense of urgency of time makes the slow beast continue to condense shadow balls in its mouth. Borrowing the speed of the magic space, it instantly comes in front of the Dream Demon and directly hits the face with a shadow ball. The shadow ball knocked the Dream Demon away. Dream Demon, hold on! Hold on was late but arrived to help the Dream Demon block the most dangerous shadow ball. But Slowpoke once again telekinetically locked the Dream Demon with telekinesis, not giving the Dream Demon a chance to breathe. Hold on had just been used, and now there was nothing that could block telekinesis. The Dream Demon locked by telekinesis could only use telekinesis to resist, but Slowpoke was a senior level. Judging from the uncomfortable expression of the Dream Demon could not resist at all. It was hit by a strong mental attack and hit the wall of the audience and fainted directly. Chapter 563, Stable, Rewards and Extra Chapters. The telekinesis sensed that the Dream Demon could not fight, and Slowpoke gasped heavily. Finally, the Dream Demon was killed, but Slowpoke just breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly convulsed all over, and rolled his eyes and fainted. It's the extermination. The death song was activated, and Slowpoke defeated the Dream Demon before the death song was activated. It was a wonderful battle. Xiaoqian and Yuhei each lost 3 elves to fight. They took a 5-minute break and continued the second half of the game. Hearing the halftime break, both Yuhei and Xiaoqian on the stage and the audience outside the stadium breathed a sigh of relief. The previous battle was thrilling and exciting. Everyone wanted to know whether Slowpoke eliminated the Dream Demon first or the death song eliminated Slowpoke first. Everyone saw the final result. Both elves were eliminated together. Being able to tie with Xiaoqian, who has 2 death song elves, the audience is more looking forward to the next game. After all, Xiaoqian had basically crushed her previous opponents and had never been so evenly matched. The more you watch the battle, the more you get excited. Player Yuhai, player Xiaoqian. Scyther out, Jengar out. Butterfree roar, Venusaur retract. Starfish out, Arcanine out. Slowpoke out, Sombra out. From the player information on the big screen, it's not an exaggeration to say that this battle is evenly matched. After all, 3 Pokémon are out, and Butterfree and Venusaur are left. Yuhai has the advantage. From the Pokémon point of view, Yuhai still has a greater advantage, because except for Scyther, Butterfree and the other 3 are auxiliary Pokémon. It's a good deal to replace Arcanine and Sombra with auxiliary Pokémon. Arcanine is definitely Xiaoqian's main force. He has this ability. Intelligence, no need to doubt. Needless to say, Dream Demon, although its strength is a little weak, is definitely Xiaoqian's hidden backup. If it hadn't been replaced by Slowpoke, once his main force was trapped with the Black Gaze, it would be difficult for his main force to escape and would also be replaced. The remaining Venusaur is no longer a threat, and it is obviously not a match for Butterfree. Next, the opponent should send out Rocket and Kappa or Lipstick, which are the only 2 main forces of the opponent. Next, just let Gyarados rush without thinking and Tyrannosaurus will be the substitute to lay the foundation for the victory of this elimination match. Thinking of this, Yu-Hai's expression of drinking cold drinks was much more relaxed. When the camera captured him, he had a calm expression as steady as an old dog. After all, he had the advantage, and it was hard not to win. At the same time, Xiao Qian was sitting under the awning on the other side, also thinking about the tactics for the second half. Her dilemma was exactly the same as Yu-Hai's. Yu-Hai had her Pokemon information, and she naturally had Yu-Hai's Pokemon information, because Yu-Hai had too many Pokemons, and at least 6 main players had not yet played. In the second half of the knockout round, she was in great danger. Originally, she wanted to use Gengar to establish a first-hand advantage, even if it was just to replace the opponent's 2 main players, but she didn't expect that Gengar and Scyther would fight each other and both suffered losses, which was a serious mistake. After such a long time, she also realized that the Scyther should not be able to hear any sound, so the opponent did not have any command. Scyther relied entirely on its own combat skills and replaced Gengar. It must be said that this guy's main players are all perverts, and there is no such thing as a trump card. It can also be understood that every main player is a trump card. At that time, it is necessary to let Sister Michan use 2 more dirty routines to replace the opponent's 2 main players, so that she can be sure to win this game. After all, the other party only has 1 or 2 ace Pokemons, while the other party actually has 6, including Frog, Crab, Tyrannosaurus, Gyarados, Fortos, and Scyther. As for the Agile Bug, the information has not been leaked, and many players don't know that Yu-Hai has Agile Bug. There is also Owl, which is also regarded as a mount and a means of transportation by many players. They don't know that Owl is a flying Pokemon that is stronger than Farfetch and Butterfree, and is also the strongest flying Pokemon in Yu-Hai's hands. Scyther and Squidward? Scyther doesn't count, because it has no flying attribute after evolution. Squidward has only 2 flying moves, so let's forget about the strongest flying type, as it has been beaten by Owl before. The King's Lounge. Grandma Kikyuko, your granddaughter is not doing well. Kona has the Pokemon information of Yu-Hai in his hand, and of course Xiao Qian's Pokemon information as well. After just a little thought, he knew that Xiao Qian would be in trouble in the second half of the game. Boom, Kikyuko stamped her cane and said nothing. This match was meant to train Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian lost the match, she would have to go back with her and train hard. This kid is very strong. Maybe he can really win the championship. Shiba touched his chin. Because of the relationship between Yu-Hai and Xiaoying, he has always been paying attention to Yu-Hai. If Xiaoying has such a master to assist her in the future, she will definitely be more powerful, and the Alliance's plan for the Orange Islands will also be able to achieve its strategic goals better. He got a mini dragon from the Joy family today. Du's attitude towards Yu-Hai at the beginning was limited to being a good talent, but Yu-Hai, who got a mini dragon, could no longer be regarded as an ordinary trainer. Mini dragon. Kona looked at Du, and wanted to know the whole story of the mini dragon. After all, she was the one who nominated Yu-Hai, and someone with ulterior motives would definitely misunderstand Yu-Hai as a trainer of her line. Not sure, the Joy family did not mention the reason, and those who secretly inquired were also warned. Du sighed, the mini dragon came from the dragon cave of the Yulong clan. Although the Joey family was given a share of the dragon cubs, the Joey family had the right to decide who would own the dragon cubs, but the dragon clan also had the right to know that they were given to an outsider. But the Joey family was very tough because a mini dragon was causing trouble. Well, the dragon clan did not continue to ask. Mini dragon, President Damalankai gently stroked his grey beard and sighed in a low voice, didn't Xiao Kona nominate him? I'll nominate him too. Kikyuko, what do you think? That depends on his ability. Kikyuko stamped her cane, neither supporting nor opposing. If Yu-Hai really has that ability, she doesn't mind helping him. After all, he is a trainer favored by the old turtle. That means I don't oppose it. President Damalankai turned his head to look at Zeba and asked, Zeba, what do you mean? Will it affect Xiao Ying's allocation of quotas? Zibo was a little worried that his own disciples would be challenged. Yu Hai's nomination determined his attitude. No, your disciples must also show convincing strength, otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. President Damalankai was one of the planners of the Orange Islands plan. How could he replace his own people with outsiders? I understand. Since it does not affect the allocated quota, I certainly support it. Shiba was worried that Xiao Ying's quota would be occupied before, and then he was worried that Xiao Ying was alone. It would be nice to have a big brother to help her. Very good, what does Zayadu think? President Damalankai looked at the last Du, and only Du did not express his opinion. Originally, it was not so troublesome, but because of the mini-dragon, President Damalankai decided to increase the gold content of nominating Yu Hai. After all, the last trainer with a fat body has become the chief trainer of the Orange Islands. As long as Yu Hai can win the competition, Xiao Ying will have a king seat, Yu Hai will have a king seat, and Yu Ci will have a king seat. The remaining king seat will be selected from the remaining gyms. The seats of the four kings are all alliance trainers, and the strategic goal of the alliance can be achieved immediately. Those big families that cannot compete cannot blame the alliance. In addition to Xiao Ying's reserved quota, the remaining 3 king seats need to be competed, even Yu Ci is no exception. They were not worried about Yuji at all. That guy had a Dragonite in his hand, so it was easy for him to bully those kids. As for those old guys, that was impossible. The opportunity should be left to the young people. The alliance would chop off the hand that dared to break the rules of the alliance. Playing the game properly within the framework of the alliance was already a face-saving measure for those people. If there were still people who wanted to use cheats, then don't blame the alliance for formatting and blood-bathing the Orange Islands again and starting over again. I have no objection. Du and Kona looked at each other. It was Du who wanted to nominate Yu Hai in the beginning. But Kona felt that Du was not suitable, because the championship matter had already attracted dissatisfaction from many parties. If Du nominated a newcomer again, he might be attacked by others, so he asked Kona to nominate Yu Hai. Okay, if everyone has no objection, put him on the key observation list. There is still a competition in the Orange Islands, which is considered a selection competition for the 4 Heavenly Kings Reserve. Let's see how far he can go. President Damalankai is already planning the opening ceremony of the Orange Islands competition. He presided over the opening ceremonies of the Quartz Conference in Kanto, the Silver Conference in Chengdu, the Kao Conference in Fengyuan, and the Lily of the Valley Conference in Sino. The Citrus Conference in the Orange Islands was no exception. If he can stand out in the Orange Islands competition and rank among the top, tell him about it so that he can be mentally prepared for the battle for the 4 Heavenly Kings. President Damalankai, has the alliance decided who will be the champion of the Orange Islands? Kona often vacations in the Orange Islands. Dudu got a champion, so she has this idea. Now she is just testing it. The alliance has not decided yet. The champion candidate will most likely be vacant or selected from the 4 Heavenly Kings. When the Orange Islands adapt to the 4 Heavenly Kings system, the alliance will decide the champion candidate. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. If it touches the sensitive nerves of those people, it will be troublesome if the dog jumps over the wall. President Damalankai shook his head slightly. The selection of the 4 Heavenly Kings can attract competition from all parties, not to mention that it is given to a region that can be on par with the champions of Kanto and Chengdu. How far can you go? Du was also very eager when he heard the word champion. After all, the alliance will soon announce that he will take over the Kanto champion and that Kikyuko will take over the Chengdu champion, which will definitely trigger public opinion. When they take over, there will be news about the new 4 Heavenly Kings. There will be excitement to watch for a while, and he will be this excitement. In the audience, Zai saw Yu Hai's wonderful game and was still making a fuss. This Xiao Qian is so strong that she can tie with Brother Hai. Who will win next? I'm looking forward to it. It will definitely be Brother Hai who wins, Xiao Mao has information about the two and knows what Pokemon they have left. Judging from the remaining Pokemon, Xiao Qian will definitely lose. He thinks so. What if Xiao Qian wins? Do you dare to bet? Zai saw his best friend say that Yu Hai won, and he was still confident. His competitive spirit was overwhelmed again. Okay, what's the bet? Xiao Mao glanced at Xiao Ji indifferently. He didn't even have the ability to analyze the second half. How did Xiao Ji make it to the knockout round? Okay, bet. Bet your head. Watch the game carefully. Hanako saw that her son was too noisy, and hit him on the head with a slap, asking Xiao Ji to watch the game carefully. Player Lounge. Lei Si brought his younger brother Shinji to watch the game here. It was cooler here, and there were fruits to eat. There was no need to go outside to bask in the sun. Brother, even that guy was defeated. What do you think of this game? The guy Shinji was talking about was naturally Xiao Ying, who eliminated him. The fast-swimming frog in Xiao Ying's hand was indeed not the one he had now. I can handle it myself. He will definitely win. His frog and Tyrannosaurus haven't played yet. These are just small scenes. Lei Si has the information about Yu Hai's elves, especially the 6 main elves. Yu Hai has not missed any game just to collect information. He came to the Quartz conference just for the opponent, so how could he not be fully prepared? However, the opponent's main force should only have 5 left now, because Scyther was seriously injured and missed the next game. I don't know how many main forces the opponent will have left when they meet. After 5 minutes, the sound of clang clang sounded, the halftime break ended, and the game continued. Hello everyone, the halftime break is over. Please invite Yu Hai and Xiao Qian to enter the next elimination match to decide who is the winner of the top 8. Hua wah wah. When the audience saw the 2 players on stage again, they burst into warm cheers again. The atmosphere mobilized by the host made everyone look forward to the outcome of this game even more. The second half of the elimination round begins. Please send out your battle Pokemons. Go, Mimi. Go, Butterfree. Good boy, I made a mistake in my prediction. I thought it would be Rocket and Kappa. Yu Hai secretly smacked his lips. Butterfree could not get any advantage against Mimi, so he decided to use the Pokeball to take Butterfree back. Come back, Butterfree, go, Gyarados! Roar, roar! Gyarados released the intimidation feature as soon as it came out, which scared Mimi, reducing attack, speed, and defense. Oh no, intimidation! Xiao Qian saw Mimi being intimidated, and also used the Pokeball to take back Mimi and threw out Venusaur. Anyway, Yu Hai exchanged Pokemons, and she also exchanged Pokemons. Each of them had 6 exchange opportunities, so it was a waste if they didn't use them. In the last gym battle, it was Venusaur that defeated Gyarados. This time it's an old rival, it's stable. Thanks to all the bosses for the food. Thanks to all the bosses for the food. Thanks to all the bosses for the food, thank you. Thanks to KM for 5,000 book coins. Thanks to I am a white-clothed boy 6,500 book coins. 2 big bosses treated us and gave us more than 5,000 book coins. Let's add one more chapter together. The following is a thank you for the rewards in the past 3 months. Thanks to Banai for 100 book coins. Thanks to Book Friends 2020-0117001000 book coins. Thanks to Book Friend 2022202500 book coins. Thanks to July Liuya September Shi 100 book coins. Thanks to Bloody Suinwyu 300 book coins. Thanks to Aguo 1500 book coins. Thanks to Kong, Expression, Men 200 book coins. Thanks to Book Friend 2023061000 book coins. Thanks to the little flying insect who reads books 100 book coins. Thanks to Book Friend 16071111 book coins. Thanks to Book Friend 1504271000 book coins. Thanks to Luo. Thanks to Lazy 100 book coins. Thanks to Mo Ran Sing Yun 100 book coins. Thanks to Sweat is Brighter Than Tears 100 book coins. Thanks to LowYQVE 1000 book coins. Thanks to bookfriend 2022-082-7100 book coins. Thanks to Fakeo Zionran 100 book coins. Thanks to Feng Lialangye 1500 book coins. Thanks to bookfriend 201-803-1100 book coins. Thanks to bookfriend 150318205100 book coins. Thanks to Passing Smoke and Rain 200 book coins. Thanks to bookfriend 2024-020-9200 book coins. Thanks to bookfriend 2023111922018000 book coins. Thanks to Smile 100 book coins. Thanks to Mares 0724100 book coins. Thanks to Gujin Yuan 100 book coins. Thanks to Jealousy 1500 book coins. Chapter 564, The Song of Destruction Comes Again. Yo, Yu Hai saw Venusaur and thought it was really interesting. He shouted directly to Gyarados, Storm! Roar! Gyarados summoned a large cloud of dark clouds, and the wind blew. If it weren't for the roots, Venusaur would have been blown away long ago. Da-na, Venusaur resisted the strong wind with all his strength until Xiao Qian asked it to use Sun Flame. Gyarados, Freeze Beam! Roar! The storm summoned by Gyarados did not stop, and it opened its mouth to condense a terrifying cold beam. Boom, boom boom boom! Freeze Beam and Sun Flame burst out one after another, colliding in the middle of the competition venue, causing a big explosion, blowing the audience's hats all over the sky. Yukai was protected by Eevee and was not disturbed by the shock wave, and Xiao Qian was also protected by other Pokémon. However, Freeze Beam can be fired continuously, but Sun Flame cannot, and it is cloudy now. Gyarados, Destruction Beam! Roar! Gyarados once again condensed terrifying energy in its big mouth, and this time it could finally use its ultimate move without restraint. Boom! This time, Venusaur used defense to block the destruction beam, leaving two deep gullies on the competition venue, and finally blocked the destruction beam. Swish, swish, swish! Bulbasaur's counterattack also came. Its whole body glowed green, and it controlled several thick thorny vines growing out of the ground. Crazy Plant, a grass-type ultimate move, with a power of 150. The side effect is that you can't use moves, items, escape or replace Pokémon in the next round. Gyarados, spray fire to burn them all! Roar! Gyarados looked at the vines that kept coming out of the ground and wanted to wrap around him, and immediately opened his mouth and spit out a big fire to burn all the plants. Gyarados, destroy the death ray! Yu Hai saw that all the plants were burned, and immediately let Gyarados take advantage of the victory to pursue. Venusaur can't move in the next round, which is a good opportunity to attack. Roar! Gyarados condensed a very destructive beam of light again and fired it at Venusaur. Facing this destruction of the death ray, how can Venusaur block it? Venusaur can't move at all, and can only look at the beam of light in despair, drowning itself. Whoosh, whoosh! After Pidgeot cleared the field, everyone saw that Venusaur in the field was hit by the destruction of the death ray, and the wind and sand blew gently, and instantly broke into fine dust and floated in the air. Boom boom! The place where Venusaur stood collapsed, revealing a huge flower, and Yu Hai saw clearly that there was a Venusaur hiding underneath. It's a stand, Yu Hai understood instantly when he saw Venusaur. Venusaur had been hiding underneath, and was also underneath when releasing the crazy plant. The Venusaur above was a stand used to attract fire power. In this case, he shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, Freeze Beam! Boom boom! Just as Gyarados was about to release the freeze beam, there was another vibration under his feet, and the thick thorny vines just now emerged again. Roar! Gyarados' freeze beam instantly changed direction and went towards the crazy plant on the ground, freezing the ground and the vines. Roar! Gyarados roared, and the frozen vines shattered into ice chips and fell to the ground under the roar. Just then, Yu Hai saw Venusaur's flower glow again, and it was the sun and flames again. The part of the crazy plants left behind just now was just to delay time. In fact, rooting can also summon vines, but it doesn't matter which move summons the vines. Gyarados, destroy the death ray. When Xiao Qian heard this again, her pupils shrank, thinking how could it be possible. This is the third time to destroy the death ray. 3 consecutive times, is that Gyarados a pervert? Boom, 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 boom. The collision of the destruction of the death ray and the sun and flames caused a big explosion in the competition venue again, an even more violent explosion than before. The audience who got their hats back finally learned their lesson this time, holding their hats and lowering their bodies to wait for the explosion to pass. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, a gust of wind came. Venusaur was not blown away because of rooting. Venusaur used rooting in the first wave. It must break the rooting as soon as possible, otherwise Venusaur's physical strength will be more and more. Yu Hai, who had expected this, knew that Xiao Qian liked to use rooting, so Gyarados' freezing ray followed closely and hit Venusaur, freezing Venusaur instantly. Then Gyarados' tail instantly hardened and slapped the playing field fiercely. A series of earthquake waves went straight to Venusaur, breaking the ice on Venusaur's body and opening a crack under Venusaur's feet, and Venusaur fell down. Boom boom! Then another series of earthquake waves came, and rocks fell from the cracks, burying Venusaur in the cracks. Gyarados was still slapping the ground with his tail to create earthquakes, and then a freezing ray was fired, completely freezing all the cracks and gravel. Vulpecula? Venusaur Xiao Qian shouted loudly, wanting to know what happened to Venusaur. Obviously, Xiao Qian could not get any response, and Venusaur could not climb out directly because Venusaur could not dig holes. 10 seconds passed, half a minute passed, a minute passed, and Venusaur didn't come out. Ahem, there is an unexpected situation, requesting off-site assistance. After the host spoke, the ground-based rescue Pokémons at the venue came to the competition venue, dug a hole, and dragged the unconscious Venusaur out. Seeing the unconscious Venusaur, the referee raised a small flag and asked Xiao Qian to take back Venusaur. Vulpecula has lost its ability to fight, please ask Xiao Qian to take back Venusaur. Come back, Venusaur, have a good rest. Xiao Qian used the Pokeball to take back Venusaur, but she didn't expect Venusaur to lose. She had been able to win before, so why not this time? By the way, it was Gyarados who electrocuted himself before, and Gyarados didn't use Earthquake, and Destruction Ray didn't work either. Instead, he fought with Venusaur in close combat, which allowed Venusaur to seize the opportunity to defeat Gyarados. She underestimated Gyarados' destructive power. If Gyarados had used all of his strength, the gym would have collapsed. No wonder the opponent didn't use these destructive moves. She miscalculated. She didn't even use the Lush feature. Go, Sister Lip! Xiao Qian threw Sister Lip out again, hoping that Sister Lip could replace this Gyarados. After using so many powerful moves, Gyarados was just gasping for breath. It was obvious that there was still strength left. Sister Lip, mental power. Hi! Sister Lip heard the mental power, raised her hands and emitted blue light all over her body. Her eyes were covered with blue light. She stared at the huge body of Gyarados. She was trying to lift Gyarados with telekinesis. Gyarados, evil wave Yu Hai did not take back Gyarados. Gyarados also increased its attack power by defeating Venusaur because of overconfidence. Roar! Gyarados vaguely sensed danger. A dark energy ball immediately condensed in his mouth and fired at Sister Millip. Boom! The dark energy ball flew into the air, as if it collided with something, and a huge explosion occurred. Roar! Snap! Snap! Gyarados twisted his huge body and rushed out of the smoke and dust produced by the explosion. His sharp teeth and big mouth were filled with evil energy. Facing the incoming telekinesis, all of them were bitten to pieces by his big mouth. Not good, Sister Millip, shadow clones! Clang clang clang! Sister Millip saw that Gyarados was coming fiercely, and immediately stopped using telekinesis, splitting into 8 clones and spreading in all directions. Roar! Gyarados saw that Sister Millip had 7 more, and immediately stopped charging, lowered his head and looked around at Sister Millip who surrounded him. At this moment, Xiao Qian shouted loudly, "Black eyes! Fuck, again!" Yu Hai was so annoyed that he immediately ordered Gyarados to counter-attack, sharp stone attack. Roar! The moment Gyarados was illuminated by the black eyes, its tail slapped the ground fiercely, and the ground immediately protruded with spikes, stabbing at the 8 Lip Sisters. Facing the sharp stone attack, Lip Sister's real body had to dodge, immediately exposing her real body. Crack, crack, Gyarados quickly rushed up and bit the ground where Lip Sister was standing, but only bit a pile of mud, and Lip Sister's after-image disappeared instantly. Its teleportation, Yu Hai saw Lip Sister appear in the distance, and hurriedly reminded Gyarados. Xiao Qian followed closely, shouting, "Song of Destruction! Good fellow, you're using dirty tricks to get a sheep, right?" With instant movement and Song of Destruction, it's still not possible to catch Sister Mimi for a while, and there's also the disgusting black gaze, which can't be retracted, so we can only clear the field. Yu Hai raised his hand and shouted to Gyarados, "Gyarados, thunder! Roar!" Gyarados roared to the sky, summoning a dark cloud to cover the entire battlefield, with arcs flashing in the clouds. With another roar, Gyarados opened his mouth and spit out a lightning bolt into the cloud, which was instantly agitated and crackling. Boom, boom! A series of devastating lightning bolts struck from the clouds, without a target or direction, striking the entire field, and even Gyarados had to flee to the edge of the competition field to avoid it. Clang! Sister Millip looked at the lightning that struck at her feet. Even the ground was charred black. She was so scared that she could only run around to avoid the lightning after playing the Song of Destruction. As more and more lightning fell, Sister Millip could use her telekinesis to resist 1 or 2, but what if her telekinesis was exhausted? And Gyarados kept attacking with water cannons. The lightning struck the ground and followed the conductive water. Sister Millip was electrocuted and fell to the ground with convulsions. Gyarados was lucky. He had used the freezing ray in advance to freeze a corner to avoid lightning. It just felt a little numb and was not affected by lightning. On the other hand, Sister Millip was electrocuted and paralyzed. She couldn't get up at all. She lay on the ground and twitched non-stop. She had no chance to get up until Sister Millip was electrocuted and lost her ability to fight. Roar, roar! When Sister Millip fell, Gyarados' Song of Destruction happened to break out. She twitched and fell to the ground, and then lost her ability to fight. "Come back, Gyarados," Yu Hai sighed helplessly. His 2 main players were destroyed by the opponent. It was really so filthy. Fortunately, Gyarados was just exhausted and was forced to leave the game by the Song of Destruction. He could play again in the finals after resting. If Gyarados retired here, he would lose another general. "Hey, Sister Lipstick, come back," Xiao Qian also sighed and took back the unconscious Sister Lipstick. Gengui, Mugen, and Sister Lipstick were her 3 trump cards. No one could force her to use Mugen and Sister Lipstick in the previous games. Only this person eliminated all 3 Pokémon. She now only has the last Pokémon left, which she has already taken in her hand. Go, Butterfree! Go, Rocket and Kappa! It's Rocket and Kappa! Xiaoqian's last Pokémon is Rocket and Kappa, and the one she's fighting against is Yukai's Butterfree. As the game started, everyone knew that Xiao Qian was already at a disadvantage, because Yukai still had a 6th Pokémon that hadn't appeared yet. Rocket and Kappa had to defeat Butterfree and 1 more Pokémon before Xiao Qian could advance. She knew this better than anyone else. Rocket and Kappa, pray for rain. Butterfree, butterfly dance. When the referee's flag fell, Yukai and Xiao Qian issued commands at the same time, and the 2 Pokémons moved together. Rocket and Kappa danced and clapped his hands, summoning a dark cloud, and Butterfree also danced in the air. For Rocket and Kappa, praying for rain doubles its basic speed. The original basic speed was 70, and now it is 140. Butterfly Dance is a move that strengthens special attack, special defense, and speed at the same time. Unfortunately, it can only be strengthened by 1 level. Butterfree, which has a basic speed of 70, only increases its speed by 1 level to 105, which is much worse than Rocket and Kappa. However, even if the speed is a little slower, I don't know what the opponent is thinking. I don't know if the opponent can withstand the storm under the rain. Is it worth it for a little speed? Butterfree, storm. Butterfree flapped its wings, set off a tornado, and swept towards Rocket and Kappa. Oh no, Rocket and Kappa, get out of the way. Xiao Qian saw the tornado and was so anxious that she quickly asked Rocket and Kappa to get out of the way. But the tornado is an AoE move for the whole field. Rocket and Kappa has nowhere to hide and has no rooting moves. Just after praying for rain, he was swept into the air by the tornado. Butterfree immediately took advantage of the victory and continued increasing the output of the storm, not giving Lottie Kappa any chance at all, allowing Lottie Kappa to rise and fall in the storm, with wind blades passing through Lottie Kappa's body. The storm lasted for a long time, until Butterfree's small body could no longer hold on, and the tornado created by the storm stopped. Pa! After the tornado stopped, Lottie Kappa fell from the sky like a rag doll, already cut and scarred, and fainted on the playing field. This elimination match ended easily. When Lottie Kappa was trapped by the tornado, Xiao Qian had thought about letting Lottie Kappa use the Sun Flame or the Destruction Death Light to destroy the tornado that trapped him. But after destroying the tornado, Butterfree could create another tornado by just moving its wings. Lottie Kappa would be stiff for a while due to the restrictions of the moves, and would be swept up to the sky by the tornado again. This match was a crushing victory. With both its attributes and moves suppressing Lottie Kappa had no power to fight back. It was tortured to death by Butterfree's insect song and storm, and was finally eliminated. It really proves the saying that there is no strongest opponent, only the opponent who restrains oneself the most. No matter how strong the Pokémon is, it will kneel when it encounters an enemy who restrains itself. As the avatar of Lottie Kappa, Xiaoqin's last Pokémon, turned black on the big screen, the game was over. Player Yukai Player Xiao Qian. Scyther out Jengar out. Butterfree retract Venusaur retract, out. Starfish out Arcanine out. Slowpoke out Sobble out. Gyarados out Lipstick retract, out. Rocket and Kappa out. Rocket and Kappa has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this elimination match is Yukai. Congratulations to Yukai for advancing to the next round. Hwa wah wah. Yukai, Yukai, Yukai. As Yukai won the match, many spectators stood up and cheered loudly. The gamblers who bet on Yukai to win were even more excited. They were all cheering for Yukai, the dark horse, who was one step closer to the championship. They really wanted to see how Yukai would challenge for the championship. Facing the enthusiasm of the audience, Yukai used the Pokeball to retrieve Butterfree, waved to the audience, turned around and walked down the stage and entered the contestant channel. However, as soon as he entered the contestant channel, he saw that the exit of the channel was blocked by a group of dogskin plasters, which was really annoying. He didn't want to accept any interviews, let alone expose himself to the spotlight. Instead, he entered the restroom of the contestant lounge from the contestant channel, disguised himself a little, and went straight to the Pokémon Center. Now the top priority is to treat the Pokémon. Chapter 565, Dissolved. When he arrived at the Pokémon Center, Yukai handed the 5 Pokémon to Miss Joy. The most seriously injured one was Scyther, who withdrew from the competition due to burns. Starfish had its gem in the middle bitten and cracked. Slowpoke and Gyarados were forced out because of the Song of Destruction. Only Butterfree was better. After the withdrawal of Farfetch'd last time, Scyther and Starfish will also withdraw this time. Slowpoke and Gyarados need to rest. Don't think about the semi-finals. Let's see how the finals go. That day you can still continue to fight, and can be sent out to fight tomorrow if needed, but the opponent in the semi-finals has not been determined yet. Now he is in the game and he actually saw someone he knows. In the second elimination match of Group B, one of the contestants is still an old acquaintance of his, Taro, whom he met in Asakusa City, the little brat who was rescued from the marsupial tribe. It is not surprising that the opponent can get to this point. After all, the marsupial is close to being a quasi-king, maybe even a quasi-king. The strange thing is that he has never paid attention to this little brat before, and only knew about this player in the quarterfinals. If the opponent can advance to the next round, he will be his semi-final opponent. Most of the Pokemon used by this kid are general type. The trump card is the Quasi-King Bronx, and there are also Pokemon such as the Leaf King, Pidgeot, Snorlax, and Kyuzoku. The moment he saw Snorlax, he secretly sighed that this guy was rich and inhumane. He was indeed a rich man. After all, Snorlax was not something that ordinary trainers could afford. Only the second generation of trainers with minds at home could raise these big-eating Pokemon without any pressure. A Quasi-King Bronx led these big guys all the way to the semi-finals. As a rookie trainer, this guy must be very eye-catching and has potential. Seeing that his opponent was beaten to a pulp in front of these Pokemon, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It seems that the opponent in the next semi-final is this kid, and he didn't continue to watch the big screen. General-type Pokemon have obvious weaknesses, that is, Fighting-type is twice as strong as General-type, General-type attacks on Ghost-type are ineffective, and General-type resistance is also average. Mediocre is the biggest weakness of General-type Pokemon. Not only do they have few weaknesses, but their resistance is also very poor, and it can be said that they have almost no resistance. If Taro faces Xiao Qian, he will definitely kneel. It's hard to say when facing him, it's not too difficult to beat him. If he faces Xiao Ying, he will also kneel, otherwise how can he be called a trainer specializing in fighting type? In the next semi-finals, he can only rely on Pokemon such as Otoko, Frog, Crab, Tyrannosaurus, Foritos, Buggy, and Butterfree. There is still one more chance of error, so the next semi-finals are not difficult. I don't know who will withdraw from the semi-finals. I will try to keep 6 Pokemon in their prime in the finals, and it will be perfect after the Quartz Conference. Iron Tyrannosaurus must be kept until the end, otherwise the Electabuzz can't be dealt with. Once the Iron Tyrannosaurus is out or can't participate in the competition, his Pokemon such as Gullwing, Frog, Crab, Gyarados, Butterfree, Slowpoke and so on will suffer. Unless Electabuzz is replaced with Frog, the next game will be impossible to play, and it will definitely be swept by Electabuzz. From the previous matches, the electric shock monster should have the strength of a Quasi-King, and his armored Tyrannosaurus. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 75.43%. Level, 50.18%. Feature, hard head /43.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /41.17%. Master the moves. I haven't seen the panel of the armored Tyrannosaurus for more than a month, and the level of the armored Tyrannosaurus has reached level 50. He is not worried at all when the level 50 Han faces the electric shock monster, as he has beaten it before. Under the attribute restraint, Han wearing rock armor is invincible at the same level, and it is difficult to break the defense, let alone defeat Han. Han's attack range is also very wide, and he is not afraid of any opponent. With the hard head and self-sacrifice characteristics, he can use the anti-injury moves at will, not only without anti-injury, but also increase the power of the moves. In order to replace Han, at least 3 opponents similar to the electric shock monsters are needed. He has not tested Han's limit, but no matter how high it is impossible to break through the king. The gap between the king and the non-king is insurmountable. In addition to the growth of level and characteristics, Han ate too many good things, especially the king hard stone in his mouth, which was almost chewed by Han, causing his potential to jump by 1%. It seems that it is not that the potential of gems is slow to grow, but that the gems are too lousy. The potential increases quickly when stacking with king-level props. But where can there be so many king-level props? If he hadn't found the skeleton of the ancient superfossil pterosaur in the underground cave of Dasha Valley, he would not have the king-level hard stone. And he only picked up 2 king-level hard stones from such a large skeleton, and they were chewed by Han Han. He was drunk and couldn't take it back. It's okay to increase Han Han's potential, anyway, it will be eaten by Han Han. In addition to his potential, Han Han has also learned several new moves during this period, all from the giant claw crab. One is Rock Blockade, Han Han's own move, and the other 2 are Sword Dance and Iron Wall, which are icing on the cake. Iron Wall can continue to strengthen the defense on Han Han's rock armor, and Sword Dance can increase Han Han's attack power. In fact, he wants Han Han to learn powerful moves, such as the Super Horn attack of the bug system, as well as Ultimate Impact, Destruction Death Ray and other big moves. Han Han, who is invincible in defense, doesn't want to see a bladder game. A battle lasts more than half an hour, and some last more than an hour. But now it's a game, so he can only go back to the Orange Islands. Sword Dance is enough and will not affect the next game. After looking at Han Han's panel, he took out the Pokeball of the Sagar. This guy has been a mount for too long, and he almost forgot that he is also a good fighter. He is unmatched in talking and trash talking, and his taunts are maxed out. Sorry. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.62%. Level, 50.22%. Feature, rainfall/43.33%. Mastering the moves. I haven't looked at Sori's panel for more than 20 days. Its level has reached the 50th mark. It is not wrong to say that Sori is the strongest flying elf in his hands. Sori's potential has not changed much, and its characteristics have only increased by 2 percentage points. The remaining moves have not changed much either. After all, their proficiency is not low. It is impossible to change it every day. It is only a little bit to a few points. He rarely uses Sori to fight, because there is only one elf that can carry people. If Sori is injured or exhausted in battle, does he have to let him walk on 2 legs? Don't be funny, forget about traveling on 2 legs. He is not crazy yet. To travel, you either ride a cow or a big-mouthed gull. There are so many transportation options, why walk? Seeing that both elves have reached level 50, he felt relieved and more confident about the upcoming finals. His opponent in the finals is probably Lei Si. This guy is simply bullying children. If it weren't for him, he would have gone to fight the pyramid instead of the baby cup. It's really fate. He didn't go to the pyramid, and he became the one who gave the opponent 3 moles. He must go all out at that time. It doesn't matter if he loses, but he must not let it go, otherwise he will definitely be sprayed to death by the brainless fans who support him. He is also tired of it. No matter which world, brainless fans are a group of headaches. He doesn't want to see the fan circle in the elf world. Just when he was secretly having a headache, Miss Joy informed him through the radio to take the elves away. He took the 5 elves for treatment and met Xiaobo as soon as he went out. Xiaobo is really good at finding people. He can always stop him here. When he saw Xiaobo, he immediately went up to greet him. Why are you here? I came to find you. Xiaobo held Xiao Ai's hand. Xiao Ai was holding Pikachu in her arms, and Xiao Ai's mother was beside her. What Yu Hai didn't expect was that Zhu Ziyi and Xiao Qian were also here. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Qian. This girl must have been stabbing people in her heart because she lost the game, he asked Xiaobo with some doubt, looking for me? What for? Of course for dinner. Xiaobo saw that there were more and more people at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, and immediately urged Yu Hai, let's go, I don't want to be watched. This. After Xiaobo's reminder, Yu Hai also noticed the gathering of people around him. After all, he, Xiao Qian, Xiaobo and Kikyuko. Now they are all famous people, and Kikyuko is the most famous, so it is not surprising that they attract onlookers. Several people left the entrance of the Pokemon Center and went to the Quartz Hotel to open a private room. It was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just right for dinner, and the group sat around a round wooden dining table. When they arrived here, the EV on Yu Hai's shoulder jumped to Xiao Ai and played with Xiao Ai's EV. He noticed the blue snake next to Xiao Ai and wondered if Xiao Ai also had a Dratini. He happened to get a Dratini today, so he also let it out, so that the two Dratinis could have a playmate. But when the mini dragon saw the mini dragon, he was still afraid to hide under the chair, and only dared to quietly stick his head out to look around. Xiao Ai, who was curious about the new kind, came under the table and called to the mini dragon, M. The mini dragon looked at its kind curiously and felt the fear in its eyes. The mini dragon's attention was not on its kind, but on Yu Hai, who wanted to make soup. Seeing that Yu Hai did not pay attention to him, he was relieved and looked at his kind. Wow, Brother Hai also has a little dragon, Xiao Ai shouted in surprise when he saw the two mini dragons. Xiao Ai, you should get along well, Yu Hai touched Xiao Ai's hair. His mini dragon was given by Xia Bo, and Zhu Ziyi was with Xia Bo, so he did not need to hide it. He just let it out openly. This is the benefit of getting elves through formal channels. Mini dragon. Xiao Qian sat next to Zhu Ziyi and looked at her junior sister who was playing with the mini dragon. How could this guy have a mini dragon without saying anything? It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. She couldn't beat the other party in the first place, and now there's a mini dragon. When the mini dragon grows up, she will be even more defeated. Kikyuko also saw the mini dragon, but she didn't say anything. Xiaobo had told her the origin of the mini dragon. The lucky boy got the mini dragon because he saved the apple of the Joey family's eye. If it were her, she would feel that a mini dragon was too cheap and she could ask for more. After all, she didn't get any benefits, but she went to the dragon cave and took away a mini dragon. Would the dragon-controlling family dare to say no? The old turtle was still easy to talk to. He just took away a mini dragon and ended it. I heard that the old woman was very angry. I don't know what happened at that time. Is this mini dragon the one? Xiaobo looked at the mini dragon. From his perspective, he could see at a glance that there was something wrong with this mini dragon. Yes, Yu Hai complained helplessly. It turned out that you didn't know the situation of the mini dragon you brought. Well, how about changing one? Xiaobo's old face was a little red, looking at Yu Hai awkwardly. He didn't check the goods at that time, who knew that the mini dragon was malnourished. No need, Yu Hai waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't need it. How could he bother Xiaobo with such a thing? It was good enough to get the mini dragon. He didn't expect to get any benefits before. He checked the information. The mini dragon and the Haxorus can grow up by molting, but the mini dragon is about to evolve and the growth period has passed. Now he can only try his best to supplement nutrition, fatten the Haxorus and evolve it into a fast dragon. By then, the fat dragon can grow tall and strong. And the two dragon teeth have also come into use, which can also improve the potential of the mini dragon. The remaining senior dragon teeth are also good for the mini dragon as a teething stick. After all, it is his first quasi-god, and he has high hopes for the mini dragon. Well, everyone, order whatever you want to eat, Xiaobo waved his hand to let everyone order. Since Yu Hai didn't care, he didn't mention it anymore. Xiao Ai was quite good at ordering dishes. She ordered a lot of cakes and jellies that she liked and sent them to share with the elves. Smelly boy, you've come this far, you should at least win a championship, Xiaobo looked at Yu Hai with a smile. Yu Hai really kept giving him surprises. He won all the way and there was only one more elimination match before the final. Well, you always say it easily. It's me who's going to compete, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. He had just defeated Xiao Qian today, and Xiaobo said it like that. What would the other party think? Stepping on the other party to get to the top? Haha, you're good in every way, but you like to hide your shortcomings, Xiaobo laughed and patted Yu Hai's shoulder. He didn't embarrass Yu Hai anymore and turned to chat with Zhu Ziyi. Zhu Ziyi came to say goodbye. It happened that he was going to treat her to dinner tonight, so he invited Zhu Ziyi to dinner before leaving. The reason for leaving was that the exploration of the ruins had ended, and new situations had emerged, and Zhu Ziyi needed to go and make a decision. After the quartz conference ended and they said goodbye to Yu Hai, they also went to look for Zhu Ziyi, just around the same time. When the two old men were reminiscing about the past, Yu Hai raised his eyes to look at Xiao Qian, and Xiao Qian also looked at him. They both found that the other was looking at them, and turned their heads away and stopped looking at each other, feeling a little uneasy. There was no way, it was too embarrassing. Yu Hai was almost embarrassed to death. He could only tease Xiao Ai to pass the time, and when the dishes were served on the table, he ate the dishes silently. Here, he only knew Xiaobo and the other three, and it was impossible for him to talk to Zhu Ziyi Tian Wang, and there was nothing to say about the other's disciple Xiao Qian. After all, he was pushing someone's cabbage in front of his grandmother, and this grandmother was the famously hot-tempered Zhu Ziyi, who had the courage to do it. Go by yourself, he won't go anyway, even if he is beaten to death. So this dinner was not comfortable at all. After dinner, Zhuzi took Xiao Qian away. The two looked at each other for the last time and said nothing. He went to the quartz conference celebration in the evening with Xiaobo, Xiaoai, and Xiaoai's mother Aimei, and then returned to the contestant village to let the poisonous skull frogs out to eat and sleep. As the competition is about to end, the contestant village becomes more and more quiet. There are almost no contestants preparing for the competition, and the eliminated contestants have gone to enjoy the nightlife. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus Panel. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus Panel. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 75.43%. Level, 50.18%. Feature, hard head /43.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /41.17%. Ground system mastered moves. Earthquake /29.22%. Direct drill /27.49%. Heavy stomp /31.17%. 100,000 horsepower /38.28%. Dig hole /33.73%. Stomp /31.94%. Rock, sandstorm /21.54%. Rock blast /27.51%. Sharp stone attack /26.91%. Rockfall /21.21%. Knockdown /21.37%. Rock polishing /42.26%. Rock blockade /12.66%. General, rock climbing /38.27%. Impact /44.21%. Tail shake /35.88%. Rocket hammer /34.31%. Self-sacrificing charge 41.14%. Horn charge /42.53%. Terrible face /21.14%. Trampling /19.37%. Horn drill /12.17%. Slam /34.21%. Sword dance /14.44%. Fire element, flame fist /34.31%. Flame fang /38.91%. Sunny day /24.63%. Flame jet /28.41%. Big character explosion /24.51%. High temperature pressure /38.33%. Electricity, thunder fist /26.26%. Thunder fang /32.45%. Ice, frozen fist /27.82%. Frozen fang /31.94%. Water, rain prayer /8.34%. Surf /14.53%. Steel, iron tail /18.11%. Iron wall /9.34%. Unclassified, bite crushing /40.82%. Poison attack /17.45%. Shadow claw /16.94%. Double return /32.22%. Sleeping /46.81%. Big-mouthed gull panel. Big-mouthed gull panel. Big-mouthed gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.62%. Level, 50.22%. Feature, rainfall /43.33%. Flying mastered moves, wind rising /38.59%. Feather perch /43.01%. Wing attack /42.58%. Tailwind /43.11%. Air blade /38.11%. Air blade /36.74%. Storm /27.14%. Water flow ring /40.23%. Water gun /45.49%. Water wave /36.87%. Pray for rain /45.17%. Immersion water /16.14%. Bubble /30.44%. General, flash of lightning /41.29%. Hold /44.74%. Call /40.23%. Ultrasound /36.54%. Charge /24.34%. Spray /25.53%. Swallow /18.64%. Unclassified, high-speed movement /44.37%. Rapid turn /22.77%.